In a realm of the unknown cosmos, on the blue planet, within the confines of Huagua, H City, Qin Su found himself in a state of tranquil slumber, eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, he jolted upright from his bed, instinctively assuming a defensive posture. As his gaze swept the surroundings, he confirmed the absence of any imminent danger, allowing his taut nerves to relax. It was then that Qin Su realized he stood within the familiar embrace of his own home. Confusion and bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Was he not engaged in battle on the front lines against beings from another world? He distinctly recalled trailing behind his savior, a brother in arms, when in the final moment the enemy had targeted him as a vulnerability. His steadfast companion had pushed him aside, enduring a long-anticipated lethal blow meant for him. Was he not fortunate to have escaped with his life? How could he suddenly find himself back in his home? Despite the cataclysm having ravaged the world for over 3 years, each day spent teetering on the brink of demise had left Qin Su numb to the horrors. Yet this place, where every brick and tile held profound sentimental value, was not something one could simply forget. After all, who could possibly forget the visage of their home? An audacious thought struck him. Had he been reborn? As a normal individual, he had been well-versed in novels prior to the apocalypse, and the trope of reincarnation was one he recognized all too well. He drew back the curtains to reveal a tranquil scene bathed in lights, devoid of any signs of disaster. Observing the bustling city outside and glancing at the time, Qin Su, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, came to a definitive conclusion: had indeed been reborn. Since I am here, I might as well make peace with it. As a lone survivor grappling with the trials of the apocalypse for years, Qin Su had cultivated a robust mental fortitude, swiftly accepting the reality of his situation. As for why he had been reborn, he chose not to ponder. He understood that any entity capable of transcending time to return him to this moment was beyond his comprehension. Instead of fretting over the reasons for his rebirth, he resolved to contemplate how to leverage this newfound opportunity for his advantage. After all, time was of the essence. Just moments ago, he had noted that he had returned a mere 12 hours before the cataclysm would strike. The apocalypse would commence at 8 in the morning, leaving him with less than 10 hours. It was already night, and he could hardly recall any opportunities that might alter his fate. Damn it! Is it not said that protagonists, upon being reborn, gain immense fortune? Why did those formidable individuals not share the secrets of acquiring unique professions with him, thereby providing him with the means to seize his destiny? Why did he only remember the means to obtain an A-level special profession, which was located not in H City, but in Z City? It was his negligence that had led to this predicament. He had failed to retain any useful information while he spent 3 years solely focused on survival, utterly indifferent to the fortunes of others. What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? As time slipped away, Qin Su grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth in the cramped confines of his room. Damn it! Is this how my rebirth is to be wasted? No. In this life, he vowed never to cower beneath the feet of zombies and otherworldly foes again. He would no longer linger in the shadows as a coward reliant on others for protection. He would reclaim all that he had missed, ascending step by step to the pinnacle, trampling all who stood in his way. Imagining was one thing, reality remained unchanged. Consciousness could not dictate matter. This was the foundation of materialism. Regardless of the countless words he could utter, he was still powerless. Suddenly, a bold idea blossomed in Qin Su's mind. The origin of the A-level special profession. His brother-in-arms had mentioned it while sharing drinks with him during a moment of lament over his lack of a viable profession. At that time, his brother had recounted his experiences in the early days of the apocalypse, having ventured into secret realms twice. On the first occasion, he had emerged with an S-level profession. Later, upon encountering another opportunity, he had braved it once more, only to be bestowed with another special profession, albeit an A-level one. Regrettably, he had assumed he could possess 2 special professions, only to discover that one could only hold one. Thus, he had returned the profession scroll, waiting for the one destined to claim it. In an effort to console him, his brother had remarked that he should have kept it for himself, expressing some regret for not having done so. Recalling that brother was akin to envisioning a protagonist, someone who languished at home while the entrance to high-level secret realms appeared directly at his doorstep. With an S-level profession delivered to him effortlessly, he had achieved the remarkable feat of advancing to level 3 in a year and level 5 in 3 years, securing a place as the 7th strongest on the human power rankings. This was the sole individual to rank within the top 10 wielding an S-level profession, while others in that echelon possessed SS-level special professions, underscoring the remarkable value of his profession. Was that not the special profession he sought? No, that was his beloved brother. Once the thought took root, it became impossible to erase. This notion, existing solely within Qin Su's mind, refused to dissipate and burgeoned with fervor. One must look after oneself. The heavens will not spare those who do not. Ultimately, Qin Su resolved to seize the opportunity fortune and treasures await those who are fated to claim them. In this life of rebirth, he would not squander the divine chance bestowed upon him that in Huagowa, Z City, in the second phase of the development zone garden, Unit 18, on the second floor, at 3 o'clock in the morning, a man lay comfortably on his pillow, lost in deep slumber. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the darkness, causing the man to turn over and silence the call. A short while later, another irksome ring echoed through the room. Ding, ding, ding. At last, the man extended his hand, irritable, to silence the phone once more. Ding, ding, ding. This time, he abruptly opened his bleary eyes, grasped the phone from his bedside table, and answered with a scowl, CNSM, why are you calling in the dead of night, disturbing my sweet dreams? Did your ancestors' graves explode, prompting you to conduct ancestral rites at this hour? Do your parents know you're making such calls? On the other end, Qin Su listened quietly, unfazed by the barrage of colorful language. Having struggled through the apocalypse, he had heard far worse. A mere verbal assault held no terror for him. Insults were merely the means by which the weak vented their frustrations. Moreover, in Qin Su's eyes, the man had long since sealed his own fate, so why concern himself with the words of a deceased individual? After a brief pause, the man seemed to tire of his tirade. Qin Su slowly spoke, Li Zi, it's me, Qin Su. Oh, the bookworm. What urgent matter compels you to call at such an unholy hour? What could possibly wait until morning? It must be addressed immediately. What is it? The man's tone dripped with impatience, akin to an unwilling worker forced into overtime. What I am about to disclose may astonish you, but please remain calm. Everything I say is true. At 8 tomorrow morning, Blue Star will face an unprecedented catastrophe. An unknown substance will envelop the globe in an instant, transforming 80% of all life into a new form zombies. All order will collapse, and the descent of the Hall of Professions will follow. Every surviving human will have the opportunity to become a professional by slaying zombies and acquiring the energy crystals. Each person has a chance to become a formidable professional capable of moving mountains and filling seas. And I, having been wronged by treachery, have unexpectedly been reborn. And you too have been reborn. If you send me 50, I shall lend an ear to your plans for vengeance. Or perhaps you might send 50 to me, and once you ascend to the throne of the world, you may appoint me as a general of unparalleled power. What do you mean? Is it amusing to toy with me in the dead of night? The apocalypse? With such a vivid imagination, why not write a novel instead? Big brother, what era are we in? The prophecies of the apocalypse have long since faded into the past. The end of the world? Zombies? Novels are no longer being penned on such topics. Do you truly believe me to be a fool? I assure you, everything I say is true. All right, fine, I believe you. But I have no time to entertain your whims at this hour. I'm hanging up. With that, the man prepared to disconnect the call. Don't hang up, Qin Su exclaimed loudly, rousing several nearby travelers, some of whom grumbled in annoyance. Li Xing, don't hang up. I swear on my credibility that everything I say is true. Li Xing appeared utterly shocked. Qin Su, are you insane? This is quite the grand, just there's no need to take it so seriously. Truly, I solemnly assure you, I am not deceiving you. I am currently on a train, and I shall arrive in Z City shortly. Please send me the address. I will elaborate further upon our meeting. Very well. I shall send you the address shortly. I need to hang up now. Li Xing hastily ended the call. Yet at that moment, Li Xing's mind was anything but tranquil. The remnants of sleep had vanished, and he found himself mulling over the words of the bookworm. Though those fantastical claims sounded like pure fantasy, Upon reflection, they were not entirely baseless or conjured from thin air. The information conveyed in such a brief exchange could not be easily fabricated. Thus, it became evident that the bookworm's assertions were, most likely, grounded in truth. Chapter 2. Sincere encounters reveal true feelings. The apocalypse is approaching. This news, which should have been dreadful, stirred an indescribable feeling within Li Xing's heart, even evoking a sense of anticipation. After all, those familiar with journalism are aware that one can earn over $1 million through food delivery in 3 years. As long as one is diligent, prosperity is within reach for all. What? You haven't become wealthy? That is your own issue. Reflect earnestly on whether you have truly exerted yourself over the years and if your salary has risen. The economy of Huagua has consistently shown stability and improvement, with an average savings of over 100,000 per person. Do not let the low awareness of certain comrades disrupt the greater picture. So, is the arrival of the apocalypse ultimately a blessing or a curse? At this moment, Li Xing held no answers, but time would reveal the truth. History will be evaluated by those who come after, and one must trust in their wisdom. For now, Li Xing need not ponder. He simply awaited the arrival of Qin Su, that good brother who had not been in contact for years, and who now called him in the middle of the night after being reborn. He was eager to discover what schemes lay beneath Qin Su's enigmatic exterior. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Qin Su once again reviewed his thoughts, convinced of their perfection. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed he would make no mistakes. At this moment, he exuded confidence, regarding the seventh human race as nothing more than a mere fortunate soul riding the winds of fate. He aspired to take their place, an endeavor he deemed effortless. 3 hours later, Qin Su's train arrived in Z City. He swiftly exited the station and hailed a taxi that had been waiting nearby, directing the driver straight to Li Xing's address. Owing to the late hour, Qin Su generously handed the driver 1,000 yuan, reducing the almost hour-long journey to less than 30 minutes. Upon alighting from the taxi, Qin Su leisurely lit a cigarette, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. For him, this was a rare indulgence. Production had largely ceased in the face of the apocalypse, and even those factories that resumed operations produced only essential goods. Cigarettes were nowhere to be found. Consequently, for those who wandered outside the bases without joining, procuring cigarettes entailed a perilous search beyond the confines of safety, where each found cigarette was a treasure, not to be traded lightly. While savoring his smoke, Qin Su remained vigilant, taking a stroll around the neighborhood to imprint the terrain in his memory. Upon spotting a nearby square, he felt reassured enough to proceed to the address given by Li Xing. Inside, Li Xing paced by the window, the unlit dawn casting the deepest shadows, creating a suffocating atmosphere in the room. Suddenly, he seemed to perceive something, retreating from the window and returning to his bed. Moments later, a series of knocks reverberated from outside. Li Xing struggled from his slumber, sluggishly making his way to the door, appearing as if just awakened. With an exasperated expression, he opened the door and promptly returned inside. Qin Su was somewhat taken aback. This useless fellow could still sleep soundly despite such alarming news, squandering a tremendous opportunity. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and silently sought a place to sit. However, out of Li Xing's sight, Qin Su's gaze remained calm yet profound. Friends who frequently engage in violence understand that often, the most dangerous dogs do not bark. The same applies to killing. Often, no change in expression is required. Clearly, to Qin Su, Li Xing resembled a lamb ready for slaughter, easily erased at any moment. What puzzled Qin Su was the fact that despite Li Xing's seemingly frail appearance, he maintained a certain distance and exuded an air of danger. Perhaps it was the fragility of this body that had led Qin Su to consider such a scenario. Given his current physical state, if he could not deliver a lethal blow, a confrontation would inevitably ensue. And the commotion caused by 2 adult men fighting would not be insignificant. It could attract the attention of the investigation team, which would be troublesome. With the target within reach, Qin Su could not allow any unforeseen factors to disrupt his plan. Perhaps out of safety considerations, he decided to abandon the idea of direct confrontation. By opting for a nonviolent approach, he minimized risks. After all, one could achieve their goals without engaging in combat, potentially reaping even greater rewards. It merely required a bit of extra time. There was no need to test the social order of Huagua. Subsequently, Li Xing inquired about the specifics of the apocalypse. Qin Su did not hold back, recounting the events in detail, a blend of truth and embellishment. On the morning of the new era, at 8 o'clock, A mysterious white light engulfed the globe in an instant, transforming 80% of humanity into zombies. Fortunately, while this white light heralded a crisis, it also presented a tremendous opportunity. The blue star became saturated with energy, while other life forms began their evolutionary journeys. Additionally, a sanctuary for careers emerged, replete with treasures and numerous special professions. As long as one possessed sufficient energy crystals, they could procure anything they desired. These energy crystals resided within the hearts of zombies and evolved beings. Notably, zombies are not infectious. The hierarchy ranges from level 1 to 9, with those who have not entered the career sanctum and only absorbed energy crystals classified as 0 level. There are 4 primary professions: warrior, assassin, priest, and mage. Each profession at every level possesses a unique skill. Speaking of skills, one cannot overlook the special professions. In contrast to ordinary professions, each special profession boasts a systematic skill set, meaning that special professions gain superior quality skills at each level, often with complementary abilities. While special professions are more potent, they are also more challenging to obtain, typically found only within secret realms. Once the rewards of a secret realm are taken, the realm itself will vanish. At this point, Qin Su ceased speaking, signaling that he had finished. However, to satisfy his own ulterior motives, he omitted a crucial detail. Only one special profession can be held at a time, and to replace it requires a specific item. Li Xing, seemingly unaware of this omission, pressed on with the question that concerned him most. Why was Qin Su's first act upon being reborn to seek him out? Qin Su had already prepared his response, replying without hesitation, 2 years after the apocalypse, you and I will wander to S City, where we will rely on each other for survival, becoming brothers in arms. You have saved my life on multiple occasions, and I trust you without reservation, my good brother. It is not merely a whim that I came rushing to see you upon realizing my rebirth in this life. I have knowledge of many opportunities. As long as we seize the moment, we will surely witness the splendor of the greatest powers. Having been reborn, I shall shine brightly. Perhaps caught up in excitement, Qin Su even rose from the sofa. Li Xing echoed Qin Su's fervent words, feigning enthusiasm as if he too had experienced rebirth. Good brother, I knew you would be fine. Coincidentally, I know of an opportunity nearby. Tomorrow we shall seize it. This will be our first step to success. All right, bookworm, let it be so. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my room and get some rest. Having stated this, he retreated to his room, tossing a blanket to the simpleton, preparing for him to make do on the sofa for the night. Qin Su said little, accepting the blanket with alacrity and reclining on the sofa. Li Xing also returned to his room. Closing the door, alas, the opportunity to act had not materialized. Qin Su's eyes slowly drifted from the door, his expression a portrait of unspoken regret. Otherwise, it would have been so much simpler. In the bedroom, Li Xing exhaled deeply, feeling immense pressure in the presence of that self-satisfied simpleton, whose aura occasionally radiated danger. Had it not been for his training over the years, keeping him perpetually on guard, he might have become a casualty of the simpleton's ruthless ambitions. The apocalypse truly has the power to transform individuals. Although Li Xing was mentally prepared, he never anticipated that a seemingly dim-witted person could become so perilous. Exhibiting such cruelty towards his closest friend, Li Xing had no doubt that had he shown any sign of weakness, Qin Su, now transformed into a beast, would not have hesitated to strike, even before the apocalypse had arrived. The reborn Qin Su had already imparted a vivid and concrete lesson on survival to Li Xing, who lived in a peaceful era, that one must never trust anyone but oneself, even if they are the closest of allies. Chapter 3. Hell on Earth. As dawn's light gradually illuminated the horizon, both men, lying on the sofa and bed, found themselves wide awake, each lost in their own thoughts. The moment Qin Su closed his eyes, visions of his invincible self after acquiring a special profession filled his mind. He was no longer the submissive weakling hiding behind others, but a powerful figure capable of dictating the fates of others. He was exhilarated, remaining awake throughout the night. Conversely, Li Xing was engulfed by a sense of life and death crisis. He had long sensed the formidable presence of the reborn individual in the room. The moment the door opened, Qin Su's gaze had been that of a cold-blooded killer, now silently biding his time, clearly intent on obtaining something he desired. In this critical moment of survival, sleep was hardly an option. It felt as if he wished to fall into an eternal slumber. The more Li Xing pondered, the more fear gripped him, prompting him to sigh deeply as he began calculating his odds of survival. Armed with only a 1-meter iron rod and a sealed knife measuring over 3 inches. Coupled with his familiarity with the terrain, he figured that if he were to act preemptively, he might have a 70% chance of success. In the realm of perilous endeavors, is there ever a guarantee of success? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Xing hesitated. Could he truly take a life? Years of experience had taught him that he could not bring himself to do it, just as the battle raged within his mind. A faint creaking sound echoed as the bedroom door swung open, seemingly pushed by the wind. With that, Li Xing succumbed to slumber. From the vantage point of the living room, the scene in the bedroom was fully visible. Li Xing lay on the bed, eyes closed, with his limbs sprawled in a carefree slumber. Qin Su approached the bedroom slowly, his footsteps deliberately soft, as if he wished to avoid drawing any attention. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Li Xing suddenly rolled over. Yawning without opening his eyes, and in a tone that was both relaxed and teasing, he inquired, "What is up, Su-gu?" His tone was light and playful as he continued, "Why are you sneaking around in the middle of the night without making a sound? You must be hiding something. Go away. You're the one who can't hide anything." Qin Su retorted, feigning nonchalance as he placed his hands behind his back. The Buddha said that one's appearance reflects one's heart. Thus, only those who are insincere would perceive others as such. This was the essence of needing to prove oneself more desperately when lacking something. Both were masters of verbal sparring, their words clashing with playful defiance, filling the room with a buoyant atmosphere that, from afar, appeared as if they were true brothers. However, upon closer inspection, the two were merely separated by a tangible door. Yet an intangible world seemed to divide them. Qin Su went to the restroom and then returned to the sofa. He was somewhat taken aback by Li Xing's vigilance, but dismissed it. For once today had passed, all his plans would fall into place. If Li Xing were perceptive and joined him in this endeavor, contributing to his dominion, he would surely repay the debt of gratitude for saving his life. Otherwise, he would have no qualms about forsaking loyalty. Soon enough, the night, already dwindling, slipped away quietly. At around 7 o'clock, Li Xing, still feigning sleep, was startled awake by the sound of the door opening. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qin Su grinning at him, greeting, "Good morning, my dear brother." "Stay away from me. I'm not into that kind of thing," Li Xing joked while rubbing his eyes, playfully urging his good brother to keep his distance. Moments later, in the Xinhua community, gasping for breath, Li Xing, lagging 2 or 3 meters behind Qin Su while munching on bread, asked, "Su-gu, where are we headed?" "Wait for me," Qin Su replied. "We are going to seize an opportunity." I know that not long after the apocalypse began, a mid-level secret realm appeared in the plaza nearby, containing a unique job scroll. It was there for less than half an hour, and I intend to help you obtain this job scroll, allowing you to gain a significant advantage right from the start of the apocalypse. What do you think? Aren't I good to you? Indeed, you are like a second father to me. Stars have drifted for so long without encountering a worthy leader. If you don't abandon me, I'm willing to be your sworn son, ready to face any perilous challenge for you, Li Xing said earnestly, his gaze resolute as he sought to join forces. In this cheerful atmosphere, the duo arrived at the plaza Qin Su had mentioned. As the apocalypse had yet to arrive, the secret realm remained closed, and they patiently awaited its opening. Long before the white light, symbolizing the apocalypse, flickered in Qin Su's mouth. Amidst the once bustling crowd, terrified screams erupted, and chaos ensued, with people scattering in all directions. Clearly, while the world seemed unchanged, life had morphed into that of zombies, ravenously attacking any living being. As the saying goes, 3 years of decay turns to dust, returning to the starting point with a proud heart. Life and death reveal the bonds of brotherhood, and fate favors the fortunate. Despite the joy of rebirth, Qin Su did not forget his dear brother. Although his resurrection granted him advantages, it did not render him omniscient or invulnerable. Thankfully, that fateful strike humbled Qin Su, stripping away his arrogance born from the belief in his invincibility. Countless heroes roamed the world. None dared to claim victory until the end. His good brother indeed imparted a valuable lesson. After traversing mountains and rivers, with obstacles aplenty, I shall surely host you well upon our next meeting. My dear brother, upon returning home, it was no surprise that a secret realm awaited him at the threshold of his bathroom. The size of this realm far exceeded the one he had just experienced, clearly indicating a higher level of mystery, a reason compelling the reborn Qin Su to journey thousands of miles to this place. Li Xing had already suspected as much. The intent of a reborn individual harboring malice, yet restraining themselves, must surely indicate ulterior motives. Their desperate attempts, even at the cost of revealing their identity as a reborn, were aimed at finding him. This provided two insights. Firstly, there was something of immense importance to him, or perhaps nearby. He knew of its existence, but not its exact location. Secondly, his unabashed declaration of being a reborn signified his lack of intention to preserve secrecy. After all, could two individual secrets remain secrets? These thoughts flitted through Li Xing's mind as he gazed upon the secret realm before him. Without hesitation, he strode forward, stepping through the grand entrance. Inside, it felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. A sensation of novelty overwhelming Li Xing, who had only entered secret realms twice before. This particular realm resembled a celestial paradise. The sky was an incomparably deep blue, akin to a massive sapphire embedded in the horizon. The terrain undulated with rolling hills, lush greenery adorned the slopes, and vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, akin to exquisite embellishments from nature's palette. Yet, amidst this ethereal beauty, an artificial quality lingered. With a gentle touch, Li Xing's hand shattered the picturesque scene into specks of fireflies. Dissipating into the AIR.AT that moment, the true nature of the realm unveiled itself. The once verdant landscape had vanished, replaced by desolation and charred earth. The azure sky was obscured by a shroud of gray clouds. Before him lay a box, situated right in the heart of the ominous clouds. Thunder roared, striking the surroundings as Li Xing advanced. With each step he took, bolts of lightning descended from the clouds. Striking him down, after enduring one blow, he retreated. The force of the strike had injured even his enhanced form, and he realized he could withstand only 5 such assaults, faced with the nearly 100-meter expanse of storm clouds ahead. Li Xing felt a sense of trepidation. Yet, he refused to give up, attempting several more times, and no matter how he dodged, the relentless lightning proved unavoidable. The furthest he managed was a mere 50 meters. Far from the box. Wait a moment. How had he passed this trial in his previous life? Was it possible that the lightning was not a test of physicality? Li Xing pondered. When the next bolt struck, he chose not to evade, standing firm as the lightning struck him. Indeed, this time, the lightning caused no harm. In that instant, a wave of relief washed over him, akin to the exhilaration of achieving victory after an arduous gaming session. It became clear that the lightning was not an obstacle to opening the box, but rather a means to enhance the practitioner's physical prowess. As long as he remained stationary, the thunder would serve to refine his body. Only after enduring the full brunt of the lightning could he proceed. Typically, a person would instinctively avoid lightning strikes, especially the first, which was easily evaded. However, once one dodged the initial bolt, the subsequent strikes transformed into attacks, creating an impenetrable zone of lightning spanning nearly 100 meters, an impossible feat for anyone to breach. How had he navigated this challenge in his past life, while enjoying the electrifying experience? Li Xing mused. Could it be that he had failed to evade even the first bolt? Having grasped the technique to overcome this trial, crossing the 100-meter lightning zone became a trivial task. In mere moments, he reached the very center of the storm, effortlessly opening the box within, which contained a solitary black and gold scroll, devoid of any other items. While the special profession scroll alone would not astonish Li Xing. Upon inspection, it filled him with uncontainable joy, for inscribed upon it were the bold letters, S grade. Chapter 5. A new journey begins. Item name. Special profession scroll effect. The user automatically acquires the special profession, Thunder Sovereign, SS grade. Evaluation. As a master of the thunderous forces of heaven and earth, they possess formidable abilities to wield lightning. Renowned for their speed and explosive power, they can transform into thunder, delivering devastating strikes against foes. Indeed, young one, just as you envision, shatter the darkness with the thunder. Gazing at the scroll before him, Li Xing wasted no time in tearing it open, eager to change his profession. Unexpectedly, a surge of information flooded his mind. Warm reminder. Detection indicates the practitioner already possesses a special profession. Attempting a replacement may result in the simultaneous disappearance of both special professions. For a risk-free profession replacement, please visit the profession hall to purchase a special profession replacement scroll with energy crystals. The sudden influx of information caught Li Xing off guard. However, during his exchanges with Qin Su, he had gleaned descriptions of the profession system's notifications. The information that now filled his mind bore similarities. Yet it was typically encountered only upon entering the profession hall. Why was he receiving such a prompt at this moment? The profession hall was evidently ubiquitous, with no entry requirements. However, once inside, without energy crystals, one would be promptly expelled, necessitating possession of these crystals, which could only be obtained by slaying zombies. Well then, it seemed he would have to go hunting for zombies. With that thought, Li Xing turned away from the secret realm. In the corridor, a man wielding an iron rod for self-defense visited neighboring apartments. Each time he approached a door, he would tap with his rod, and upon hearing a response, he would force the door open, swiftly locating the zombie within and delivering a blow to its head. TOA, peak level 0 zombie like Li Xing. A single strike rendered them incapacitated. The community where Li Xing resided was predominantly inhabited by the elderly. When the apocalypse struck, most of the working-age population had already gone to work, leaving primarily senior citizens behind. As a result, the elderly, having reached their twilight years, often succumbed and turned into zombies. This, in turn, reduced the difficulty of Li Xing's task, as the basic attributes of zombies were still tied to their former vitality. Elderly individuals, in their decline, typically displayed weaker physical attributes, and even after the white light's transformation, they remained inferior to their younger counterparts. Li Xing methodically cleared through the apartments, inspecting each room that housed zombies. Remarkably, only one resident on the 5th floor had survived, and that was due to their solitary existence. Noticing someone in the 5th floor apartment, he chose to bypass it. At this juncture, a single survivor was less valuable than an energy crystal. After a thorough sweep, Li Xing collected 30 zombie corpses, yet from the hearts of these zombies, he only gathered 5 energy crystals, 1 crystal per 5 corpses. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to meet the requirements for advancement, as practitioners needed 5 energy crystals of the same rank for each upgrade. The energy crystals were directly extracted from the hearts of zombies and purified in the profession hall, while the zombies' hearts were referred to as corpse crystals. The conversion ratio between corpse crystals and energy crystals was 1:1. With no transaction fees, the sole distinction lay in the fact that directly absorbing corpse crystals would turn one into a zombie, while purified energy crystals would not carry such risks. Deciding to follow the same strategy, Li Xing proceeded to clear several more buildings. This time, however, luck was not on his side. From 3 buildings, he barely acquired a few energy crystals. After finishing his cleanup, he took a brief respite. The prolonged battles had left him mentally fatigued. Within a single day, he had experienced complexities that rivaled those of his past 20 years. Finally, he found the time to summon his personal attribute panel and carefully examine his profession. Name: Li Xing. Race: human of blue star. Profession: martial artist, A grade. Level: none. Levels below 1 do not count. Skills: unlocked. Skills below level 1 remain locked. Attributes: 0. 99. Normal human attributes are 0.5. Looking at his attribute panel, he felt a sense of satisfaction. An A-grade profession at the onset of the apocalypse placed him among the top tier. Yet, the glaring 0.99 figure was utterly irksome, triggering his obsessive tendencies. With that thought, Li Xing resolved to forego further rest, gathering the corpse crystals he had painstakingly obtained for the elderly and making his way toward the profession hall. On his journey, he encountered numerous zombies. However, with nearly double the physical prowess of an average human, Li Xing found them to be no significant challenge. Yet, despite the ease of extermination, their incessant presence was overwhelming. Akin to an unrelenting swarm of flies, this incessant nuisance left Li Xing feeling vexed, as waves of sporadic zombies bombarded him. Suddenly, an amusing idea struck him. He yearned to ride a bumper car. Yet, not a single vehicle on the street belonged to him. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was no moral paragon. Having mastered the traditional skill of zero-cost shopping from a foreign land, he was more than equipped for the task. After all, it was a nation steeped in the spirit of freedom, where all were born free. Without hesitation, he began selecting his lucky vehicles from those parked along the roadside point. One particularly fortunate zombie driver seemed to sense food nearby. Thrashing wildly in the vehicle and emitting a series of growls, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Although Li Xing relished engaging in conversations with the drivers, it did not imply that he enjoyed the company of a grotesque figure. Drenched in blood, reeking of foul breath, and with chives wedged between its teeth, nor did he appreciate any excessive intimacy with such an entity. With a swift motion, he shattered the window and tossed the unfortunate driver out without a moment's hesitation. His irritation reminiscent of a man prone to domestic violence. The pitiful zombie driver, who likely never experienced air travel in life, now soared through the air in a graceful parabolic ARC. Li Shing, who merely wished to drive a bumper car, had now clambered into the vehicle through the window, disdainfully discarding the driver's belongings. Then, with a twist of the key and a foot fully pressed on the accelerator, he set the car in motion against all odds, miraculously propelling forward despite the surrounding vehicles. Li Shing's driving skills proved remarkably reliable as he crashed through, encountering no difficulty whatsoever. With the bumper car's limited traction, the zombies, fearing the risk of overturning, voluntarily lay beneath the vehicle to increase friction. This predicament left the driver jostling in his seat, inadvertently allowing Li Shing to indulge in a bumper car experience. The greater the road friction, the more substantial the counter friction. Thus, with the assistance of the eager and helpful zombie family, the brief journey that should have taken mere minutes extended to half an hour. Upon arriving at the Sanctuary of Professions, Li Shing wasted no time, leaping from the car and rolling into the building. Those accustomed to frequent accidents knew that after numerous collisions, a bumper car could fall apart. If not, congratulations on your fortunate reincarnation. Why? Because you've hit the jackpot with a delightful experience card. Clearly, Li Shing, who had only recently acquired his driver's license and had never even been on the road, was unaware of this, but it did not deter him as he sought refuge from the noise of the car, with a horde of zombies hot on his heels. Yet, upon entering the sanctuary, he found himself captivated by the dazzling display before him, oblivious to the corpse crystal he had dropped in his haste. Chapter 6. Even when poor, one must seek investment. Welcome to the Sanctuary of Professions. Esteemed guest, I am your personal shopping assistant, 1408. How may I assist you today? A stunning virtual woman, clad in professional attire, hovered gracefully in the air, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth. Faced with such beauty, how could anyone, even knowing she was a mere construct, remain indifferent? Especially not a young man who had recently graduated. However, after a brief moment of distraction, Li Shing recollected his purpose and inquired, "How can I initiate the advancement process?" He articulated each word with precision, revealing none of the earlier restlessness from his bumper car escapades. Tio commenced the first level of advancement. You require 5 pieces of level 0 energy crystals. The robotic assistant's voice remained soothing. I have detected that you possess 21 level 0 corpse crystals. Would you like me to convert them into energy crystals? Yes. Conversion successful. The enchanting voice of the female robot continued to exude warmth, akin to basking in a gentle spring breeze. Initiating first level advancement, Li Shing murmured softly. Initiation complete. The assistant replied. As the words faded, energy crystals transformed into a cascade of golden light, surging into Li Shing's body, infusing him with a gentle power. Contrary to his expectations, the process was devoid of pain, and before he could react, it was over. Is this it? Who does he look down upon? Bring it on. Didn't Qin Su say that advancement comes with suffering? That scoundrel only speaks a few truths. Before Li Shing could reminisce about his good brother, the pain struck, overwhelming him and causing him to collapse to the ground, howling in anguish as his eyes turned bloodshot. In truth, the agony of enhancement lasted but a fleeting moment. However, to the suffering Li Shing, it felt as if a century had passed. After what seemed like an eternity, he managed to utter, "Open the shop." Before him lay a veritable cornucopia of items, categorized from level 1 to 9, mirroring the classification of professions. However, due to restrictions, only items up to level 3 were available. The shop was broadly divided into weapons, items, and life necessities. Weapons range from knives, swords, axes, hammers, bows, to firearms, including various staves required by priests and mages. The items were mostly basic, such as life potions to restore health, magic potions to replenish mana, and strength-enhancing elixirs. Life necessities encompassed all aspects of daily living, including peanuts, sunflower seeds, 8 treasure porridge, beer, beverages, and bottled water. However, the prices were staggering. 1 level 0 energy crystal could barely purchase a single cup of instant noodles. Additionally, A significant drawback was the lack of delivery services. One had to retrieve their purchases personally in this chaotic world. Survivors had come to recognize the crucial importance of sustenance. Food equated to life. Strolling out of here with provisions was akin to flaunting a lantern in a bathroom, an invitation to demise. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Xing felt that the sanctuary of professions was far from benevolent. These constraints were merely incentives for combat. The message was stark. If you wish to survive, you must fight and seize what you needed. Nevertheless, this did not concern Li Xing, whose vision was already clouded. Feeling exasperated, he activated the filtering function to locate items that could alter his profession. A mere glance was sufficient to extinguish his desire to continue. The exorbitant prices, often in the hundreds, proved disheartening. Here he was, on the very first day of the apocalypse, having slain over 100 zombies and clutching 21 level 0 energy crystals, a modest fortune by any measure. Yet he could afford nothing more than a level 1 weapon in the profession shop. Damn it, I was a pauper before the apocalypse and I remain a pauper now. What was the point of this apocalypse? How could he amass wealth? No, energy crystals. The answer was clear. Rely on the renowned angel investors. His dear zombie friends, who would wholeheartedly support him. A flicker of inspiration crossed Li Xing's mind, and he swiftly devised a plan for securing investments. With his remaining 16 energy crystals, he purchased a standard long knife from the shop. This acquisition only compounded his financial woes. With the long knife in hand, Li Xing swung it experimentally, finding it quite comfortable, before striding toward the entrance. Outside, the zombies had yet to disperse. Their underdeveloped brains were overwhelmed, unable to comprehend the abrupt disappearance of such a delectable living being. Before the zombie angels could react, the tantalizing human reappeared, triggering a primal hunger that overwhelmed their senses, a particularly swift young zombie. Closest to Li Xing, charged ahead, followed closely by others who sought to join the feast, converging at the threshold of doom. Yet, as Li Xing wielded his knife outside the sanctuary of professions, he had no time to concern himself with the fallen investors. After a prolonged period of swinging the blade, his arms began to ache, but once he returned to the sanctuary for a brief respite, a sip of water, and a moment's recovery, he was ready to venture out again to gather more investments. Thus, he continued this cycle until even the sun grew weary, taking a break from its duties. As night fell, the zombies quieted down. Their sensory abilities were inferior to those of normal humans, and during the day, they could absorb solar energy to sustain their functions. However, at night, deprived of sunlight, their organs lacked energy, forcing them to rely on their reserves, which hindered their evolution. The innate survival instinct made zombies largely reluctant to move at night. Yet, exceptions existed. If a human provocatively lured them, even zombies would succumb to their primal instincts. After all, who could resist a midnight snack delivered right to their doorstep? After enduring a long day, Li Xing finally reaped the rewards of his efforts. Initially, he felt exhilarated, as if he had just earned his first paycheck, but after hours of slaying, witnessing zombies devouring their kin became a grim normality, numbing his senses. By this point, the zombies surrounding the sanctuary of professions had nearly vanished, likely having retreated underground, leaving only those unable to escape their vehicles or homes. Leaning on his now dull long knife, Li Xing began to collect his spoils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One after another, he stuffed them into his pockets. As time progressed, the fallen zombies disintegrated into corpses, and newcomers, observing the scene, deemed it unsanitary to remain sprawled at the entrance. Adhering to principles of environmentalism and waste utilization, the later arriving zombies began to clear away their fallen kin. Embodying a sense of familial solidarity, consuming their fellow zombies proved beneficial, as it could lead to evolution, occasionally yielding several level 1 energy crystals. However, death was inevitable. Li Xing was no chivalrous warrior, as soon as a newly evolved zombie appeared. His long knife would swiftly sever its head. In the realm of online discourse, one might claim that Li Xing's methods were dishonorable, resorting to ambushes even during moments of familial bonding. Chapter 7. The fury of returning home upon venturing online. Li Xing could only utter a curse, acknowledging the world's boundless eccentricities and expressing gratitude for its inclusiveness. Now emboldened by circumstances, he would even dare to proclaim his kinship with the undead. Yet, with the internet now rendered useless, his electronic devices lay dormant, their inexplicable malfunction likely a consequence of the blinding light heralding the apocalypse. However, in this cursed reality, who could afford the luxury of scrolling through their phones? The mere act of preserving one's own life was a formidable challenge. Having amassed a considerable bounty, Li Xing summoned his assistant, 1408, to transmute the corpse crystals into energy crystals. The assistant dutifully reported a total of 300 crystals. Alongside 21st level energy crystals, Li Xing contemplated the conversion, noting that the exchange rate between energy crystal levels adhered to a decimal system. Thus, 300 zero-level energy crystals equated to 31st level crystals. Combined with the original 20, totaling 50, he accessed the store, selecting several items for immediate purchase. The acquisitions included the following: the most economical version of a spatial ring, priced at 21st level energy crystals. A standard long knife of first level designation, costing 3 energy crystals. A first level strength potion, valued at 5 energy crystals, and a first level life potion, also 5 energy crystals. The remaining 15 energy crystals were reserved for enhancing his physical attributes. Upon completing his purchases, Li Xing hastily departed from a place where desires outstripped means. At that moment, however, he did not rush away but instead settled upon the ground to absorb the energy crystals, enhancing his physique. After all, the robustness of one's constitution determined the minimum threshold of damage, while skills dictated the maximum output. Before long, he had absorbed 17 energy crystals, and at that instant, Li Xing felt a vitality he had never before experienced. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he activated his personal panel to review his latest attributes. Name: Li Xing race, Blue Star human occupation, Fighter, Grade A, Level 1 Skill 1, Full Body Enhancement, A. Upon activation, this skill unleashes the latent potential within, elevating the user's muscles, bones, and nerves to their peak state, resulting in comprehensive enhancement effects. During the skill's duration, the user's attack, defense, speed, and recovery capabilities will undergo significant augmentation, albeit at the cost of substantial stamina consumption until the skill concludes. A period of weakness will follow, the length of which depends on the duration of use. Constitution 8.5, Level 1 ranges from 1 to 10. Gazing at his pristine personal panel, Li Xing finally felt a sense of assurance, his taut nerves beginning to relax. Ever since he learned of the impending apocalypse, the specter of danger loomed over him like a sword, and after a day and night of turmoil and witnessing the myriad facets of humanity, he remained ever vigilant, perpetually preparing to grow stronger. Fortuitously, the benevolent zombies sensed his potential and invested in his rapid development. Otherwise, he would still be languishing at 0 level, now possessing a constitution of 8.5. He stood but a step away from the pinnacle of level 1, which was 10.1. Could say he was vastly ahead. In that moment, he felt liberated from the sensation of impending peril, even yearning to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens, proclaiming, "Who dares to challenge me? I am at the pinnacle of level 1. With a buoyant spirit, Li Xing strode forth with audacity, cleaving through zombies with ease and even delivering kicks to nearby trash bins. Thus, he traversed homeward with a carefree gait, only to be struck by an unsettling realization. His front door had vanished. Where is my grand entrance? Surveying the scene of devastation before him, Li Xing remained remarkably composed. He navigated through the debris with urgency, hastening to his bedroom, where chaos reigned. His once orderly bedding lay strewn across the floor. Clothes from the wardrobe scattered haphazardly, and drawers had been brutally yanked open, their contents spilled across the ground. Yet, none of this mattered to him. The sole possession he cherished was the photograph taken with his parents when he was 13. Now torn to shreds. Why had this single photograph been desecrated? Li Xing's emotions surged, and a strange laughter escaped him. At that moment, he yearned for the intruder's demise. Time rewinds a few hours, just as Li Xing began his cleansing. Wenhua, residing on the 5th floor, cowered beneath his blanket, visibly terrified. Having just concluded a long day at work, he had fallen into a deep slumber, only to be jolted awake by a cacophony of howls. If it were merely a brief disturbance, he might have endured it, but the clamor persisted, driving him to angrily draw back the curtains to discern the source of the madness outside. Though his horror, he witnessed a zombie feasting upon a hapless human, devouring him piece by piece, an unfiltered spectacle that rendered him paralyzed with fear. His hands instinctively recoiled, transforming him from a bipedal creature into a trembling quadruped. In that moment, the remnants of his rationality urged him to call for help, so he fumbled for his expensive Pineapple 15 phone, trembling as he attempted to unlock it, only to find it unresponsive. He tried and tried again, until finally, in frustration, he hurled the device away in Wenhua's world. There was no room for useless detritus, especially not at a critical juncture. Confronted with this chaos, his past experiences in civilized society offered no guidance on how to confront such an overwhelming catastrophe. All his once prized accolades and honors evaporated like mist in the face of this calamity, rendering his previous knowledge futile. In that instant, he felt as though he had regressed to a babbling infant. Born anew into a blood-soaked realm, left to wail instinctively in hopes of survival, Wenhua remained cocooned in his blanket for hours, tightly wrapping himself as if the thin fabric possessed magical properties to shield him from the unknown. Little did he know that such naive waiting would only squander his life. As he lay ensconced in his cocoon, he heard footsteps outside, yet he could not discern whether they were friend or foe. Daring not to utter a sound, merely tightening his grip on the blanket, as the footsteps drew closer, they ceased, and Wenhua realized that someone stood just outside his door. Then came the metallic rapping. 1 knock? 2 knocks, 3 knocks. At that moment, terror gripped him to the core, his heart racing in sync with the knocks, yet he remained mute. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps returned, accompanied by the sound of knocking. Chapter 8. The Wise and the Clever. However, this time the sound came from across the hall. Wenhua, emboldened, dared to leave his bed for the first time in hours. Silently, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. Before him stood a young man wielding an iron rod, forcibly breaching the door of the adjacent apartment. The resounding crash sent Wenhua retreating in fear, shivering at the doorway. Given the shared corridor, the cacophony was unmistakable. The clashing of weapons mingled with the spine-chilling roars of monsters resonated all around, weaving a terrifying symphony that quickened Wenhua's pulse, pushing him to the brink of panic. After a while, the cries faded, and he dared to take another glance, spotting a blood-soaked man emerging from the opposite room, clutching a dripping club, and something else that seemed to ooze blood in that fleeting moment. The image of this blood-stained fiend seared into his mind, and as the figure advanced, Wenhua feared it was his turn to meet a grim fate. He scrambled back to bed, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket, as if that fragile layer could shield him from the impending doom. Little did he realize that entrusting his hope to mere fabric was the most foolish of acts. In this world, one could rely only on oneself to escape the clutches of peril time and again. The outside world, however, proved to be far less menacing than Wenhua envisioned. The young man was not the ravenous killer of his imagination. To a coward like Wenhua, the presence of a zombie would have been more promising than this man, who had no time to waste on him. Having cleared the floor of zombies, the man had no intention of lingering. He vaguely remembered the previous apartment's occupants, but deemed them unworthy of further thought. The path before him led to the next floor, and oblivious to the turmoil within, Wenhua lay curled up in his cocoon, fervently praying to any deity who might hear him. Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, the 5 emperors, the 3 pure ones, and even the God and Satan of the West. Anyone who could grant him a sliver of hope. In that moment, Wenhua's devotion was unparalleled, yet it was destined to be in vain. Regardless of the existence of these divine entities, what reason had they to save a transient, insincere supplicant? In all matters, one must consider compatibility that a person who shies away from challenges is unworthy of divine assistance. Only those who help themselves shall receive aid from the heavens. After a considerable time, the anticipated dramatic entrance did not materialize. Perhaps the deities had responded to him. Such was his reflection. Time passed, and Wenhua's rationality returned. Upon recalling the image of the young man, he recognized him as the resident of the 2nd floor. A youthful individual living alone, he was quite fond of exercising. Wenhua often encountered this vibrant young man on his way to work in the mornings. Sometimes, observing the youth, Wenhua would reminisce about his own days of vitality at that age. Occasionally, when witnessing him exercising, Wenhua would strike up a casual conversation, and through their light exchanges, he learned that the young man's family had perished in a car accident, though he knew little beyond that. While it is often said that distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors, in this rapidly advancing society, how many neighbors across the hall remain unknown, let alone those within the same corridor? Were it not for his own boredom on early workdays, Wenhua would have had neither the time nor the interest to engage with others. After all, with age comes increased familial pressure, leading one to prefer light-hearted conversations about daily life. However, despite his constant training, the young man's strength was remarkably excessive. The force with which he had struck the door with a metal rod was decidedly abnormal. Generally, room doors are quite sturdy. Even with a hammer, one would need numerous strikes to breach them, let alone with an inappropriate implement. How could it possibly yield to just a few blows? This realization alerted Wenhua to something unusual, coupled with the terrifying creatures lurking outside. A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. The apocalypse had arrived, and the world beyond had devolved into chaos. This notion also explained why his mobile phone, a Pineapple 15, had ceased to function. It aligned perfectly with the narrative of an impending apocalypse. After all, many novels depict scenarios where, due to some mysterious cause, 90% of the global population transforms into zombies, and electronic devices fail to operate, rendering the world a vast, isolated island where every survivor is consumed by the primal instinct to survive. Such stories are not uncommon. One might underestimate the reading habits of middle-aged office workers. Yet Wenhua himself had indulged in them during work hours. After all, only the time spent idly was truly profitable. The rest was merely the labor he was owed. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of the validity of his thoughts. Just as he was beginning to accept this grim reality and contemplate how to respond, a tremendous crash echoed from outside his window. Wenhua, spurred by an uncharacteristic surge of courage, rushed to the window to peer below. He beheld a vehicle recklessly careening through the previously desolate street, speeding away into the distance. The figure within the car seemed vaguely familiar. It appeared to be the resident of the second floor. Wenhua could not be certain, but verifying his identity would be simple. He hurried to the second floor, where only one room remained intact and easily identifiable. He gently knocked on the door, calling out in a pitiful tone, "Is anyone there?" Silence enveloped him. He knocked several more times, each attempt more forlorn than the last. Still, no voice answered from within. Relieved, Wenhua concluded that the occupant had indeed left, though the room was locked. This did not pose a challenge for him. After all, the owner had unwittingly provided a fine example. Mimicking what he had observed, Wenhua struck the area beside the lock with a bone saw he had taken from the room. Shattering the door with a few decisive blows, subsequently splitting it into segments to create an entryway, he entered, scouring the room for supplies, quickly leaving a trail of disarray in his wake as he rummaged through everything, taking any food he found. Midway through his search, it dawned on him that the room's owner had merely stepped out temporarily and would likely return, as nothing had been taken. Yet, an ingenious plan emerged in Wenhua's mind. He began to toss items about, neglecting even the walls, tearing pictures from frames and scattering them across the floor, crafting an illusion of chaos before gathering up belongings and making his way toward the hallway exit. Along the way, he intentionally dropped several small items, subtly directing attention toward the exit of the complex. Wenhua was pleased with his misdirection, intending to incite anger in Li Xing by tearing apart photographs of his parents, hoping to provoke him into a state of rage that would cloud his judgment. Chapter 9. To kill is to strike at the heart. Having completed his scheme, Wenhua sought refuge elsewhere. Avoiding a return to his fifth-floor home, as time elapsed, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Upon returning to witness the scene within his apartment, the young man stormed out of the building, furious, following the path Wenhua had laid out. Observing this, Wenhua felt a surge of pride. After all, the youth was still inexperienced in life, easily swayed by unnecessary emotions, a trait that would often lead to his own misfortunes. Yet, such experiences would ultimately enrich his life. Just as Wenhua reveled in his triumph, a blade was suddenly pressed against his neck. The smugness vanished from Wenhua's face, replaced by palpable fear. Before he could reflect on where he had erred, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Let me guess, you thought we were playing hide and seek? Friend, please, there's no need for violence. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. We are both unfortunate souls. Let us not resort to bloodshed." Wenhua's eyes darted, and deceit poured forth from his lips. Li Xing seemed unfazed, continuing, "You are now found. Tell me, how do you wish to die?" Wenhua's heart sank, yet he persisted in his desperate plea. "Friend, we have no past grievances. Why push me toward my demise? If you seek food, take what you will. If you desire this room, I shall vacate it without harboring a grudge. Please, grant me mercy if you must take my life. At least provide a reason and evidence. I have lived with integrity for decades, having endured life's tribulations without committing heinous acts. If I must die, let it be with clarity. Otherwise, I shall descend an unjust specter. Unable to face my ancestors, Li Xing appeared momentarily swayed by these words, almost amused, before replying. Ah, how noble and innocent you claim to be. You truly are a fool who won't weep until faced with the grave. One who won't relent until he sees the yellow river. If you desire clarity in your demise, I shall oblige. This afternoon, you vandalized my room, did you not, Uncle One? Indeed, I was starving and ventured into your room for sustenance. This was my wrongdoing, but I beg you, forgive me just this once. I was truly desperate. Wenhua's agitation grew, clinging desperately to Li Xing's leg, tears welling in his eyes, rendering him a pitiful sight, evoking sympathy from any observer. Bravo, truly splendid, Li Xing applauded. Uncle, your acting skills are wasted outside the theater. You still believe you can deceive me? Are you truly that clever, or do you think your plan is flawless? Wenhua's heart jolted. Though he continued to plead, his body instinctively retreating, in truth, I care not for the belongings within my room. They are mere possessions. You may take them all without a word of complaint, but why destroy my parents' photographs? They are mere images, unable to consume or quench thirst. I in a room filled with items. What offense did a mere photograph commit to warrant such destruction? At this moment, Li Xing's voice became hoarse, his anguish palpable as he seized the kneeling Wenhua and hurled him against the wall, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain radiating through Wenhua's body, Li Xing turned away, continuing, Uncle, I recall our conversations. You know I am alone, my family long gone. You must understand the significance of that photograph. It embodies a child's lone connection to their parents. Why must you destroy it? Shattering the sole remnant of a child's love? Yet it is merely a photograph, Wenhua insisted, struggling to maintain his composure. What reason exists for such devastation? Uncle, are you afraid? Do you realize that your fate could be far worse? That you might wish for death yet find no escape? You do not dare voice this, so allow me to speak for you. Is it not to incite my wrath, to drive me into a frenzy? Wenhua's expression darkened, his thoughts laid bare. Yet Li Xing pressed on. From the moment I saw that frame, I knew it was you. After all, you are the only one in this building aware of my circumstances. Initially, I cared little for your intentions, nor did I wish for your demise. But the moment I laid eyes on you, I found myself eager for conversation. Oh, how I long to know why you have chosen to prolong this. Why you have not simply ended my life in one swift stroke. Wenhua's resolve appeared to strengthen, his voice rising. I am waiting. Waiting for what? You shall wait in vain, for Uncle One has no time for idle chatter. With that, he leaped from the balcony. In truth, I await your hopes. Li Xing remained in place, gazing at Wenhua, who was desperately struggling outside the window, before he too leapt down. Though it was from the third floor, approximately 10 meters, for Li Xing, whose physique measured at 8.5, it posed no challenge whatsoever. However, Wenhua was merely an ordinary individual. His descent from the third floor resulted in numerous fractures. Yet, driven by the will to survive, he crawled forward, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. With just a step separating him from his car, the pain etched on Wenhua's face was mingled with an indescribable excitement. Just as he managed to climb into the vehicle and start the engine, Li Xing slowly approached him with a single hand. He overturned the car, yanking Wenhua out and dragging him back to the corridor. Wenhua was pulled along. The searing pain in his back extinguished any flicker of survival instinct in his eyes. Back in the corridor, Li Xing resumed his earlier discourse, stating that what he awaited was how to make Wenhua's demise more torturous and protracted. A swift death would be far too mundane. To first offer him a glimmer of hope, only to obliterate it, would undoubtedly be a most exquisite experience for him. Initially, Li Xing pondered how one such as Wenhua could ever change. Yet, he could find no rationale compelling enough to spare him. Eventually, however, a new thought emerged. Why should there be any need for change? For someone like him, it would be far more fitting to return his cruelty in kind, allowing him to grasp the essence of despair. I firmly believe in fairness. Since you have shattered my aspirations, it is only just that I shatter your will to live. A most equitable exchange. As Li Xing's words resonated, the light in Wenhua's eyes dimmed further. Li Xing patted his face and continued, "Do not lose heart. I have yet to fully indulge myself. Care to guess what game I shall play with you next? You would never guess. I intend to let you experience the joy of being torn apart by 5 horses, and then display your remains in the middle of the road. The scent of blood will attract zombies, who will partake of you bite by bite. However, fret not for your safety. I shall rescue you. I possess excellent healing potions, substances that can revive flesh while leaving bones intact, so you need not worry for your life. Even if you are left with but a breath, I can ensure you remain among the living. What say you, Uncle One? Am I not treating you well? Such precious offerings I bestow upon one who lies in bed. It is only fitting that I address you as Uncle One after all. After all, one such game would hardly suffice. We must engage in several rounds. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle One?" Chapter 10. Farewell and discovery. An hour later, Li Xing departed. After meticulously arranging for Uncle Wen's fate, the typically kind-hearted individual did not fulfill his promise. Instead, Li Xing merely left his esteemed Uncle One in a relatively safe room, distributing his limbs with care to various locations intended as rewards for the zombies. To ensure Uncle Wen's safety, Li Xing specifically selected a room with an iron bar door, allowing him to observe danger from a close distance. Regrettably, due to time constraints, the chosen door was somewhat dilapidated. It was likely that Uncle One, with his unbroken limbs and sharp mind, would find a way to survive in such a perilous environment. Furthermore, to prevent Uncle One from calling out and attracting others, Li Xing thoughtfully removed his tongue and placed it beside him. While all this transpired, Uncle One was moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion and rendered speechless. After several moments of despair, it was only through Li Xing's life potion that Uncle One was revived. Having completed these tasks, Li Xing waved his sleeve and returned home. Left behind, Uncle One expressed his gratitude to his beloved nephew with exclamations of appreciation, marveling at the existence of such a kind-hearted person who thought of him. Indeed, Uncle One was on the verge of tears. Upon returning home, Li Xing gazed at the disheveled state of his abode, suddenly feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed that this place, which had accompanied him for many years, had transformed into something unrecognizable. He realized it was time for him to depart. Yet, before leaving, Li Xing wished to spend one final night here. That night, he slept particularly soundly, as if in his dreams he beheld his parents, whom he had not seen in years, watching him from afar, their expressions as gentle and kind as in his childhood, softly speaking to one another. Just as he attempted to draw closer, they vanished. And Li Xing awoke, tears tracing down his face. "Dad, Mom, I miss you both." There are certain tender feelings concealed within the heart, yet reality must still be confronted. As dawn broke, the famished zombies commenced their daily activities, howling as they wandered. Having just survived a nightmarish day, the remaining humans remained hidden in what they deemed safe havens. On the road heading north, Li Xing walked alone, this place filled with sorrow not worthy of his paws. However, in the vastness of the world, where could he truly call home? Li Xing continued onward, walking for 3 consecutive days. During this time, he witnessed the elegy of life, feeling an indescribable discomfort. He dispatched numerous zombies along the way, his physique having enhanced to level 2. Additionally, he utilized an SS-level occupational scroll. Under normal circumstances, killing zombies alone would not yield enough energy crystals to exchange for a special occupational scroll within just 3 days. However, zombies evolve, and within 3 days, those that consumed human flesh had generally advanced to level 1, while other zombies had made significant progress, nearly matching the prowess of athletes. This posed a tremendous challenge for ordinary humans who had not absorbed energy crystals. Now, Li Xing's attribute panel appeared as follows. Name: Li Xing. Race: Blue Star. Human. Occupation: Thunder Sovereign. SS level 2. Skill 1. Thunderstorm Domain. SS level. The Thunder Envoy can summon a thunderstorm domain, where lightning crackles and storms rage. Within this domain, the Thunder Envoy is as a deity commanding thunder, gaining a 2-fold enhancement of thunderous power while simultaneously weakening enemy units by 20%, enabling effortless handling of any challenge. Note: this skill requires significant energy and should be used judiciously. It can be stacked with other skills. Skill 2. Thunder Judgment. SS level. When the Thunder Envoy concentrates all his strength, a massive thundercloud gathers in the sky, unleashing countless bolts of lightning upon enemies. utterly obliterating them as if under divine judgment. Each bolt of lightning inflicts damage equivalent to twice the full force of the practitioner's attack. Note, this skill can be used simultaneously with other skills, but the damage solely depends on base attributes. Physique. 13.5, level 2 ranges from 10 to 50. For Li Xing now, zombies could be likened to mere puppets, easily manipulated at his will. As long as he was not faced with a massive horde of zombies alone, the vastness of the world held no place he could not seize. Unless something unexpected occurred, it was likely that nothing would. Those who make reckless vows seldom meet favorable ends. Unfortunately, no surprises arose. Thus, 3 days passed. On the 4th morning, Li Xing, still slumbering, was awakened by distant footsteps. He quickly turned over to assess his surroundings. Following the sound, he noticed a group of individuals engaged in combat with zombies. Although they exhibited some degree of coordination, their unrefined movements revealed that they had merely undergone basic training rather than being a well-drilled team. Few among them were practitioners, and their speed in dispatching zombies was painfully slow. It took them half the day to fell a single one, yet what piqued Li Xing's interest was not their methods, but rather the order exhibited by this small group. It is well known that while the flash of white light lasted but a brief moment, it transformed a staggering 80% of the population into zombies. With consequences beyond measure, this represented the greatest challenge to human order. Philosophically speaking, humanity's essential attribute is its social nature. In other words, humans are a societal product. Since the inception of slavery, society has formed through various divisions of labor, establishing relative order. Although modes of production and productivity have undergone numerous changes, the division of labor has not been destroyed. Rather, it has evolved into various systems and governance structures. Even during the world wars in human history, the fundamental personnel required to maintain order persisted. However, in that fleeting moment of transformation into zombies, societal stability becomes irrelevant. Whether one is an irreplaceable skilled worker or a great contributor, regardless of being a cold-blooded killer or an unnoticed novice. In the face of the white light, all are rendered equal, transformed into mindless monsters. Humanity, as a collective, disintegrates into individuals. Considering the probability of 80%, with a global population of 10 billion, merely 2 billion remain. Furthermore, facing the onslaught of zombies, the total drops to under 1 billion, not accounting for special circumstances, such as those aboard planes, cars, or trains. While this may seem numerous, at least 1 billion remain, yet what if you were to consider your own situation? Suppose you are in a class of 50. With 80% becoming zombies, only 10 remain. If a few of those remaining are consumed by zombies, it would be fortunate if 3 or 4 survived. Each survivor would be deemed lucky. The number of normal people one knows is typically in the dozens. In essence, the individuals you recognize in this world would not exceed 10, perhaps even fewer. The bonds of kinship and moral civilization upon which humanity relies are built upon order. However, when one realizes that in this impending apocalypse, all semblance of civilization has vanished, the shadow of malice weighs heavily upon each individual. Like a 1,000-pound burden. It becomes evident that everyone harbors malevolence. Each person is capable of threatening another's life for the sake of survival. Thus, trust crumbles, and order inevitably dissipates. Chapter 11. Zhang Weimin. Once trust has collapsed, its reconstruction proves to be a Herculean task, particularly in times of power imbalance, where trust devolves into a unilateral dominion. Yet, amidst the throng below, Li Xing perceived trust, glimpsed the order of civilization. This was indeed intriguing. To achieve such cohesion, there must be an exceptionally skilled leader who, at the onset of the apocalypse, managed to rally the masses. Observing their carefree demeanor, a tinge of envy flickered in Li Xing's eyes. How delightful it must be to have someone to lean on. Coincidentally, after several days devoid of conversation with ordinary individuals, Li Xing was nearing the brink of boredom and resolved to infiltrate this promising base. It was certainly not out of envy for them. Initially, Li Xing attracted several resting level 1 zombies, each receiving a hefty kick, leaving the zombies momentarily bewildered. Faced with the animated food before them, the zombies could not comprehend the unsolicited delivery, but were nonetheless drawn to it, charging forth like students rushing to the cafeteria at the final bell. Their fervor resembled that of starving dogs. Driven by desperation, having successfully stirred up the zombies, Li Xing swiftly dashed towards the direction of the small group, completely disregarding the chaotic horde of zombies behind him. as he closed in on the students. He shouted, "Hurry! A massive wave of zombies is about to descend." After all, Li Xing merely sought to blend in with them. He had no intention of causing their demise. A kind-hearted soul like him, who has never taken a life, is a rarity in this world. The group of ordinary folk, still tidying up the battlefield, stood frozen in shock upon witnessing the scene. A middle-aged man, previously concealed in the shadows, leaped forth and urgently admonished the dazed individuals. "You fools, why are you standing there? Are you courting death? Quickly, flee with that." He hurriedly drove their school bus to a halt before them. The startled students, regaining their senses, clambered onto the vehicle, taking their seats in a flurry. That moment, the zombies were merely a few hundred meters away, and the bus was ready to depart, as the vehicle prepared to leave. The middle-aged man, with a steely resolve, entrusted the bus to one of the able drivers among the ordinary folk, instructing him to start the engine and head to the designated safe point, assuring him that he would join them shortly. The unassuming drivers, accustomed to their teacher's benevolence, thought nothing of it, believing he was once again intending to rescue someone in peril. After relaying the details, the middle-aged man exited the yellow school bus. Li Xing, pursued by zombies and in a state of dire urgency, felt a pang of disappointment as he watched the vehicle depart. The cacophony of the zombies grew increasingly irksome, prompting him to consider using his abilities to silence those bothersome creatures. However, a sudden rustling nearby halted his actions. Just then, a distant noise emerged, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Like cats sensing a fish, the zombies altered their course, drawn toward the new sound. Meanwhile, Li Xing found himself shoved into a narrow alleyway's garbage bin. Before long, the zombies had largely dispersed and returned to their aimless wandering. The man's hand remained firmly over Li Xing's mouth until the threat had passed. As the grip loosened, Li Xing seized the opportunity to escape the foul-smelling pile of refuse, inhaling deeply the fresh air from a distance. With the crisis averted, the middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief, as if the surrounding garbage had suddenly lost its stench. In truth, a dozen level 1 zombies posed little challenge for him. His special profession, combined with his near level 2 abilities and a physique nearing 9, made it easy for him to outmaneuver them. However, engaging them in combat could attract surrounding zombies, leading to a chaotic brawl. Burdened with an unwieldy companion would complicate matters further. "Friend, this is unsafe. The zombies could return at any moment. Perhaps we should leave," the middle-aged man suggested amiably. Pretending to have just revived, Li Xing nodded silently. Satisfied with the response, the middle-aged man took his hand and led him toward the safe zone. The safe zone was not far off. For someone of their profession, it only took about 10 minutes to reach. Upon arrival, the waiting ordinary folk spotted their teacher from afar, rushing to greet him with excitement. The scene quickly transformed into a jubilant spectacle, with a throng encircling the teacher. Meanwhile, Li Xing found himself pushed to the periphery. Merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. It was indeed peculiar how a group devoid of even a single level 1 professional could so easily displace a level 2 like him. As the jubilant crowd's fervor gradually subsided, the middle-aged man retrieved a cherished cigarette from his pocket, finding only 4 or 5 remaining. He extracted one, placed it between his lips, and upon discovering he had misplaced his lighter, felt a pang of regret. Suddenly inspired, he rubbed his fingers together, igniting the cigarette. After relishing a satisfying puff, he turned to the bewildered Li Xing and inquired, "Where are you from, my friend? Do you have a place to go? Given your willingness to warn us, you must not be a rogue if you have nowhere to shelter. We have established a small base that has everything one might need. You appear to be struggling in this wretched world." As he spoke, the middle-aged man took another drag from his cigarette, intending to continue, but upon noticing Li Xing's furrowed brow, he abruptly stubbed it out, snapping his fingers to cleanse the air. After this, he expressed some remorse. "Apologies. I succumbed to my smoking habit and inadvertently overwhelmed you with the smoke. Truth be told, I never used to smoke. The pressure has been immense lately, and I find myself needing a few puffs to relieve the strain." After a brief pause, he asked again, "Would you care to join us? Strength lies in numbers. We can certainly do that." Li Xing interjected before the man could finish. "Thank you for saving me earlier." Hearing these words, the middle-aged man beamed with delight. "Welcome aboard. My name is Zheng Weimand." Li Xing reciprocated the smile, replying, "Hello. I am Li Xing." Chapter 12. the treatment of heroes. The vehicle sped along, thanks to the prior clearing of obstacles on the road, and soon arrived at the school's premises. Upon sighting the approaching bus, the gatekeeper promptly opened the barrier, allowing the vehicle to roll into the dining hall. As they arrived, Zhang Weimin hastily urged everyone to disembark. The moment the doors swung open, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted in, and the famished ordinary folk bolted out. Before long, only Li Xing and Zhang Weimin remained in the vehicle. As they stepped down, a group of individuals approached from a distance. These were the school's leaders, with the principal from the pre-apocalyptic era at the forefront. Along the way, Zhang Weimin had already briefed Li Xing about the base's structure, which comprised two main factions, the school authorities and the incoming refugee forces. The school's leadership and staff were responsible for logistics, while Zhang Weimin and his team handled combat operations. In the early days of the apocalypse, the swift response of the various levels of leadership mobilized students to resist, and after 3 arduous days of battle, the campus cleanup plan achieved remarkable success. Restoring a semblance of peace in reality, Zhang Weimin had entered a hidden realm and acquired a unique profession, later uncovering the secrets of the profession's hall and zombie cores. Leveraging this knowledge, he organized a team and gradually reclaimed various locations. To calm public sentiment, the leaders convened with Zhang Weimin, deliberating and ultimately deciding to conduct activities under the school's banner, while also promoting Zhang Weimin to the temporary position of overall commander of the base, granting him emergency decision-making authority. Thus, a stable 2-tiered structure emerged, with leadership overseeing logistics and the commander handling combat. Over time, as the safety of the school became apparent, more people flocked to it, leading to a chaotic influx that necessitated their arrangement in a separate section. While Li Xing reminisced about the base's operations, the leaders warmly greeted him. "Weimin, you've returned. What a journey it must have been. Did you encounter any dangers? You must be starving. We've prepared a celebratory feast for you. Weimin, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, we would be at a loss in an instant." Zhang Weimin was showered with praises from all sides. The principal Lin waved his hand to restore order among the crowd. "Brother Weimin, you have toiled throughout the entire day. Why not urge him inside to rest properly? What are you all gathered here for?" Principal Lin remarked. Subsequently, Zhang Weimin was gently persuaded by the crowd to enter the dining hall. Of course, Zhang Weimin did not forget the individual he had rescued. Upon hearing this, Principal Lin readily agreed, thumping his chest as he assured, "Weimin, do not worry. I will certainly arrange a proper place for this young brother." He then promptly dispatched his secretary to escort Li Xing for a meal and to arrange his accommodation. Secretary Yang Shuxin wasted no time, directly leading Li Xing to receive a hearty dinner and assigning him to a luxurious single-room, International Exchange Student Apartment 204. Before leaving, he kindly reminded Li Xing that he could approach him for any issues that might arise. Li Xing nodded in agreement. Once the secretary departed, Li Xing closed the door and surveyed his surroundings, taking in the exclusive room designed for exemplary students. The apartment boasted a minimalist yet comprehensive design, furnished with a comfortable sofa, coffee table, and television. The kitchen was equipped with a complete set of culinary utensils, and a lovely outdoor balcony adorned the space. Gazing at this opulent student apartment, a wry smile crept across Li Xing's face. He recalled his university days spent in a cramped room shared with 7 others, lacking even a private bathroom. In comparison, this was akin to a palace. No wonder so many diligent students from abroad were eager to come here for further studies. But now, this splendid space was his own. Li Xing settled onto the plush sofa, devouring the meal from the cafeteria, only to issue a disparaging review. He then retrieved a nutritional supplement from his spatial ring, beginning to replenish his energy. Upon reaching the second tier, the energy contained in conventional food was no longer sufficient to sustain a professional's consumption. Thus, practitioners had to rely on the nutritional solutions sold in the Hall of Professions to endure their intense exertions. For the past few days, Li Xing had been consuming these nutritional liquids, the taste of which had become monotonous, merely eating cafeteria fare to savor the flavor of food, only to be left disappointed. The meals prepared by the cafeteria staff, whether pre-apocalypse or post-apocalypse, remained equally unpalatable. Swallowing the tasteless nutritional liquid, Li Xing reclined on the 2x2-meter single bed, reviewing the events of the day. This had become his habit. This practice proved beneficial. After a few days of reflection, his techniques for dispatching zombies had significantly improved. What once required several strikes to fell a zombie could now be accomplished with a single decisive blow. Tasks that previously demanded utmost effort could now be executed with a mere 80% of his strength. Such progress stemmed from his introspection regarding past mistakes. Naturally, at the outset, there was ample room for improvement. As time passed, advancement became increasingly challenging, yet progress, however small, remained preferable to stagnation, did it not? As the saying goes, dripping water pierces stone, and a rope saws through wood. One day, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative transformations. Although the path may be fraught with obstacles, does the future not gleam with promise? Lost in thought, Li Xing succumbed to slumber, perhaps weary from the recent skirmishes or simply lulled by the comfort of the exchange student apartment. Perhaps it was a combination of both. The hours of sleep passed swiftly, and night soon faded into dawn. The following morning, footsteps echoed outside the apartment. Upon hearing the sound, Li Xing jolted awake, his knife from the spatial ring materializing instantaneously. However, the footsteps halted at the door, followed by a knock and a voice calling out, "It's me, Zheng Weimin. Little brother, it's time for breakfast. At this." Li Xing sheathed his knife, approached the door, and opened it. Upon seeing Li Xing emerge, Zheng Weimin's face brightened considerably. "Little brother, you're up. I was worried you might lose your way, so I came to guide you." With that, Li Xing followed Zheng Weimin to the dining hall, which was bustling with tables filled with numerous individuals engaged in spirited conversations, the serving window offering steaming hot dishes. The cafeteria staff continued to what a disheartening outcome. You, despite repeated admonitions, remain unrepentant and even more audacious. As if you were on the brink of selling the school itself. Just when I managed to forget this matter, you, my dear troublemaker, have reminded me of it. I see that after a few days without discipline, you are once again in need of correction. Amidst Lu Rant's pleas for mercy and the mocking laughter of his classmates, the vehicle swiftly arrived at its destination. Upon reaching their location, Zheng Weimin chose to spare Lu Ran. This thick-skinned rascal. The occupants of the vehicle disembarked in an orderly fashion, forming small groups with those they were familiar with, dispersing into the surrounding area. Each team consisted of at least one professional, ensuring that they could hold out until Zheng Weimin arrived in the event of danger. Fortunately, when accompanying newcomers, the base personnel would assess the zombie threat level in the area. Generally, they would opt for locations with only a handful of level 1 zombies for the sake of training newcomers, as this level of threat is ideally suited for those newly transitioned into professionals and ordinary individuals who have merely absorbed a small amount of energy crystals. Moreover, veterans who had previously engaged in zombie exercises possessed physical capabilities of at least 3 points. Within the school base, there were only about 50 to 60 such individuals, and this time, only 10 emerged, all of whom had relatively close ties to Zheng Weimin. Although these combat team members were hastily assembled from various roles post-apocalypse, some being chefs from the cafeteria, others security personnel, and even a few teachers and young students, their experience in combating zombies was considerable. Being part of the combat team indicated that they had already acquired substantial combat experience within just 3 to 4 days. These team members operated independently, unencumbered, thus becoming the greatest adversaries of the zombies. Even when confronted with level 1 zombies, they could emerge victorious. This was not solely due to their physical prowess, as level 1 zombies could reach around 10 points in strength. Rather, it was the zombies' lack of intelligence that rendered them less formidable. In their level 1 state, they lacked coherent logic, acting only on instinctive responses. Provided that the combat team members utilized their skills and intellect judiciously, level 1 zombies were rarely a match for them. Initially, all seemed relatively reasonable, but unexpected events are always lurking. Chapter 14. Good people don't live long in the afternoon, in front of the school. Across the street, a ragged man staggered along the road. After only a few steps, he collapsed in the middle of the road. The 2 guards at the entrance noticed him. The elder of the 2, however, remained indifferent, yawning as if oblivious to the man lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the under-18 Yang Xiong, witnessing this, felt compelled to assist the fallen individual. Just as he was about to approach, a steady hand grasped his arm. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chong, who had been yawning, stood behind him, wearing a knowing expression as he spoke. "Take my advice, some matters are best left alone. Individuals like this are typically beyond saving, even if they were revived. They wouldn't have the courage to venture outside to fight zombies. They are likely just like most of the base's residents, merely biding their time until death if we rescue him, as per Captain Zheng's perspective." we would be obliged to provide him with sustenance. Where do you think that food would come from? It would be taken from the mouths of us warriors. With one more person, each of us would receive less to eat. In this cursed world, who knows how long it will last? The fewer people there are, the longer we might survive. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Yang Xiong hesitated, seemingly contemplating their wisdom. Young man, you are still too inexperienced. If you endure more hardships like I have, you will come to understand the treachery of human nature. There's no need to worry while I am here. If you have questions in the future, ask your brother Chang. I will surely help you avoid unnecessary detours. Wang Chang's expression bore a hint of pride, clearly enjoying the role of mentor. However, these words only caused Yang Xiong to waver momentarily. As if momentarily enlightened, he then strode resolutely towards the fallen man. Wang Chang called out loudly, Yang Xiong, don't act impulsively. You will surely regret this. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Yet Yang Xiong's steps grew more determined. Brother Chang, if I am to regret it, then so be it. Indeed, when you first spoke, I did waver. Just as you mentioned, we may not be able to save him, and we might lose a meal. In this accursed world, we might even live a day less because of him. But those are merely possibilities. I ask that truly are justification for standing idly by while someone dies. Mentioning Teacher Zheng only heightened my clarity. Just as Teacher Zheng once said while saving me, is there anything more important than a life? Although I cannot emulate Teacher Zheng's ability to protect the entire faculty and staff single-handedly, I refuse to stand idly by as a life fades before my eyes due to such absurd possibilities. Brother Chang, you are correct, but I am sorry, I cannot comply. Not now, at least. As for the various possibilities you mentioned, I shall leave those for my future self to ponder. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. He ceased his admonishments, for he understood that, at this moment, the heart of the youth was undoubtedly ablaze. Impervious to the wisdom of others, he could only mutter under his breath, foolish child. Yet such good people often do not live long. Meanwhile, Yang Xiong was already beyond earshot, having crossed to the other side of the street. Gazing at the wounded man, Yang Xiong's youthful eyes brimmed with compassion. The man lay face down, intimately acquainted with the ground, and Yang Xiong hurriedly turned him over. Upon doing so, he recognized the familiar face, Zheng Weimin, the one person he could never forget. Yang Xiong cried out in alarm, something's wrong. This is serious. Someone come quickly, Teacher Zheng is in trouble. We need help for Teacher Zheng. Hearing Yang Xiong's frantic cries, Wang Chang, who had been smoking a rolled cigarette, was initially unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yet, upon hearing that Teacher Zheng was in trouble, the cigarette slipped from his mouth, and he hurried over. Observing the distraught Yang Xiong, Wang Chang, usually unfazed, felt his heart drop upon seeing Teacher Zheng in an instant. He snatched the severely injured Zheng Weimin from Yang Xiong's grasp and dashed toward the infirmary. Yang Xiong, momentarily losing his balance, fell to the ground but quickly regained his footing, turning to venture in another direction. Despite Wang Chang's usual light-hearted demeanor, he was one of the most skilled individuals in the base. With a physical capability of 7 points. With him present, no one could hinder Teacher Zheng from receiving the necessary treatment. Yang Xiong understood that he needed to attend to other matters, such as ensuring that the medical team was adequately staffed. Although the school housed 1 to 2,000 people, the number of severely injured individuals was relatively low, thanks to Teacher Zheng's protection. Consequently, not all members of the medical team were on duty in the infirmary. Typically, only 2 were present while the others rotated in shifts. Thus, he needed to summon the remaining 3 members to come over. Even if their physical capabilities were not particularly high, having more hands on deck was better than none. Moreover, the most effective healing method was not the cleric's healing skills but rather the items obtained by Principal Lin from the secret realm. Although he did not know the name of the item, he was aware that it was a liquid potion of deep blue hue, emanating a faint glow even through its transparent glass-like container, showcasing its formidable healing properties. Although Yang Xiong had never used this potion, Principal Lin had frequently employed it to win people over. Many had colluded with him in secret due to its rumored ability to enhance physical capabilities and its multiple uses, albeit with diminishing effects. This was why many were drawn to him. After all, under Teacher Zheng's leadership, the zombie threat was swiftly neutralized. Although there were nearly 10 to 20,000 zombies within the school, the early cleanup had resulted in most of them lacking energy crystals. Even with the entirety of the school's zombies, They had only produced a little over 100 professionals, half of whom had recently transitioned and possessed only the most basic one-point physical capability. However, after the school cleared out the zombies, the inhabitants were reluctant to venture outside to hunt them. Faced with external dangers, they merely wished to remain secure within their confines, relying entirely on Teacher Zhang's relentless organization, repeatedly calling for action and persuasion to maintain safety by routinely clearing the surrounding zombies. As they observed others gradually growing stronger, the original residents felt a pang of discomfort. At this juncture, Principal Lin fortuitously acquired a potion that allowed individuals to grow stronger without venturing into danger. All without any cost. How could this not entice people? As for Principal Lin's claim of no cost, that was certainly untrustworthy. After all, one does not receive something for nothing. There are no free lunches. Principal Lin must have ulterior motives. What could they be? Yang Xiong's mind raced and a singular answer emerged: usurpation. Such matters had gone unnoticed in the past, but upon reflection, it became apparent that with Teacher Zhang incapacitated, Principal Lin appeared to be the most powerful figure. The more Yang Xiong contemplated, the more dread filled him. What if Principal Lin genuinely sought to seize control? If that were the case, he would certainly not provide Teacher Zhang, his adversary, with the potion. What should he do? Chapter 15. Principal Lin Yang Xiong's heart raced violently. He knew that if his suspicions were true, then at this very moment, Principal Lin must have received news of Teacher Zhang's injury. Therefore, Teacher Zhang's life hung precariously in the balance, contingent on Principal Lin's whims. If Principal Lin chose to delay even momentarily, given Teacher Zhang's condition, he would not need to intervene directly. As time passed and Teacher Zhang's condition worsened, Principal Lin could naturally assume control of the entire base. Yang Xiong gritted his teeth, fully aware that he could not remain passive. He had to take action. He found a few trusted brothers and whispered something in their ears. After hearing his words, they all dispersed in various directions. Meanwhile, Principal Lin, who had received the news, was also busy. Secretary Yang stood respectfully beside him, awaiting Principal Lin's decision. Lin Yuan, the principal, was deep in thought, contemplating whether to kill or not. However, in just a moment, he made up his mind. With his resolution, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He rose from the chair he had occupied for so long, stretched lazily, glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window, and then casually inquired, "Secretary Yang, what do you think?" Standing upright, Secretary Yang lowered his head and replied, "It matters not how I perceive the situation. What truly matters is your perspective, Principal. Your opinion holds significance." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan chuckled, turned to look at Secretary Yang, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Ah, Xiao Yang, you always know how to navigate these matters, but here, it is just the two of us. Feel free to speak your mind without restraint. Share your thoughts boldly. There is no need to pretend in my presence." Hearing this, Secretary Yang immediately relaxed, shedding his tension. "Then, I shall boldly express my opinion. Based on the information I have received, Zhang Weimin seems to have encountered some unknown peril. The injuries he has sustained are no mere fade. His life truly hangs by a thread. Even if we choose to remain inactive, we can still gain control over the entire base, and others would have nothing to say about it. Considering all these factors, I believe this moment presents an extraordinary opportunity for us. We can completely withhold his life essence." Principal Lin, however, appeared somewhat pleased and spoke earnestly to Secretary Yang. "You see, you still lack depth in your thinking. Your considerations remain superficial. Xiao Yang, you must analyze specific situations in detail." Secretary Yang shook his head repeatedly, gesturing with his hands. "Principal Lin, if you have any brilliant ideas, please share them. Do not put me in a difficult position. With my limited intellect, no amount of your teachings will elevate me beyond my current capabilities." "Xiao Yang, your thoughts are commendable, yet you are overlooking a crucial aspect," Principal Lin stated, "which is the significance of Zhang Weimin himself. Indeed, we could simply watch him perish, keeping our hands clean, merely waiting. But what then? Have you considered Zhang Weimin's charisma? He has benefited the entire school community. Should he die without our intervention, how will the others perceive us? We possess the means to save him, yet we stand idly by as he perishes. In such a scenario, how many would trust us, and how many would be willing to heed our words? While it may seem we have gained dominion over the base, we would lose the people's hearts. After Zhang Weimin's demise, many would discover that we had the means to heal yet chose not to act. Every life he saved would turn into a dagger aimed at our authority. This is decidedly an unwise course of action. Moreover, what could possibly inflict such grievous wounds upon Zheng Weimin? Given his profession and physique, he could typically evade danger, yet you know his character. He would never abandon his comrades in peril but would fight until the last moment alongside them. In this instance, even with a dozen commendable professionals alongside Zheng Weimin facing this threat, he stands as the sole survivor. If this danger were to reach our base and Zheng Weimin were to die, how would we confront it? Shall we risk the lives of everyone? Hearing this, Secretary Yang asked curiously, could it be that you were thinking too far ahead? Perhaps the threat is still distant from us. Do not mistake my words for mere alarmism. Zheng Weimin's ability to reach us despite his grievous injuries indicates that danger is indeed upon us. Quickly, procure some life essence and deliver it to him. Otherwise, we shall soon be pressured to act. Yes, I shall obey, Secretary Yang responded, but you mentioned pressure. Just as he spoke, a voice echoed from afar, growing nearer. Go quickly. Teacher Zheng encountered peril while clearing zombies for the school and has returned gravely injured. All capable individuals hasten to assist. Even those without ability should lend a hand. We cannot idly watch our hero bleed and perish for our sake. Listening to the repeated cries, Principal Lin felt no irritation. Instead, he appeared quite cheerful. See, the pressure has indeed arrived. Secretary Yang suddenly realized. You mean Zheng Weimin's influence is aiding in his rescue? No, Principal Lin chuckled, shaking his head. This is Zheng Weimin saving himself. Confounded, Secretary Yang asked. What do you mean by saving himself? Is he not on the brink of death? You need not understand. Step back for now. Remember to deliver the life essence, lest I become a villain taking advantage of another's misfortune. Principal Lin looked somewhat sorrowful, but Secretary Yang, with his head bowed, did not notice. After receiving the order, Secretary Yang exited the principal's office and proceeded to deliver the life essence to Zheng Weimin, who was in danger. Meanwhile, the principal's office fell into a lengthy silence. After some time, Lin Yuan let out a deep sigh, muttering to himself in a voice only he could hear, "This damned world." On another front, Wang Chang carried Zheng Weimin into the infirmary. However, his injuries were severe. His face was as pale as a sheet, and his body was covered in blood, resembling a warrior emerging from hell. Two healers with healing abilities continuously cast their spells, yet there was no sign of improvement. Only the surface wounds began to heal, appearing less terrifying than when he first arrived. Before long, 3 others joined them. Yet their efforts were in vain. They repeatedly cast their healing spells, but Zheng Weimin showed no response as the stamina of the 5 healers waned. They could not bring him back to consciousness. Just as despair settled over them, Secretary Yang arrived late with the life essence, effortlessly parting the crowd to reach Teacher Zheng and administer the remedy. Even the furious Wang Chang did not intervene, watching with eyes full of hope as the life essence was swallowed, as if a miracle might occur. Chapter 16. Gratitude. As the life essence slowly slid down Zheng Weimin's throat, the infirmary fell silent, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of a miracle. However, as seconds ticked by, no improvement was visible. Zheng Weimin's eyelids remained tightly shut, and his complexion showed no signs of recovery. The hope that once filled the hearts of the crowd was now overwhelmed by a tide of despair. How could this be? Why had the life essence failed? Wang Chang pounded the wall in frustration, his voice laced with bitterness. Perhaps Teacher Zheng's physique is too advanced, having reached level 2, while the life essence is only a level 1 substance. Its effect on him might be insufficient. Tio, heal Teacher Zheng. Level 2 potions may be necessary, a healer whispered, though his tone betrayed a sense of hopelessness. The others fell silent, acutely aware that level 2 potions required level 2 energy crystals, which meant confronting level 2 zombies. For those who were predominantly level 1 professionals, this posed a tremendous challenge, and even a single misstep could cost them their lives. Was it worth risking their lives for someone who was almost dead? The group offered no answer, yet their silence spoke volumes. Wang Chang surveyed the despondent faces around him, his disappointment palpable. Aren't you a bunch of ungrateful wretches? Have you forgotten that it was Teacher Zheng who risked everything to save you when your lives hung in the balance? Without him, you would not be here today. Now that he needs your help, this is how you treat your savior. But he's already beyond saving. Even if he saved us, why should we risk our lives for a dead man? Exactly. Besides, did we ever force him to save us? He chose to come. What does that have to do with us? Why should we be compelled to put our lives on the line for him? Wang Chong felt his anger boiling over, words of accusation welling up inside him. Yet he found himself silenced by their arguments. In that moment, he understood that these people were unworthy and undeserving of his words. No matter how much he pleaded, he could not awaken those who pretended to be asleep. Did they not realize that Zheng Weimin had saved them? They were fully aware but chose to feign ignorance. Concocting countless excuses to evade responsibility in the past, Zheng Weimin had sheltered them from the storm, allowing each of them to conceal their identities behind a mask of peace. However, with his downfall, the tempest revealed their true natures. Stripped of their facades, what puzzled Wang Chong was how humanity's essence could become so repugnant. It left him feeling disheartened for Zheng Weimin. Despite his disappointment, Zheng Weimin's condition remained paramount. Shaking his head, he resolved to leave. The zombies outside were his only hope for saving Zheng Weimin. He would confront the very zombies they feared, and he would rescue the one they deemed unworthy of salvation. He would repay the debt of gratitude, for that was his principled that moment. Yang Xiong rushed in with someone. Li Xing. As Yang Xiong searched for a doctor, he fortuitously encountered Li Xing, who was basking in the sun. The cacophony of shouts and cries around him irked Li Xing, prompting him to halt Yang Xiong and inquire about the situation. Upon learning the details, Li Xing wasted no time. He seized Yang Xiong and navigated directly to the medical room. Upon arrival, they were met with a disheartening scene. Wang Chong was visibly despondent, as none of the treatments seemed to yield any results. Without uttering a word, Li Xing maneuvered through the crowd and approached Zheng Weimin, carefully pouring a second-tier healing elixir into his mouth. The pale liquid, upon contact with Zheng Weimin's throat, transformed into a soothing warmth that rapidly coursed through his body. Moments later, Zheng Weimin slowly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the gathered crowd, offered a faint smile. "Thank you all," he murmured, his voice weak yet imbued with heartfelt gratitude. "He is awake. He is awake." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, with Wang Chong gripping Li Xing's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with appreciation. However, Secretary Yang interjected at an inopportune moment, asking, "Sir, where did you procure this second-tier elixir? Our entire base lacks even a single vial, and yet you possess one. Why did you bring it specifically for Teacher Zheng?" Just as Li Xing was about to respond, the hot-tempered Wang Chong retorted, "Who do you think you are to pry into others' secrets? Calm down. I was merely curious and meant no harm," Secretary Yang replied with a conciliatory smile. As Wang Chong prepared to counter, Li Xing interjected with an innocent grin. "It's all right, Brother Chong. I actually acquired this elixir by chance and had been reluctant to use it. I never anticipated it would be needed today. Teacher Zheng saved my life. I could hardly stand by and do nothing. If I were to ignore such a debt of gratitude, would I still be considered human? I am not one to possess a heart of a wolf or the lungs of a dog." Li Xing's words radiated sincerity, yet that very sincerity seemed to prick the consciences of some. The crowd's excitement swiftly dissipated into an uncomfortable silence as they recalled matters they had deliberately chosen to forget. Noticing the sudden stillness, Li Xing scratched his head, bewildered by the abrupt change in atmosphere. In the face of the gathering silence, it was Zheng Weimin who, despite his weakened state, came to alleviate the tension. "Everyone is weary. Now that I am no longer in grave danger, I sincerely thank you all for your concern. Please, you may return home." With Zheng Weimin's words providing an exit, the crowd began to take their leave, shortly leaving only a few behind. Secretary Yang, too, bid farewell to Zheng Weimin, citing the busy affairs of the base, and promptly exited the medical room. Li Xing feigned curiosity as he asked, "Has he always been this rigid?" The fiery Wang Chong spat disdainfully. He has grown accustomed to being a lapdog in front of superiors. He enjoys nitpicking words for no reason. Zheng Weimin quickly interrupted Wang Chong, gently stating, "Wang Chong, one should not speak so. Everyone has their own approach to work and life, and we ought to show respect." Turning to Li Xing with a faint smile, he added, "Young brother Li, Secretary Yang is quite a serious individual. He is very responsible in his duties, though his manner of expression may come off as somewhat traditional." Shifting the topic, Zheng Weimin continued, "Today, I owe you a great debt. Had it not been for your elixir, my life might have been forfeit. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. In the future, if you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall respond without fail." Upon hearing Zheng Weimin's words, Li Xing displayed a humble smile, quickly waving his hands. "Teacher Zheng, you are too kind. I merely did what I ought to have done. It is my honor to assist you. Moreover, had you not saved me yesterday, you would not see me here today. You essentially saved yourself. The gratitude you ought to express should be directed inward. Chapter 17. Communication. Meanwhile, Secretary Yang returned to the office to report, meticulously detailing the events that had transpired. Principal Lin listened intently before posing a question. Are you suggesting that the newcomer may pose a problem that could jeopardize our plans? Indeed. Thus I took the liberty of conducting a probe. Secretary Yang replied, "Oh? And what are your conclusions?" Principal Lin inquired further. I believe that while his excuses appear unblemished, the absence of discernible issues is, in fact, the most significant concern. Merely possessing this vial of second-tier elixir indicates he must have at least peak first-tier strength, potentially even reaching second-tier like Zheng Weimin. Otherwise, even in a reward-type secret realm, he would not have acquired an elixir of such caliber. Therefore, do you think we should recruit him to make him one of us? This way, we would have the means to counter Zheng Weimin's influence, Secretary Yang analyzed earnestly. Your analysis is commendable, Principal Lin acknowledged, though his tone shifted, yet there is still room for improvement I do not understand. I would appreciate the total supervisor's clarification, Secretary Yang said, clasping his hands in delight. You, my dear, have a knack for charming people. I see you are not confused. You understand perfectly well. All of this is thanks to your capable leadership. If you had not tolerated Ming Cheng's foolishness, we would not have witnessed today's progress, and that is due to your adept guidance. Enough of this formality. We have known each other for many years. We are like family. Since you grasp the situation, proceed with the directives. Remember, do not take any drastic actions. Let us prioritize persuasion. We may still need him in the future. Understood. I will handle it immediately. Ming Chong, I trust you to manage this matter well. Now, go. We have guests to welcome, and I must extend a proper reception to our esteemed visitors. Secretary Yang turned and hastily left. Meanwhile, Principal Lin leisurely brewed a pot of tea before immersing himself back into his myriad responsibilities. Before long, Zheng Weimin, with Wang Chang's assistance, shakily entered the office, interrupting Principal Lin's busy work. Upon seeing him, Principal Lin paused his tasks and poured Zheng Weimin a cup of tea, apologizing, "You arrived a bit earlier than I expected. The tea is not brewed well, so please make do." Understanding that Principal Lin had anticipated his arrival, Zheng Weimin cut straight to the chase. "I can resign as the total supervisor and recommend you for the position, allowing you to command as you wish, but you want me to ensure the safety of the people at the school, correct?" Principal Lin interjected. Zheng Weimin nodded in affirmation. "Exactly." Principal Lin sipped the tea, grimacing as he spat it aside, then abruptly splashed the remaining liquid onto Zheng Weimin's face. Zheng Weimin, taken aback by this unexpected act, stared in shock as the tea trickled down his cheeks and soaked his collar. His eyes widened in confusion and anger as he regarded Principal Lin. Wang Chang, enraged, raised his hand to strike Zheng Weimin, but Zheng Weimin restrained him. "Lin Yuan, what is the meaning of this?" Zheng Weimin's voice bore a hint of ire. Clearly incensed by Lin Yuan's sudden actions, igniting a flicker of anger within his usually placid demeanor. Lin Yuan, maintaining a stoic expression, set down the teacup and coolly glanced at Zheng Weimin, stating, "This tea is subpar. And you are rather foolish. I had assumed your arrival indicated a modicum of intelligence, that you had come to your senses. Yet your current actions betray that you have not relinquished your unrealistic ideals. Despite being in dire straits yourself, you still wish to protect those who repay kindness with malice. You seek to exchange the burdens of total supervision for the assurance of my protection over the school. That is quite a clever calculation." Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Zheng Weimin's anger began to dissipate. He slowly took a seat and inhaled deeply, striving for composure. He recognized that while his actions may have been misguided, confronting the terrifying zombies alone would not suffice. Only by uniting could there be a glimmer of hope. "Lin Yuan, I admit my actions were indeed erroneous," Zheng Weimin murmured, "but I too possess my own struggles. I cannot bear to witness those within the school perish before my eyes." "Your struggles?" Lin Yuan scoffed. "Your struggles amount to casting yourself as a hero, shielding them from reality and rendering them helpless. You claim to act for the sake of others, but this merely satisfies your own savior complex. You have never truly cared for their fates. Each individual must confront the harshness of this world, rather than be sheltered in your ivory tower, blissfully ignorant. Do you honestly believe they all need your protection?" Zheng Weimin found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "I only acted out of goodwill." "Goodwill?" Lin Yuan interrupted. Your goodwill merely cultivates their cowardice, rendering them incapable of facing the world's brutality. Your actions will ultimately harm them. Look around. You have fallen, and scarcely anyone is willing to confront the zombies for you. Were it not for your fortuitous fate in saving a powerful ally, do you truly believe you are in a position to bargain with me? What should I do then? Zheng Weimin asked, his voice laden with an air of aged surrender. Return, resign, and relinquish all responsibilities. Leave the base to me, Lin Yuan, I assure you. I will create an environment you yearn for. Zheng Weimin sat in silence, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead, uttering not a single word. Lin Yuan, recognizing the weight of the moment, refrained from pressuring him, confident that Zheng Weimin would arrive at the right decision. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Weimin exhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. The subsequent matters I shall arrange. Now, could you kindly inform me of the circumstances you encountered outside? The following day, Zheng Weimin convened a meeting, during which he announced that due to a serious injury, he would resign from all his positions and recommended Principal Lin Yuan to assume the role of the overall leader. As the two had already conspired beforehand, the meeting was merely a formality to facilitate the transfer of power. For the common populace, who manages affairs, is of little concern. After all, who would dare to defy the will of the people? They remained blissfully unaware that they had entered a new era, where all previous benefits would fade away, still immersed in the intoxicating glow of democracy. Of course, Lin Yuan, the principal, no, Lin, the overall leader, was not a person who valued democracy. On his first day in office, his first decree was to abolish the fair distribution system. Everyone was required to exchange labor for sustenance. Those who did not work would go hungry. Chapter 18. The Zombie Ambush. The second decree mandated that everyone must be organized into teams, armed with weapons, to confront the zombies, with the exception of the incapacitated children. The third decree was yet to be formulated, but it would involve establishing laws for the base, with violators relegated to the suicide squad as vanguards. Upon the announcement of these three measures, the crowd erupted in jubilant approval, willingly submitting to the leadership. It is well known that reforms often encounter resistance. There are always those who fail to grasp the pulse of the times, voicing dissent. Clearly, the discontented reactionaries were adept at inciting public sentiment, attempting to rally the masses to protest, which posed a significant threat to the welfare of the people. On the very first day of the policy's implementation, Lin Yuan faced a barrage of protests. However, he remained unfazed, dismissing them entirely. That night, Lin Yuan was the target of an assassination attempt, but fortunately, his guards were formidable, successfully repelling the assailants without harm. Initially, many anticipated that Lin Yuan would be enraged the following day, launching an investigation into the identity of the attackers. Yet he continued to methodically advance the establishment of the base's systems. The subsequent night, zombies invaded the base, and due to the negligence of the night watch, the base suffered casualties exceeding 100. Had it not been for Lin Yuan leading the charge and fighting valiantly, they would have ultimately succumbed to the zombies. Thus, Lin Yuan rightfully emerged as the celebrated hero, basking in unparalleled glory. As for Zheng Weimin, who is he? Am I acquainted with him? Does he concern me? Why should I care? So, you spent the entire day here merely to lament their ingratitude, claiming that Lin Yuan's virtue does not match his position? Exhausted from a long day, Li Xing helplessly watched Zheng Weimin drunkenly cavorting in his small apartment. Indeed, I safeguarded them diligently, yet they expressed no gratitude towards me, while that scoundrel Lin Yuan orchestrated an incident that led to the injury of hundreds by luring zombies to the base. Yet he is adored by the populace. I fail to comprehend why. What gives him the right? So, what does this have to do with me? If you wish to indulge in drunken revelry, do so elsewhere. I am weary and need to rest. Li Xing's face was etched with resignation, the dust on his visage revealing signs of his arduous journey. However, Zheng Weimin, intoxicated yet still attempting to reason, held a different view. What work do you have? I've heard from the ladies at the base that they say you are useless, merely lounging about soaking up the sun. As he spoke, Zheng Weimin collapsed onto him. Hearing his own glorified account, Li Xing felt a twinge of embarrassment, but pushed Zheng Weimin away, not out of disdain for his drunkenness or his incoherent rambling, but simply because he disliked having anyone so close. Gazing at Zheng Weimin sprawled on the ground, the fatigued Li Xing lay on his bed, watching, and when he realized he was truly intoxicated, he struggled to rise and cover him with a blanket. This was the last vestige of Li Xing's kindness. Surely, I cannot relinquish my bed to this person. Where would I sleep? Sacrificing oneself for another is a saintly virtue, but what does it have to do with me? Li Xing. Those who wish to play the role of a living Buddha should first offer their beds and blankets to the homeless. They are more deserving and in greater need. Certainly, Zheng Weimin's drunken antics were merely a brief interlude in Li Xing's slumber, not affecting his ability to fall into a deep sleep. After facing a second-tier zombie, even one already worn down by Zheng Weimin and others, it was still a formidable challenge. Clearly, Li Xing had not been at the base these past 2 days. He had been diligently training to grow stronger. Primarily, the zombies possessed skills, which had indeed caught him off guard. Furthermore, it seemed the zombies exhibited a modicum of intelligence, utilizing their kind as shields and to regenerate. This was utterly absurd. Li Xing had intended to launch a surprise attack, as zombies were not human and did not adhere to any code of ethics. Yet, to his astonishment, as he approached, he found himself ambushed by the zombies. In hindsight, it was evident that the surrounding zombies had alerted the others. This was a bitter lesson in experiential folly. Who could have predicted that within mere days, mindless beings acting solely on instinct could evolve to exhibit organized behavior? It is worth noting that humanity took millions of years to progress from primates to civilization, while the so-called civilized society praised by humanity has merely flourished for a few hundred years. However, the ambushed Li Xing had no time to contemplate such matters. Had he not activated his skill, Thunder Domain, which instantaneously doubled his physical prowess, he would have been unable to evade the ambush. Yet, having narrowly escaped that strike, Li Xing realized this battle would be arduous. The zombie's physical attributes far exceeded his expectations, with their stats nearing 30, while his remained in the low teens, a stark contrast. As he surveyed the encroaching horde of zombies, led by a second-tier zombie, Li Xing understood that an inevitable and just group brawl awaited him. He did not believe these approaching zombies would engage him in single combat. With this thought in mind, Li Xing unleashed all his skills. The previously sparse clouds began to rapidly converge, as if drawn by an unseen force, gathering around his location. The space within a few hundred meters transformed into a realm of thunder, with bolts of lightning flashing amid the clouds, while fierce winds swept debris from the ground into the air, forming swirling vortices. As his stamina diminished, the thunderstorm domain took shape. Li Xing, seizing the opportunity, soared into the air, suspended in midair. As lightning danced at his fingertips, in that moment, he felt as though he were the sovereign of heaven and earth, his figure appearing grand against the backdrop of the tempest. Undeniably, at this moment, Li Xing was the epitome of coolness. However, those familiar with their own affairs understood that, despite the dramatic spectacle, he alone knew that his charisma would last no longer than 3 seconds. With his meager physical attributes, even 3 seconds was a stretch. Gazing at the throngs of zombies surrounding him, Li Xing realized he had only one chance. Yet, in this dramatic scenario, how could he not play the part? With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the full force of the storm, shattering the darkness with his thunderous might. Li Xing shouted. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. Wherever the lightning struck, zombies were sent sprawling. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Astute observers would recognize this simple combination technique, thunderous might, as a rudimentary fusion of the skills Thunderstorm Domain and Thunder Judgment. Its principle lay in gathering lightning elements through the thunderstorm domain, then delivering a sweeping strike via Thunder Judgment, though it was only suitable for clearing out minions, in the aftermath of the electrical barrage. Only 2 forms of life remained standing amidst the chaos, one human. The other not. Li Xing had anticipated this outcome, for it was merely a means to eliminate the lesser foes. There was not much energy to expend. If a second-tier zombie were to be vanquished by such a trivial tactic, what would that say about the lives sacrificed by Zheng Weimin and the others? How could he reconcile that with the backup plans he had devised for them? Chapter 19. The Little Girl. Li Xing took a deep breath, closing his eyes to attune himself to the immense energy contained within the thunder and lightning. Gradually, the once wild and chaotic electricity seemed to transform into a docile kitten, obediently flowing into his body. Once inside, the thunder morphed into countless tiny currents, invigorating every cell within him. Li Xing opened his eyes, which now sparkled with a piercing light. Empowered by his multiple skills, his physical attributes had reached the zenith of the second tier at 50 points. Recognizing his newfound strength, Li Xing wasted no time and unleashed a punch. Despite the zombie's desperate struggle and activation of its berserk skill, it stood no chance against the might of his descending fist. After the blow, only a glimmering zombie crystal remained. After dispatching the zombie, Li Xing hastily collected the second-tier crystal and made his escape. He had originally expected to withstand for 3 seconds longer, but unexpectedly, the zombie's eyes turned rigid, and its physical attributes surged dramatically, leaving Li Xing with no time to think. Instinctively, he expended all his stamina. Consequently, he now found himself devoid of energy, and his ability to flee was solely a testament to his unwavering will. Of course, the will to survive can perform miracles, but it cannot do so indefinitely. Given the current circumstances, he could not return to the safety of the base. He needed to find a relatively secure place to hide. In the tallest building nearby, one side's glass wall had shattered, and shards littered the ground. However, Li Xing, lying on top, felt nothing. The invigorating surge of thunder within him was immense, allowing a physique of 14 points to exhibit the strength of a second-tier peak. However, this came at a significant cost, resulting in Li Xing losing control over his body, ultimately causing him to faint in the blink of an eye. The night swiftly passed, and Li Xing opened his eyes once more, finding it was already noon on the following day. Given his second-tier physique, he should have awakened much earlier from the exhaustion of his physical exertion. Gazing at the sun hanging in the sky, Li Xing realized that there was considerable room for improvement in his thunderous infusion technique. For instance, in his initial conception, he believed that the infusion would take but a fleeting moment to complete. However, he had taken several seconds to achieve it. With practice, he could undoubtedly master the ability to activate and deactivate it instantaneously. Had he not been buoyed by the winds of the storm domain, taking advantage of the fact that zombies could not fly, he would have been swiftly consumed, given the time it took for him to summon the lightning. Moreover, he had mismanaged the intensity of cellular stimulation, resulting in an excessive surge that left him physically drained and in a precarious situation. In the future, he could refine the degree of enhancement, allowing for a controlled increase in stamina, thereby preventing himself from collapsing due to fatigue during combat. This time, fortune had favored him with only a single opponent of equal strength. What if he had faced two? Could he rely on luck each time? Li Xing had never intended to depend on such an unreliable ally. For luck ultimately relies on others, who are seldom trustworthy. The only entity he could place his faith in was himself. This truth had been evident to him since he was 13, and it remained unchanged to this day. As Li Xing mentally replayed the events, his hands were not idle. He retrieved the last remaining vial of second-tier healing potion from his spatial inventory and consumed it. With the potion coursing through him, his stamina began to recover rapidly. Soon, he felt revitalized, the potion also aiding in the restoration of his injured cells. The warmth enveloping him invigorated his spirit. Just as he found joy in this revival, a distinct gurgling sound emanated from the depths of the room, unmistakably the sound of a hungry stomach. Li Xing opened his eyes and turned toward the source of the noise, which originated from the direction of the bedroom. Rising to his feet, he shook off the remnants of glass from his person and proceeded toward the bedroom. However, just as he reached for the doorknob, he heard a crisp sound. The door had been locked from the inside. The sound elicited a chuckle from Li Xing even through a wall. With his current physique, he could hear everything with clarity. As time passed, the sound of a heartbeat quickened, and it was evident that the person inside was becoming increasingly anxious. Li Xing, who had no inclination to waste time, forcefully breached the door, pulling it open with ease as it bid farewell to the wall. Upon entering, he intended to ascertain who dared to share the room with him, for he had long since devised a means of dealing with threats. Yet, as his gaze focused, he was met with the sight of a young girl, appearing no older than a teenager, trembling as she held a common kitchen knife toward him. Though her body quivered, her grip on the knife was firm, as if it provided her with a semblance of security. Perhaps his abrupt entrance had frightened the girl, for she promptly collapsed onto the floor and burst into tears, letting the knife fall from her grasp. This series of events left Li Xing at a loss. While he had no qualms about dispatching zombies, he was utterly inept at comforting a child, having never had such experiences in university or society. Observing the tear-streaked face of the girl, Li Xing felt a wave of guilt wash over him, realizing how monstrous he had been just moments prior. How could he have frightened such a young child? However, Allowing her to continue crying was not a viable solution. What was he to do? At this moment, he felt utterly helpless, akin to a freshly graduated college student. Just then, the girl's stomach audibly protested, and upon hearing the sound, Li Xing's eyes brightened, as if he had found a way to break the impasse. He conjured a delicious cream-filled bread from his spatial inventory, unwrapped it, and let the sweet aroma waft through the air. He waved the bread enticingly before her, resembling a dubious stranger luring a child. Upon catching a whiff of the cream, the girl gradually ceased her sobbing. Her eyes fixated on the bread, her face smeared with dirt, resembling a pitiful little stray dog awaiting a morsel. Noticing her silence, Li Xing seized the opportunity to inquire, "Little one, where are your parents? Why are you alone? What is your name? Have you lost your way? Would you like me to help you find your family?" Despite Li Xing's barrage of questions, the girl offered no response, instead erupting into tears once more. Witnessing her distress, he swiftly stuffed the bread into her mouth, effectively silencing her cries. The large piece of bread filled her small mouth, interrupting her wails. Perhaps it was hunger or exhaustion that drove her to chew, her cheeks puffing out like a charming little hamster. As he watched the child, Li Xing mused that her silence was not a problem. After all, what issues could such an adorable child possibly have? Once the little one finished her meal, her spirits lifted, and she began eagerly pursuing Li Xing for more food. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to entertain her, engaging in playful antics, filling the small room with a joyful atmosphere that seemed to shield them from the horrors of the outside world. In that moment, they were genuinely happy. During their playful exchange, Li Xing managed to extract, or rather learn, the girl's basic information. He felt a sense of pride. Children were easily swayed and would divulge everything at the slightest coaxing. The girl's name was Zhou, 13 years old, standing around 1.50 meters tall, just beginning her 7th grade. However, when he inquired about her parents, she became evasive, stubbornly shaking her head and refusing to answer. Li Xing chose not to press further. If she was reluctant to share, there must be a reason behind it, and he saw no need to pry. After all, in this apocalyptic world, it was evident what fate awaited a child separated from their parents. Nevertheless, how could someone as pitiable as Zhou be without family? No matter. From this day forth, Zhou would be his little sister, a mere child. He could certainly provide for her. With a beaming smile, Li Xing took her hand and proposed, "Little Zhou, would you like to come with me? Just call me brother, and I shall take care of you, with as many lollipops as you desire." "Really?" Zhou tilted her head back, her eyes widening with hope. The mention of food brightened her expression, but that glimmer quickly faded, revealing a hint of distrust. However, Li Xing took her small hand and engaged her in a childish pinky swear. Their mismatched thumbs pressed together, and accompanied by the playful vow of pinky swear, 100 years, never change. Their innocent promise felt tangible in that moment. Two children, one large and one small, forged a friendship amidst the chaos. On the road back to the base, a few scattered zombies lounged in the shade of the trees. The sun shone down on the two figures, one large and one small, hand in hand. The nearby zombies stirred, yet they feared the sunlight and dared not advance. Li Xing arrived at the Hall of Professions, intent on exchanging the second-tier corpse crystal he had fought so hard to obtain for a crystal nucleus. This was the reason for his visit. As for Zhou, he set her in a safe spot, confident that she could wait for him to return, as his round trip would only take a few minutes, at most 2.5. What could possibly go wrong? Having frequented the Hall of Professions on numerous occasions, Li Xing navigated it with ease. Before long, he exchanged the corpse crystal for a secure energy crystal. Without hesitation, he began to absorb the crystal, completing the process in a brief span of time. His attribute panel was now as follows. Name: Li Xing. Race: Blue Star. Human. Profession: Thunderous Sovereign. SS rank. Level: 2nd tier. Skill 1. Thunderstorm Domain. SS rank. The Thunderous Envoy can summon a tempestuous thunderstorm, with lightning flashing and winds raging within the domain. In this realm, the Thunderous Envoy wields the power of the storm, receiving a twofold enhancement while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's physique by 20%, effortlessly countering any challenge. Note: this skill requires significant energy, necessitating cautious use, and can be stacked with other skills. Skill 2. Thunderous Judgment. SS rank. When the Thunderous Envoy gathers all their strength, they conjure a massive thundercloud in the sky, with countless bolts of lightning descending as if executing divine judgment, utterly obliterating foes. Each bolt inflicts damage equivalent to double that of a full-force attack from a professional. Note: this skill can be used concurrently with others, but damage is solely determined by base attributes. Physique. 25. The second tier ranges from 10 to 50, gazing at the newfound physique attributes, which had risen from 13.5 to 25, Li Xing felt a surge of joy. His efforts had not been in vain. The life-or-death battle had nearly doubled his attributes. As the ancients said, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive him. Wealth is found amidst peril. This battle had transformed Li Xing, making it all worthwhile. When compared to the red-eyed zombies, he could now defeat them without even using his full array of skills. A mere punch would suffice. Just as Li Xing reveled in his newfound strength, a distant roar of zombies echoed from the hall, as if they had discovered a fresh prey. Initially, Li Xing thought little of it. In this post-apocalyptic world, the presence of zombies was a given, and it was only natural for a few individuals to be pursued. He had long grown accustomed to solitude. Otherwise, how could he muster the energy to assist others? In this apocalyptic world, who is a hapless soul? If one were to be captured by a zombie, they could only resign themselves to their misfortune. Wait a moment, alone? No, there was still little Zhou outside. At this thought, Li Xing felt a surge of urgency and dashed out. Time rewinds 2.5 minutes earlier. Li Xing placed Zhou in a safe spot and gently said, "Zhou, I have something to attend to. Can you wait here for a little while?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou's small face, yet she nodded in agreement. Thus, Li Xing left with a sense of relief. Once Li Xing departed, Zhou glanced around to confirm he was truly gone, then stretched lazily as if shedding a disguise. Her previously obedient and adorable demeanor vanished, revealing a quirky and lively spirit. She hopped around the room, entirely devoid of sadness. After all, it had been nearly a week since the apocalypse began. How could a simple little girl, who only knew how to cry, possibly survive in such an environment for so long? It was all thanks to Zhou's own cleverness. Observing others slaying zombies for their energy crystals, she mimicked their actions. Through her diligent efforts, Zhou had now become a professional with her own skills. Luck, SSS level. This is a blessed skill. Upon acquiring it, any entity will not exhibit malice at first glance. Additionally, it significantly enhances the user's fortune, endowing the host with extraordinary luck in various aspects. In the unseen realms, this skill can yield unexpected benefits. Note: luck can bring both good and bad fortune. With her hands on her hips, Zhou struck a clever pose, almost demanding praise. That despicable uncle wanted her to call him brother. It was evident he harbored ill intentions. However, not long after Li Xing left, Zhou scampered after him. She deliberately lightened her footsteps, fearful of attracting zombies. Yet, once outside, Zhou found herself unable to locate Li Xing. Surrounded by unfamiliar sights, her eyes darted anxiously, and she felt an overwhelming fear wash over her, as if she had been abandoned once again. Her heart raced in a panic, terrified of never finding Li Xing again. Dreading being forgotten in this strange corner, she didn't understand why, but the man she had only met a few times had suddenly become so vital to her. Was she truly acting? She closed her eyes, attempting to recall the moments spent with Li Xing, but those warm memories now felt achingly distant. She crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, quietly weeping, trying to soothe herself and release the feeling of abandonment. However, her sobs attracted the attention of nearby zombies, causing them to converge around her. Chapter 21. The treatment of the strong Zhou gazed at the terrifying zombies surrounding her, each one more grotesque than the last. And her fear escalated. She let out a piercing scream, akin to a startled groundhog, while frantically shoving the approaching zombies away. Amidst her cries, she hurled the zombies far from her. What Li Xing witnessed upon bursting onto the scene was a scene so incongruous. A diminutive child, merely 1.5 meters tall, amidst a throng of fallen zombies. Nothing about it seemed right. Li Xing felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Instead of a sweet and docile little girl, he found this chaotic, violent creature tossing things about. Who was this little girl? He wanted his obedient sister back. Li Xing internally screamed like a groundhog, yet maintained an outward facade of indifference. Meanwhile, Zhou, amidst her chaotic antics, noticed Li Xing not far away. With an unfazed expression, she tossed the zombie in her hands far away, then feigned innocence as she approached Li Xing, as if nothing had happened, and plaintively complained about being left alone. Li Xing, a master of pretense, swiftly embraced her and lifted her up, softly comforting her. He understood that the girl in his arms was far more complex than she let on. But that didn't affect their bond. He had promised to protect her. Li Xing had few virtues, but keeping his word was one of his rare shining points. As time passed, their journey home seemed to flash by. The interactions between Li Xing and Zhou Zhou becoming rather mundane, thus summarized in brevity. Initially, Li Xing held Zhou Zhou's hand, but she continuously whined about being tired, pleading with him to carry her. To persuade him further, she even called him brother. It was noteworthy that even with the allure of lollipops and snacks, Zhou Zhou had always refused to address him as anything other than stinky uncle. Li Xing had not intended to acquiesce, but once Zhou Zhou called him brother, how could he resist? Her one utterance transformed Li Xing into a willing servant. Throughout their journey, he walked steadily, careful not to jostle his little charge. Upon returning to the base, Li Xing encountered several guards he had never seen before, yet they did not impede his passage. The tale of Li Xing saving teacher Zheng had quickly spread throughout the small base. Everyone was aware of the individual who had rescued him. Moreover, after Principal Lin Yuan assumed his position, even though Li Xing was not present at the school, a room had been reserved specifically for him. In just a couple of days, the influx of professionals had been substantial, and rooms were running scarce. Many desired that particular one, yet Principal Lin insisted on retaining it. While his methods were stringent, he had never acted foolishly. The fact that Li Xing could prompt such consideration indicated his uniqueness. What was most valued in this apocalypse? Strength. The guards were not fools. There was no need to offend someone whom even Principal Lin respected. Even when he bore a seemingly unconscious child who appeared scarcely a decade old on his back, they chose to turn a blind eye. Everyone was merely trying to make a living. Who would risk their lives for that? They were all ordinary people, devoid of lofty moral standards. Just as the guards feigned blindness, Li Xing unexpectedly returned, striding directly up to them and inquiring, "Where do new arrivals go to claim their rooms?" Faced with this question, the guards felt a sense of helplessness. They longed to respond that such policies were outdated, remnants of a bygone era. You cannot wield the sword of the past to strike the officials of today. However, considering their own safety, the guards reluctantly replied, "That doesn't fall under my purview. The Secretariat handles these matters. You may wish to inquire with them." The Secretariat was not far from there, just a few steps away. Sensing that Li Xing might not know the way, the guard even pointed in the direction of the Secretariat. Li Xing gratefully nodded and thanked him, then set off toward the indicated location with Zhou Zhou on his back. Upon arriving at the Secretariat, Li Xing observed the staff bustling about. He chose not to disturb them and quietly watched several workers in front of him. Suddenly, he stepped forward and approached a girl who had just finished her tasks, softly asking, "Can you assist with room assignments for newcomers?" The girl, having just wrapped up her work and hoping to take a moment of respite, was startled by Li Xing's appearance. Initially, she thought it was Secretary Yang conducting an inspection, but upon hearing the words of the unfamiliar man, the lazy Milan relaxed her tense demeanor. Just as she was about to admonish the intruder for disrupting her break, she looked up and was taken aback by his appearance. This glance transformed Milan's expression into a radiant smile. As warm as spring sunshine, it wasn't that Milan had developed a crush. Rather, the sight of Li Xing reminded her of Secretary Yang's repeated admonitions to treat him with utmost care and never to slight him. Any request he had should be met with compliance. Hearing Li Xing's request, Milan felt a twinge of hesitation, but ultimately complied, arranging a room directly opposite his. Though it had already been reserved, she decided to have that individual vacated for Li Xing's sake. Holding the key to the room, Li Xing gently placed the slumbering Zhou Zhou on the bed, tucked her in, then departed to return to his own quarters. Soon after, he encountered the inebriated Zheng Weimin, who caused him considerable mental fatigue, leading Li Xing to collapse onto his bed and fall asleep instantly. Meanwhile, even before Li Xing had allocated his room, news of his return had already reached Lin Yuan through Secretary Yang. Upon receiving the information, Lin Yuan refrained from making an immediate visit. It was nighttime. Li Xing was likely back to rest, and Lin Yuan was not foolish enough to disturb him now. Accompanying Li Xing was a small girl. Lin Yuan, seated on a stool, inquired, "Is she a new arrival?" Indeed, she appeared to be around 10 years old. However, It was noteworthy that this little girl was also a professional, although her physical capabilities were somewhat lacking. Her skills were exceptional, classified as SSS level. Secretary Yang replied, SSS level? I recall that no one in this base possesses such a skill, Lin Yuan remarked. Your memory serves you well. In fact, only 3 individuals here have SS level skills. With none holding SSS level, is it a special profession? What is the skill, and what are its effects? The profession is luck as chosen, and the skill is luck. The specific effect is that upon acquisition, any entity will not exhibit malice at first glance. Additionally, it significantly enhances the user's fortune, allowing the host to possess extraordinary luck in various aspects, i.e. in the unseen realms. This skill can yield unexpected benefits. How intriguing! This skill can be likened to the favor of Lady Luck. Has Li Xing's data been analyzed yet? No, Li Xing's prowess is far too formidable. In order to avoid leaving him with a negative impression, his subordinates dared not approach. They could only deduce from the data provided by the detection device at the door that he had already attained level 2, with a physique rating of 25 points. Excellent! The arrival of Li Xing is fortuitous. We are in dire need of a powerful hero. Lin Yuan gazed at the document titled Candidate List for Heroes in his hand and slowly inscribed Li Xing's name. Chapter 22. A free lunch. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, casting mottled patterns upon Li Xing's face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and struggled to sit up in bed, his gaze gradually sharpening as it adjusted to the serene surroundings. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air, now barely perceptible, almost dissipated. He glanced around, realizing the room was devoid of any presence. Zhang Weimin, who had been thoroughly intoxicated the previous night, had vanished without a trace. Clearly, the drunken antics of Zhang Weimin had led him to depart quietly, perhaps feeling embarrassed upon awakening to witness his own disheveled state. After lounging in bed for a considerable time, Li Xing finally resolved to rise. He had initially wished to linger a while longer, but the thought of Zhou Zhou, a child who simply could not skip a meal, galvanized him into action. Just as he was about to head out in search of Zhou Zhou, a knock echoed from the door. Sensing the familiar presence outside, he opened the door. Upon doing so, a crunching sound revealed that someone was munching on potato chips. Outside stood Lin Yuan, cradling Zhou Zhou in his arms, a small snack bag in hand, feeding her treats. Meanwhile, Secretary Yang stood nearby, holding a large, colorful bag of snacks, smiling as he observed. Good morning, Li Xing, Lin Yuan greeted with a smile. I noticed Zhou Zhou hadn't had breakfast yet, so I brought some snacks along. You should join us. Li Xing furrowed his brow at the sight, but nonetheless invited them in. Aware of Li Xing's expression, Lin Yuan recognized that he had inadvertently aroused Li Xing's displeasure and decided to alter his approach. The ensuing conversation between the two men was amicable. Both were astute individuals who wished to avoid squandering time. And thus, their dialogue was devoid of discord. It was not long before they expressed their intentions sincerely. Li Xing sought a peaceful existence here, while Lin Yuan desired Li Xing's exceptional combat prowess. After a friendly negotiation, they reached a consensus on collaboration. As he watched Lin Yuan and Zhou Zhou depart, Li Xing shut the door behind him. Observing Zhou Zhou's carefree laughter, the fatigue in Li Xing's eyes was tenderly replaced by warmth. To speak candidly, Li Xing harbored a strong aversion to engaging in superficial pleasantries, particularly with those wielding power. Their conversations were often laden with insincerity and tedium. Given his capabilities, he felt no need to cooperate with them. Yet, the moment Lin Yuan cradled Zhou Zhou, Li Xing understood that a discussion was inevitable. Fortunately, Lin Yuan exhibited a measure of decorum, refraining from actions that might discomfort Li Xing. Instead, he displayed an almost eager demeanor, as if he had something to gain. As their dialogue progressed, Li Xing found it astonishing that Lin Yuan unconditionally entrusted him with the entire 3rd Brigade. The base was divided into 4 brigades. Who would dare to relinquish a quarter of their military might so casually? It is a well-known truth, echoed in the hearts of the populace for over a century, that power emanates from the barrel of a gun. In times of chaos or apocalypse, this principle remains unaltered. As for Lin Yuan's claim of being a civilian with poor communication skills, that might fool the Navi University students, but a leader of such a vast base could not possibly maintain control without strength. Did he truly believe that the apocalypse was inhabited solely by saints? It is unrealistic to expect that a child would clutch gold without the urge to seize it, or that the impoverished would see money on the ground and not take it all. Even if one could manage such restraint, how could they ensure others would do the same? Thus, for one meeting to result in the delegation of military authority without any demands, Lin Yuan's intentions must be considerable. Li Xing had never believed that a windfall came without a price. Having lived alone for so long, he understood that what is free often comes at the highest cost. Nevertheless, what did it matter? Li Xing's mind raced, but he quickly realized that with his current strength, whether faced with schemes or armies, he could simply eliminate any obstacles in his path. His mind may not be particularly sharp, often outmatched in cunning, but when it came to power, he had gleaned some insights. During his time in the apocalypse, he had come to a simple understanding. When your fist is stronger than others, you need not heed their words. A punch will command their attention. That is the essence of brute strength, synonymous with power. Reflecting upon the source of his confidence, Li Xing ultimately agreed. After finalizing the specifics, Lin Yuan set Zhou Zhou down and, citing pressing matters, took his leave. Alone once more, Li Xing felt a sense of freedom wash over him. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuan, he couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation. However, upon witnessing Zhou Zhou's carefree smile, he suddenly felt that having another person around wasn't so bad. Though she occasionally brought him trouble, at least there was someone who cared, reminding him that he still had a presence in the world. Indeed, having someone to cherish makes one vulnerable, yet it is precisely these individuals who empower us to grow stronger. A life devoid of someone worth caring for would be unbearably dull. Li Xing ceased his musings and turned to watch Zhou Zhou play. Before long, afternoon had arrived, signaling the time for Li Xing to commence work. Though Lin Yuan had suggested he begin the following day, Li Xing was disinclined to adhere to his plans. Additionally, he was eager to observe what kind of professionals he had at his disposal. The distance from his student apartment to the gym was merely a kilometer. Even with Zhou Zhou, his little shadow, tagging along, they would arrive in 10 minutes. Upon reaching their destination, before even approaching the building, he could hear the sounds of laughter and the raucous clamor of card games spilling forth from within, the cacophony of mahjong blending together as if it might burst through the roof. At the entrance, several dilapidated signs stood crookedly, proclaiming the presence of the 3rd Brigade's outpost. To his astonishment, there was not a single guard on duty. The place was completely unguarded. Li Xing gently pushed open the creaky door and stepped inside. The interior appeared somewhat spacious, yet the limited area was dominated by several card tables. A group of individuals had congregated around these tables, seemingly enchanted, wholly engrossed in their respective games, oblivious to the outside world. Li Xing's arrival was akin to a speck of dust falling into the ocean, failing to elicit any notice. Only a few individuals glanced back briefly before swiftly returning their focus to their games. As if that was the entirety of their existence, Li Xing bore no semblance of anger. Instead, he approached with keen interest, mingling among the crowd, occasionally shouting encouragements as if stoking the flames of excitement. Heightening the raucous atmosphere, at that moment, he bore no trace of seriousness. To an outsider, he resembled a seasoned gambler. Oh, don't play your cards like that, or you'll surely lose. Bet boldly. The last 6 hands have all been small. This one is definitely big. Trust me, you won't regret it. Li Xing's exuberant voice reverberated through the crowd, igniting the entire scene. The onlookers, swept up in his fervor, began placing bets, and the atmosphere shifted to one of tension and excitement. Remarkably, some individuals actually heeded his nonsensical proclamations, suffering heavy losses. Gradually, the crowd began to realize this troublemaker was the source of their misfortune. After all, wherever he went, people seemed to lose. They exchanged glances, silently questioning each other. Who is this guy? I don't know. Do you know him? No, I don't. Confirming they were all unfamiliar with him, they instinctively encircled him, and the previously boisterous room fell into an abrupt, profound silence. Chapter 23. The 3rd Brigade at the entrance of the 3rd Brigade's outpost. A man was ejected for disturbing the card player's enjoyment. This man, Li Xing, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, adjusted his sleeves, and turned to find Zhou Zhou, who had scampered off to seek snacks. Earlier, when Li Xing had approached the gaming room, the boisterous noise had overwhelmed Zhou Zhou, prompting her to wander away. She had fortuitously encountered a group of chatting aunties, and with her adorable demeanor and chatter, she quickly became the darling of their circle. Upon Li Xing's arrival, he found Zhou Zhou, the group's pet, being lavished with attention, her mouth stuffed with various treats. The moment her eyes fell upon Li Xing, They sparkled with hope, as if she had spotted a lifeline. Despite having been exhausted by the Auntie's antics, an unexpected surge of energy allowed Zhou Zhou to escape their clutches and dash straight into Li Xing's embrace. He instinctively opened his arms, enveloping her in a warm hug, and she clung to him like a koala as they held each other. The languid rays of the afternoon sun cast golden hues tinged with red upon them, stretching their shadows long and creating a moment that felt frozen in time. However, such bliss was often fleeting. The nearby aunties, witnessing the heartwarming scene, could not help but indulge their curiosity in a moment. They discussed the nature of the relationship between the two, and in another, the duration for which they could maintain their pose. Some even leaned in closer, their inquisitive eyes almost pressing against their faces, as if they were itching to pry them apart and discern the essence of their composition. It was unclear what motivated the onlooking aunties, or whether they felt any embarrassment. Nonetheless, Li Xing found himself unable to withstand their fervent gazes. He swiftly altered the position of Zhou Zhou, who he was carrying, from an embrace to a piggyback. Observing the composed demeanor of Li Xing, his inner self felt as if he were being stripped of an entire 3-bedroom apartment. Family, who understands? I went to pick up the child, and suddenly a gaggle of aunties appeared, pointing and whispering as if I were some nefarious character. I was truly exasperated. These aunties had no sense of boundaries. I sincerely wished they would exercise some discretion and refrain from meddling in others' private lives. Despite his rich inner monologue, Li Xing did not falter in his steps, seemingly perceiving these harmless aunties as more frightening than zombies. Yet, Zhou Zhou piped up, her tone tinged with reliance as she addressed Li Xing. "Uncle, weren't you supposed to be at work? How come you're back so soon?" As she spoke, her little nose wrinkled, seemingly catching a whiff of something unpleasant, and she covered her mouth and nose with her hand, furrowing non-existent brows. "You finished work this quickly. You won't have your pay docked, will you? Did you sneak out?" Li Xing gently shook his head in denial, asserting, "No one dares to dock my pay, at least not in this school." Hearing the resolute tone in Li Xing's voice, Zhou Zhou posed another question. "How are your subordinates? Are they easy to get along with?" "They are quite amiable," Li Xing replied. "Everyone is rather enthusiastic and enjoys a good spar." "Spar? Are you all right? Is anyone bullying you? Zhou Zhou can help you fight them." "I'm really strong," Zhou Zhou exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she waved her tiny fists as if ready to engage in battle. "No one can bully me. It's just that I'm not yet familiar with these colleagues and wish to learn more about them. But I don't know how to go about it." Seeing Zhou Zhou's earnest expression, Li Xing decided to embellish his dilemma and tossed it her way, hoping to give the energetic little rascal something to occupy herself with. Though he had no intention of having her truly solve it, however, Zhou Zhou fell into deep contemplation. Moments later, she leapt off Li Xing's back and took his hand, leading him back to the group of aunties. Without uttering a word, she simply pointed, and as Li Xing stood there, bewildered by her actions, a light of understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, these aunties, with their unique approach and omnipresent social skills, often grasped a wealth of information unbeknownst to others. What intelligence organization could possibly rival the gossiping aunties in comprehending the people around them? Li Xing mingled among the aunties, addressing them as auntie and auntie, utterly devoid of the air of a formidable individual. Perhaps due to the absence of other aunties speaking, as soon as Li Xing opened his mouth to inquire, he merely initiated a conversation. Within moments, he found it impossible to interject. The aunties began to pound their chests, chattering incessantly, their words flowing like a machine gun, as if they were about to divulge the color of their underwear. Gathered in a circle of 7 or 8, they resembled Tang Song reciting scriptures, their voices resonating from all directions, while Li Xing felt akin to a monkey under a golden hoop, his head spinning from the cacophony. Nevertheless, he listened intently, diligently sifting through the fragmented information in search of something useful. After nearly an hour of attentive listening, he pieced together the information he sought. The third team consisted of a total of 45 members, primarily drawn from the school base. Other teams boasted at least 100 members each. Further divided into several smaller squads, the third team, ostensibly a large unit, was in reality merely a small group of individuals. Within the base, it was common knowledge that they were not diligent in their duties. Recently, following Lin Yuan's ascension, he had fully harnessed the people's initiative, demanding that everyone in the base join the military to thrust the zombies into the ocean of people's warfare. However, some individuals were resistant to the call. reluctant to join the fight against the zombies. If their reluctance stemmed solely from insufficient ideological awareness, they would not have been ostracized. When they fought alongside others, they often only went through the motions. And some even betrayed their teammates. Thus, the members of the third team were tacitly excluded by everyone. After all, facing zombies and various mutated creatures was perilous enough. No one wished to contend with someone who might betray them from behind. Principal Lin found himself at a loss, as managing each individual was overly cumbersome, and he could not resort to inhumane measures. Otherwise, it would damage Lin Yuan's public image and hinder his contributions to the people. After all, it was unreasonable to make dozens of individuals simply vanish in front of a group of students with a high sense of morality and conscience. While one might assume that a group educated individuals would be somewhat naive, they could not be regarded as truly foolish. The obedient laborers of the past were indeed far more enlightened. It was a pity that human hearts have grown cold and societal morals have declined. Thus, he could only gather these individuals together, allowing them to fend for themselves and drag each other down. Perhaps in this manner, they would cancel each other out, merely engaging in minor mischief, today playing cards, tomorrow causing ruckus. Sometimes, Lin Yuan's orders were heeded, and they could be seen dancing on the bottom line daily. Gradually, Lin Yuan allowed them to drift along, establishing a temporary equilibrium. Upon hearing this, Li Xing understood clearly. He had obtained the information he desired and comprehended Lin Yuan's intentions. As he observed the antis showing no signs of fatigue, he had no choice but to fabricate an excuse, claiming it was dark and he needed to return home for dinner. Thus seizing an opportunity to escape their clutches. After desperately squeezing through, Li Xing scooped up Zhou Zhou and slipped away without looking back. Chapter 24. The advantage is mine in truth. Lin Yuan's intentions were quite transparent. He sought to leverage Li Xing's hand to resolve this troublesome issue once and for all. It remained a mystery why Lin Yuan was reluctant to intervene personally. Given his command over substantial power, he could have effortlessly dealt with these individuals, and no one in the base would have dared to dissent. Everyone would have understood and applauded, grateful for the just ruler who eradicated harm from the populace. Although the reasons behind Lin Yuan's actions were unclear, they were not for Li Xing to ponder. Therefore, his approach to these individuals was straightforward. Subdue them until they complied. Li Xing was not a management figure who needed to concern himself with appearances. The following day, after breakfast, Li Xing arrived early at the designated location, with Zhou Zhou dutifully by his side, standing straight like a soldier. The members of the third team, typically sluggish at 8 a.m., had heard that a new leader had been appointed, and they were curious to see what capabilities this newly parachuted commander possessed. As the seconds ticked by, the gathering crowd reached a near completion. The rascals of the third team, though unruly, were not foolish. It was customary to extend some courtesy to a new leader, as it took little effort and was unwise to offend someone over trivial matters. After all, the new leader's initial enthusiasm could potentially backfire on them. Even if the newcomer proved to be inept, respect for Lin Yuan, who stood behind him, was paramount. This is called social etiquette. If one were to disregard it, they might find themselves in dire straits one day. The 40-plus individuals did not arrive simultaneously but trickled in at intervals. Those who arrived first quickly discerned that the individual standing at the front was indeed the new captain. Upon closer inspection, each person felt a twinge of embarrassment as they recognized the somewhat familiar face. Dear family, who understands? Our superior was unceremoniously tossed out by us the day before he was to begin work. Now what should we do? Panic set in, and some felt compelled to engage in idle chatter with the new leader, their audacity reflecting a lack of awareness. Naturally, they were promptly intercepted. It was absurd to engage in such folly. When the leader conversed with you, it was a matter of camaraderie. When he engaged in small talk, it was a means of gauging public sentiment. However, during work hours, one must maintain decorum. Everyone knew that professionalism was paramount. As the crowd continued to assemble, Li Xing spoke up. I believe many of you are already quite familiar with me. We met yesterday and exchanged quite a bit. However, I trust that most of you are still unaware of my name. So allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Li Xing. It is rather ordinary. Yet, I believe that soon, you will all remember this name. I have but one purpose here. Fairness, and indeed, fairness. I have only one request of you. Obey. And for heaven's sake, obeyed. As Li Xing's words echoed, it was evident that the crowd did not fully absorb his message, yet they clapped politely, eager to extend him some courtesy. Clearly, this was not the outcome Li Xing desired. He had initially planned to resolve matters in his usual direct manner, employing the most effective means at his disposal. Just then, a brash young man, appearing to be in his early 20s with a scar on his face that had already scabbed over, found the audacity to confront Li Xing boldly. You, what do you count for? How dare you command me? He stuttered, glaring at Li Xing as if he were a peacock displaying its feathers. While the young man's bravado drew either admiration or ridicule from the crowd, internally, he was crumbling, mentally screaming for help. He had initially been slacking off, listening to the cliché platitudes from above, and his intention was merely to chime in a few times to blend in. However, for some inexplicable reason, when I merely glanced up, it seemed as though my own body slipped beyond my control. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I found myself berating my superior in front of everyone. Though I may have acted a bit brazenly and overstepped my bounds, it hardly warranted such a public humiliation. Moreover, this was no mere slap. It was as if I had ground his face into the dirt. Within just a few fleeting seconds, my heart raced as I began to sweat profusely, already contemplating my demise and the location of my grave. If I were to plead for mercy now and claim that my earlier words were insincere, would my boss spare my life? Without allowing me much time to ponder, it was no surprise that Li Xing was furious. Well, very well. Although Li Xing could not fathom the sudden appearance of such a compliant fool, he seized the opportunity to display his anger, demanding, "Dare you reveal your name?" Before the stammering individual could respond, a voice from the crowd, eager to incite chaos, shouted his name. Chu Yunxian. His name is Chu Yunxian. In truth, he was called Chu Yuxuan. Hearing this name took Li Xing aback for a moment, for who could believe that a person with a head of yellow hair and a long scar across his face would bear the name Chu Yunxian? While a laugh bubbled within him, Li Xing maintained a serious facade and continued. Originally, I intended to warm you all up with a simple exercise, but I did not anticipate your bravado. It seems you require a thoroughly invigorating battle. With that, Li Xing launched himself into action. The first target was none other than the yellow-haired Chu Yuxuan. Even with most of his strength reined in, the nearly five-fold difference in physique sent this audacious individual soaring through the air in a perfect arc. As Chu Yuxuan flew away, Li Xing did not relent. He continued to throw punches at the nearest bystanders. Those with a modicum of intelligence had already fled far and wide, having understood that his use of you rather than you all indicated that his assault was premeditated. At that moment, the quickest among them had already sprinted dozens of meters away, glancing back to rally the others, urging, "Let us all go at him together. He can't possibly take us all down before exhausting his strength. 45 against 1, brothers, the advantage is ours." While the words sounded appealing, their legs were moving faster than their mouths could speak. Strangely, some had genuinely believed this deck, although Li Xing was not entirely convinced. He recalled the considerable assistance Zhou provided last time, along with the unusual behavior of that girl named Chu Yuxian, and decided to listen attentively. He then inquired, "How did Zhou help? Could you share that with your brother?" Chapter 26. Genius. Not an isolated case. Zhou's small hands danced in the air, accompanying her words with gestures. Although her speech was somewhat disordered, Li Xing grasped her meaning. She proclaimed that she had become a professional, possessing skills that she could activate. She then realized that her recently activated skill could aid Li Xing, bringing him greater fortune. Zhou's skill was something Li Xing was already aware of, yet it was merely a passive ability without any proactive triggering effects. Could it be that Zhou was truly a genius, having comprehended the essence of luck? Thus, the true culprit behind the wrongful accusations against Chu Yuxian appeared to be this seemingly innocent child. While it was hard to believe, it seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Of course, the understanding of skills was not without precedent. Genius was not confined to Zhou alone. For instance, Li Xing himself was an example. As his previous combination techniques and the ability to harness lightning were fundamentally rooted in his comprehension of skills, Li Xing had long realized that skills seemingly activated by the user were, in reality, restricted in their usage. Hence, he boldly speculated that skills were merely pre-established templates. Although users could activate them, the higher-level permissions resided with others. Consequently, he began to understand the operational principles of these skills, transforming them into his own. Initially, Li Xing believed this process to be straightforward, but upon engaging with it, he discovered it was indeed simple, at least for himself. Others, however, were mere mediocre individuals with no comprehension. Zhou was the first person, apart from Li Xing, he had encountered who could grasp such principles. Understanding this, Li Xing lifted Zhou in his arms and praised her with great satisfaction. It turned out that Zhou was indeed a little genius, having truly aided her brother significantly. Thus, he promised her a grand feast. Really? Last time you said the same. Yet when we returned, I was given a box of instant noodles. You not deceiving me again, are you? Upon hearing Li Xing's words, Zhou's previously uncertain eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming, revealing a hint of disappointment, as if Li Xing had subjected her to some great injustice. Li Xing observed the little actress's performance with a mix of helplessness. Why, dear little ancestor? What time is it? Isn't instant noodles a cherished item as well? Besides, what's truly important is not your crying and fussing over instant noodles, after all. I even went out late at night just for that. Let us skip the theatrics and just express what you desire. Asked Zhou. With her head lowered, absorbed Li Xing's words, she gradually lifted her gaze. Her previous grievance replaced by a joyful expression. Tentatively, she suggested, "How about roasted duck?" "Absolutely no problem," Li Xing replied without hesitation. Noticing the caution in Zhou's eyes, he fixed his gaze upon hers and earnestly declared, "With me around, there's no need for you to feign or conceal anything. Since I have acknowledged you as my sister, you have always been my sister, and I am your brother. Regardless of your past, remember that from now on, you are my family, my only kin, and I will naturally shield you from the storms of life. You need not bear everything alone. You can share anything with your brother. Whatever you desire, I will surely make it happen, I understand," Zhou replied, looking at the serious Li Xing before suddenly feeling a surge of irritation. She broke free from his embrace, leaving him standing there, and impatiently remarked, "What are you still doing here?" This caught Li Xing off guard, making him wonder if he had misread the situation. After taking a few steps, Zhou abruptly turned back, smiling brightly as she called out, "Brother, why are you still dawdling? Hurry home to cook. I'm famished. You promised me roasted duck, and you can't back out now. All right, I will not go back on my word. You head home and wait for me. I'll fetch the roasted duck right away." Li Xing watched as the girl, having shed her defenses, revealed her lively nature, and his face lit up with joy. On the other side, Zhang Weimin lay sprawled in his room, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. When a knock echoed at the door, he had no intention of answering, believing that anyone persistent enough would eventually tire and leave. If a door cannot be opened, it should not be pounded upon. Incessantly knocking on a door that remains shut is quite discourteous. To his surprise, the knocker seemed oblivious to this notion and forcibly broke the door open, entering without invitation. This sudden intrusion jolted Zhang Weimin from his intoxicated stupor. Li Xing disregarded the stench of alcohol emanating from Zhang Weimin and immediately employed a self-created technique to invigorate him, instantly revitalizing even the most lethargic individual. Before Zhang Weimin could react, he found himself whisked away, leaving only the scent of alcohol behind. With Li Xing's physical prowess propelling them forward, they soon arrived back at their home. Upon seeing the eager little girl, Zhang Weimin, after straightening his attire, performed a magic trick, conjuring a roasted duck that materialized in his hands. The moment Zhou laid eyes on the duck, her face lit up with joy as she snatched it away, gleefully devouring it, grease smearing her face. Yet, she did not forget her brother, urging him to join her feast. Watching the bones that remained, Li Xing lost his appetite, claiming his elevated status exempted him from the need for food, suggesting she enjoy it alone. Observing this scene, Zhang Weimin conjured an array of delectable snacks. Of course, within the room, there were only 2.5 people, Li Xing and Zhang Weimin, both of whom refrained from eating, leaving the half-sized little girl to relish the meal. Once finished, there was no need for cleanup. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Weimin made the trash vanish without a trace, proving to be exceedingly convenient. After dinner, Li Xing accompanied Zhang Weimin back home, ostensibly seeking an excuse to converse. However, neither was particularly adept at conversation, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. It wasn't until they reached Zhang Weimin's doorstep, where the door had been kicked open, that Li Xing finally broached a question that piqued his curiosity. "Why don't you eat the food that's conjured?" Assuming Li Xing was about to express gratitude or apologize for his previous rudeness, Zhang Weimin was taken aback by the unusual focus of the inquiry, leaving him momentarily speechless. After all, Not many could command him with such authority. Had it not been for Li Xing's earlier assistance, he would have surely been left bruised. Nevertheless, he knew that even if he hadn't been saved, he would still be at Li Xing's mercy, as he had already attempted to resist and failed. His skills could only immobilize Li Xing for a second, leaving him exhausted and ultimately compliant. Reluctantly, Zheng Weimin replied, "The food created by skills consumes my stamina. Eating it again would be akin to reconsuming what I've already ingested. There's no need for that, is there?" Chapter 27. Zhou voluntary progress. The next day, Li Xing had an early breakfast and took Zhou outside for some training, allowing her to face the zombies alone. It was not that Li Xing was heartless. Rather, in this world, if one could not even defeat these zombies, they had little hope of survival. While Li Xing was incredibly indulgent towards Zhou, he still needed to cultivate her fundamental combat capabilities. Initially, Zhou did not resist. Instead, she seemed eager to try. Faced with the zombies, she exhibited none of the fear that Li Xing anticipated. With the steel knife Li Xing had provided, she swiftly dispatched the zombies, effortlessly extracting a blood-colored energy crystal from the heart of one, her proficiency leaving Li Xing somewhat embarrassed. However, observing the recent battle, Li Xing felt a sense of bewilderment. Despite having deliberately selected a robust zombie to challenge Zhou, it seemed to lose its vigor upon encountering her, inadvertently presenting its head to her blade as if it were a professional in a staged accident. Clearly, considering Zhou's ability of luck, it was evident that she had applied her fortunate prowess during the fight, leading to such uncanny outcomes. While Li Xing admired Zhou's comprehension and agile thinking, this was not the purpose of his training. Relying solely on luck would not serve to strengthen her combat prowess. Judging by Zhou's breathless demeanor, it was evident that this reliance on luck was not sustainable. Luck does not simply manifest at will. It requires various coincidences, which cannot be expected to occur consistently. The zombie Li Xing had conjured was singular. In the real world, zombies seldom roamed alone, often appearing in hordes. Should Zhou depend solely on her luck, she might very well find herself overwhelmed before even beginning. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance her intrinsic combat strength. Noticing Zhou's proud expression, an idea sparked in Li Xing's mind. Zhou, observing Li Xing's mischievous grin, felt a chill run down her spine, sensing that some unfortunate event was about to unfold. Indeed, her instincts were correct. In the next moment, Li Xing, the well-intentioned brother, summoned several zombies under the pretext of training her combat abilities. However, Zhou harbored quite a different sentiment. Those who are close to you are often the most aware of your circumstances. The exertion from dispatching that zombie had already depleted a significant portion of her stamina, leaving her with barely enough energy to flee. In the next moment, Zhou took off running, desperately calling out to her merciless and malevolent brother, hoping he would show her some mercy. "Brother, please stop tormenting me. I know I was wrong. Just let me go. I truly have no strength left." Her cries, repeated over and over, failed to evoke any semblance of conscience from Li Xing. Instead, they led him to believe that Zhou still possessed the vigor to scream for help, indicating that she had not yet reached her limit. Thus, with a semblance of understanding, he unleashed a few more zombies in pursuit of her, while Li Xing was consumed with concern for his sister. The third team was outside, also engaged in exterminating zombies. Each member was dutiful and exerted themselves vigorously. None dared to disregard Li Xing's commands. Witnessing his ruthless treatment of his own sister quelled any lingering resentment among the onlookers. After all, if he could be so harsh with his own kin, what issue could there be with being a tad more severe with outsiders? These unfortunate souls began to romanticize Li Xing. The perpetrator, justifying his actions, was not that they were foolish, but rather that they had come to terms with reality. One must find solace in some rationale to ease their conscience, after all. They could not be beaten and suffer physical pain without allowing themselves this small psychological victory. Just as Li Xing and the third team basked in their camaraderie, the swiftest among them, Lu Feng, returned unexpectedly. This puzzled Li Xing, for Lu Feng had awakened a rather commonplace profession but fortuitously gained an A-grade skill, divine speed, which enhanced his speed by 50%, making him the fastest man in the third team. Leveraging this speed, he had taken on the responsibility of escorting rescued survivors. It was not due to the combat prowess of his speed skill, but rather his capability to return for assistance with utmost swiftness. Naturally, survivors were not a frequent occurrence. Hence, the task was relatively straightforward and lent itself to laziness. After all, if he failed to return, he could simply claim to have encountered difficulties along the way, attributing the slow pace to the frailty of the survivors. Consequently, Lu Feng's round trip often required several hours. However, in less than half an hour, he was back, which was entirely out of character for him. Upon inquiry, Li Xing learned that Lu Feng bore an order from Lin Yuan, instructing him to return for a meeting due to urgent matters requiring discussion, which accounted for his swift return. Li Xing, upon hearing this, temporarily shelved his plan to rescue his sister, directing the third team to continue exterminating zombies and clearing the vicinity before escorting Zhou back to the base. Exhausted from being pursued by zombies, Zhou was carried by Li Xing, who, unencumbered by her slow pace, was able to move with unprecedented speed. The wind rushed past them, making Zhou feel as though she were aboard a train. With trees swiftly receding behind them in less than 10 minutes, they had returned to the base. The personnel at the base had already stationed members at the entrance, and upon seeing Li Xing, they promptly guided him to the conference room before returning to their tasks. As Li Xing pushed open the door to the conference room, he found the gazes of several individuals fixed upon him, as if they had been awaiting his arrival for some time. However, they merely cast a cursory glance at him and Zhou before averting their eyes. There were 4 individuals in the meeting room, none of whom Li Xing recognized. Point 1 was a delinquent youth in his 20s, engrossed in a mobile phone. Another was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, his ample belly giving him a jovial appearance. The third was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, leaning on a cane, his face etched with wrinkles that betrayed his age. The last individual, seated at the forefront, sat upright, exuding the air of a military man. Li Xing was left wondering when the base had come to host military personnel. He gauged their physical capabilities and noted that each possessed at least second-level strength, with the straight-backed individual at the front being the most formidable, boasting approximately 20 points. This revelation signaled to Li Xing that this meeting was of extraordinary significance. Yet, since he was present, he would adapt. Observing the 6 chairs in the room, he noted that one individual had yet to arrive. Choosing one of the remaining 2 seats, he settled down with Zhou in his arms, patiently awaiting the final participant's arrival. Chapter 28. The meeting before long, the last individual, fashionably late, finally appeared. Unlike the others, this person was familiar to Li Xing. The tardy arrival was Zhang Weimin, who, like Li Xing, was met with the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly. Contrary to Li Xing's expectations of an awkward scene, Zhang Weimin exhibited no trace of discomfort, instead greeting everyone with enthusiasm. Li Xing acknowledged Zhang Weimin with a nod before returning to his seat, harboring no desire for further conversation, as their interactions had been limited to but a few encounters. Observing their camaraderie, Li Xing felt somewhat out of place, as though he were an outsider. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind, for he did not care. A lone wolf always roams. Moreover, he had his soft and fragrant sister by his side, which he deemed far superior to engaging with a group of strangers. Furthermore, the sincerity of these individuals was uncertain. If their bonds were indeed strong, would Zhang Weimin seek solace in confiding his woes to someone with whom he had only a fleeting acquaintance? Naturally, such superficial pleasantries did not endure long, as they were abruptly halted by Lin Yuan's arrival. The individuals who had been conversing with Zhang Weimin reverted to their seats as if they had never met him. Lin Yuan took his place at the head of the table, disregarding the earlier commotion, and spoke gravely. According to reliable intelligence, a second-level leader zombie has emerged and is systematically beginning to command the surrounding zombies. Steadily advancing towards the school at their current pace, they will reach the base within 2 days. I trust you all understand the implications of this. Thus we require an effective plan. Noticing the silence and lack of questions from the group, Lin Yuan shifted his tone, delivering a piece of good news. Fortunately, we have received support from the Kyoto Military District. Comrade Hou Junjie has diligently gathered intelligence on the zombie horde, and we can utilize this information to devise a targeted strategy. He then invited Hou Junjie to provide a detailed account of the zombies they would face during this onslaught. Upon hearing his name, Hou Junjie rose without hesitation, saluted the assembly, and proceeded to relay the information regarding the zombies with a stoic demeanor, showing no sign of indifference despite the small audience. The zombie horde was led by a peak-level second-tier psychic zombie. Preliminary assessments suggested that this entity, needing a substantial number of humans to evolve from second to third tier, was migrating towards the most densely populated areas. Consequently, it could be inferred that the human inhabitants of the original region likely met with no survivors, having all become fodder for the zombies' evolution. During my mission from Kyoto, I encountered this horde and engaged in fierce combat. Ultimately, due to the relentless influx of zombies, all my companions perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. However, their sacrifice bore significance, as their valiant efforts until the last moment allowed us to gather this intelligence on the zombie horde. The psychic zombie did not engage directly, but 6 second-tier zombies accompanied it, providing protection. Each of these 6 zombies possessed a minimum of 15 points in base attributes, and one even wielded 2 skills. Additionally, there were at least several thousand zombies under its control in the immediate vicinity. Having conveyed all the information he had, Ho Junjie returned to his seat, his expression as unyielding as ancient ice. The reactions of the others varied. It was not that they failed to comprehend his words, but rather that he spoke of his fallen comrades without a hint of sorrow, as if their sacrifices were entirely detached from him. This was a stark contrast to the typical perception of soldiers. Observing the silence, Lin Yuan seized the moment to address the assembly. Comrades, fellow compatriots, these are the challenges we must confront at this stage. Given your current capabilities, I recognize the difficulty in confronting the leader of the zombie horde amidst overwhelming numbers. However, we must rise to the occasion, for this war is unavoidable. I propose that rather than passively awaiting the zombie assault in 2 days, we take the initiative to strike first. Let us gather our forces this evening. Taking advantage of the zombies' diminished activity at night, I believe that with our foresight and the cooperation of everyone present, we can achieve remarkable results. Lin Yuan's impassioned speech stirred the hearts of those in attendance, inciting a wave of applause. Yet, Li Xing appeared oblivious, having already stood up the moment Lin Yuan referred to those present, lacking any sense of awareness. What does it matter to me, being here with all of you? Of course, this conspicuous display was soon noticed by Lin Yuan. Faced with Lin Yuan's piercing gaze, Li Xing exhibited an expression of utter indifference. Faced with such a headstrong youth, Lin Yuan understood that a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Thus, he suppressed the urge to cast this oblivious individual aside, instantly transforming his demeanor into one of amiable warmth, a smile adorning his face as he inquired, "Why not go? Are you worried about your sister? Rest assured, within the confines of the base, I guarantee no one would dare to harm her. Everyone will treat her as a little princess, as long as I remain. Not a single hair on your sister's head will be injured." Lin Yuan's solemn vow echoed with a resounding confidence, yet Li Xing remained unconvinced. Trusting a politician's words was akin to believing that a job would not demand overtime. Instead, he perceived a peculiar inconsistency and asked, "You keep emphasizing the protection of my sister within the base. What do you mean? Are you not going?" As Li Xing's words resonated, the others quickly grasped the situation. From the moment Lin Yuan entered, he had convened a meeting, and even when the expressionless Ho Junjie spoke, Lin Yuan merely stood beside him, never taking a seat. The presence of only 6 chairs indicated that preparations had been made in advance. The assembled individuals were not fools. Having navigated the apocalypse for approximately 10 days and risen to prominence, they quickly sensed Lin Yuan's ulterior motives through Li Xing's probing questions, their gazes filled with indignation as they awaited an explanation from him. Naturally, since Lin Yuan intended to lead them into perilous situations, he had no intention of relying solely on persuasive words. Thus, he had prepared various strategies. These strategies were not complex, and the 4 individuals soon realized this, which explained their reluctance to take action. They all understood the principle that the first to expose themselves becomes a target, and none wished to be that exposed bird, choosing instead to wait quietly for Lin Yuan's response. Meanwhile, Ho Junjie exhibited no intention of resistance, instead silently positioning himself by Lin Yuan's side. It was evident that they were allies, perhaps even co-conspirators in this scheme. However, Zhang Weimin and his trio felt no concern. Even with Ho Junjie siding with Lin Yuan, the numerical advantage clearly favored them at 4-2, rendering Lin Yuan's strengths obscure and his motivations unknown. Chapter 29. No more fighting Lin Yuan. For reasons unknown, refrained from offering an explanation, maintaining his silence. Zhang Weimin and his trio exchanged glances, deciding to take direct action. After all, who could predict what trump card Lin Yuan might reveal if they continued to wait? In the next moment, the 4 split into pairs. Zhang Weimin and the youthful idealist targeted Lin Yuan, aiming to apprehend their leader first. It was widely acknowledged that Lin Yuan was not a skilled fighter, often perceived as frail. Yet, for the sake of security, 2 would contend with him, indicating a level of respect for Lin Yuan's position. The portly man and the elderly gentleman were tasked with restraining the newly arrived Hou Junjie, who bore a zombie-like visage. They dismissed him, considering him a worthless individual, a mere remnant of a team that had succumbed to a horde of zombies, convinced that even with military training, he posed no threat. Seeing Lin Yuan and Hou Junjie remain unresponsive, they believed victory was assured. Just as they coordinated their attack, Lin Yuan, previously appearing weak, erupted with an overwhelming presence that sent shivers down their spines. Of course, the speed of their retreat surpassed their initial attack. The four, now sprawled on the ground, wore expressions of disbelief, struggling to comprehend that a seemingly frail individual could achieve such a feat. Yet, realization soon dawned upon them. How foolish they were to believe the leader of a base would openly declare his ineptitude in combat. The four, humbled and defeated, feigned death on the ground, resembling turtles retreating into their shells. In the face of their sworn commitment to combat the imminent zombie tide, Lin Yuan effortlessly dismissed them as if they were mere playthings, sending them sprawling aside like a kicked soccer ball. As they rolled, they even mimicked the motion of spinning tops. However, Lin Yuan paid little attention to the spectacle of spinning bodies. His focus lay on Li Xing, the true centerpiece of his plans. If the individuals on the ground could not create even a ripple, he might as well rename himself Garden and contribute carbon dioxide to this planet. Lin Yuan was acutely aware that his current state demanded significant physical exertion, leaving no room for wasted time as he directed his assault toward Li Xing. Li Xing, recognizing the impending threat, wasted no time in retaliating with his skills. In a matter of seconds, the two exchanged numerous blows. Relying solely on their hands and feet, both untrained in martial arts, initially tentative, their skirmish quickly devolved into a chaotic brawl, employing every lowly tactic imaginable. The scene became increasingly vulgar, drawing even the attention of the unyielding Hou Junjie, who promptly intervened, pulling away the young girl Zhou Zhou, who had been cheering for her brother, and shielding her eyes from the tumult. Realizing Zhou Zhou had fallen into the wrong hands, Li Xing ceased his actions, releasing her. After a brief exchange, Lin Yuan's temporary boost in physical prowess began to wane. Fortunately, Hou Junjie, perceptive and adaptable, seized the opportunity to exploit Li Xing's vulnerabilities, granting him a moment of respite. This unexpected maneuver left Li Xing taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly stern and serious man would resort to such juvenile intimidation tactics. At this juncture, both individuals found themselves at an impasse. Lin Yuan had not foreseen Li Xing's formidable resilience, which far exceeded his expectations. Conversely, Li Xing was taken aback by his superior's insistence on coercing him into servitude, merely days into his position, for a meeting. Silence enveloped them, a bridge of unspoken understanding forming as they each adjusted their appearances, casting glances laden with disdain as they prepared for an unspoken showdown. Zhou Zhou, blissfully unaware of the surrounding danger, innocently inquired, "Uncle, are my brother and the other uncle competing to see who can cross their eyes longer?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhou's question, Hou Junjie, momentarily serious, glanced at the two combatants before offering a response that belied his stern facade. No. Perhaps they simply enjoy the feeling of crossing their eyes. As he jested. The seemingly obedient Zhou Zhou, seizing the moment of distraction, stealthily returned to Li Xing's side. With her return, the dynamics of the confrontation shifted once more, placing the initiative back into Li Xing's hands. Faced with the sudden reversal of fortune, Lin Yuan found himself contemplating the entirety of Hou Junjie's family, utterly astonished that he could not even keep a child in line. He resolved that such a blunder would not befall his own subordinates. Gazing at the siblings before him, Lin Yuan recognized that reconciliation was no longer an option. He would have to reveal his hand. With a commanding voice, he summoned the four individuals on the ground, who, enveloped in a warm surge of energy, found their bodies moving against their will, positioning themselves in a square formation around Li Xing, effectively encircled. "Today, no one shall escape this house, not even you. Within these walls, we must confront the impending zombie tide together." Lin Yuan's frigid tone resonated throughout the small room, devoid of emotion yet brimming with unwavering resolve. "Do you truly believe these misfits can hinder me?" "You underestimate my capabilities," Li Xing replied, a hint of amusement dancing in his voice, seemingly entertained by Lin Yuan's confidence. "Let us test that theory," Lin Yuan retorted. with a flourish of his hands, four luminous pillars of light materialized. Extending from Lin Yuan's being to connect with the bodies of Zheng Weimin and his companions. Empowered by the energy coursing through these beams, their presence transformed dramatically. What had once been a mere 10 points of physicality surged to nearly 40, nearly tripling their foundational strength. The most physically adept among them, the youthful idealist, reached a peak of 50 points, nearly matching Li Xing's combat prowess in its awakened state. Observing the drastic shift in their demeanor, Li Xing felt the weight of the situation settle upon him. Though their enhancements were temporary, reliant on Lin Yuan's energy, facing 4 opponents of equal standing posed a significant challenge. As Lin Yuan laughed boisterously at Li Xing's hesitance to act. He taunted, "Why the silence? Do you no longer find joy in laughter? Surely, these 4 will provide ample entertainment. What holds you back? Are you concerned for your little sister? I assure you, I shall not spare her." Li Xing remained silent, and sensing this, Lin Yuan wasted no time in preparing for an assault. Yet, Li Xing, gathering his resolve, called out, "Stop. Let us not continue this fight." Chapter 30. Li Xing, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you? Hearing Li Xing's plea, Lin Yuan merely chuckled, yet his movements did not falter in the slightest. Should he have kept his trump card concealed, Lin Yuan would have been more than willing to collaborate with him. However, having exhausted that advantage, Li Xing's call for peace felt akin to stripping oneself bare and claiming discomfort. It was a futile gesture. Lin Yuan's singular desire was to send Li Xing to meet his maker. In that moment, Li Xing found himself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. It is evident that Lin Yuan has been overwhelmed by the weight of sunk costs, losing his rationality and original judgment. Currently, Li Xing finds himself in a precarious situation, forced to lead Zhou in a strategic retreat, evading danger. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the restrictions that had been reinforcing the building have vanished, providing Li Xing with a glimmer of escape. Otherwise, trapped in a confined space with 4 individuals of similar prowess, even Li Xing's remarkable abilities would have been insufficient to evade their onslaught, especially while cradling Zhou in his arms. In this brief period, in his efforts to protect Zhou, Li Xing has endured several attacks. Although under Lin Yuan's control, they have lost their self-awareness and rely solely on primal instincts to strike. This has allowed Li Xing to endure thus far. Nevertheless, he shattered the unrestrained room. The concrete walls posed no obstruction for even a fleeting moment. However, in his hasty escape, Li Xing miscalculated the force required, opting to obliterate the wall with lightning to prevent Zhou from being harmed by debris. Ironically, while he achieved his goal of safeguarding her, the pulverized concrete formed grim visages in the air around them. The 2 escapees, witnessing this absurdity, could not help but burst into laughter. Yet, their moment of levity was short-lived, as Lin Yuan emerged from the room, extinguishing their amusement. "Why aren't you running?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, his voice tinged with hysteria. Li Xing gently shook his head, gazing at the inverted light shield above, and replied, "Did you not already seal off the entire school? It seems that not even a fly could escape now. You do possess some insight. After all, this is still your doing. Had you not treated that group of useless individuals so brutally yesterday, I might not have considered implementing the restrictions in advance. Is this not a form of karmic retribution?" Lin Yuan asserted. "Your ability to learn is commendable, though compared to my sheer forceful oppression of them, you have made improvements. The current light shield bears no resemblance to its original form. In just one day, you have achieved such progress. Principal Lin, you truly are a paragon of talent." Hearing Li Xing's praise, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of satisfaction within. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, I would have relished a more thorough exchange with you. I have always been curious about the peculiar situation that drives you to take such drastic actions against us. Why mobilize against us for a mere handful of second-tier zombies? Just as he finished speaking, Li Xing found himself struck to the ground. Your curiosity is quite pronounced. However, given your current predicament, I can graciously enlighten you. A mere horde of second-tier zombies is indeed unnecessary. But what if they were third tier? How is that possible? Zombies cannot ascend to third tier so swiftly. Initially, I too found it hard to believe, but after sending scouts to observe from a distance, I confirmed the truth. So, how does this relate to your assault on us? The emergence of third-tier zombies should compel humanity to unite, not incite conflict among us. I have pondered this myself, considering rallying everyone for a decisive battle against the zombies. However, the horrifying reality was validated by Ho Junjie and his teammates, who sacrificed their lives. It was a tragedy akin to those under my command, who, prior to the arrival of the zombie leader, still had a fighting chance. Yet, upon the leader's emergence, they were utterly powerless, leaving only Ho Junjie, who escaped at the cost of his comrades' lives. What do you expect me to resist with? How could I possibly mount a defense? So, you have lost your sanity. Otherwise, you could have simply left, even if it meant departing alone. You hardly seem to care for others. You are the one who has lost your mind. Your entire family is deranged. Li Xing refrained from retorting, acknowledging that his insanity and that of his family were indistinguishable. However, you are not entirely incorrect. I am indeed unconcerned with the fate of the useless. Yet, I cannot leave. Nor can I afford to dead. Lin Yuan spoke. His anger began to dissipate into a semblance of calm. Why? Li Xing inquired, intrigued. I had not intended to share this with you, as the downfall of villains often lies in their verbosity. Lin Yuan paused, casting a glance at the grounded Li Xing before continuing. Nevertheless, observing your desperate state, I shall indulge your final wish. My profession is that of an SSS-level fortress lord. But this SS-level occupation comes with a prerequisite. I must bind it to a location I possess to activate it. The size of the location and its population do not affect activation, yet the fortress's potential influences the occupation's actual level. Therefore, the size of the fortress determines the level at which the occupation can operate. Initially, I bound myself to a modest building during a period of solitude, and thus my skills could only enhance by 30 to 50%, equivalent to A-level skills. However, I refused to concede defeat. I then turned my attention to this very base, laboriously ousting Zheng Weimin from power to seize control, becoming its master. Subsequently, I discovered that my skills could achieve a 2- to 3-fold enhancement. Yet, trivial matters soon followed, as under Zheng Weimin's foolish governance, the entire school had devolved into a utopia of laziness and ignorance. I was compelled to clean up this mess. Just when I finally managed to restore some semblance of normalcy to the base, the dread of a zombie tide emerged. You, having experienced it all, need not require further elaboration. Listening to your words, I must admit my admiration. In these chaotic times, you are, in a sense, an indomitable hero. Yet, you still have not explained why you have not departed. According to your own words, your occupation allows for a change in the fortress's potential. How conscious you are, even at death's door, still filled with curiosity. Yet I have already divulged so much, so it matters little. I have used my sole opportunity to alter the fortress's range on this base. It has become an inseparable part of me. Should I lose this base, to which I have devoted so much effort, I would be left with nothing. Then you intend to keep everyone in the base? Indeed, I wish for everyone to remain. They are part of the base and should bleed for this place. No one shall flee in the face of adversity. Controlling you is merely the first step. Now, only you remain. Surrender willingly, Li Xing, for you would not want any harm to befall your sister, would you? Lin Yuan, I appreciate your efforts in clarifying my doubts, but I regret to inform you that you shall be disappointed. Chapter 31. Striking first, gazing at Li Xing, pale and bloodied, Lin Yuan pondered the source of his audacity. Yet, to avoid prolonged complications, he resolved not to waste further time attempting to persuade Li Xing with skills, opting instead for a more direct method to subdue him. Although this approach would diminish Li Xing's strength upon control, the unease that lingered in his mind compelled him to act more decisively. However, it was already too late. With a piercing sound, Zhou Zhou, who had inexplicably vanished, suddenly reappeared around Li Xing, her complexion pale and clearly exhausted. Her tiny legs trembling. Li Xing, filled with concern, scooped her up into his arms. "Don't you dare bully my brother, or else you'll pay," Zhou Zhou declared, mustering a fierce expression, albeit lacking any persuasive power due to her adorable visage. Lin Yuan, perplexed, recognized the girl. Her only skill was a passive luck ability tied to her first-tier status, which should not entail any significant exertion. Yet her condition was unmistakably one of overexertion. However, Lin Yuan did not underestimate her words. In this perilous world, any bizarre occurrence was conceivable. Furthermore, as Zhou Zhou's declaration hung in the air, Lin Yuan's unease magnified. Just as he contemplated the source of his anxiety, the barrier enveloping the base flickered ominously. Following this, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, and the protective barrier shattered like glass under the cacophony. Before Lin Yuan and Li Xing's eyes, the barrier transformed into radiant fragments, dissipating into the ether. Their gazes shifted towards the source of the commotion, revealing a dark mass of zombies stretching beyond the horizon. The once clear streets surrounding the base were now teeming with the undead. Among the horde, a few individuals who had not returned to the base attempted to mount a counterattack. Yet, upon activating their skills, despite their enhancements and having slain numerous zombies, they were swiftly overwhelmed, their cries echoing in the desolation. Faced with this unfolding nightmare, both Li Xing and Lin Yuan wore expressions of bewilderment. Their gazes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, extinguishing any thoughts of internal strife. They recognized the necessity to unite against the common enemy. After all, the zombies were indeed external foes, and they harbored no intention of negotiation. Their underdeveloped, or entirely undeveloped, brains were solely fixated on devouring the nearest source of sustenance. Although the reason for the sudden arrival of the zombie tide remained a mystery, this unexpected assault had undeniably struck at their very lifeblood in the current base. Only Hou Junjie remains relatively unscathed, while Lin Yuan and Li Xing still possess some fighting capability. The rest, a motley crew of professionals lacking even the second tier, stand no chance against a horde that has never faced a complete second-tier squad. A sense of despair flickers in Lin Yuan's eyes, accompanied by a swell of resentment. Were it not for Li Xing's relentless resistance, he would not have squandered so much time. Perhaps, under Li Xing's submission and bolstered by the collective strength of others, he would have ascended to the third tier by now, able to confront the zombie leader directly. Instead, he finds himself waiting in a dire situation. However, surrender is not in Lin Yuan's nature. His earlier thoughts were merely a fleeting moment of disheartenment, swiftly replaced by renewed determination. Meanwhile, Li Xing is preoccupied with concerns for Zhou Zhou's safety. He is acutely aware of his own physical condition. Having been attacked in succession by the 4 individuals controlled by Lin Yuan, he is left with barely enough stamina to maintain even his basic abilities. Protecting the equally fatigued Zhou Zhou amidst the throngs of zombies seems a fanciful notion. Cursed be the arrival of these zombies at such an inopportune moment. Wait, could it be that Zhou Zhou's desperate invocation of luck has attracted them? This thought seems plausible, as it has indeed resolved their immediate predicament. The two have reconciled. Yet, while this alleviates the conflict between Li Xing and Lin Yuan, it plunges them into a deeper crisis. Perhaps Zhou Zhou's mastery of her abilities is still nascent, or perhaps the power of luck carries a degree of unpredictability. Li Xing seeks various rationalizations to soothe himself, attempting to regain his composure. As the two men spiral into their thoughts, the seemingly passive Hou Junjie suddenly steps forward, resolutely placing himself in the path of the zombies. Recover your strength, Leader Lin. I know you have a plan. Leave this to me. With that, Hou Junjie rescues an injured person from the clutches of the undead. A simple statement, yet it fills the weary duo with immense gratitude. It is worth noting that their current state is not merely due to injuries that preclude them from battle, but rather from the exhaustive exertion they have endured during the skirmishes. Physical stamina is essential for action. Without it, even movement becomes an impossibility. Fortunately, stamina can be replenished given sufficient time, yet time is precisely what they lack. As they witness Hou Junjie striving to buy them time, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly turns to lead Li Xing and Zhou Zhou away. Despite being busy, Hou Junjie harbors no resentment. Instead, he intensifies his efforts, focusing intently on the zombies before him. After all, if the two remain stationary, it would only serve to highlight their ineptitude. Kill! Hou Junjie bellows, as if bolstering his own courage, then cleaves through a zombie with a swift strike. However, this does not come without consequence. As he attacks, several more zombies converge upon him. Even though he manages to dispatch them with his second-tier reflexes, the onslaught leaves him with a multitude of wounds. Unlike the zombies depicted in novels and films, which spread infection upon contact, the injuries inflicted by these creatures merely sap Hou Junjie's stamina. As time passes, his condition deteriorates further. Even his weapon feels heavier in his hands. While the relentless zombies continue their advance, seemingly endless in their numbers, the other first-tier professionals fighting alongside him are equally drained, their faces pale as though coated in thick makeup. The zombies, driven by a frenzied instinct, press forward, their eyes glazed with a singular obsession, as if a great treasure lies just ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan guides Li Xing and Zhou Zhou into his office. Just as Li Xing, visibly impatient, prepares to inquire about Lin Yuan's intentions, Lin Yuan produces a pitch-black token inscribed with characters Li Xing cannot comprehend. Strangely, upon glimpsing the symbols, the number 130,283 suddenly materializes in Li Xing's mind. Before he can fully process the token's significance, Lin Yuan channels his recently restored stamina into it, causing the token to manifest a secret gateway within the confines of the office. Astonished by this extraordinary sight, Li Xing's disbelief is palpable. Can a secret realm truly be controlled by someone? Yet Lin Yuan shows no inclination to address Li Xing's confusion, stepping through the portal without hesitation. Although brimming with questions, Li Xing finds no opportunity to voice them, and thus follows Lin Yuan into the mystical realm. Inside, they are greeted by a magnificent tree, soaring towards the heavens as if to pierce the clouds and connect with the very fabric of the universe. Its dense foliage forms a verdant canopy, casting a deep shadow over the barren land that extends for miles around. The vibrant leaves shimmer in the sunlight, creating an impression akin to a colossal green fortress. Each branch exhibits an upward thrust, as if showcasing its grandeur and strength to the world. Yet, apart from this singular tree, the surrounding terrain is desolate and devoid of life, as Lin Yuan observes Li Xing. Who is momentarily awestruck by the tree's majesty, he interjects. Once Li Xing regains his composure, Lin Yuan patiently elucidates, as you can see, this is a realm entirely of my own making. The sole product of this place is what you once referred to as the essence of life. Essence of life? ISNT that only effective for first-tier professionals? Lin Yuan responds with a mysterious smile, his expression unreadable. What you witnessed was a diluted form of essence, its efficacy reduced to less than 1/10. The original essence is produced by this second-tier giant tree, and it can only yield a single drop each day. Thus far, it has generated a mere 6 drops. Just 1 drop can fully restore one's stamina. Lin Yuan shares with keen interest. The mention of the restorative potential of a single drop. Li Xing's attention shifts, and without hesitation, he seizes 2 drops, one for himself and the other for the long unconscious Zhou Zhou. The undiluted essence proves remarkably potent. Within moments, Zhou Zhou awakens, while Li Xing's stamina is significantly replenished. Observing this, Lin Yuan does not intervene, instead closing his eyes to absorb the essence himself. Once Li Xing has fully regained his strength and Zhou Zhou is nearly restored, he prepares to depart. However, Lin Yuan calls out to him, "Hold on. Leaving now would be futile. Even with your stamina restored, do you truly believe you can confront that third-tier zombie leader? Do you have a brilliant plan?" Li Xing retorts, halting in his tracks. At this juncture, Lin Yuan reveals, "I will not conceal the truth from you any longer. You likely suspect as much by adding individuals to my domain. I gain a significant boost to my physical capabilities. Currently, the 4 under Zheng Weimin are under my control. With their assistance, I have reached the pinnacle of the second tier. If you were to agree to join, I could achieve a strength equivalent to the third tier, enabling me to contend with the zombie leader. Are you suggesting I become a puppet, mindlessly controlled like Zheng Weimin and the others? You must know I would never accept such an arrangement. I would rather face the zombies head-on, fighting for my life, than live as a mere marionette. At least that would preserve some semblance of dignity," Li Xing declares, indignation evident in his voice, as if the zombies were sworn enemies. Awake, Zhou Zhou cannot help but chuckle at Li Xing's words. From her understanding, her older brother is hardly such a person. His bravado is likely a fade. Yet, in an effort not to disrupt his plans, she stifles her laughter, pretending to remain asleep. Lin Yuan and Li Xing, however, appear oblivious to her small antics, continuing their discourse despite her evident struggle. Of course, it's not like Zheng Weimin. Stronger individuals enjoy certain privileges. They cannot be treated the same way. If you join my domain, we can establish a contract using a special item. The terms can be negotiated until you are satisfied. But we must act quickly. The zombies outside will not wait for us to deliberate." Lin Yuan's demeanor is amiable, a stark contrast to his earlier threats, his smile radiating warmth like blooming chrysanthemums. "Very well," Li Xing responds readily. Following Lin Yuan's display of sincerity, they both enter into a seemingly earnest, yet ulterior, agreement. Having attained their desires, both wear satisfied smiles. Subsequently, Lin Yuan, embodying the benevolent leader concerned for his people, hastily departs the realm of the giant tree. In contrast, Li Xing, who was initially eager to leave, finds himself momentarily still, for he harbors little concern. He shares no deep connections with the individuals at the base and questions why he should risk himself for a group of strangers. Isn't that foolish? Moreover, isn't Lin Yuan going to rescue them? It doesn't matter if I don't go. If they die, it's their own fault. This apocalypse has nothing to do with me. Li Xing pondered this. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of agitation. At that moment, Zhou Zhou, who had been pretending to sleep, awoke and, noticing Li Xing's troubled expression, couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what's wrong? You seem worried. Can you share with me?" Upon seeing Zhou Zhou's innocent demeanor, Li Xing felt his inner turmoil lessen somewhat. He gently lifted Zhou Zhou and said, "You inquisitive little one, always full of questions. However, I believe it's far too perilous to take you outside. It is safer to remain here. As long as we stay hidden, the dangers lurking outside have no bearing on us. But what about the auntie cooking outside? She is related to us, isn't she? She has cooked for us and provided us with so much information about the base." Zhou Zhou retorted innocently. Yet, Li Xing hesitated. "But, there are no buts. Do you truly wish to go? You can decide for yourself. If you are uncertain, perhaps you should consult your own heart. I have heard it said that the heart is the most honest guide. If you doubt it, you may as well try." Zhou Zhou spoke earnestly. "Consult my heart?" Li Xing murmured, as if suddenly grasping something profound. Chapter 33. The oracle in the base. People were still struggling desperately. In a mere few minutes, thousands of zombies had perished, yet the human side suffered losses even more rapidly. This was not due to the inadequacy of the professionals. Rather, it was they who had slain the zombies. Although most had sustained significant injuries during the onslaught, their professional physiques rendered them less vulnerable to fatality. In fact, the greatest casualties were among the ordinary citizens, many of whom were elderly and had previously been well protected by Zheng Weimin. When confronted by the horde of zombies, some even audaciously complained that the combat team established by the base was utterly ineffectual. Accomplishing nothing at all indeed, the combat team had proven to be of little use, leading to their swift demise. Even the professionals merely a dozen meters away were unable to save him. This was quite understandable. After all, were they not merely idle? Lacking capability is hardly surprising that, of course, few possess such insight, as most fled at the first sight of zombies, aware of their own inability to resist, thus adhering to the adage that retreat is the best strategy. Unfortunately, due to their lack of experience in battling zombies and their status as non-professionals, they appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of the evolving undead. Even if they made the most prudent choice, escaping from the clutches of the professionals, they were ultimately no match for these ordinary individuals. The outcome for these people was painfully evident. They were soon devoured one by the zombies. Of course, some fought valiantly against the onslaught. However, when one struck a pursuing zombie on the head with a hefty stone only to elicit no response, he suddenly burst into laughter. He understood that soon he would no longer have the luxury of mirth. If he did not laugh now, he would have no time later, and indeed, the outcome unfolded as he had anticipated. As the attention of the zombies shifted towards him, he ceased his soft chuckles. And with the sounds of chewing came the piercing screams that filled the air. This terrifying and bloody scene sent chills down the spines of the survivors, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, with some even losing control of their bladders. People could only pray repeatedly that they would not be the next to perish, while desperately fleeing for their lives. Fortunately, the number of ordinary people was still considerable, and they fled in various directions. Moreover, only a handful of zombies had passed through the professionals, which meant that the zombies could not consume them all at once, thus providing a fleeting chance for survival. However, this also led some to realize that they merely needed to be a fraction faster than those beside them. After all, the zombies fed to survive, and feeding required time. Once they consumed others, they would have no time left for him. Hence, a few unfortunate souls, who were running normally, suddenly tripped and fell, meeting their demise at the hands of the zombies. Such incidents went unnoticed as people fled for their lives. Thus, these unfortunate individuals vanished without a trace. With so many dying at the jaws of the undead, who would care for these nameless victims? Of course, numerous such events occurred, as the foremost priority of life is survival. In the face of life and death, the most rudimentary existence is prepared to undertake any unimaginable or conceivable act in the name of survival. These harrowing scenes painted a vivid picture of a reality devoid of a future. This was an apocalypse that had already begun, yet its conclusion did not rest in the hands of these individuals. On the other side, the battlefield of the professionals held the true power to determine victory or defeat. While the situation on this side remained precarious, originally, Ho Junjie had prepared himself for death, for no one understood the horror of this zombie tide better than he. His entire team had perished at their hands, and it was sheer folly to think that he, a mere second-tier professional, could stand against a third-tier zombie leader and its skilled subordinates. Yet he bore the weight of the Oracle's mission. Tasked with bringing one person back to the capital, he recalled the Oracle's words upon his departure from Kyoto. "Today, I have summoned you for a daunting task. I do not know if you are willing to accept." With a resolute voice, he replied, "But accepting this task may very well cost you your life. You must contemplate it thoroughly and inform me when you are ready. If you feel it too dangerous, you may choose to decline. No need to deliberate. I, Ho Junjie, as a soldier, am ever prepared to sacrifice myself for my country." "Ah, as expected of a true man of valor," the Oracle exclaimed, somewhat excited. "The purpose of this journey is to travel to City Z and bring back a certain individual. You will understand who they are upon arrival, and all your actions must revolve around them. Of course, in times of necessity, you may act as you see fit. This journey is fraught with peril. I urge you to take care." The Oracle grasped his hand firmly. He recalled how, before his departure, the Oracle had specifically seen him off. Yet he never fully comprehended the emotions reflected in the Oracle's eyes: calmness, guilt, and reluctance. Throughout his journey, he kept the Oracle's words close to his heart, not daring to pause for even a moment. Thus, he missed numerous opportunities to save others. Along the way, he could not fathom why the Oracle had emphasized the need for him to act according to his heart. Yet, upon witnessing the defenseless citizens behind him, he suddenly understood the meaning of that phrase. However, he hoped that the Oracle did not intend for him to stand idly by in the face of death. Even so, he would resolutely step forward, for this time he wished to act according to his heart. Just as he prepared to face death, Ho Junjie noticed something amiss. These zombies were not on the same level as those encountered by him and his team. This implied that this particular zombie tide was seemingly not led by a third-tier zombie. Upon recognizing this, Ho Junjie felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, recalling his earlier demeanor, prepared to deliver a final farewell. He wished he could sink into the earth. Thus, he unleashed his fury upon the crimson-eyed zombies, for at that moment, he resembled a zombie himself, driven mad by rage. Speaking of these crimson-eyed zombies, while they possessed a low foundational physique, they seemed to be controlled by something, having enhanced their strength at the cost of their potential and vitality. This resulted in their improved physical attributes, yet their methods of attack became more rudimentary. Making them easier for him to handle, he swiftly dispatched numerous zombies with ease. However, for weaker professionals, this sudden enhancement posed a significant threat, forcing them to rely on their various skills for survival. Observing this, Ho Junjie promptly abandoned the notion of facing the zombies alone, instead organizing the professionals into formations to hold their ground against the undead, while he used his superior strength to ambush the confronting zombies one by one. This strategy proved highly effective, yet it bore a drawback. He was the sole high-tier fighter among them, while Zhang Weimin and the other 4 second-tier professionals fought solely on instinct. Even though he endeavored to include them in the formation, 5 individuals spread across a few hundred meters were still hard-pressed. Consequently, Ho Junjie found himself running back and forth, and soon his stamina was nearly depleted, leaving him feeling rather isolated in his efforts. The moment he faltered, the line of defense began to crumble, as the relentless tide of zombies surged past, heading straight for the citizens behind. It seemed all within the base were destined to meet with death. Chapter 34. Spirit Bomb. At that moment, Lin Yuan, who had been waiting patiently, finally made his appearance. Upon his arrival, he appeared frantic and immediately sprang into action to save an elderly man on the verge of being devoured by zombies. The old man expressed his profound gratitude to Lin Yuan. "Thank you, Lord Lin, for saving my life. If it weren't for your timely assistance, this old man would have met his end here today. There's no need for excessive thanks. Each of you is my subject, and protecting you is my duty. Now, quickly find a place to hide. The zombies will soon be dealt with. I cannot linger, as there are many more lives in need of rescue." With that, he hastily moved on to save the next person. Oh, what a good soul! Truly, Lord Lin is a compassionate official who cares deeply for the people. The elderly man trembled all over as he spoke. His voice barely audible, a mere whisper meant for his own ears. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was tirelessly rescuing one person after another amidst the chaotic battlefield, where myriad sounds clamored for attention, rendering the old man's humble exclamation utterly insignificant. In the span of a fleeting moment, Lin Yuan had lost count of how many lives he had saved. Every glance revealed yet another soul in need of rescue, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Watching the lifeless bodies before him, Lin Yuan felt his heart bleed. With every person the zombies claimed, a piece of his very essence diminished. Were the zombies truly slaughtering only the weak and worthless? It felt like a slap to his face. Observing the increasingly frenzied movements of the undead, Lin Yuan realized he could no longer hold back. He bellowed, and in an instant, a pale yellow protective shield rose around the base, enveloping the crowd in a comprehensive embrace of safety. This shield bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. It was, in fact, a reverse application of the restraints that had confined Li Xing, appearing deceptively simple. Merely a rearrangement of energy elements in reverse. For Li Xing, Zhou Zhou, and Lin Yuan, this was a task easily accomplished. As for the others, perhaps they would have better luck in their next lives. This one was clearly out of reach. The mere act of stabilizing the elemental structure into shape was sufficient to earn a mage's eye, As the yellow protective barrier ascended, isolating the zombies beyond its reach. Disbelief washed over the people as they grasped their newfound safety. Once they confirmed the zombies had been warded off, exhilaration erupted into loud cheers, some even embracing in joyous relief, the air thick with gratitude for their miraculous escape from danger. For a brief moment, it seemed as if the crisis had been averted. However, a few astute observers soon discerned that the yellow shield was gradually dimming. Under the relentless assault of the zombies, what was once a thin barrier began to visibly weaken, resembling a fragile vessel battling against a storm, teetering on the brink of collapse amidst the onslaught. Silence fell upon the crowd, their earlier jubilation swiftly forgotten. As the reality of the shield's impending demise loomed large, Lin Yuan sensed the precariousness of the situation. Thus, at the moment the barrier threatened to shatter, he summoned forth a brand new shield. Identical in hue and brimming with a sense of security. This time, the people did not indulge in fleeting optimism. They recognized that this shield emanated from Lin Yuan himself. A similar yellow aura surrounded him, drawing their collective gaze, as if their mere observation could quell the crisis at hand. Yet, Lin Yuan was far too preoccupied with the task of sustaining the besieged barrier to pay heed to their scrutiny. He had initially believed that his current strength would easily resolve this predicament, but the leader had remained elusive, thwarting his plans for a decisive strike. Moreover, he had underestimated the sheer number of zombies. Amidst the relentless assault of thousands, he had hoped to protect the base's inhabitants with the shield's capabilities, yet it barely held for half a minute. Forced to repeat this action time and again, it was evident that such measures were akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. After several attempts, Lin Yuan found himself nearly drained of stamina, compelled to reveal yet another hidden card. Esteemed ones, the base stands on the brink of peril. If anyone still believes in me, I implore you to raise your right hands, lend me your strength, and together, we shall vanquish this imminent threat. His words, bolstered by his power, reverberated throughout every corner of the base, ensuring that each individual could hear him clearly. The sound echoed in their ears. Though many remained skeptical, they nonetheless raised their right hands. Faced with the encroaching zombies and the faltering shield, the crowd found the notion of channeling their energy rather absurd, fearing it might be their final act of desperation. Yet, recalling Lin Yuan's prior actions that had benefited them, they deemed him worthy of their trust. Even if he sought to make one last reckless gamble, they were resigned to their fates and willing to accompany him in embarrassment may be fleeting. Yet handsomeness is a lifelong affair. Lin Yuan covertly lamented that Li Xing was stealing his limelight. He received a private transmission from Li Xing. Lord Lin, you should modify the energy shield. Not to protect, but to revert it to its original confinement. In an instant, Lin Yuan comprehended Li Xing's intentions. He aimed to trap the zombies and annihilate them all. This task posed a considerable challenge for Lin Yuan, as sealing off an area of several kilometers was no small feat, but it was not insurmountable, merely time-consuming. However, what intrigued Lin Yuan more was Li Xing's method of communication. After a brief contemplation, he realized that Li Xing was manipulating the arrangement of elements to create sound waves, simulating voice. Tio put it simply, it was akin to headphones that convey sound directly to the ear. Albeit with Li Xing employing lightning elements to replace the transmission and reception processes, AS for point-to-point transmission, was it not simpler? Directing the arranged elements along a fixed path posed no real difficulty. Was this not a fundamental aspect of elemental control? Surely, there could not be anyone incapable of achieving this. If so, they might as well consider reincarnation. Grasping the principle, Lin Yuan attempted it several times and succeeded, promptly transmitting back to Li Xing, I need time. Grant me 2.5 minutes, and I shall complete it. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice resonate in his ear, Li Xing appeared somewhat astonished. Although he understood this was not a particularly complex matter, he did not expect Lin Yuan to master the transmission method so swiftly. Can you not be any faster? Li Xing urged eagerly. No, 2.5 minutes is the limit. Any quicker may lead to complications. Lin Yuan replied decisively, complications are precisely what I desire. You are not sealing humans, but a horde of zombies. Why seek such safety? Li Xing countered. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his own unexpected mercy towards the zombies, realizing that his usual benevolent demeanor had led him to consider others' welfare. After a brief silence, Lin Yuan responded, 30 seconds, but it can only be maintained for 10. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's reply, Li Xing grinned mischievously. 10 seconds will suffice. With that, he ceased the transmission and focused entirely on controlling the electric energy, as these wild surges of lightning required meticulous management. The 30 seconds elapsed swiftly, and Lin Yuan did not make extravagant promises that would disappoint Li Xing. He indeed completed the confinement within 10 seconds. However, this confinement was not a warm yellow but rather a tumultuous red, flickering ominously and exuding an air of danger. From Li Xing's vantage point in the sky, it resembled a colossal explosive nut, instilling a profound sense of insecurity. As Li Xing received the signal of completion from Lin Yuan, his eyes widened, his hands slowly raised with palms facing the sky, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. Exterminate, with his command. A vast web of lightning intertwined in the air, responding to his call, began to roll and surge, launching a fierce assault on the horde of zombies below. These bolts of lightning were not random. They were meticulously controlled by Li Xing, each strike accompanied by the anguished cries of the zombies, as if celebrating Li Xing's victory. In an instant, the world transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning, with the zombies becoming hapless victims, desperately struggling against their fate. Yet to no avail. As the 10 seconds came to an end, the counterfeit confinement, overseen by Lin Yuan, erupted violently, the deafening roar serving as a perfect curtain call for the zombies' departure. Chapter 36. Who taught you how to handle matters? As night fell, the crisis brought by thousands of zombies also subsided. With the collaboration of Li Xing and Lin Yuan, the immediate threat had been resolved. Yet, the ramifications of this battle were far from over. The survivors expressed a mix of sorrow and relief, gazing at the devastated base, uncertain of what the future held, their eyes filled with confusion. Originally, the base housed nearly 10,000 individuals, but now, fewer than half remained alive. Everyone bore injuries from the conflict, particularly the frontline professionals, who sustained more severe wounds, almost all of them gravely injured. Were it not for their robust physiques and the ever-looming threat of zombies, they might have succumbed to an endless slumber. However, such burdens were not Li Xing's concern. He was merely a fighter responsible for combat. Now that the battle had concluded and there was no further task at hand, Li Xing yearned to return home to accompany Zhou Zhou. What? You claim I destroyed the surrounding buildings during the fight? Nonsense. Without evidence, it's merely slander. Watch yourself. I might sue you for defamation. What? You say you recorded it with the recording stone? Hiss, you little genius. You truly have left no escape route for yourself. Refusing to show gratitude, were you? I'll make you regret that. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning flashed. He refrained from outright annihilating the fool, as this was certainly not his own doing. It was likely Lin Yuan who had sent him to test the waters. It was not yet time to turn hostile. Thus, he merely caused the recording stone to fall to the ground and disintegrate into powder, while also sending the fool flying. In contrast to Li Xing's ease, Lin Yuan found himself inundated with responsibilities. The arrangement of battlefield obstacles, the disposal of corpses, the collection and distribution of corpse crystals, and the basic needs of the populace all fell upon his shoulders, overwhelming him. This was not due to the complexity of these issues, but rather because they were too rudimentary. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that these were indeed matters that should be addressed by individuals. Should the corpses be cremated or buried? Where should the corpse crystals be stored? What should the survivors eat? A series of inquiries left him gazing intently at the young Secretary Han beside him, his eyes fixated, while Secretary Han stood there unperturbed, smiling quietly, devoid of any desire to communicate. The two remained in silence for an extended period, as if the air around them had grown heavy. Ultimately, it was Lin Yuan who, unable to endure the stalemate any longer, broke the silence. Young Han, you can resolve these issues on your own. I believe in your abilities. Just provide me with a final report. Leader Lin, I am new to this and still clumsy. I am not capable of handling this task, Secretary Han replied timidly. Have faith in yourself, do not fear failure. Everyone begins as a novice. With effort, you will surely excel. Lin Yuan offered Secretary Han a generous serving of encouragement, knowing that for someone young, a hearty dose of motivation would inspire them to strive for excellence without needing to be paid. As expected, upon hearing this uplifting sentiment, Secretary Han was instantly filled with vigor, his excitement evident, and he promptly turned to address Lin Yuan's directives. Just as Secretary Han reached the door, preparing to depart, Lin Yuan's voice called him back. Once you go, work diligently. Do not let me down. Also, summon Secretary Yang. I have matters to discuss with him. Having thought he had narrowly escaped a crisis, Secretary Han's heart raced as he confronted Lin Yuan's inquiry. He hesitated, struggling to articulate a response, leaving the air thick with tension. Observing Secretary Han's reluctance to speak, Lin Yuan felt an ominous premonition, yet he refused to acknowledge it. He grasped Secretary Han by the collar. Pulling him closer, and with a trembling voice demanded, "Where is Secretary Yang? What has happened to him? Why has he not come to see me?" Secretary Han remained silent, prompting Lin Yuan to press further. "Where is he? Is he injured? If so, why did he not inform me? After all these years of camaraderie, would I not allow him to rest?" Lin Yuan, releasing Secretary Han, began to speak to himself, sensing an opportunity to flee. Secretary Han dashed out of Lin Yuan's office. Before departing, he could not forget to address Lin Yuan's question. Secretary Yang has already left. To protect his younger brother, he was surrounded by zombies and left without even a corpse. Hearing this devastating news, which he had already suspected, Lin Yuan found it difficult to accept the immense blow. In an instant, tears threatened to spill from his eyes, but he swiftly wiped them away. As though that action could alleviate his sorrow, he slumped into his chair, forcing a smile and weakly remarked, Yang, you truly lack consideration. The teacher has yet to dismiss you. Who granted you permission to leave? Will you not feel lonely on your journey alone? If you do, return. I have been counting on you to care for me in my old age. As Lin Yuan's voice grew fainter, it gradually became inaudible. Ultimately, he whispered, barely audible to himself, "Safe travels." Then came an extended silence. Perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. Lin Yuan eventually regained his composure, transforming back into the imposing ruler he once was. Take good care of his brother. Yang Xiong, he addressed the empty room. Yes, came a voice from his shadow. Afterward, he exited the tranquil chamber. External matters awaited his direction. He held no faith in Secretary Han's competence, yet surely it could not take this long for a task to remain unfulfilled. Upon discovering the whereabouts of Secretary Han and arriving at his bustling location, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. People were queuing to receive their meals, a sight that seemed entirely ordinary. Yet, as he widened his gaze, he noticed the restroom situated nearby, less than 100 meters from the open-air cooking pots. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and Lin Yuan realized that the cooking utensils were unfortunately downwind. The mischievous wind mingled the aromas of food and waste, and although Lin Yuan, pinching his nose, could not discern the unpleasant scent, he instinctively knew it was hardly appetizing. Secretary Han, busy serving food, spotted Lin Yuan's arrival, and his eyes instantly lit up. He hurriedly ladled a bowl of rice porridge, eager to curry favor. Accepting the porridge, Lin Yuan, under Han's expectant gaze, downed it in one go, only to question, "Who taught you how to conduct affairs?" Chapter 37. The meaning of departure. Is there a problem? Han replied, slurping the viscous rice porridge. Observing this misguided secretary, Lin Yuan could not suppress his curiosity. Xiao Han, did you just graduate? How did you know? Han scratched his head, appearing somewhat naive. Need it be said? You epitomize the clarity and folly characteristic of a college student, as if you had college student written across your forehead. Though he mused this internally, Lin Yuan was astute enough not to reveal his thoughts as openly as this newly minted novice. However, witnessing Han's actions, he could no longer contain his frustration and delivered a scathing reprimand. With a look of sincere contrition, Han apologized profusely, citing his lack of experience and a desire to learn, yet he exhibited no inclination to improve. Lin Yuan recognized that the ingrained mindset shaped by years of education would not change overnight. However, the issues at hand required resolution, prompting him to invest considerable effort in detailing the actions that should be taken and the appropriate responses to various situations. Reflecting on Secretary Yang's tenure, Lin Yuan noted that such meticulous arrangements had significantly improved Han's management, leading to a more organized approach to tasks. For a fleeting moment, Han felt as though the challenges had become simpler. Mistaking his newfound efficiency for substantial progress, lost in the euphoria of his perceived advancements. Observing the overly buoyant Han, Lin Yuan lamented that the youth was beyond saving. He quickly outlined the tasks at hand, organizing personnel and surveying the surrounding area before departing, fearing that lingering any longer might overwhelm his heart. Meanwhile, Li Xing was attempting to console the sorrowful Zhou Zhou, who was distraught after witnessing the demise of the jovial, elderly women she had spoken with just days prior. Now fallen to the jaws of zombies, after seeing their corpses, Zhou Zhou, previously lively, had become morose, remaining silent for an entire hour. It was well known that Zhou Zhou had once been a spirited force. Unable to part with Li Xing since their acquaintance, always eager to share her thoughts, even in silence, as if fearful of his departure. Yet, the sight of loss had transformed her, and Li Xing, knowing her resilience, understood that something deeper was troubling her. Even the strongest individuals harbor gentle wounds that remain untouchable. Li Xing had always treated Zhou Zhou as his own sister, caring for her more than himself, wishing to spare her from sorrow. Clearly, her distress stemmed from a past he had never pried into out of respect. He understood that if she wished to share, he would be a willing listener, ready to bear her burdens. Thus, Li Xing's approach was to silently guard her, though his straightforward demeanor proved ineffective, inadvertently prompting Zhou Zhou to weep. Unsure of how to respond, he embraced her, hoping to quiet her cries. Remarkably, this seemingly unreliable tactic succeeded, not because Zhou Zhou had found clarity, but rather because she was momentarily breathless. Grateful that her sobs had ceased, Li Xing released her back to the ground, averting what could have turned into an embarrassing display. Noticing a slight improvement in Zhou Zhou's demeanor, Li Xing hastily inquired, "Zhou Zhou, what troubles you? You can share anything with your brother. I will always be your steadfast support." "Brother, will you leave me?" she asked, her voice trembling, just like the elderly women from the other day, who seemed perfectly well just days ago, only to perish suddenly. "I am so afraid you will leave me too." Li Xing was taken aback by her question. Unprepared for such a profound inquiry, to assert that he would never leave her felt insincere and deceptive, while admitting that he might depart seemed cruel, especially given her current state, as he pondered how best to respond. He noticed Zhou Zhou's hopeful expression gradually turning to disappointment in her eyes. It seemed that Li Xing was preparing to abandon her, leaving her once again a child unwanted. Seeing her disheartened face, he cast aside the notion of a perfect answer and resolutely declared, "Zhou Zhou, I could never bear to leave you. However, in this unpredictable world, I cannot guarantee that I will always be by your side. You know that life is full of unforeseen events. We cannot promise that accidents will never occur, just as the women we met days ago faced a fate they never anticipated. Moreover, no gathering lasts forever. We are but mere specks of dust in this world, susceptible to erasure at any moment. Thus, the departure of anyone, including myself, is a natural occurrence. However, we should not dwell on the fear and emptiness that accompany such departures, but rather recognize that each loss contributes to the unique individual you are becoming. Even if one day I cannot be by your side for any reason, I hope you will grow into a strong and independent person, unafraid of any reason, undeterred by anyone's absence." Li Xing gazed tenderly at Zhou Zhou, attempting to convey a sense of security through his eyes. As she absorbed his words, the fear in her gaze dissipated. Replaced by her playful and endearing spirit eye in her twinkling eyes, she grasped that her brother would always remain her brother, regardless of the passage of time or circumstance. I understand. Zhou's voice took on a high-pitched, drawn-out tone as she wrapped her arms around Li Xing's and began to sway, fully aware that this was a tactic that would endear her to him. Seeing her act sweetly, Li Xing felt a sense of relief that his earlier discourse had made an impact. At that moment, Lin Yuan approached, surveying the remnants of the crumbled structures around him. He was not surprised by their state. Rather, he contemplated how fortunate it was that his SSS-level luck was advantageous in certain respects, albeit regrettably not in the current situation. Chapter 38. Do you dare to refuse? Hearing sounds from within the solitary house, Lin Yuan, initially intending to enter directly, opted instead to knock politely, announcing his arrival. Although Li Xing had sensed Lin Yuan's approach long before, he did not impede him. The bond they had just forged relied on mutual trust, and given that the crisis had merely subsided temporarily, with the zombie leader and his cadre of second-tier zombies still at bay, it was far from time for treachery. Thus, Lin Yuan's visit likely bore significant matters for discussion, though Li Xing could not fathom the purpose behind Lin Yuan's summons. With his straightforward reasoning, Li Xing speculated that Lin Yuan should be preoccupied with organizing the aftermath of the battle at the base. Yet, Lin Yuan wasted no time in getting to the crux of the matter, stating, as you may have observed, today's zombie encounter was merely a test. I have already dispatched personnel to investigate the surrounding circumstances. But I estimate that by tomorrow at the latest, the batch led by the zombie chief will arrive. Li Xing raised his head to respond directly, placing Zhou safely inside the house. After the recent skirmish, I realized that a pseudo-third-tier individual is insufficient to handle the zombies. My skills are not combat-related, so I would like you to advance to third tier. Lin Yuan continued without acknowledging Li Xing's departure. Aware that in such close quarters, Li Xing could easily hear him, I currently possess a challenge-type secret realm where one can acquire resources upon successful completion. I wish for you to attempt entering and see if you can ascend to third tier. Why me? You have the highest physique in the entire base, which gives you the greatest chance of success. I possess only one token for entry, and naturally, it should go to the one with the greatest potential. Lin Yuan replied with a mischievous grin, providing what appeared to be a highly reasonable justification. And what is the cost? Li Xing was skeptical that Lin Yuan would be so generous as to offer this opportunity without a price. You jest, suggesting that there is a price to be paid between us. The opportunity to enter the base is singular, thus only one of us may proceed, and you must return post-haste. Lin Yuan calmly articulated his demands. And what else? Li Xing inquired. If you acquire any surplus second-level energy crystals after advancing to the third level, you must bring some back for me, Lin Yuan replied. Very well, I agree, Li Xing consented after a glance at Zhou. Still lingering in the room, when Li Xing informed Zhou of his impending departure for a day to attend to pressing matters, although she was reluctant to see her brother go, she ultimately acquiesced, knowing that he would not leave unless it was of utmost importance. Observing her understanding demeanor, Li Xing decided to embrace her affectionately before his departure. This was certainly not because her hair was irresistibly delightful to tousle, absolutely not. That was not the case, emphatically not. Nearby, Lin Yuan silently watched, rolling his eyes as Li Xing bid farewell to Zhou repeatedly, his envy of such tenderness palpable. Their time was squandered. Lin Yuan felt compelled to intervene. Playing the villain, ahem, you too. It is time to depart. If you tarry any longer, I shall presume you wish to remain here indefinitely. His words shattered the intimate moment between brother and sister. Li Xing promptly accepted the token and utilized it to teleport into the secret realm. Leaving Lin Yuan and Zhou exchanging bewildered glances, the atmosphere, seemingly imbued with a silent spell, grew heavy, rendering their lips momentarily sealed. It was only when a distant call from Secretary Han broke the oppressive silence that they regained their composure. Lord Lin, what brings you here? There are countless matters awaiting your decisive action. Seeing Secretary Han rush in, panting, Lin Yuan felt a surge of relief, as if he had encountered a savior, and promptly assigned him a formidable task. Ah, Han, you arrived just in time. I have this little one to entrust to you. Please ensure she comes to no harm. Should a single hair fall from her head, I shall flay you alive. Before Secretary Han could fully comprehend the gravity of his new responsibility, Lin Yuan had vanished, leaving behind an adorable little girl. Secretary Han regarded the charming child, pondering, how could Lord Lin exude such an air of dominance? Could it be that he has indulged in too many novels? No, prior to taking office, I inquired, and Lord Lin has no children. Why then is he so protective of this child? Could she be his illegitimate daughter? Concealed from public knowledge and entrusted to me, his most trusted subordinate? He was convinced that Lord Lin was an astute leader, and he vowed not to betray his trust, pledging to safeguard Miss Lin. Observing Secretary Han's dazed expression, Zhou felt a wave of exasperation. His foolish demeanor suggested a lack of intellect, a trait that would disappoint even a zombie. For the first time, Zhou feared her luck might have run out by associating with such a buffoon. Unable to endure any longer, she leapt up and delivered a sharp kick to Secretary Han, who finally snapped back to reality, reminded of his duty to attend to his little charge. Thus, he hastily produced snacks he had intended to enjoy during his idle moments to appease the young girl. Out of begrudging appreciation for this simpleton's gesture, Zhou chose to forgive him, albeit reluctantly. Meanwhile, having escaped the awkward confines of that house, Lin Yuan commenced tackling his responsibilities. However, he quickly found himself beset by misfortune. With no secretaries remaining by his side, the entire administrative office had succumbed to the zombie tide, leaving only a foolish university student to handle secretarial duties. He had assumed that a university student would be adept at handling tasks beyond mere online frivolities. Yet he was sorely mistaken. In reality, they possessed not a single relevant skill. The lack of manpower led to a collapse in organization, presenting Lin Yuan with his greatest challenge yet, a scenario he had never anticipated. In the past, there had been no shortage of individuals willing to work, so such a predicament would have been unimaginable. After some contemplation, he decided to release Zhang Weimin and his 3 companions. As they were relatively reliable, having held leadership positions for a time, they possessed a measure of respect, and their second-level capabilities were their greatest asset. Often, tasks go unaddressed due to insufficient authority, yet this was not the case for them. Their strength commanded respect, compelling action. Chapter 39. Has he always been this way? Su Haoyan, keep an eye on Secretary Han. I am somewhat uneasy about him, Lin Yuan sighed. Should I eliminate him? Replied the delinquent youth. Nonchalantly twirling a stray blade of grass, his flippant tone belying the seriousness of his words. No need to concern yourself with that. I merely fear he may concoct some mischief. Your only duty is to protect that little girl. Despite knowing this unruly youth was, at heart, a good-natured child, Lin Yuan could not escape a headache. As you command, Su Haoyan replied, turning away, leaving behind a profound silhouette accentuated by his black trench coat. Reminiscent of a hero embarking on a solitary quest. When it became evident that no one was paying him heed, he sulkily departed, his figure growing increasingly solitary. Once he had distanced himself, Lin Yuan inquired of those nearby. Has Su Haoyan always been so juvenile? Zhang Weimin, familiar with both the base and Su Haoyan, replied. Since the apocalypse began, after Haoyan acquired his profession, he has remained thus. Pleased with Zhang Weimin's submission, Lin Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment. Transforming a hero devoted to the people into a humble servant was, in itself, a form of happiness. Countless individuals strive for power merely to attain the privilege of bending others to their will. Did one truly expect the lofty officials to advocate for those struggling at the bottom? Perhaps those beneath the weight of power might show sympathy, but power itself would not die in high spirits. Lin Yuan resolved to assign Zhang Weimin a straightforward task, intending to temper his temperament. Trust and loyalty must be diligently cultivated to serve the people effectively. Little Zhang, you shall oversee the rations. Ensure that no one fights valiantly only to go hungry. Originally, Zhang Weimin had assumed that Lin Yuan, witnessing his humility, would assign him a more prestigious position. Instead, he was relegated to logistical duties, clearly distancing him from the seat of power. Though dissatisfied with this assignment, Zhang Weimin, having been reformed, understood the fundamentals of politics and accepted with a smile, politely informing Lin Yuan of his intention to commence work before taking his leave. Observing Zhang Weimin repeatedly refer to him as Lord Lin, Lin Yuan felt a swell of pride, resolved to appoint him as a leader once the current crisis had passed, recognizing that his versatile abilities made him a suitable candidate, especially since these individuals had been saved by Zhang Weimin. Naturally, they would be more inclined to exert themselves under his leadership. As for the present, Lin Yuan remained uncertain of Zhang Weimin's loyalty. Thus, he refrained from assigning him command over the rebuilding efforts, delegating that responsibility to others to prevent any monopolization of power. Consequently, Lin Yuan entrusted the task to Hai Fugui, a somewhat portly middle-aged man who had consistently managed logistical operations, an ideal opportunity for Zhang Weimin to exchange roles with him, serving a dual purpose of fostering rivalry. After all, if Zhang Weimin ingratiated himself with others, Lin Yuan would have cause for concern. Meanwhile, the elderly Zhang Dekhang, leaning on his cane, had fortuitously stumbled into a benevolent secret realm, receiving rewards that elevated him to the second level. His promotion to captain stemmed from his new status as a second-level individual, thus Lin Yuan had no particular designs upon him. Lin Yuan chose to retain him nearby to handle certain administrative tasks, out of respect for his age. Additionally, Lin Yuan genuinely required a secretary to manage affairs, as Secretary Han had proven exceedingly unreliable. One could hardly discern a difference in productivity with or without him. In fact, the absence of Secretary Han often meant he could accomplish tasks more efficiently without needing to communicate with a person so seemingly inept. With the assistance of Elder Zhang, the tallying of energy crystals proceeded swiftly. Before Lin Yuan could issue further instructions, Zhang had already taken the initiative to exchange the energy crystals for energy coins, prompting Lin Yuan to reflect on the trials he had endured with Secretary Han. In a remarkably brief span, Secretary Han had etched a profound impression upon Lin Yuan, ensuring he was perpetually reminded of him, compelling Lin Yuan to begrudgingly acknowledge Han's capabilities. When Elder Zhang returned, Lin Yuan instructed Hai Fugui to summon the professionals. As for why these injured professionals willingly dragged themselves before Lin Yuan despite their wounds, it was largely due to Hai Fugui's persuasive influence. This had nothing to do with Lin Yuan. He had never commanded their presence, a decision entirely made by Hai Fugui, who openly admitted to altering orders. Facing the assembled professionals, Lin Yuan wasted no time, directly announcing that he would distribute the energy coins acquired from the recent battle among them. The news ignited a fervor among the crowd, with many expressing uncontainable joy. Having endured the zombie crisis, the survivors have come to realize just how much time they squandered in their previous state of complacency. They have also acknowledged the significance of the crystallized energy produced by the zombies. It is evident that these professionals have suddenly grasped that in the days where zombies continue to grow stronger, reliance on others is futile. Their own physical prowess is their greatest asset. Once, Zhang Weimin sheltered them from the storm, but he has now been forsaken. Presently, Lin Yuan is indifferent to the fate of any individual. His sole concern is the collective welfare of the base. It is unexpected that this leader, who has implemented continuous policies since his ascension, would indeed distribute these energy crystals to everyone. According to Lin Yuan's regulations since taking office, resources are allocated based on labor contributed. Although some zombies were eliminated by them, it must be acknowledged that their combined efforts likely pale in comparison to the prowess of Hou Junjie, a second-tier professional, let alone the formidable Lin Yuan and Li Xing, who collaboratively addressed this crisis. Thus, when they heard that Lin Yuan intended to share the spoils with them, provided they swore an oath to protect the base until the very end, it took them by surprise. However, after confirming the veracity of this matter repeatedly, the professionals obediently formed a line, awaiting Lin Yuan to distribute the first-tier energy crystals. Upon receiving a total of 10 energy crystals, they were still somewhat incredulous. Merely swearing an oath could yield an enhancement of nearly 10 points to their physical capabilities. They could only hope for such fortunate occurrences to become more frequent. As for the oaths they took, while they felt a twinge of unease, who would truly care? What endeavor is without its cost? In a place as secure as this base, under the protection of Lin Yuan and the God of Thunder, it is likely that no location in the entire city can rival its safety. The professionals who received the energy crystals wasted no time and began absorbing them on the spot. In a brief moment, under the abundant cultivation of energy crystals, the remaining professionals, numbering less than 100, all reached the pinnacle of the first tier, with some of the stronger among them even managing to ascend to the second tier after absorbing the crystals. Promptly transitioning to the vocational hall nearby, Lin Yuan, too, did not hoard the remaining energy crystals. Each individual received one first-tier energy crystal, enabling ordinary citizens to transition into true professionals. With the continuous evolution of zombies, there are no longer any zero-tier zombies, and naturally, zero-tier energy crystals have ceased to exist. What once required 5 zero-tier energy crystals for a vocational transition now only necessitates a single first-tier energy crystal. If this extravagance continues, the energy crystals brought by old Zhang will soon be depleted. Chapter 40. The trial grounds. The scene of absorption did not persist for long. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan distribute the last energy crystal, everyone instinctively vanished from his presence. Soon, only old Zhang and Hai Fuguwei remained before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan leaned down to speak a few words to Hai Fuguwei, who then took his leave. Lin Yuan leisurely proceeded with old Zhang toward Zhou Zhou's residence. Though described as leisurely, both individuals possessed second-tier physical capabilities, rendering them nearly 50 times stronger than an ordinary person. Tio an onlooker. Their movement would appear no different from teleportation. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at Zhou Zhou's room, delivering the delinquent Su Haoyan. Shortly thereafter, Hai Fuguwei hurriedly arrived with Zheng Weimin. Confirming that everyone was present, Lin Yuan wasted no time and instructed old Zhang to distribute the energy crystals to all. The crowd gazed at the space ring they received, their thoughts racing as they began to explore its contents. The ring contained nothing but a vast array of energy crystals, approximately 200 in total upon a cursory count. The realization of having over 200 crystals filled their eyes with astonishment. Although they had gradually ascended to the second tier, absorbing energy crystals one by one, even the first-tier energy crystals provided by Lin Yuan would have limited effect on them. Yet, faced with such an abundance of first-tier energy crystals, they were momentarily lost in reverie. Upon regaining their senses, a question arose in their minds. Had not the first-tier energy crystals been publicly distributed already? Seemingly perceiving their confusion, Lin Yuan chose not to conceal the truth, promptly enlightening them. These are what I specifically instructed old Zhang to reserve for you. While first-tier energy crystals may have limited impact on you second-tier individuals, only a tenth of their original value. The sheer quantity should allow your physical attributes to double, reaching around 30 points. Consider this a compensation for the control I had to exert on you earlier. With a light-hearted remark, Lin Yuan set the tone for the four, who, recognizing the power dynamics at play, accepted his perspective with gratitude, despite knowing he spoke untruths. After expressing their thanks, they returned to their posts, resuming their duties. Old Zhang, responsible for secretarial tasks, quietly returned to Lin Yuan's side, maintaining silence. Should Lin Yuan not call upon him, he would not dare to intrude. Observing this, Lin Yuan felt immense satisfaction with old Zhang's conduct, viewing it as the epitome of a secretary's role, anticipating the leader's desires and responding to their needs. As for Secretary Han, what was she? Meanwhile, Han, engaged in childcare nearby, suddenly felt a chill and sneezed. Unaware that her leader had just expressed disdain for her, she continued to vie for snacks with Zhou Zhou. Initially, Han did not wish to engage in such childish antics, but Zhou Zhou's insatiable appetite was depleting her precious stash. To prevent her treasures from being squandered, Han joined the fray, resulting in the snacks vanishing even more rapidly. On the other side, after activating the secret realm token, Li Xing found himself transported to the realm described by Lin Yuan, following a dizzying whirl. Once his eyes adjusted, he began to observe his surroundings. Before him loomed a towering edifice, which he recognized as the trial tower mentioned by Lin Yuan. The exterior of the trial tower exuded an ancient and solemn aura, its structure fashioned from a rare blue crystal that shimmered softly in the sunlight, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Each level of the tower was adorned with exquisite carvings, intricate or simple, yet all imbued with a sense of antiquity. The tower's peak soared into the heavens, seemingly aspiring to pierce the sky and connect with the cosmos, allowing one to appreciate the vastness of the firmament. Standing at the entrance of the trial tower, Li Xing's gaze was captivated by the expanse of emerald waters before him. The water was crystal clear, resembling a colossal emerald embedded in the earth, glimmering alluringly. Under the sun's rays, the water sparkled like countless tiny diamonds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Unable to resist, Li Xing reached out, yearning to touch the seemingly gentle waters, to experience their coolness and softness. However, just as his hand was about to skim the surface, he abruptly recognized his impropriety. He swiftly withdrew his hand, a flicker of astonishment and regret crossing his face. Taking a few steps back, he sought to distance himself from the beguiling azure sea. He silently admonished himself, reminding that his purpose in this venture was to confront the trial tower. Although he was not particularly resolute, he would not allow the beauty of the ocean to cloud his original intent. Just as he pondered his momentary lapse, a voice resonated from behind him. Warrior of another realm, please do not be alarmed. The Emerald Sea poses no threat to challengers. It merely awakens the beauty within your hearts, so there is no need for trepidation. As the voice echoed, a blue luminescence rapidly expanded before the entrance of the trial tower, and a hazy figure gradually emerged from the radiant glow. Initially indistinct, it seemed to oscillate between existence and non-existence, a mere apparition. Gradually, the light intensified, and the figure sharpened into focus, a being indeterminate in gender. Materialized in midair, garbed in a resplendent gown, with hair flowing like the Milky Way and eyes shining with dazzling brilliance, akin to the most luminous stars. Such beauty could be tentatively assigned a feminine identity. After all, gender may not be of utmost significance. However, what marred this enchanting vision was the apparent absence of a lower body, as she floated ethereally, defying even Newton's principles. Upon the appearance of this enigmatic woman, Li Xing instinctively braced himself, launching a bolt of lightning as a test, yet it passed harmlessly through her form, eliciting no response. The woman remained unperturbed, merely gazing intently at the tense Li Xing. Seemingly aware of his wariness, she began to introduce herself. I am the spirit of the starry sky, the guardian of this secret realm, as well as the protector of the trial tower. Welcome to this place filled with challenges and opportunities. May you find your path here, rescue your civilization, and become true heroes. As her words resonated, the entire trial tower seemed to vibrate with an invisible force, as if responding to her summons. Witnessing the tower's reaction to this so-called spirit of the starry sky, Li Xing began to lower his guard, granting credence to her words. Chapter 41. The first trial. Although Li Xing had encountered numerous secret realms in recent days, he had never before witnessed a guardian of a secret realm. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, Li Xing found himself unfazed even when confronted by a pig, which had assumed the role of a swineherd before him. He, seasoned by hardship, understood that in this bizarre reality, anything was possible, and thus he swiftly acclimated to this peculiar scenario. Guided by the spirit of the starry sky, he entered the trial tower. To be precise, he was unceremoniously thrust into the tower after the spirit's perfunctory introduction. He was left bewildered, pondering the guardian's fury. Was it not merely a question of its gender? Why such wrath? Li Xing mused, feeling a sense of injustice. Upon crossing the portal, Li Xing stepped into the first level of this space, which, though vast, was reminiscent of a grand gymnasium. Beneath his feet lay a path paved with translucent stones, leading to a series of 9 sculptures. At the end of the trail stood a statue, flanked by the other 8, each uniquely shaped yet all fixated on Li Xing with unwavering gazes. Upon closer inspection, the sculptures appeared to depict the familiar forms of zombies, masterfully crafted to the point where they seemed almost lifelike. Given his experiences over the past several days, Li Xing found it difficult to dismiss them as mere stone figures. Recalling the lesson learned from the verdant sea earlier, he refrained from touching these exquisite artworks, instead scrutinizing them with curiosity about their creation. Li Xing pondered. The sculptures suddenly blazed with crimson light, trembling violently as the stone-like materials fell away, revealing their true forms. Almost simultaneously, the 9 zombies, as if in concert, lunged towards Li Xing. Rather than alarm, he felt a spark of interest, specifically regarding his skill to seal zombies. However, he had no time for contemplation, as he faced a simultaneous assault from all 9. Despite their ferocity, Li Xing remained unperturbed. He had already deduced that these zombies were merely of the lowest tier. The largest among them barely boasted a fraction of his own physical prowess. In fact, in his current state, he could withstand their relentless attacks without suffering any damage. To Li Xing, their movements appeared as if projected on a slideshow, easily dealt with. Just as he prepared to eliminate them, he suddenly realized that his physical strength had inexplicably vanished, leaving him with only the frailty of his former self. A quick assessment revealed that he could no longer utilize his skills, though he retained the ability to employ those he had comprehended. Cursing the spirit of the starry sky for its treachery, Li Xing's mind brimmed with scathing thoughts. Yet, the approaching zombies offered no respite. He sidestepped the first, swiftly targeting the weakest among them. However, before he could land a second blow, the remaining zombies encircled him, forcing him to abandon his initial strategy. Having missed this opportunity, Li Xing found himself at a disadvantage. With a meager physical value of around 0.5 against 9 zombies of similar caliber, he could find no chance to counterattack, only managing to evade their strikes. Realizing that defeat was inevitable, he made a snap decision to summon lightning elements to enhance himself, leveraging this ability to boost his physical prowess to approximately 1. With this newfound strength, he swiftly dispatched the 8 zombies in front of him. The last one remained, not due to mercy, but because he could not eliminate it in one blow. As for why the other 8 fell so easily, he could only chalk it up to their lack of experience. The final zombie, too, could not endure for long. Using his wits, Li Xing allowed it to bite him, exchanging injury for its name. The entire skirmish, from the moment the zombies appeared to their ultimate defeat, lasted merely 2.5 minutes. Yet, as the battle concluded, Li Xing collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, oblivious to the blood-soaked stones and dirt that further tattered his already battle-worn clothing. Observing the exhausted and sweat-drenched Li Xing, astute onlookers would understand his hasty decision to resolve the encounter at the cost of his own injury. It was not a matter of preference for brevity, but rather a necessity. The lightning infusion had a time limit, and should he fail to eliminate the last zombie within that period, his own life would be forfeit. Just as Li Xing felt the weight of exhaustion, the spirit of the starry sky, who had merely observed thus far, finally manifested before him. A cascade of starlight descended from the heavens, converging upon Li Xing. Miraculously, these beams seemed imbued with a healing quality, mending the cells damaged by his fatigue. Soon, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief escape his lips. Realizing his loss of composure, Li Xing swiftly silenced himself, wishing he could seal his mouth to prevent any further embarrassing sounds, particularly as he felt 1,000 ants crawling over his skin. Under the spirit's gaze, he could not help but feel a growing desire to disappear. Fortunately, the spirit refrained from mocking him for his earlier indiscretion regarding its gender and instead bestowed upon him the rewards he had chosen prior to entry. Li Xing's eyes widened at the sight of 10 shimmering second-tier energy crystals. A stark contrast to his earlier embarrassment, he hurriedly gathered them, tucking them away in his spatial ring, as if fearing someone might attempt to seize them. The spirit then posed a formal inquiry. You have successfully completed the first level. Do you wish to continue to the second level? If so, you will enter within 10 minutes. If you choose to forfeit, you will be returned to your original position. Continue the challenge, Li Xing declared with newfound seriousness. Steeling his resolve. Chapter 42. The reflection of oneself with the spirit's assistance. Li Xing once again experienced the sensation of soaring freely. Yet, he found himself perplexed by how the spirit, lacking feet, had managed to propel him forward. Despite enduring 2 such kicks, the mystery eluded him. However, Li Xing had a commendable habit of letting go of inconsequential thoughts. Clearly, this trivial matter was unimportant. He only sought to distract himself from the discomfort of traversing through the peculiar spatial transport. After a brief period of ruminating, the nausea subsided significantly. Upon regaining his composure, Li Xing discovered that his previously sealed physical abilities had been restored. He clenched his fists, relishing the resurgence of his strength, his true source of confidence. While he had been restrained, he had not dared speak loudly to the guardian. It was evident that the ability to seal one's abilities at will indicated the presence of a formidable entity within this realm, one far beyond his capacity to confront. With the only sentient being in this domain being the spirit of the starry sky, the answer was glaringly apparent. It could be none other than it. Even if it were not, what harm was there in showing respect to a senior? I, Li Xing, am merely a humble and courteous young man, treating others with kindness. Joking aside, Li Xing strode forward, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. He speculated that this level would likely not involve combat. Otherwise, there would have been no need to restore his abilities. However, the next moment proved him wrong. Before him loomed a mirror, and upon seeing it, Li Xing immediately grasped the nature of the trial. As the mirror rippled like a disturbed pond, it confirmed his suspicion. His own reflection appeared before him. Though he had anticipated this challenge, the sight of his identical self brought him no joy. Only an exasperated expression reflected the turmoil within him. Faced with this mirror image, Li Xing instinctively raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning in a test. To his astonishment, his counterpart mirrored his action, resulting in 2 identical strikes of lightning that collided and extinguished one another midair. The sight of this doppelganger, whose thoughts and actions mirrored his own, left Li Xing with a throbbing headache. He had initially perceived this as a mere obstacle. Even if his skills and abilities were replicated, he did not expect that this duplicate could also replicate his very thought processes. To comprehend the depth of self-awareness, one must recognize that no one understands oneself better than oneself. Faced with a fool who merely possesses the same skills and abilities, Li Xing could easily manipulate his counterpart with his superior intellect. Regrettably, after the previous probing, it became evident that the duplicate before him represented the most unfavorable scenario, one endowed with the capacity for thought akin to his own. Presently, Li Xing found himself at a loss. Compelled to passively confront the challenges posed by this doppelganger, the opposing Li Xing, unrelenting in his assault against this half-brother, demonstrated no mercy. The blows exchanged were anything but gentle in a mere 2.5 minutes. The two had engaged in over 100 exchanges, leaving neither with a single unscathed inch of flesh in a bid to mar each other's visage. They had resorted to bare-handed combat, resulting in faces adorned with bruises. Resembling the eyes of two giant pandas, despite their battered appearances, they continued to strike at one another with fervor. However, it became clear that maintaining this stalemate was untenable. Li Xing recognized that he was ensnared in a deadlock. The duplicate had not only mirrored his intellect but had also acquired martial skills from an unknown source. Throughout their skirmishes, he found himself at a disadvantage, relying solely on his body to absorb the duplicate's strikes in less vital areas. With another exchange of blows, Li Xing utilized the momentum from the opponent's force to retreat a few steps, in the midst of a thunderous roar. Lightning flickered in his palms, coalescing into two formidable bolts that surged forth like silver dragons spiraling through the air. The counterpart, however, wore a smirk of disdain. In a contest where both were equal, the first to employ their abilities would invariably find themselves at a disadvantage. Although Li Xing held the opposing figure in contempt, he did not slow his retaliatory actions, summoning two bolts of lightning to counterattack. When their energies collided, a brilliant explosion erupted, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony, as if the heavens themselves trembled in response. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both combatants relentlessly wielding their lightning powers, alternating between assault and defense. Given that both employed identical lightning abilities, their strategies mirrored one another so closely that distinguishing superiority was nearly impossible. As time elapsed, their stamina began to dwindle, yet neither displayed signs of surrender. They persisted in their struggle, each seeking an opening. However, Li Xing, who had previously been outmatched in their exchanges, found his energy reserves depleting at a more rapid rate, gradually succumbing to the dueling forces of lightning. Noticing this shift, the duplicate remained unfazed by the impending victory, opting instead to patiently wear down Li Xing. After all, their stamina had been equal from the outset, and the energy expended in wielding lightning was the same. With a solid foundation in hand-to-hand combat established, there was no need for a hasty victory. A steady approach would ensure ultimate triumph. At last, during an intense clash, the duplicate discerned a slight opening in Li Xing's defenses and seized the opportunity, striking fiercely with the lightning in hand. A massive bolt descended like divine retribution, striking Li Xing directly. The impact elicited a pained cry as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The duplicate approached the fallen Li Xing slowly, devoid of any elation or pride. Merely standing in silence, observing his counterpart, he understood that the outcome of this confrontation had long been predetermined. Yet, the ease of victory seemed almost too fortuitous, having entirely inherited Li Xing's physique and skills. Including his resistance to lightning, a single strike would not be enough to incapacitate him, even in a state of exhaustion. Thus, the duplicate concluded that Li Xing's apparent defeat was an act, a ploy to lure him into a false sense of security. Banking on his pride and underestimation to secure his own demise, however, as a seasoned warrior, he would not be so easily deceived by such trivial ruses. Nevertheless, out of respect for Li Xing's apparent plight, the duplicate resolved to let him play out his scheme, ensuring that he met his end as intended. What could be more despairing than to suffer the consequences of one's own machinations? Chapter 43. The existence of Daige Lao. Not only did the duplicate sense something amiss, but the celestial spirit observing from the core of the trial tower also suspected that Li Xing was feigning death. However, what puzzled the celestial spirit was why Li Xing, favored by the Star Master, would resort to such a simplistic ruse. In light of this query, the celestial spirit turned to the Star Master for clarification. The Star Master, manifesting as the cosmos, smiled faintly, radiating waves of light as he spoke in the language of the Star Clan. "Ah, you are still too naive. This mischievous lad is up to something. Were it not for the formidable individuals backing him, I would genuinely consider making him my successor. How intriguing! A pawn daring to make a move. Truly, he is my disciple, reflecting some of my former elegance. In the next round, I shall devise a reason to have him withdraw from the heir's challenge and place him in a normal trial." The celestial spirit tilted its simple head, failing to grasp the full extent of the situation and longing to inquire further. But the Star Master merely smiled and refrained from speaking. This sudden silence plunged the once eager celestial spirit into despair. It had been far too long since it had interacted with an intelligent being. The Star Master remained in seclusion for centuries at a time, and during those lengthy periods, no one was available to engage in conversation or alleviate its tedium. The pitiful celestial spirit could only recite the same monotonous lines whenever challengers appeared. And over the millennia, challengers had been few and far between. It had grown weary of its scripted lines, yet the Star Master's legacy remained incomplete, preventing it from departing this island. Even though it could count the 1,784,051 stars upon the island, or name the 1,653 stones scattered throughout, it had forgotten who bestowed upon it the name Chi. However, Chi held an implicit fondness for this name, even if the significance had faded with time. Compared to the Star Master's aspirations, Chi's own feelings paled in comparison. In the second level of the trial tower, the duplicate advanced cautiously, now a mere 2.5 meters from the fallen Li Xing. During this approach, the duplicate continued to unleash attacks upon Li Xing, who lay seemingly lifeless, unresponsive to the relentless onslaught of lightning. Just as the duplicate prepared to close the distance, Li Xing ceased his act. Observing the feeble form before him, the duplicate paused, curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Why have you stopped pretending? You were doing quite well. I was almost convinced." Though the duplicate's words were sharp, his heart was already on high alert. Unwilling to let his guard down as the lightning element continued to gather behind him, the purpose had been achieved. There was no need for further pretense. Li Xing, despite his apparent weakness, could still detect a hint of relaxation in the air. The moment these words reached the duplicate, he instinctively recoiled. Too late. All things transform into lightning. The air surrounding Li Xing warped under an unseen force, sending ripples through the atmosphere as the lightning elements began to intertwine and clash in a silent fury. The entire scene appeared dominated by the lightning, radiating a blinding brilliance. The previously still stones, trees, and even the flowing waters began to shimmer with faint arcs of lightning. The surfaces of these objects gradually became enveloped in blue electric arcs, their original structures overshadowed by the chaotic lightning elements. Though they retained their outward forms, their cores had been entirely supplanted by the tempestuous energy. Yet, the very nature of lightning was synonymous with volatility, rendering any structure born from it inherently unstable. The duplicate Li Xing could not escape this fate, equally transformed. No, this cannot be. With a final utterance, the duplicate was consumed, becoming the purest essence of lightning in existence. As the duplicates dissipated like smoke, Li Xing finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and his body began to tilt, akin to a wilting petal drifting to the ground. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a miracle transpired. Starlight rained down like shards of jade, gently blanketing his faltering form. This mysterious celestial energy, pulsating with life, flowed into him incessantly, mending his damaged meridians and organs. Gradually, Li Xing's breathing steadied, and the pallor of his face began to regain some color. Under the wondrous baptism of starlight, he soon awakened, and upon seeing the celestial spirit before him, he realized his wager had been correct. "Valiant challenger, congratulations on completing this trial," the celestial spirit proclaimed. "However, might I inquire why you were so certain I would come to your aid? That seems to fall outside the parameters of the challenge." Li Xing replied, puzzled. Yet, considering that the celestial spirit had just rescued him, he resolved to clarify its curiosity. "Initially, the duplicate employed the same tactics as I did, leading me to believe that this mirror image was indeed myself. Killing an identical version of myself within such a short time frame was simply impossible. Afterwards, during the subsequent sparring match, I realized that although he employed the techniques I had personally grasped, His thought process was entirely different from mine, and I found myself at a distinct disadvantage throughout the bout. This struck me as rather peculiar. Could there truly be such a vast disparity between myself and another version of me? Thus, I began to feel that I was not confronting another iteration of myself, but rather an individual who possessed my memories. Later on, I noticed that, at some point unbeknownst to me, a sand timer had materialized in the arena. Its time roughly measuring 10 minutes. I surmised that this was likely a constraint on the duration of the challenge. Considering all these circumstances, I concluded that this contest must harbor some hidden significance. Consequently, I formulated a bold hypothesis. Perhaps this challenge was not merely an assessment of combat prowess, but rather a test of one's courage to face annihilation alongside one's foe. Based on this conjecture, everything began to make sense, explaining the difficulty of the trial. Thus, I engaged in a tactic of stalling, feigning death to lure my other self into a trap, while simultaneously preparing to unleash the recently comprehended technique of all things transformed into thunder. Ready to meet him in mutual destruction. Indeed, everything unfolded as I had anticipated. However, I never imagined that I would overlook the thunderous element within the other Li Xing, which significantly amplified the power of all things transformed into thunder, nearly costing me my life. Had it not been for the crucial moment when I awakened my latent potential in the face of death, briefly elementalizing to shield my vital core, I might not have been able to endure until your arrival. Chapter 44. Futile efforts. What do you think? Am I clever? Li Xing appeared somewhat pleased, but the next moment, the wave of pain that washed over him extinguished his smile. Clever, your logic is impeccable, affirmed the spirit of the starry sky, before tilting its head and asking, delivering a fatal blow to Li Xing. However, for this level, one merely needs to withstand for 10 minutes under the adversary's hands. There is absolutely no need for such theatrics. Did you not read the challenge instructions? What did you say? The previously joyful expression on Li Xing's face turned pale in an instant, as he seemed reluctant to hear the incredulous inquiry. When did the challenge instrue? The sudden fluctuations in size caught him off guard, almost leading to injury due to his unprepared state of mind. Fortunately, driven by instinct and the awakened genes within his bloodline, he executed a role to evade the trampling of the zombies in the chaos of war. However, this maneuver left Li Xing's clothes dusted with grime, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Thankfully, he managed to escape. Had he been trodden upon by the decades unwashed feet of a zombie, he might have lost his last meal in the process. After this incident, Li Xing was genuinely infuriated, flames of rage igniting within him. How dare you soil my attire? You shall pay dearly for this affront. Today, each and every one of you will meet a gruesome end. Yet, he could only blame himself. The Guardian had explicitly warned him, yet he had chosen to disregard the caution, letting his vigilance slip entirely and forgetting the essence of caution, thus inviting this foul consequence. As for whether Li Xing was using the dirted clothes as an excuse to mask his inner emptiness, that remains a mystery. So, you think you can grow larger, do you? Let us see whose might surpass the other, Li Xing bellowed. In the next moment, he conjured arcs of lightning with his hands, culminating in the formation of a 10-meter-tall lightning giant suspended in midair. As the thunderous colossus took its rightful position, Li Xing gradually floated upwards, seamlessly merging with the tempestuous energy around him, akin to a droplet of water melding into the vast ocean, causing not a single ripple. In stark contrast to the towering titan, the 7 zombies, each merely 5 meters tall, appeared diminutive, even somewhat endearing. However, Li Xing was not one to show mercy, especially not to these grotesque creatures that had dared to challenge him. Swiftly, he commanded the massive figure to lift its colossal foot, mercilessly crushing the diminutive fiends into a gruesome paste. During this ruthless act, the zombies, devoid of sentiment, merely reveled in the carnage, devouring the remains of their fallen comrades without a hint of sorrow. Observing their gluttony, Li Xing, ever the fair arbiter, benevolently added a few more pies to the ground for their enjoyment, 7 in total, ensuring each had one. He prided himself on being equitable, never favoring any single zombie. Yet, these creatures showed a lack of decorum. After Li Xing's generous offer, none remained to partake, all fleeing without a trace. Incensed by their rudeness, Li Xing, who was normally composed, unleashed his fury once more. Reducing the ingredients to dust for the soil, Exhausted from maneuvering the colossal lightning giant, he relinquished his hold, and the lifeless titan dissipated effortlessly into the ether before he touched the ground. After venting his anger, Li Xing finally regained his composure, pondering the reason for the delayed mission notification. Just then, the NPC known as Qi began her announcement. Level 2, Stage 7, complete. Proceeding to Stage 8. No sooner had her voice faded than Li Xing was transported to the next stage. Not afforded a moment's respite, upon arrival, he realized that the energy he had recklessly squandered had fully replenished. Sensing the renewed vigor coursing through him, Li Xing understood this was the work of the Guardian, who had proven to be less inscrutable than he initially believed. Consider this your apology. I shall begrudgingly forgive your previous transgressions, he mused. However, he soon found himself with little time to ponder. The zombies in Stage 8 lacked skills. Yet Li Xing remained cautious, recalling his earlier encounters. After a brief engagement, he discerned they possessed no extraordinary abilities, yet their cooperative tactics presented a formidable challenge. Indeed, they operated with such synchronicity that it was as if they shared a single mind, devoid of logical errors, complicating Li Xing's efforts to combat them. Yet, soon enough, he identified their weakness. Although their movements were coordinated, a closer inspection revealed a hierarchy. Sacrificing a few of his own, he successfully eliminated their leader. Just as he sighed in relief, believing the ordeal over, he was caught off guard as the remaining zombies resumed their assault without missing a beat. Despite the loss of one of their number, Li Xing still found himself besieged, as it was a daunting task to fend off multiple foes alone. As time wore on, he began to feel the strain. Since his debut in this realm, he had never faced such a severe setback. With a surge of radiant lightning erupting from within, he unleashed a dazzling display, repelling the 8 zombies attacking him like arrows shot from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he manipulated the lightning, shaping it into figures resembling humans. Surrounding him in a protective formation were these lightning beings, each exuding an aura of potent energy, as though they possessed life. Under Li Xing's deft guidance, these lightning entities moved with agility, ensuring each zombie faced the assault of 8 electric guardians. Satisfied with this turn of events, Li Xing reveled in his tactical advantage, declaring, "From this day forth, this technique shall be known as the lightning clone technique." In the face of this newfound power, the zombies of Stage 8 stood no chance against the righteous retribution of Li Xing and his legion of lightning. He swiftly cleared the stage, and Qi, no longer inclined to reiterate previous messages, promptly ushered him into the next level. As for the method of transport, it was, of course, the same as before. He was flung forth once more. Having been sent off repeatedly by the Guardian, Li Xing silently vowed to make that entity pay dearly for such treatment, determined to let the Guardian experience the sensation of being launched through the air. Stage 9 presented the same zombies as before, but now with enhanced skills and coordination among 9 of their kind. Upon seeing them, Li Xing quickly devised a strategy for overcoming this challenge. It was straightforward. He would augment his previous lightning clone technique with a self-destruct mechanism. While this may sound simple, it is a daunting task for most. For Li Xing, however, it was a matter of mere seconds. Thus, within less than half a minute of landing, the zombies were reduced to ash at the snap of his fingers. No amount of teamwork or skill could withstand the power of an explosion. Indeed, explosions are art. Having savored the exhilarating rush of destruction, Li Xing found himself captivated by the idea of ensuring every adversary in the future would experience the allure of an explosion. Yet, the emptiness within him reminded him of the toll such power exacted. As the debris settled, the Guardian's belated congratulations echoed in the air. "Congratulations, Challenger, you have cleared all levels of Tier 2. Would you like to claim your reward and exit the secret realm? Wait, before I leave, I have a few questions for you. What have I done to earn your animosity?" Li Xing pressed. No comment. She replied coldly. Yet, the more he pondered, the more agitated he became, persistently repeating, "What have I done to offend you? What have I done to offend you?" The incessant noise grated on Qi's nerves. She had never encountered such a brazenly persistent being. Eventually, unable to tolerate the cacophony, she succumbed to the pressure and decided to address Li Xing's query. "It is a matter of customs. Among the Starry Sky clan, there is no distinction of gender prior to marriage. Only after a relationship is established do such distinctions arise. My parents told me that anyone who asks me this question before I reach adulthood is surely a shooting star, a rogue star, and should be dealt with accordingly." With the Guardian's explanation, Li Xing began to understand why he had been targeted repeatedly. After all, if he were a mere child and suddenly confronted by a stranger with a lewd proposition, any reasonable person would find it repugnant. This led Li Xing to conclude that the guardian had shown restraint. Had he been in her position, he would have taken far more severe measures. Yet, a new question arose. If the guardian was indeed hostile towards him, why had she suddenly offered a warning? Li Xing, never one to hesitate, directly inquired, "Why did you choose to warn me?" Initially reluctant to respond. The guardian eventually opened up after sensing his earnestness. "If you had perished in stage 7, I would have been left without anyone to converse with. Is chatting that important to you?" Li Xing asked. Puzzled. Very much so. How important? This simple question seemed to perplex Qi, who pondered for a moment before offering an answer. More important than a mirror. Mirror? Is that your friend? Yes, the mirror is the guardian of the second layer of the trial of the inheritor. But whether we are friends, I cannot say for certain. As she spoke, Qi lowered her head, her demeanor growing somber. A friend is someone with whom you can play and rely on, a kindred spirit. In that case, the mirror is my friend. Whenever I seek him out, he always plays with me. No, a friend is not just for play. One must also depend on each other and serve as mutual support. Ah, then I have no friends, Qi lamented, her small face reflecting her sorrow. Though there was little change in Li Xing's face, an inexplicable sense of sorrow enveloped him. He was merely a child of over 30,000 years. Yet he had no friends to speak of. "Could you be my friend?" he asked. "Yes, but to be friends, one must know each other's name." Tio expressed my sincerity. "I shall introduce myself first. I am Li Xing. And you?" "I am Qi. Your name is quite lovely. Who bestowed it upon you?" "I do not know. It has been so long that I have forgotten. It matters not, for we are friends now. Very well. I am Qi, and from this moment forth, we are indeed friends." The hands of two individuals from different races and ages clasped tightly together, the warmth between their palms transferring like a gentle flame. Their gazes met at that instant, each pair of eyes sparkling with trust and gratitude. Time always flows swiftly. Li Xing recounted tales from his childhood, while Qi listened attentively, occasionally revealing glimmers of longing in his eyes. When Li Xing grew weary of speaking, he encouraged Qi to share his own story. The sunset, like a gentle artist, painted the horizon in hues of orange and red, casting its golden light upon every corner of the small island. Li Xing and Qi reclined on the grass, gazing at the sky. As time slipped away unnoticed, as the sun dipped lower, its lingering warmth served as a reminder of the passage of time. Although Li Xing relished this life, he was aware that his sister remained in the hands of others. When the moment to part arrived, a sudden thought struck Li Xing. He wished to take Qi away with him. However, upon hearing this, Qi unhesitatingly declined the seemingly delightful proposition. "I bear the mission of the Starry Sky Clan, tasked with finding a successor for our esteemed leader. Until I locate a suitable candidate, I cannot leave this secret realm. That is fine. I shall venture outside and observe the world for you. When next we meet, I will recount my experiences. That promise is settled." "Very well, I shall certainly come to see you." As Li Xing's figure faded into the distance, Qi stood rooted in place, watching him depart. After a long pause, he uttered, "All promises are without a return date. Will you be the exception?" Outside the secret realm. After numerous spatial transmissions, Li Xing believed his body had acclimated. Yet, he realized he had overestimated himself. The moment he arrived on Earth, dizziness overwhelmed him. After a brief rest, he began to assess the fruits of his journey. His level had simply risen to 3, and his physique had reached 60 points. The absorption of energy crystals occurred during his idle conversations with Qi, fabricating stories effortlessly, as he had not given it much thought. He had not forgotten that Qi had caused him significant troubles, nearly costing him his life on several occasions. Simply deceiving him once would suffice as vengeance. Yet, that mattered little. More importantly, he had awakened a new skill. Initially, he thought it insignificant, but upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised by its remarkable effectiveness. Chapter 47. Loyalty. Having thoroughly enjoyed examining his new skill, Li Xing finally took the time to discern his surroundings. "Where have I been brought?" he pondered, surveying the desolate city with a bewildered expression. Fortunately, after careful consideration, he recalled the place. Luckily, it was not far from the base. He could reach it in half an hour at most. As he gazed at the sun, which had yet to fully set, he felt compelled to hurry back. If the personnel at the base were unable to hold their ground, his sister would be in peril. Outside the base, beneath the sunlight, several formally dressed individuals lounged in rocking chairs, rhythmically swaying. The leader among them was fanned by several alluring figures, creating an atmosphere of utter relaxation. The surrounding zombies did not attack. Rather, they subtly shielded the group. Yet, how could humans rely on zombies for protection? Clearly, although they donned human attire, they were not human. The whiteness of their eyes betrayed their true identity. They were zombies. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, a muscular zombie spoke up, "Boss, why do we not directly assault the human base? There are thousands of them, enough to satiate our hunger and perhaps evolve us to level 3. Upon hearing the muscular zombie's words, the already restless zombie kin chimed in agreement. Spending a day basking in the sun cannot compare to a single human meal for our evolution. I can hardly wait to savor human flesh. It is simply delectable, utterly irresistible. The leader, engrossed in reading The Art of War, was momentarily distracted by the raucous chatter of the zombies, which irritated his previously pleasant mood. He set down the book, casting an annoyed glance at the source of the noise. With a mere frown, the clamorous voices ceased instantly, as if the air had been frozen in time. The zombies became exceedingly obedient, the earlier tumult vanishing without a trace. Seeing the sudden silence, the zombie leader expressed his satisfaction, saying, "How many times have I told you to read more? All you think about is eating, yet none of you seem to engage your minds. I truly wonder what occupies your thoughts. Is it possible that none of our great new humans possesses intelligence?" The muscular zombie, who had spoken first, was about to respond but was abruptly pulled back by a fellow zombie. He hesitated, then, as if struck by a thought, clamped his mouth shut. The zombie leader glared at the group of zombies, their heads bowed, his anger boiling. "So, no one wishes to respond? Very well, I shall call upon one of you." After surveying the silent crowd, he decided to pick a fortunate candidate. "You there?" The big fool who spoke up first. Upon hearing that it was not themselves who had been chosen, the other zombies collectively sighed in relief, thankful to have escaped. The selected muscular zombie, however, felt a twinge of fear. Though he had only recently gained awareness under the leader's influence, he had heard tales of the leader's aversion to foolish kin. Those who failed to answer his questions were said to merge with him, and several predecessors had vanished in such a manner. Yet, having been chosen, he had no choice. He believed that answering the leader's questions might afford him a greater chance of survival than defying him. He could only hope the inquiry would be simple. "Tell me, why do I not allow everyone to attack the base directly, but choose to wait until evening?" Faced with the leader's question, the muscular zombie's mind raced frantically. The lessons from his predecessors echoed in his mind, and under the threat of death, he devised an answer. "I surmise it is due to your extraordinary foresight and strategic planning. Undoubtedly crafted by your wisdom. Going at dusk must be your calculated decision. How could my humble intellect compare to your greatness?" Though the muscular zombie's response bore no relation to the question, his flattery greatly pleased the zombie leader. Finally, a new human had comprehended his wisdom, a cause for celebration indeed. Satisfied with the answer, the zombie leader decided to spare him. Although he was quite hungry, the gratification of his ego elevated his spirits. "Very well, we new humans require more thoughtful members. Let us all learn from him. Engage in contemplation to strive for a better future for our kind." Having praised the muscular zombie, the leader's hunger intensified. He reluctantly set aside his beloved The Art of War and departed for his dining hall, where a selection of clean humans awaited, tended by designated zombies. Whenever the leader desired a meal, he had attendants to prepare and serve it, allowing him to simply sit back and wait. However, today the zombie leader did not partake in the main course. He opted for a buffet-style feast instead, resulting in a scene where not a single morsel remained in the dining hall. Remnants of food lay scattered across every surface, and his fangs were stained with crimson blood. The bloodied fangs sparkled in the sunlight, seemingly flaunting his accomplishments. Sated and satisfied, the zombie leader departed, instructing his subordinates to clean the premises before seeking a new batch of food. Once the leader had left, the atmosphere among the new humans shifted dramatically. The previously lifeless scene became visibly animated, with most engaging in complaints about the leader's brutality. Though they professed a desire to build a better future for their kind, they consistently treated their kin as sustenance, demonstrating a profound hypocrisy. Yet, none of the zombies dared voice dissent. Outwardly, they remained unwaveringly loyal to the leader. Their loyalty was not born of genuine allegiance, but rather fear of his might. Those who walked beside the zombie leader were acutely aware of his power. Betrayal meant death. While they were compelled to submit to the zombie leader, the moment he conferred wisdom upon them, transforming them into complete beings, true loyalty became impossible. Once life learns to think, it can only remain loyal to itself. This is the essence of existence. Loyalty to oneself equates to betrayal of others, while loyalty to others implies betrayal of oneself. Thus, the majority of loyalty is but an illusion. Chapter 48. The scout loyalty to oneself equates to betrayal of others, while loyalty to others implies betrayal of oneself. However, these matters are not fit for public discussion. The zombies can only ponder silently in their hearts. On the surface, of course, they must engage in discussions of a more acceptable nature. For instance, the muscular zombie who has just joined the new human family. Each zombie, upon attaining wisdom, becomes a member of this collective. Yet, without having undergone the trials set by the zombie leader, they cannot survive and thus do not deserve to be considered part of the new humanity. Now, if he can live under the leader's protection, only then will they truly accept him. Hence, plans were made to invite him along for a hunt. Come, I know of a location where humans gather. With thousands of them. It will surely satisfy our appetites, suggested a seemingly clever newcomer. Very well, let us decide on that place. We shall all go and learn from the muscular one, agreed the group of zombies. Walking arm in arm towards their destination, they soon arrived at their target, a base occupied solely by second-tier professionals. In the face of an average horde of second-tier zombies, it posed no challenge and was easily shattered. After completing their lessons, they swiftly returned to the leader's side. The leader, having already feasted, cast a knowing glance at his clan, their mouths stained crimson, instantly understanding their escapade, merely indulging in a meal of humans. What is the significance of this? The remnants of the old world ought to be discarded as refuse. For them, becoming sustenance for the new humanity is a privilege. This has always been the leader's stance. Therefore, he neither scolded them nor reprimanded their actions, but instead commended them. Nonetheless, he did not forget the pressing matters at hand. Following his vision, the zombie leader devised a series of plans, assigning each zombie to an appropriate role. The zombies complied without objection. Ultimately, the leader determined that they would execute their plans at dusk point 10 miles from the base. Beneath the ruins of a collapsed structure, two pairs of large eyes lurked in the shadows. These were the scouts arranged by Lin Yuan. At each entry point to the zombie base, several sentries were stationed, with pairs strategically positioned around the perimeter. Any stirrings among the zombies would be immediately reported back to the base. To ensure timely communication, each scout was equipped with communication devices, reporting at regular intervals. They remained concealed for an entire day. As dusk approached and the sun began to set, the tense scouts felt weariness creeping in, prompting them to relax slightly. One of them produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes, performing a sleight of hand to extract a few smokes. Lighting one with a flame procured from an unknown source, he began to inhale deeply. Upon witnessing this, the other did not object but rather requested a share. However, cigarettes had become a precious commodity, not so easily obtained. The smoker was unwilling to part with any. After all, the craving was hard to quell. Eventually, under pressure, he conceded and offered one. Soon, the confined space was filled with smoke, which wafted outward, resembling wisps of cooking smoke ascending into the air. This unusual haze caught the attention of other scouts, with the first to notice being the nearest duo, Wang Chong and Yang Xiong. The discontented voice belonged to Yang Xiong, who disapproved of their reckless behavior. Brother Chong, their actions will expose our position. What if they attract zombies? I must warn them, he declared, attempting to crawl out of hiding to alert them. Yet, Wang Chong swiftly grasped Yang Xiong by the neck, pulling him back. Kid, think before you act. Don't let your emotions dictate your actions. What can you accomplish by going over there? Why would they listen to you? Have they committed any errors? At worst, they were just a bit slow. What if they turn it against you and accuse you of abandoning your post? What then? Are we just to watch them self-destruct? Yang Xiong retorted defiantly. Everyone has their own fate. We cannot impose ours upon them. If they're courting danger, wouldn't that make our position relatively safer? Is that so? So my brother's death was merely fate. Wang Chong's voice trembled, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yang Xiong, fueled by his own perceived victory, struggled free, intent on teaching the reckless ones a lesson. However, he was once again seized by Wang Chang's strong grip. "You have no right to dictate my actions. Release me, you scoundrel." Caught in midair, Yang Xiong flailed helplessly, his movements akin to a dog paddling in water. Observing Yang Xiong, who barely weighed over 100 pounds, Wang Chang's expression hardened with resolve. He tightened his grip, not relenting. "It is precisely because your brother died because of me that I must look after you. Since he entrusted you to me at the end of his life, no matter what you say today, I will not let you take any risks." Yet the younger man, oblivious to the implications, blurted, "Why stop me? If it had been you who died, my brother would have never treated me this way. Why was it not you who perished, but my brother instead? He is my only brother." Upon uttering these words, Yang Xiong realized he had overstepped. Yet it was too late. His words pierced Wang Chang's heart like an arrow. "Why were you not the one who died?" The inquiry struck Wang Chang deeply, filling him with disappointment. He had not anticipated that his kindness would be met with such a response. As Yang Xiong observed Wang Chang's sorrowful gaze, he recognized his misstep but was at a loss for how to comfort him. His eyes filled with guilt as he regarded his elder, feeling utterly helpless. However, Wang Chang had other thoughts. With a swift motion, he struck Yang Xiong on the neck with the edge of his hand. Yang Xiong, in disbelief, wore an expression of shock, his eyes wide open even in unconsciousness. As he collapsed, Wang Chang caught him and tossed him aside before extracting his own cigarette for a moment of relaxation. "This ungrateful brat, his words can be quite hurtful. If you weren't so idle, you wouldn't be so prone to mischief. Just rest here for a while. Let me enjoy some peace. If it weren't for the debt I owe you, I would have fed you to the zombies long ago." Chapter 49. I am a master under the physical prowess of the professionals. Yang Xiong would soon awaken. As he stirred back to consciousness, Wang Chang, having released his tension, hurried back to his original position, maintaining his pose to conceal his earlier actions. "Brother Chang? No." Yang Xiong seemed to be caught in a nightmare, suddenly emitting a sharp cry. Following this outburst, he quickly regained lucidity. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to scan his surroundings, only to find everything unchanged. He remained in the observation point, and Brother Chang was still present. Observing Wang Chang, who was diligently monitoring the area, Yang Xiong could not help but remark, "Brother Chang, it seems I was struck by someone." "Not at all. You've been right here, I've been watching. Who could possibly strike you in my presence? You must have been dreaming, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion." Wang Chang replied with a kind smile, showing no signs of guilt. Seeing Wang Chang's amiable expression, Yang Xiong felt reassured, coming to terms with the idea that it could not possibly be Brother Chang who had harmed him. After all, who would strike him without being caught? However, the persistent pain in his neck served as a reminder that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Sensing Yang Xiong's doubts, Wang Chang's vigilance heightened. He thought to give him something to occupy his mind, lest the truth be uncovered. "You're simply exhausted. After all, you've been tense all day. You must have fallen when you dozed off, which explains the pain in your neck. Why don't you rest a bit longer? You can see I'm still capable of holding down the fort." He feigned fatigue, stretching his back to illustrate his point. Yang Xiong felt a pang of guilt for allowing Wang Chang to shoulder all the burden while he rested on the ground. "I should be ashamed. I am truly a worthless being." He chastised himself. "Brother Chang, you should rest. I can keep watch here," Yang Xiong insisted, quickly helping Wang Chang to lie down while he took his place at the lookout. Wang Chang pretended to relax, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Students are so easily deceived. No effort required to trick them into falling for it. After a while, Wang Chang cautiously opened his eyes to observe Yang Xiong. Noting his unwavering attention to the surroundings, seemingly unbothered by the pain in his neck. Just as he thought everything was calm, the sentry post ahead suddenly collapsed. Hearing the commotion, Wang Chang sprang to his feet, poised to warn Yang Xiong to be cautious, only to see a shadow hovering in the air, preparing to ambush him from behind. Meanwhile, Yang Xiong remained oblivious, absorbed in his observations, without a moment to spare. Wang Chang activated his skills, intercepting the fatal blow meant for the unwitting Yang Xiong. In a moment of realization, the dim-witted Yang Xiong finally comprehended that an ambush was in progress. However, he was not truly a fool. Anyone who had survived until now had endured countless battles and possessed at least some basic combat skills. Upon detecting the enemy's stealthy approach, Yang Xiong swiftly responded by retrieving his iron hammer and unleashed his skills, aiming to strike the unknown creature with considerable force. Despite his ignorance of its nature, the creature was soon reduced to a puddle of muck under Yang Xiong's relentless blows. The lifeless shadow gradually morphed into a pool of zombies. To Yang Xiong's astonishment, a creature he had frequently smashed into oblivion turned out to be a zombie. While the shadowy zombie's attack was neutralized, it soon became apparent that it was not the only one of its kind. Over on Wang Chang's side lurked another shadow, exuding a far more formidable presence than the one that had ambushed Yang Xiong. Initially, Wang Chang had focused solely on the commotion near Yang Xiong, neglecting the lurking danger at his own side. Just as he activated his abilities to assist Yang Xiong, another zombie concealed in the shadows launched an assault. The movements of the shadowy zombie were alarmingly swift. By the time Wang Chang realized what was happening and attempted to evade, it was already too late. One of his hands was bitten off. Although the pain was excruciating, instinct compelled Wang Chang to conjure a rock shield for protection. Consequently, the shadowy zombie could only attack frantically outside the protective barrier, which soon began to dim, as if losing its efficacy. Nevertheless, Wang Chang's expression remained eerily calm, even sporting a hint of a smile, albeit one that contrasted sharply with his bleeding shoulder. His ability to maintain composure stemmed from his confidence in his profession and skills. He was a special class known as the Rock Warrior, a title that inherently suggested a connection to the earth. His abilities leaned towards consumption and defense. Kiss of the earth. The host establishes a profound connection with the ground, enabling them to draw upon the rich energy and life force contained within the earth whenever they make contact with it. Rock Wall Shield summons resilient stones to form a shield that absorbs impending damage. Thanks to these skills, Wang Chang consistently ranked among the elite within a base of tens of thousands, enabling him to remain undefeated in combat against most adversaries. This earned him the moniker Brother Chang among his peers. However, his skills did come with a drawback. Their offensive capabilities were relatively weak, often requiring him to wait for his opponents to exhaust themselves before he could engage. Yet, with Yang Xiong present, the situation was different. A few well-placed strikes from Yang Xiong would suffice to eliminate this particularly formidable zombie. And indeed, upon noticing Wang Chang's injury, Yang Xiong felt a surge of adrenaline and seized his massive iron hammer, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Even after the creature was reduced to an unrecognizable pulp, Yang Xiong did not lower his weapon until Wang Chang's trembling voice reached his ears, urging him to flee and deliver a warning. "You must hurry back. I suspect the dozen or so who ventured out have met their demise. You must relay this information. Otherwise, should the zombies strike unexpectedly, everyone in the base will perish. But what about you? You're injured. Let me carry you back," Yang Xiong pleaded, his face a mask of conflict. "Do not worry about me. You must seek help at once. Return with others to rescue me," Wang Chang insisted. "But enough. Go now. Time is of the essence." Just as Wang Chang finished speaking, a strikingly voluptuous woman appeared before them. "Thinking of leaving now? Is it not too late?" Wang Chang furrowed his brows, instinctively positioning Yang Xiong behind him. "It is not too late. As long as I am here, we can choose when to leave." With that, he forcefully pushed Yang Xiong away and commanded, "Go. Your departure is crucial for both the base's survival and my own." Yang Xiong, without a moment's hesitation, fled, acutely aware that every second wasted could increase Wang Chang's peril. "Brother Chang, you must survive until I return," he shouted back. Wang Chang did not turn to look but replied with equal fervor, "How many times must I tell you to have faith in me? I am a master among masters. I still owe you a life. I cannot simply perish here." Chapter 50. What is just one life lost? Facing the zombie before him, Wang Chang sensed the imminent danger emanating from the female zombie, understanding that this battle was likely to end in tragedy. Nevertheless, he defied expectations and launched a preemptive strike. Knowing that mere defense would allow the zombie to bypass him and pursue Yang Xiong, he brandished his favored long spear, a weapon he cherished, and charged directly at the treacherous zombie. This spear, measuring over 10 feet in length, had always been Wang Chang's favorite. He had cherished it so much that even Yang Xiong would earn a reprimand for merely touching it. Yet now, the spear lay in 2 broken pieces. Discarded on the ground, Wang Chang, relying solely on his spirit, could barely stand. From the moment he laid eyes on the female zombie, he recognized he could not defeat her. while he might have been able to escape due to his abilities. Yang Xiong would not have that luxury. Although he had contemplated fleeing together, it was more likely that both would meet their demise in the past. Wang Chang would have unhesitatingly chosen to save himself. However, this was Yang Xiong. He owed a debt of life to his brother. Over the past few days, Yang Xiong's constant calling of Brother Chang had fostered genuine camaraderie. With this realization weighing on him, Wang Chang steeled his resolve, thinking, "I'll at least repay you with my life." Thus, he charged into battle. After enduring numerous attacks, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, in his final moments. He gazed towards the direction of the base, his mind devoid of complex thoughts, fixating instead on a simple notion. "This life I return to the Yang family. I owe you nothing." He slowly closed his eyes for the last time, bidding farewell to the world. Observing Wang Chang's reckless bravery, the female zombie's exquisite features twisted in disdain. She could not comprehend this man's madness. He had already been rendered lifeless, yet continued to assail her. "Retrieve his body. I shall place it before that coward who fled, ensuring he finds no peace." A frenzied madness glimmered within the female zombie as she contemplated how to make this lowly human pay for his insolence. Meanwhile, Yang Xiong sprinted back to the base, disregarding the pleas of others, racing straight to Lin Yuan. "Leader Lin, zombies are attacking. The brothers who ventured out have perished. Brother Chang is stalling their advance. Hurry and save him." Yang Xiong's face bore a hint of anxiety. His typically optimistic demeanor was now tinged with desperation. Yet Lin Yuan remained silent, merely assuring him that he would arrange help before instructing others to take Yang Xiong away to rest. As he was led away, Yang Xiong continued to plead, "Please, you must save him." To Yang Xiong's heartfelt entreaties, Lin Yuan offered no response, maintaining his silence until Yang Xiong had she bore the seal of the zombie leader upon her. A restriction capable of controlling her vital essence. With her current abilities, she could not possibly resolve this constraint. In the heart of the zombie stronghold, the female zombie returned, resigned to report her failure. Initially, the zombie leader had been engrossed in his studies, savoring a tome titled How to Become a Competent Leader. If a human had been nearby, they would undoubtedly have mocked such a superficial self-help book. Such unnutritious literature misguides the young, often proclaiming dubious truths while offering no genuine secrets to success. While there may be multiple pathways to achievement, none involve reading self-help books. However, those who sell such books tend to be quite successful. Upon seeing the female zombie return, the zombie leader briefly set aside his self-improvement literature, eager for good news. Yet, he was taken aback when her first words were difficult to digest. "I am sorry. Leader, I have failed in my mission. My subordinates were ineffective, allowing one of the sentinels to escape. I have disrupted your plans. Please punish me." This revelation darkened the previously cheerful countenance of the zombie leader. An aura of menace emanating from him, as if he were poised to devour the trembling female zombie before him. Chapter 51. The Return of the Zombies. "Pai, what have you done?" he bellowed, fury coursing through him. "You took my meticulously nurtured shadow zombie to eliminate a few lowly humans and let one escape." He glared at her, his wrath palpable. "How dare you show your face to me again?" "I am truly sorry," the female zombie named Pai repeated, desperately seeking the leader's forgiveness. However, the leader remained unmoved by her pitiful demeanor. Even her desperate glances failed to sway him. It was not that he lacked desire, but rather that he no longer possessed the means, having lost the basic functions of reproduction upon becoming a zombie. Yet, as he recalled the book he had just perused, How to Become a Competent Leader, he reflected on the notion that a good leader permits their subordinates to err. If one can forgive a subordinate's mistakes, how much easier it should be to pardon those who have not erred at all. Today, you bear the burden of your subordinate's error. Tomorrow, you shall reap a multitude of loyal followers. Though he did not fully comprehend the wisdom, he recognized its potential to address his immediate dilemma. After all, another peculiar tome had asserted that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. This notion was simple enough for him to grasp. Observing the quaking Pai before him, he helped her to her feet. "It matters not, my kin. Since the plan has failed, we shall advance boldly and directly. We have ample subordinates. They will not mourn these losses as for you. You shall redeem yourself by leading the charge into the base." Pai, initially paralyzed by fear and certain of her impending doom, felt a surge of elation at his words. Though attacking the human base would entail peril, it was preferable to perishing at the hands of the zombie leader. I shall lead the way. Repaying your immense kindness, she declared with fervor. The zombie leader nodded in satisfaction at her loyalty. The book had indeed proven insightful. A leader must shoulder the responsibilities of their subordinates. How to become a competent leader is a truly remarkable text. Indeed, reading is never in vain. Meanwhile, the zombie horde had quietly amassed several kilometers from the base, their numbers vast and densely packed, resembling a dark ocean. These zombies awaited their orders, their eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Emitting low growls at last, with a command from the zombie leader, the previously silent throng erupted into a cacophony of roars. Some zombies shrieked piercingly, others growled low and menacingly, while yet more emitted bestial howls. The sounds intertwined, creating a horrifying symphony that sent chills down the spine. Under the leader's guidance, these terrifying creatures surged forward toward the base. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had already detected the approaching horde. After all, such a massive gathering of dark figures was difficult to overlook, even from a distance. In the face of the impending zombie assault, Lin Yuan remained remarkably calm and composed, as if he were entirely prepared. Brimming with confidence in his ability to confront the forthcoming battle, as the zombies neared the base, the ground suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit. Unprepared, the zombies fell into the chasm, where they met sharp spikes awaiting them. These spikes were ruthlessly sharp, easily piercing the bodies of those who fell. The subsequent zombies, propelled by inertia, followed suit, resulting in the immediate incapacitation of at least 1,000 undead. Yet, this setback did not deter the relentless advance of the remaining zombies. They continued their charge, a tide of determination unyielding in the face of adversity. Like a surging wave, they pressed on, undeterred. Under the reckless charge of countless zombies, the deep pit gradually filled, and before long, the horde managed to level the obstacle through sheer numbers. However, Lin Yuan had anticipated this outcome. He understood that mere traps created by earth mages could not possibly halt the advance of tens of thousands of zombies. If such simple measures could deter them, it would indeed be a stroke of absurdity. Next, Lin Yuan organized ice mages to lower the temperature and slow the creature's momentum. With a command, the ice mages unleashed their chilling spells. In an instant, icy gusts enveloped the battlefield, transforming the previously sweltering air into an arctic chill. Those zombies attempting to escape the traps found their movements becoming sluggish due to the sudden drop in temperature. However, mere freezing was not the ultimate goal for Lin Yuan. Soon after, fire mages joined the fray, casting various fire spells that surged like a torrent toward the horde. The collision of flames and ice generated a thick veil of steam and smoke, shrouding the battlefield. Under the dual onslaught of ice and fire, the zombies found their movements severely hampered, their bodies entrapped in frost while being scorched by flames. Many weaker zombies succumbed to this fatal combination. After several rounds of this strategy, a significant number of zombies were eliminated, effectively reducing their ranks. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan recognized that while his tactics had yielded some success, they merely delayed the onslaught. They did not eradicate the threat entirely. In the face of such a scenario, Lin Yuan had prepared an even greater gift for the zombies, though the timing was not yet right. Before unleashing his ultimate strategy, the mages could still leverage their distance advantage to deplete the zombies' numbers. After all, the stamina of the mages could regenerate, whereas the zombies had only one life. It was a battle of endurance. Who could outlast whom? With this mentality, the various mages unleashed their skills without hesitation, not needing precise aim. Even novice mages could hit their targets, as the horde was so vast that the zombies would naturally absorb the attacks. Under the relentless barrage, it wasn't long before the mages began to exhaust their energy. Gradually, they could no longer cast spells. The last fireball struck the horde, but it seemed like a mere droplet in an ocean, causing no significant impact. The now diminished zombies continued their advance, trampling over the bodies of their fallen kin, surging like a tide toward the base. Chapter 52. Bloodshed. Observing the distant swarm of zombies, Lin Yuan felt no trace of fear. On the contrary, he stood leisurely atop the freshly constructed city walls, sipping a steaming cup of fragrant tea, as though ensconced in a tranquil haven. His mind was already calculating. As time passed, an ever-increasing number of zombies gathered below the walls, their menacing forms clawing and gnashing. Yet none of this disturbed Lin Yuan's serene enjoyment of his tea. As the final drop of tea slipped down his throat, Lin Yuan gently set down his cup, casting a sweeping glance around the walls. "Has everyone evacuated from the vicinity of the walls?" he inquired calmly. His voice was not loud, for volume mattered little. He merely wished to confirm with old Zhang. "According to your orders, only the two of us remain atop the walls." "Everyone else has retreated to safety," old Zhang replied respectfully from behind him. "Excellent," Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Then we shall retreat as well. After all, grand fireworks are best admired from a distance." A smile graced Lin Yuan's lips as he spoke lightly. Hearing this, old Zhang also smiled, though he remained silent, simply nodding in agreement. "Let us depart," Lin Yuan said softly. As his words fell, old Zhang sprang into action. Though he was advanced in years, his movements were swift. He formed hand seals, and a mysterious energy surged forth from him. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering portal appeared before them, a gateway to safety. The passage manifested itself in the form of a door, exuding an exhilarating aura akin to an entrance to another realm. After igniting the fuse, Lin Yuan stepped boldly through the portal, closely followed by the venerable Elder Zhang. Following a brief moment of disorientation, they emerged in a safe zone, gazing at the assembled crowd before them. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of envy at the extraordinary power displayed. Truly, he was the sole practitioner of spatial abilities. Lin Yuan had long been aware of Elder Zhang's prowess in spatial manipulation, having heard of his teleportation capabilities, yet witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astounded. Shortly after their departure, the hastily erected city walls began to crumble in vast sections. As the walls collapsed, countless zombies surged into the area. These walls had been specially crafted, with a substantial expanse of open ground between them. This space had been intentionally prepared by Lin Yuan as a grave for the zombies. With every inch of earth beneath laden with explosives, oblivious to their fate, the mindless zombies pressed forward, driven by the newfound space, causing a relentless wave of bodies to crush the ones ahead in this confined area. Even as the front was packed to capacity, those behind continued their mindless advance. At that moment, the fuse Lin Yuan had lit reached its end, igniting the combustible explosives connected to it. With a thunderous explosion, a tremendous force erupted, obliterating the zombies into mere ashes. No carbon-based life form could withstand the might of the explosives, at least not these lowly zombies. However, not all were reduced to ash. Some were merely maimed by the shockwave, while others became grotesque puddles of mangled flesh. The scene was gory and horrifying, a sight too dreadful to behold. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, quietly observing this spectacle, relishing in his creation. As the dust settled, he noted the scattered zombies regrouping, yet his expression bore no trace of joy. He had initially believed the zombie leader possessed intelligence and would retreat in light of the devastation, or at least require time to marshal the remaining undead. To his astonishment, the leader exhibited no concern for the fallen, rallying the zombies to attack despite the significant losses. Ultimately, there was no delay in awaiting Li Xing's return. With the current momentum, a retreat by the zombies was out of the question. A fierce battle loomed inevitable. He lamented the potential losses among his ranks. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had never adhered to a single plan. The location they occupied had also seen the construction of a wall, a final bastion measuring only 300 to 400 meters in length. In contrast to the outer walls, which were merely traps, this smaller wall had received greater care and sturdier materials. Its solidity surpassed that of the outer barriers, as the latter served merely as a grave for the undead. With no responsibility for the losses incurred in their living quarters, however, Lin Yuan had invested considerable effort. Under his leadership, none dared to slacken their work. After the previous zombie siege, the survivors had come to understand that when facing the undead, it was a matter of life or death with no alternatives. To survive, they had to comply. Thus, even within less than a day and night, they constructed 2 segments of walls and various trenches without a single complaint. Moreover, Lin Yuan had not been idle. He rolled up his sleeves and labored alongside his comrades, setting an exemplary standard. With no room for dissent, they toiled fervently as the zombies swiftly regrouped. Lin Yuan found himself at an impasse. The explosives had been expended, and Zhang Weiman, the producer of gunpowder, had yet to regain his strength. Reluctantly, he resolved to deploy practitioners to engage the zombies in close combat. Kill, 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 eradicate these beasts. Where's the healer? My brother's arm is broken. Come quickly. Help. The easternmost wall has been breached, requesting reinforcements. The fifth squad has perished. The position has fallen. Send someone to the front. Amidst the cacophony of the zombies' roars intertwined with the desperate calls of the practitioners, every individual fought valiantly against the undead. Around the walls, practitioners fell one after another. The sounds of combat, the growls of the zombies, and the clash of weapons painted a grand tableau under the blood-red sunset, where each note of this tragic symphony was accompanied by the loss of vibrant lives. Those who had transitioned to warrior roles wielded standard weapons procured from the marketplace, severing the heads of one zombie after another. In response, an unending tide of zombies surged forth, overwhelming and devouring those who fell victim to their assault. Just as these greedy zombies began to feast, nearby humans would strike down the gluttonous undead. This cycle continued, the battlefield resembling a colossal meat grinder, incessantly consuming lives, whether human or zombie. Observing the first-tier practitioners desperately battling the undead, the second-tier practitioners left by Lin Yuan clamored for the chance to engage, eager to join the fray. However, Lin Yuan consistently denied their requests, stating the time was not yet ripe. Chapter 53. Zombies also suffer from frostbite, just as the crowd fervently pleaded to engage once more. Lin Yuan seemingly received a signal and granted their request, catching them by surprise, but aligning with their desires. Thus, under Lin Yuan's command, nearly the entire contingent mobilized. Before departing, Lin Yuan articulated their objective. Remember, our target is the zombie leader. Only by eliminating him can we truly resolve this siege. We must slay a significant number of zombies to flush him out. Conserve your energy until he reveals himself, so we may strike collectively. The zombie leader was astutely aware. Since the assault commenced, he had not made an appearance. Yet, with Lin Yuan leading a formidable team comprised entirely of second-tier members, even the weakest warrior could effortlessly claim a zombie's life. Thus, as they surged against the tide of zombies, none could withstand their advance, akin to a mighty ship forging ahead through tumultuous waters. An oblivious zombie, roaring in its ignorance, attempted to approach the team. Yet before it could draw near, a massive fireball, a meter in diameter, coalesced in the air, hurtling toward the undead creature with searing heat. Accompanied by the scent of roasting flesh, the zombie was reduced to a charred carcass. With several surrounding zombies suffering the same fate, their forms grotesquely disfigured, as the fire mage basked in success. Others were not to be outdone. Wind blades, ice spikes, and water dragons were unleashed in a dazzling display. The melee warriors, lacking such flamboyant theatrics, drew close to the zombies, wielding their weapons to harvest the lives of the undead. Meanwhile, the assassins showcased their prowess, employing their superior speed to strike repeatedly, their daggers as elusive as phantoms. Effortlessly claiming the heads of zombies in the chaotic battlefield, they moved like fish in the ocean, birds soaring through the sky, becoming true slayers of the undead. Each member of the team displayed their unique abilities, and in their wake, they left behind a veritable sanctuary, where zombies often fell before they could react. Mother, you need not worry about my lack of combat skills any longer. Such a large-scale disturbance could not escape the notice of the zombie leader. Observing the fallen zombies, he felt no sorrow. After all, they were merely expendable, serving to deplete the practitioner's energy, which he deemed a privilege for them. Under the leader's coercion, the previously calm horde spiraled into madness, an aura of imminent danger radiating from them. Conversely, the practitioners began to feel the pressure mounting. The first to sense it were the assassins, who discovered that their daggers felt sluggish upon striking. One practitioner, after successfully landing a blow, found himself beset by zombies as he attempted to retreat. Being injured amidst the horde was akin to placing a delectable piece of meat before a starving dog. Fortunately, the priests were not idle. Upon witnessing the wounded assassin, one quickly administered healing, alleviating his injuries. However, before the nameless assassin could fully appreciate the healing he received, he was engulfed by an unrelenting swarm of zombies. Such scenarios were not isolated. Each practitioner, fighting independently, exhausted their strength without stemming the tide of the undead. Forced into a corner, they could no longer afford to act heroically alone and resorted to banding together for survival. Seeing the practitioners of the human faction forced to huddle for warmth, the zombie leader felt a surge of confidence. Yet, as he assessed the dwindling numbers of the undead, a frown creased his brow. The depletion of his forces was too rapid. If this continued, once the practitioners fell, his own ranks would be depleted, leaving him unable to establish a new order for humanity. He could not simply govern himself. With this thought, the zombie leader dispatched his elite soldiers. Prior to this, he had intentionally retained a leather coat for one with a special task. "Do not disappoint me this time." Subsequently, he concealed himself among the horde, masquerading as an ordinary zombie. Those chosen by the leader were naturally endowed with unique abilities. Among them was a zombie known as the Tank, who possessed the capacity for expansion. When the Tank emerged onto the battlefield, his towering form, akin to a 3-story building, instantly became the center of attention for all. Beneath the radiant sunlight, his skin emanated a weighty metallic gray, its surface cloaked in a roughened layer of keratin. As if he were draped in a natural armor, occasionally, it would reflect a flickering, cold luminescence, instilling a sense of dread. His limbs were robust and powerful, each step reverberating through the ground, as though even the earth trembled in awe of his might. His hands transformed into colossal iron fists, each strike potent enough to shatter solid walls and obliterate foes along with their defenses. When a few adventurers attempted to probe this behemoth, he effortlessly seized them, biting through them as one would a handheld flatbread. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering into a vivid bloom, causing surrounding adventurers to retreat in terror. The Tank, however, paid no heed to these insignificant insects. Striding directly towards Lin Yuan and his group, other zombies soon emerged as well, including one that commanded flames, releasing torrents of searing fire upon its arrival. Known as Burning Heaven, unlike the Tank, he moved with agility, weaving through the battlefield to deliver precise strikes against the adventurers. Every human within his line of sight succumbed to his fiery onslaught, often before they had time to react, striking them directly. Furthermore, the zombies' frost, crescent, venom, and invisibility made their presence known, preparing to unleash a massacre among the crowd. Yet before they could showcase their prowess, a brilliant light flashed, and the adventurers surrounding Lin Yuan found themselves matched against their adversaries. Zhang Weimin chose the most formidable Tank, leveraging his versatile abilities to delay the inevitable even if he could not prevail. Standing before this colossal creature, he truly comprehended the meaning of a giant. Even when he craned his neck, he could only glimpse its groin. Nevertheless, having selected this Tank, he resolved to transform into a multitude of fine needles, incessantly attacking. Initially, the Tank dismissed these minute pricks, swatting at Zhang Weimin as one would swat a fly. Under the pressure of its immense strength, Zhang Weimin was compelled to evade. Simultaneously, he directed his silver needles to penetrate the Tank's body. This action rendered the previously insensate Tank incapable of movement, as if it had lost all feeling. Inside its massive cranium resided an empty mind. Could it be that zombies suffer from a myotrophic lateral sclerosis? Little did Zhang Weimin know. After activating his not-so-intelligent brain, the Tank's movements became even more sluggish. Before it could react, exhausted Zhang Weimin delivered the final needle into its body. Observing the flailing fly cease its struggles, the Tank thought little of the situation. Intending to raise its gigantic hand to squash the bothersome insect, in the next instant, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, life escaping it, its enormous body crashing to the ground, its two massive eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning how it had met its demise. Yet, this answer would remain forever elusive. The various joints of the human body require neural control. This is fundamental to mammals. Even as zombies, they are still human forms. And thus, every part of the zombie is subject to neural control. Zhang Weimin's fine needles, seemingly devoid of offensive capability, were meticulously designed to penetrate the Tank's body, and through his understanding of human acupoints. Each needle struck true to the nerve fibers. Each nerve fiber is exceedingly delicate, and upon contact with the sharpened needles, they were severed cleanly in two. This was the reason the Tank felt an overwhelming fatigue. It was not that the zombie had developed a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, but rather that it had neglected to study biology in school. The Tank would undoubtedly realize that its demise stemmed from its lack of academic diligence, ensuring that in its next life, it would strive to excel and gain admission to Hucking University. Watching the fallen Tank, Zhang Weimin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This confrontation had essentially been a performance on his part. The others, faced with these extraordinary zombies, resorted to a collective assault driven by righteousness. Ultimately, it was merely a case of numbers overpowering the few. lacking any real skill or opportunity to shine. This was not what Zheng Weimin desired. He craved special recognition, a means to capture Lin Yuan's attention, for only then could he reclaim power. Thus, he took the initiative to confront the tank. In truth, as the last needle fell, he felt no certainty within. However, the gamble had been cast. Zheng Weimin could only move forward without regret. Fortune favored him, and destiny aligned with Zheng Weimin, as his political performance, wagered with his very life, succeeded. How can one progress? This question lacks a concrete answer. Yet at this moment, the solution was simple: accomplish what others could not. This was Zheng Weimin's philosophy. Undeniably, he had succeeded. While others struggled against the remaining special zombies, he had independently slain one, a feat that was indisputable. The resounding crash of the tank's fall drew the attention of all, and Lin Yuan cast a look of approval in his direction. Exhausted yet triumphant, Zheng Weimin understood that the distance to his desired position had significantly narrowed. With this thought, his joy surged through him, alleviating some of his physical fatigue. What fault lay within him? He was merely too eager for advancement. Meanwhile, the righteous collective assault bore its initial fruits. Under Lin Yuan's pseudo-third-level prowess, these special zombies, despite possessing 40 to 50 points in physique, exhibited almost no resistance. The companions beside Lin Yuan were no mere bystanders. Even with minor damage, they could provide essential support. As Lin Yuan launched his full offensive and the others created chaos. The once arrogant Burning Heaven could no longer unleash flames, his life extinguished by the very flames that had arisen from his own corpse. After vanquishing Burning Heaven, they hastened towards Frost's location. There was no particular reason for this. It was simply that the adversaries delaying Frost were most grievously injured, and Hai Dafu, who faced her, was so corpulent he could easily be thawed, his body encased in frost that hindered his movements, forcing him to rely on his unique profession for defense. Even so, Hai Dafu found himself merely enduring blows. Upon seeing Lin Yuan arrive to assist, tears streamed down Hai Dafu's face. Finally, he had come. Could he comprehend the torment of the past 30 minutes? Before Hai Dafu could utter any words of excitement, a frostball struck his face, having opened his mouth to speak, exposing his prominent teeth. Thus, his beautiful smile was instantly marred, leaving only a sound of air escaping. The crowd could not decipher his words, yet they surmised his meaning. There was nothing to be said. They suppressed their laughter. Aligning themselves according to Lin Yuan's lead as the primary attacker, each taking a supportive position, launching a disordered yet organized assault against Frost, in scarcely 4 minutes, thanks to the rigorous training against Burning Heaven. Frost had been thoroughly battered. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, she suddenly inquired, "Do you not know to cherish the delicate flower? I am but a fragile girl, if you let me go." "You may do as you wish," Frost, with an air of misplaced confidence, presumed that humanity might harbor lustful thoughts towards zombies. One adventurer, infuriated, felt compelled to deliver a resounding slap to her. What kind of world is this? Even female zombies are throwing punches now. Yet he, undeterred, resolved to eliminate her single-handedly in times past. When faced with a punch, he could only seethe in impotent rage due to the existence of a just legal system. Now, however, with no laws to bind him, he dared to strike, intending to demonstrate to her the true meaning of combat. Yet, exceptions exist. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this female zombie, named Frost, was rather appealing, with an alluring figure and beguiling eyes. Her tattered garments revealing her delicate, pale skin, evoking a protective instinct within men. Her captivating, enchanting gaze further ensnared his thoughts, stirring a desire to embrace and comfort her. Yet, just as he was lost in these thoughts, a teammate's warning snapped him back to reality. Perhaps to vindicate himself, the adventurer proclaimed, "You wretched temptress, how dare you ensnare a humble monk? Receive my righteous strike." With that, while Frost was momentarily immobilized, he delivered a resounding slap across her face. This shameless act ignited a fire within Frost, provoking her ire. "It is this foul man who cannot control his desires, yet he blames me." As her memories flashed back, she felt vindicated in her belief that no man was to be trusted. The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, compelling her to defend herself. "I am merely a victim, a helpless creature, wrongfully accused by a coward." However, as the adventurer regained his senses, he dismissed her arguments. Entering a state of enlightenment, ignoring her feeble justifications, he retaliated with another slap across her other cheek. I cannot be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of my words. The Frost, having endured 2 solid slaps in succession, grew increasingly infuriated with each passing moment. In a fit of rage, she recklessly absorbed every attack directed at her without attempting to evade, determined to impart a profound lesson to that shameless man. Noticing the unusual behavior of the female zombie, Chu Yuxian furrowed her brow and shielded the others behind her. While they were merely engaged in playful antics, Chu Yuxian never took her own life lightly. It was acceptable to prey on the weak, but a direct confrontation was out of the question. Observing Chu Yuxian cowering behind her, the others were momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. Fortunately, in her fervor to eliminate him, Frost lost her composure, alleviating some of their pressure. In a sense, he had inadvertently rendered a service. As for retreating behind the others, that was simply out of the question. The group instinctively parted, creating a clear path for Frost. Although the female zombie understood that these humans harbored ill intentions, she did not ponder further and advanced directly, intent on turning the brash, golden-haired youth into a mere pile of fur. Chu Yuxian, who had thought himself safe hiding behind the crowd, was utterly unprepared for their sudden retreat. Lost in thought, his gaze vacant and expression dazed. He was oblivious to the fact that nothing obstructed him anymore, and a grotesque zombie loomed perilously close. At that moment, Chu Yuxian no longer cared whether Frost was beautiful. Upon seeing the zombie's sharp teeth, a singular thought consumed him. He would never again attempt to emulate General Duanmu's bravado. Thankfully, the nearby professionals did not intend to end Chu Yuxian's life. They merely sought to teach him a lesson, leaving him with an unforgettable memory, while also using him as bait to lessen their own burden. In a critical moment, Lin Yuan intervened, casting a protective shield around Chu Yuxian, allowing him to narrowly escape this peril. Realizing the danger, Chu Yuxian promptly fled. As Chu Yuxian sprinted ahead, Frost pursued relentlessly. He fled, yet found himself unable to escape. With the female zombie's wrath focused entirely on Chu Yuxian, the group of professionals quickly unleashed their attacks. Given the female zombie's formidable constitution, even a fully exerted Chu Yuxian, now at the 2nd level, would leave barely a trace upon her. This, of course, was contingent upon him getting close enough to strike while she remained defenseless. The disparity in constitution between Chu Yuxian and Frost was staggering, nearly 4 to 5 times, creating a chasm between them. This difference was not only evident in their attack power but also in their speed. Despite Chu Yuxian's desperate efforts and the continual interference from the human professionals, he was repeatedly caught up to. Fortunately, Lin Yuan proved to be a responsible leader, at least while others were present. While attacking Frost, he did not forget to bolster Chu Yuxian with a protective shield. Chu Yuxian was immensely grateful, wishing to be Lin Yuan's loyal follower. However, before he could fully express his gratitude, Frost's icy spikes descended upon him. This time, without Lin Yuan's protective shield, he found himself caught amidst her relentless assault. Realizing the imminent danger, he summoned his inner strength, disregarding the expenditure of his skills. Barely evading this latest threat in that fleeting moment, while his body remained safe, his heart ached with despair. It turned out he was not inherently foolish. He merely possessed a unique skill, despite not being of a special profession. The skill was humorously named Come Hit Me. Though its name was comical, its effects were undeniably potent. However, this skill came with a minor flaw. It required the collection of others' anger. Thus, having acquired this skill, he was reluctantly thrust into a journey of self-deprecation. To his surprise, it proved remarkably effective. In this apocalyptic world, everyone bore considerable anger. Chu Yuxian quickly amassed a wealth of energy, albeit at the cost of becoming a universally despised figure. Given the peculiar nature of his skill, Chu Yuxian refrained from disclosing its true name, instead opting to claim a commonly obtained warrior skill, Comprehensive Enhancement. The effect of this skill was straightforward. A temporary boost to his constitution. Utilizing Come Hit Me could effectively simulate this enhancement, leaving no room for suspicion in his daily life. Due to the scarcity of energy, he was exceedingly frugal, avoiding its use whenever possible. After all, this energy was akin to a desperate struggle for survival. No one would assume that in an apocalypse, one could act foolishly without consequence. Each act of folly invariably resulted in a beating. He could not activate his skill and engage in a true battle. Otherwise, he would fail to achieve his goal of collecting energy. Fortunately, his propensity for foolishness allowed him to gather a considerable amount of angry energy. After narrowly avoiding this attack, he had expended much of his energy reserves, leaving him insufficient to evade the next strike point. One more hit, and he would no longer be able to indulge in his foolishness. Luckily, after that blow, Frost ceased her pursuit, ensuring his survival. Frost, too, was preoccupied, having sustained significant damage during her relentless chase of Chu Yuxian, particularly from Lin Yuan, whose constitution matched her own. Withstanding similar attacks, even with her nearly 50 points of constitution, she could no longer endure. Moreover, there were others providing support. Caught between her life and a momentary fit of rage, this cyclically regular female zombie finally regained her senses and began consciously avoiding human attacks. Although she held a deep-seated disdain for these lowly remnants of humanity, the injuries inflicted upon her still instilled a measure of fear. Her fear was warranted. Lin Yuan, despite only employing brute force and shouting in a comical manner, was not to be underestimated. With each accumulating punch, Frost's life drew closer to its end. Just as Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The zombie leader, who had been masquerading as an ordinary zombie, suddenly appeared before Frost, effortlessly blocking Lin Yuan's punch. Not only that, but upon contact, a powerful force surged through Lin Yuan's arm, inflicting severe injury. With a pained grunt, he stumbled backward a few steps, instinctively concealing his wounded arm, which trembled uncontrollably. Observant professionals noted blood staining his sleeve, with several drops already trickling to the ground. Upon witnessing the leader's emergence, a look of relief washed over Frost's face as she retreated. Her body marred with wounds. It turned out that ever since Fan Tian had been mercilessly beaten to death by the professionals, the zombie leader had been unable to contain himself and was preparing to act. For safety's sake, the leader refrained from direct confrontation, instead commanding Frost to draw fire, thereby creating an advantageous opportunity for a sneak attack. Although Frost was reluctant to accept such a perilous task, she ultimately acquiesced under the leader's control over subordinate zombies. Just as she lamented her situation, remnants of memories surfaced in her mind. Within those memories, feigning innocence seemed a promising tactic. Thus, Frost attempted this approach, though the results were not immediately apparent. Frustrated by her inability to succeed, she received a resounding slap across the face. Despite her transformation into a zombie, fragments of their memories lingered, and given the leader's penchant for reading human literature, Frost felt a surge of anger. She understood the implications of that slap. Humiliation, an utter disgrace. In the midst of her fury, a revelation struck her. This contemptible fool before her was the perfect target. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded. Though another slap ignited her anger, it lent an air of authenticity to the previously fabricated scenario. Just as she sensed the embrace of death drawing near, the zombie leader appeared before her like a savior, intercepting the final blow. Furthermore, to reward her for drawing attention, the leader had prepared a special gift for her. Upon receiving this gift from the zombie leader, Frost was thoroughly satisfied. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yuxian had already been captured by the zombie leader, his limbs rendered useless. Yet, Chu Yuxian was not one to surrender easily. Even in captivity, he summoned all his energy to resist. However, in the face of overwhelming power, he found his very life no longer belonging to him. In a matter of moments, the living Chu Yuxian was devoured alive by Frost. His anguished cries reverberated across the battlefield, drawing countless gazes and instilling fear in the hearts of other professionals who dreaded becoming the next Chu Yuxian. Lin Yuan attempted to rescue Chu Yuxian, but the zombie leader effortlessly repelled him with a single punch. The clamor of combat between zombies and humans continued, and with the appearance of the zombie leader, the previously favorable situation took a sharp turn for the worse. The once jovial professionals were now devoid of mirth. Even those unable to grasp the gravity of the situation understood, witnessing Lin Yuan repeatedly fall only to rise again, that it was a futile struggle against insurmountable odds. In that instant, as they watched Lin Yuan risk everything to buy them time, a profound sorrow enveloped their hearts, with some moved to tears. They realized that Lin Yuan, with his own strength, could have easily escaped without concern for their fates or the number of zombies. Yet he chose to remain and share their destiny. How many in the world would act in such a manner? Without delving into the past, even the Thunder God, who had saved them from peril just yesterday, had vanished without a trace today. However, at this moment, they could do nothing but silently pray for Lin Yuan. He must prevail. I implore you. Chief, you must survive. Countless professionals focused their gazes on Lin Yuan's not-so-imposing figure, hoping for a miracle to occur. Yet, fate was unkind. Strength is strength, and reality does not bend to their sentiments. As time passed, Lin Yuan's attempts to rise became increasingly sluggish, as if each effort required monumental exertion. His body trembled slightly, blood had long since stained every part of him, and he appeared so frail that he seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Observing the battered Lin Yuan, the hearts of the onlookers plummeted into an abyss of despair, with endless worry and fear enveloping each individual. Meanwhile, subtle changes began to stir within the minds of the professionals. Although Lin Yuan was a man of virtue, devoted to his country and its people, the pressing issue was that such nobility could not secure their lives. Ultimately, one's survival hinged upon one's own efforts, in the face of life and death. Each person's mind raced. The situation was starkly evident. Lin Yuan clearly could not withstand the onslaught of the zombie leader. If they continued to wait, once Lin Yuan fell, they would undoubtedly face the zombie leader's assault. In such a terrifying scenario, their chances of escape would be almost non-existent. Yet, if they seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, while Lin Yuan and the zombie leader were still locked in combat, perhaps they could evade danger. Realizing this, the professionals ceased their hesitation. While others were consumed with concern for Lin Yuan and the outcome of the clash with the zombie leader, they gradually began to distance themselves from the fray. Inching further away from the battle with the undead in the midst of this, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. The moment they looked closely, they noticed that many had already begun to create distance. Consequently, they quickened their pace, determined to reach safety ahead of others, thereby reducing their risk. After all, having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they instinctively understood that in the race for survival, one only needed to run faster than the rest. No lessons were necessary. They had long since mastered this art. Most of the foolish and unlearned had already perished. While clever individuals were never in short supply, self-interest reigned supreme among all. The complexity of humanity lies in the fact that one can find both the virtuous and the vile among them. Meanwhile, the priest, engrossed in healing Lin Yuan's wounds, was oblivious to these shifting dynamics. He relentlessly cast healing spells upon Lin Yuan. Though the effects were minimal, they accumulated to yield some benefit. This was one of the reasons Lin Yuan managed to remain standing. There were also those like Haidafu, who, believing themselves to be resilient tanks, attempted to confront the zombie leader on Lin Yuan's behalf when he momentarily faltered. However, they were unprepared for the devastating power of just 3 spoons hurled by the zombie leader, which rendered them utterly defenseless. In their final moments, disbelief etched across their face. They tasted the sweetness of life before being claimed by the void. Though their demise was tragic, the lethality of that attack was not hard to comprehend. Adding sugar to 3 spoons can indeed yield a different potency. After all, it is entirely normal for one to perish under such a combination. As Lin Yuan observed the expressions of those around him, he understood that the climax of this spectacle had arrived, and it was time to bring it to a close. Thus, he silently communicated with Li Xing, summoning him to conclude the affair. In the next moment, the long-awaited Li Xing appeared like a streak of lightning in the sky. Chapter 57. The fallen leader Li Xing, transformed into a bolt of lightning, made his grand entrance with overwhelming force. Wielding thunder like a deity descending from the heavens, the surrounding world morphed into a realm of storms. Naturally, such a flamboyant arrival was matched by formidable power. He appeared as if descended from the realm of thunder, his hands crackling with lightning coalescing into a spear of immense power. Subsequently, the spear erupted in brilliant light, releasing itself like an arrow from a bow, imbued with the essence of inevitability as it shot forth. Sensing the imminent danger, the zombie leader's eyes widened. He could no longer afford to pay attention to Lin Yuan and turned to flee. Yet, faced with the lightning imbued with an unerring nature, he found himself with no escape. In a moment of desperation, he concocted a plan that was far from clever. He seized the nearby zombie, Han Shuang, and used her as a shield. Han Shuang, still reeling from her near-death experience, suddenly found herself thrust before the merciless grip of the zombie leader. Despite her utter unwillingness, she was ensnared. Even after all these preparations, the zombie leader remained plagued by a sense of insecurity. However, in the fleeting moments of peril, time did not allow for further contemplation. In the next instant, the spear pierced through Han Shuang's body, directly impaling the zombie leader's skull, thus bringing about his demise. The zombie leader's head, as large as a watermelon, shattered into fragments akin to a crushed melon. The once formidable zombie leader was effortlessly dispatched by Li. This predicament has rendered Lin Yuan, who endeavored to create opportunities for him, somewhat awkward. Was all my hard work merely that of a jester? However, this fleeting embarrassment was swiftly replaced by a benevolent smile. A hero ought to embody such qualities. As Lin Yuan observed the disarrayed zombies, now devoid of their leader's guidance, gradually dispersing, he too felt the weight of exhaustion and understood that he must succumb to the ground. Only by falling could he demonstrate his utmost effort. People would not blame a weary hero, but rather, they would hold Li Xing accountable for his tardiness, even though he was the one who had truly saved them, before he could collapse in a calculated manner. The protective shield around Zhou Zhou unexpectedly activated. Chapter 58. The incident involving Zhou Zhou. Sensing the activation of the shield, Lin Yuan disregarded his injuries and hurried toward Zhou Zhou's location. Simultaneously, he did not forget to inform Zhou Zhou's brother, Li Xing, for he was the one who truly cared for her. Engaged in the pursuit of the fleeing zombies, Li Xing, wielding a long blade, was slicing through enemies from east to west and back again. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's message, he momentarily paused, only to erupt in fury. Paying no heed to the zombies before him, he sprinted towards Lin Yuan. Grabbing Lin Yuan with both hands, he seethed, "Didn't you assure me that Zhou Zhou would be well protected? What does it mean now that you tell me she is in danger?" In that moment, Li Xing desperately wished to dash to Zhou Zhou's side and shield her. "Please, don't panic. The protective measure I set for Zhou Zhou has merely been triggered. It does not indicate she is in peril, and my methods are sufficient to hold for a while. We still have time to reach her," Lin Yuan insisted, straining against Li Xing's grip. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he could not break free and was left suspended in the air. "It better be so. Hurry and take me to her," Li Xing declared, his irritation palpable. "Zhou Zhou is just behind us. Fearing for her safety, I dispatched someone to protect her and ensured she and the other elderly made their way to a secure location. Old Master Zhang possesses spatial abilities, allowing us to teleport instantly." Once released, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and rubbed his aching neck. Though he spoke kindly, internally he resolved to confront this reckless individual. At that moment, he sensed Li Xing's true murderous intent directed at him. He genuinely intended to kill him. While Lin Yuan understood that Li Xing's wrath was aimed at ensuring the safety of all rather than solely targeting him, he, as a person of high standing, could not tolerate the notion of his life being held in another's grasp. "Very well, I misjudged you. It is my fault for acting in haste. Please, be more understanding." Li Xing seemed to realize his error and offered an apologetic gesture toward Lin Yuan. Though his murderous aura remained unabated, Lin Yuan graciously accepted the apology. "No need for concern. In moments of anxiety, one may act rashly. I can certainly empathize. If my sister were in jeopardy, I too would lose my composure." As he spoke, he called for Old Master Zhang. In stark contrast to the chaotic battlefield, Old Master Zhang appeared ethereal in his flowing white attire, remarkably unblemished by blood or dust. Yet, this mattered little to Li Xing, who immediately urged him to open a portal upon arrival. Observing the scene before him, Old Master Zhang was no fool. Confronted by a harbinger of death, he naturally chose to heed Li Xing's commands. After all, it was indeed his own family that was in danger. Was it not justified? "Absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not," he repeated, emphasizing the importance of his words. "I am willing to assist solely out of a desire to help." Under such coercive circumstances, Old Master Zhang felt a heartbeat he had not experienced in decades, and at that moment, it was a beautiful sensation. Consequently, what would typically take him half a minute to establish as a spatial portal was completed in a mere 5 seconds. It must be said that age brings wisdom. The aged are indeed not to be underestimated. As the portal formed, Li Xing immediately stepped through, only to be met with a sight of carnage. Upon witnessing the fallen bodies, the usually composed Li Xing could no longer maintain his serious demeanor, calling out Zhou Zhou's name in desperation. Terrified and trembling in a corner, "Zhou Zhou, upon hearing her brother's voice, rushed out, too exhilarated to notice the obstacles at her feet, leading to a stumble. Just as she believed she would fall, Li Xing, like a bolt of lightning, appeared beside her and caught her. The moment she laid eyes on her brother, Zhou could no longer contain her tears. Woo woo woo, brother Haoyan is dead. They are all dead. Seeing his sister unharmed, Li Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aware of the turmoil his sister had endured, he refrained from urgently questioning her and instead gently patted her back to soothe her frayed nerves. Subsequently, Lin Yuan and Old Master Zhang followed closely behind. Observing the devastation, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Initially, he had merely intended to keep these elderly and children at a safe distance, never imagining that his actions would inadvertently endanger them. Once Zhou had calmed down, she recounted the events that transpired. Originally, the elderly and frail had been placed there to avoid hindering the professionals, as they possessed little combat capability and would require protection if they found themselves in battle, to prevent them from encountering danger. Lin Yuan had specifically assigned Su Haoyan to safeguard them. While Lin Yuan publicly stated that he had dispatched Su Haoyan for their protection, his true intent was to shield Zhou. These elderly and infirm individuals held little value in terms of protection, yet, as a competent leader, Lin Yuan adeptly maintained the FAAD. At the very least, his political posturing was impeccable, upon hearing that Lin Yuan had taken the initiative to ensure their safety. The elderly expressed immense gratitude, wishing they could erect a shrine in his honor. From another perspective, although Lin Yuan's motivations were self-serving, it ultimately did not harm these citizens. Rather, it provided them with certain benefits. This was also the foundation of their unwavering support for Lin Yuan. After all, a leader who genuinely shares both hardships and joys with his people is a rare find. As for the notion of selfishness, it is a trivial matter in all things. One should judge by actions rather than intentions. Perfection in character is an unattainable ideal. As evening fell, the zombie leader discovered a human fortress in the rear and dispatched a new breed of humanoid zombies clad in leather to eradicate it. Thus, the leather-clad figures led shadowy zombies to this location. Su Haoyan, tasked with guarding this area, was the first to spot the approaching zombies and promptly activated the protective artifact entrusted to him by Lin Yuan, the Spatial Sanctuary. Spatial Sanctuary, S-rank isolates life forms within a designated space, creating an independent realm where those within are immune to any attacks, with all assaults absorbed by the sanctuary itself. For safety's sake, Su Haoyan activated this artifact without delay, fully aware that he was responsible for the elderly and frail, and he could not possibly protect them alone. Moreover, since the artifact belonged to Lin Yuan and not to him, he felt no regret in utilizing it. If it's available, why not use it? Chapter 59. The Sanctuary. Witnessing the remarkable effect of the S-rank artifact, Su Haoyan's tension dissipated. True to its name, the Spatial Sanctuary enveloped the group instantly. Miraculously, although they remained in place, it seemed as though an invisible membrane had formed between them and the outside world. The place of refuge they had sought was now cloaked in shadows. A curious child reached out to grasp the shadows, and though Su Haoyan noticed, he did not intervene. Knowing it would be futile, he had already learned that those within the sanctuary could not interact with the external entities. Do not ask why. He had tested it previously. What puzzled him more was the nature of these shadows. In fact, Lin Yuan had already educated everyone about these unknown shadows before the battle commenced. However, Su Haoyan, having been assigned the task of protecting Zhou, had not attended those discussions. Thus, he remained unaware that these were a new breed of zombies. Observing the multitude of shadowy figures, Su Haoyan tightly gripped his sword, as if only this cold weapon could provide him with a sense of security. However, this was a misguided concern. An S-rank protective artifact was an overreaction against mere second-tier zombies, a complete waste. Should Lin Yuan discover that Su Haoyan had squandered such a precious S-rank artifact so easily, he would undoubtedly strike him with his sizable shoes. An S-rank artifact alone was already worth a fortune, let alone one that could save lives. Were it not a one-time use item, not even selling Lin Yuan would afford him the means to procure it. As Lin Yuan revealed one trump card after another. He was, in reality, running out of options. Were it not for Lin Yuan's fear that Li Xing would go utterly mad should Zhou perish, this life-saving artifact would never have been entrusted to Su Haoyan. Outside the sanctuary, the shadowy zombies, finding their search futile, gradually withdrew. Observing everything from his vantage point, Su Haotian felt relieved. Their departure meant safety for all if he were to engage these shadows in battle. He believed he could survive, but not one of the elderly or children would emerge unscathed. Meanwhile, the leather-clad figure, following orders, thoroughly scoured the area, the lingering scent of humanity indicating that people had been there not long ago. The unwilling leather-clad figure, despite harboring 1,000 grievances, found herself powerless in the face of the vanishing humanity. All she could do was lead a throng of shadowy zombies into retreat. However, she did not completely withdraw. After leaving the sanctuary, she sought refuge in a shaded area. Her actions were not motivated by a desire to escape the heat, for the zombies had long since lost any sensation of temperature. Rather, she believed that humanity could not simply disappear without a trace, especially considering what circumstances could cause a multitude of humans to vanish before her eyes. Even the zombie leader, who held dominion over their lives and deaths, could not accomplish such a feat. Thus, she resolved to wait patiently, for such abilities or artifacts, while remarkably effective, surely demanded a tremendous expenditure of energy. Recalling the words of caution from the zombie leader, she forcibly stifled her bloodthirsty instincts and maintained a serene vigil. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would spell her doom. As time ticked by, the half-hour of usable energy from the spatial sanctuary elapsed. The duration of the sanctuary's effect was originally far more substantial, sufficient to last well beyond half an hour, but this depended on a crucial condition, being utilized in isolation. Yet, Su Haotian had chosen to encompass the frail and infirm, numbering in the hundreds. Although these individuals lacked combat prowess, their sheer numbers rendered the protective force of the sanctuary indifferent to strength. It would not diminish in its duty to safeguard. From a distance, the leather-clad figure detected the unmistakable scent of humanity the moment they appeared. In the realm of zombies, such an aroma was utterly tantalizing. Before she could issue a command, a dozen shadowy figures rushed forward with unbridled eagerness. Meanwhile, Su Haotian, who had been lamenting the ineffectiveness of the artifact bestowed by Lin Yuan, drew his sword and positioned it before him, aiming at the swiftest of the shadowy zombies. In the blink of an eye, the figures of Su Haotian and the shadowy zombie intermingled, as if countless Su Haotians engaged in battle with the shadowy horde. With the sound of steel returning to its sheath, Su Haotian sheathed his sword upon his back, while the heads and corpses of the shadowy zombies severed cleanly at the neck. "How about that? Am I not impressive?" Su Haotian boasted, flicking his specially tailored bangs towards the crowd. Before anyone could respond, a wave of danger washed over him. In the next instant, he propelled himself to the side like an arrow released from a bow, simultaneously swinging his right arm, unleashing his sword with a flash of cold light. The blade met the leather-clad figure's whip in a violent clash. The resounding impact sent sparks flying, and the whip was forcefully rebuffed. With great effort, Su Haotian regained his footing, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the wielder of the whip. The woman clad in tight black leather stood before him, her whip in hand, confirming her as the aggressor. Yet, was she truly human? No, she was a zombie, Su Haotian murmured to himself. However, he noticed the glimmering white light in her eyes, a distinctive mark of the undead. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Haotian's features. But he quickly composed himself, a confident smile gracing his lips. But this makes it all the more interesting. With that, Su Haotian vanished, becoming a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the female zombie. Simultaneously, he activated his skill, Gale Sword Dance. He swiftly wielded his sword, conjuring gusts of blade-like winds that sliced through the surrounding foes, delivering multiple strikes upon them in an instant. His sword shimmered with dazzling light, and as he swung, fierce sword energy erupted forth like a torrential storm. These streams of energy wove together in the air, ensnaring the leather-clad figure within their lethal embrace. Yet the zombie in leather was not to be outdone. She lashed her long whip, resembling a colossal black serpent, effortlessly tearing through the air like a pack of ferocious beasts, lunging at Su Haotian. In a matter of moments, Su Haotian found himself at a disadvantage. It was not that he lacked the ability to defeat the zombies. As the most aggressive special class, Sword Shadow Ranger, within the entire base, he had never faltered in offense. However, the leather-clad zombie was not truly engaging him. Every attack was aimed at the vulnerable behind him. Faced with this harrowing reality, Su Haotian could not afford to turn a blind eye, forced to intercept each assault. Once more, Su Haotian parried the whip's strike. Blood surged within him as he swallowed hard, his trembling sword in hand attesting to his current state. Were it not for his unwavering resolve, he would likely struggle to maintain his grip. In that moment, he understood clearly that if this continued, not only would the ordinary individuals behind him remain unprotected, but he himself would perish here in an instant. Su Haoyan disregarded the whip aimed at the others and instead lunged directly at its wielder, the leather-clad figure. This unexpected maneuver left the previously relaxed figure momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that this foolish human would suddenly shift tactics, abandoning the defense of his comrades to directly assault her. Caught off guard by this abrupt change in battle strategy, the leather-clad figure felt a sword slice through her body, only to discover, after a brief pause, that she remained unscathed. Elated by this unexpected turn of events, she intensified her efforts, vowing to make this audacious human pay for the fright he had instilled in her. Doesn't he care about the humans behind him? Let them pay the price, she thought. Relaying this command to the shadowy zombies, having previously lost a dozen shadowy zombies to Su Haoyan, the leather-clad figure was now wary of sending them forth again. These shadowy zombies were treasures of the leader, and with half already lost under her command, she could not afford to waste them further. After all, if they all perished, the leader would surely hold her accountable. Yet, after such a lengthy engagement, the fact that only a single-classed individual had emerged to confront her indicated that no other fighters remained in this vicinity. Otherwise, the human before her would have summoned reinforcements. Thus, the leather-clad figure no longer worried about casualties among the shadowy zombies and confidently issued a command for their complete annihilation. With her capable of restraining this human, the frail mass behind posed no threat to her shadowy minions. Upon hearing the command, the waiting zombies surged towards the delectable humans, their enhanced physiques granting them remarkable speed, almost double that of a regular human. However, this came at the cost of their defenses, as a standard attack from a classed fighter could easily spell their doom. Yet, facing a horde of the frail and infirm, no classed individuals could be rallied in defense. Thus, the elderly and weak found themselves powerless against the invading shadowy zombies, and under the latter's speed advantage, they could scarcely muster an escape, their helpless cries echoing in despair, listening to the anguished wails surrounding him. Su Haoyan felt a desperate urgency, yet dared not slacken his sword's pace. Meanwhile, the leather-clad figure found herself in a dire predicament. Su Haoyan had seemingly gone mad, attacking relentlessly without defense, while the whip strikes left him battered and bruised. Despite this, he refused to evade, counting each successful strike as it landed. Initially, the leather-clad figure paid little mind, as Su Haoyan's blows, though they struck true, lacked any real damage in her perception. However, as his tally grew, an unsettling sense of crisis began to stir within her, as if the numbers he uttered posed a significant threat to her existence. Zhou clutched a hammer nearly as tall as herself. Pursued by a shadowy zombie in stark contrast to her, the other feeble souls resigned to their fates appeared pitifully weak. Although these despairing individuals incited some disdain in Su Haoyan, their age, ranging from their 40s to 50s, did not absolve them of the potential to fight back. Even if they could not triumph, they at least had the capacity to inflict a bite on their adversaries. The vulnerabilities of these shadowy zombies were glaringly evident. They were akin to fragile assassins. With a modicum of coordination among the hundreds gathered, these zombies would pose no threat whatsoever. Regrettably, the crowd harbored no inclination to retaliate, and thus they were effortlessly overrun by the shadowy undead. Despite his contempt for these individuals, Su Haoyan recognized the necessity of safeguarding them as part of his mission. Having regained some stamina, he prepared to unleash his primary skill, Whirlwind Blade Dance. The azure sword energy danced through the air, striking each shadowy zombie with precision. In the face of a second-tier combatant's overwhelming assault, the dozen or so shadows stood no chance, each succumbing to their demise. Just as Su Haoyan believed the ordeal had concluded, the fallen shadowy zombies underwent a startling transformation. Their forms began to contort and reshape, morphing into a flurry of razor-sharp black shadow blades that surged towards him at an astonishing speed. These blades struck like lightning, carrying with them a fierce intent and a piercing shriek, leaving Su Haoyan no time to react. In an instant, countless shadow blades mercilessly pierced his body, blood gushing forth. He felt an excruciating pain, his vision gradually fading to black, until he ultimately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 61. rebirth after the relentless shadow blades had pierced Su Haoyin's form. They did not slow their relentless advance, but rather converged upon the lifeless figure clad in leather. The once fragmented leather garment was resurrected beneath the onslaught of shadows, its voice now twisted beyond recognition. "This body is truly unbearable," the revived leather exclaimed, struggling to maintain cohesion as its head split into several portions, filled with indignation. "But why has my body been so grievously harmed, with my head severed into pieces and my heart reduced to a puddle of mush?" Alas, Su Haoyin, the orchestrator of this chaos, had already been dispatched, leaving no one to answer its queries. Though filled with wrath, anger alone could not rectify the situation. The original resurrection plan of the zombie leader had been significantly thwarted by this wretched turn of events. In the initial scheme, upon sustaining fatal damage, the zombie leader would transfer its essence into a chosen zombie, bolstered by the energy of the shadowy undead, enabling a triumphant resurgence. However, not a single injury was without fatal consequences. Facing such grievous wounds, it was compelled to expend the energy meant for fortifying its physique to heal itself. Yet this posed another dilemma. The zombie leader had cultivated over 50 shadowy zombies using a precious artifact. Yet only a mere handful of these could provide sufficient energy. This left the already precarious situation increasingly untenable. The energy available was utterly inadequate to mend its heart, let alone its more grievous head injuries. Thus, the zombie leader was compelled to reevaluate its strategy and seek new sources of power. When it came to energy, the most effective means of replenishment was through consumption. Before it stood a tantalizing array of humans, luring it forth. Despite its disdain for the meager energy these individuals offered, it could not afford to be choosy. After all, even the smallest morsel possessed value in its current predicament. Just as it prepared to indulge, a man's pleas for mercy caught its attention, compelling it to pause in curiosity. The man, perceiving the zombie's halt as a sign of interest, raised his voice, "My lord, spare me. Surely, there are more delectable children elsewhere. I am old and tasteless. Feast upon the others, they are far more nutritious." He gestured towards Zhou location. Upon following the man's indication, the zombie leader indeed spotted a child radiating considerable energy. In the next moment, it set its sights on Zhou. However, just as the man believed he had evaded his fate, the zombie leader seized him and devoured him in an instant. "I shall not waste food." The zombie leader remained acutely aware of its dwindling energy reserves and refused to overlook any potential sustenance. Under normal circumstances, it might have entertained the notion of keeping a human alive for amusement. But faced with its own dire situation, it resolved that the man would now become part of its being. Meanwhile, as Su Haoyin was slain, Zhou sensed the impending danger and sought refuge. She believed she had hidden impeccably, only to realize she had been betrayed. Witnessing the resurrected zombie charging towards her, even the typically bold Zhou could not suppress her fear and fled in a flurry. Her small legs carrying her as fast as they could. Yet, despite her rapid pace, she remained only a novice. Observing her attempt to escape, the zombie leader dismissed her efforts, confident that even in its diminished state, it could not allow a mere level 1 child to elude it. However, as the pursuit unfolded, unforeseen complications arose. Either sudden stones tripped it or several humans inadvertently obstructed its path. While these unforeseen circumstances did not impede the zombie leader's determination, they did delay its pursuit. Time and again, the leader nearly captured Zhou, only for her to slip away at the last moment. Frustrated by these interruptions, the zombie leader felt its temper flare. Ignoring its injuries, it unleashed its full strength, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou in an instant. The zombie loomed before her, and Zhou was overcome with terror, collapsing to the ground. Her fear rendered her breathless, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Without hesitation, the zombie leader swung its massive hand, intent on transforming Zhou into its next meal. In that moment, Zhou shut her eyes. Resigned to her fate, she lacked the capacity to resist, and her only skill, luck, would hardly suffice against such overwhelming strength. Zhu in his current state, he is utterly incapable of confronting them. The young girl, though undeniably alluring, is far from sufficient to compel him to fight with fervor, as long as he can obtain the precious item that originally belonged to him. It is through this treasure that he can swiftly ascend to become a Tier 3 zombie and cultivate shadow zombies and new recruits. With this invaluable asset in his possession, a resurgence is not beyond the realm of possibility. During the strategic retreat, the zombie leader's thoughts meandered as he indulged in visions of his future resurgence. Meanwhile, the survivor Zhou was rescued by the arriving Li Xing after hearing Zhou recount the events. Lin Yuan sought to inquire further, but was abruptly interrupted by the impatient Li Xing. "What are you asking for? Is this the time for questions? Must you interrogate a child? Are your eyes not functioning? Can't you see the current situation?" Li Xing's words were devoid of mercy, filled with palpable dissatisfaction towards Lin Yuan, leaving him no room for dignity. Naturally, Lin Yuan pretended not to hear, wearing no trace of anger on his face. He was aware that the issue stemmed from his own failure to protect Zhou, which had led her into peril. Thus, Li Xing's grievances were warranted. Time, as always, passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During these 3 days, Li Xing had little to occupy him beyond slaying zombies and keeping Zhou company. It was not that Li Xing lacked ambition, but the evolutionary pace of the zombies was simply too slow to keep up with his own progress. Even after 3 days, the zombies remained at around Tier 1, with only a few reaching the pinnacle of that tier, and even fewer advancing to Tier 2. The problem was that the energy crystals from Tier 2 zombies no longer provided any benefit to Li Xing's development. At this point, if he wished to enhance his physical abilities, he would need to venture into secret realms to earn rewards. Yet, secret realms were not easily encountered, leaving Li Xing with little to do. Incidentally, he had given the promised energy crystal to Lin Yuan, enabling him to advance to Tier 3. In contrast to Li Xing's leisurely demeanor, Lin Yuan was exceedingly busy. After enduring 2 zombie sieges, the school had fallen into disrepair, and even with the efforts of Earth-type practitioners to conduct repairs, the sheer number of corpses on the ground was unforgettable. Although Lin Yuan had led the incineration of these zombie remains, the stench of burning flesh was unbearable for everyone involved. Consequently, they were compelled to relocate. Following discussions with others, Lin Yuan decided to move to a nearby community several kilometers away. There, the number of available rooms was ample, and the zombie presence was relatively sparse. Most importantly, after reaching Tier 3, Lin Yuan's territorial influence had significantly expanded, and the adjacent community fell comfortably within his professional jurisdiction. The remaining few hundred individuals had no objections, and soon the rooms were allocated. As for the scattered zombies within those rooms, they posed no threat to the seasoned practitioners who had survived the battlefield. The zombies, having starved within the confines of the rooms, had not even developed a modicum of physical prowess, rendering the practitioners uninterested in extracting the crystal cores from their hearts. Compared to the idle existence of Li Xing after reaching Tier 3, Lin Yuan's ambition surged forth like rampant weeds. He was no longer content with being merely a modest base leader. He aspired to become the sovereign of the entire Z city. His ambitions were not unfounded. Within this city, the most formidable factions had already crumbled under his strategic machinations. Although his base had suffered catastrophic losses, the survivors remaining were seasoned warriors forged in the crucible of battle. As for the fallen, no one would remember them. In the apocalypse, people were in short supply, yet also abundant. As long as there was food, those who wished to survive would always find a way to reach this place. Z City boasted a multitude of bases, from small groups of dozens or even a mere handful, to large strongholds housing hundreds or even thousands. They were scattered across the city, some occupying small communities while others clung to elevated structures. Humanity's resilience in the face of adversity was truly remarkable. Confronted with crisis, people seemed to revert to tribal instincts, each group fending for themselves, seeking solace in unity. Lin Yuan's plan was to consolidate these disparate bases into a singular entity. Hundreds of factions within a single region. Was this not division? The deep-seated notion of unification that had long dwelled within the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom had taken root in Lin Yuan's mind. Moreover, the increase in population and territory would bolster Lin Yuan's strength, making unification not just desirable but inevitable. Of course, there would be opposition throughout this process, and not a small amount at that. The most vehement dissent would naturally come from the leaders of each base, who were loath to relinquish their thrones of power and the ability to act with impunity. Joining Lin Yuan's base would be akin to placing a noose around their own necks, willingly submitting to another's control. For those recalcitrant individuals, Lin Yuan displayed remarkable patience, thoroughly outlining the benefits of joining his base. As long as they adhered to the rules, Lin Yuan assured them of their safety and promised that their subordinates would receive equal treatment. Despite such assurances, some leaders remained obstinate, turning on their heels and leaving without so much as a nod, showing Lin Yuan no respect whatsoever. However, the remaining few hundred were not inclined to act in defiance. They had disregarded Lin Yuan's guidance and executed a preemptive strike. By the time Lin Yuan learned of this, he could only reluctantly forgive their transgressions. The situation unfolded as follows. After the dismissive leaders departed from the base, Lin Yuan's subordinates, led by Zheng Weimin, took it upon themselves to capture these smaller bases and unceremoniously deposited them at Lin Yuan's doorstep. Perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances, a few unfortunate souls met their demise, crashing to the ground before those who had not yet left. This only heightened the anxiety among the leaders, their faces betraying their unease. Lin Yuan did not shy away from acknowledging the errors made by his subordinates. I apologize. The deaths of these leaders were due to my subordinates' negligence. I sincerely express my regret, and I assure you that we will take full responsibility for the individuals from their bases. As long as we have food, they shall not suffer hunger. Furthermore, the individuals responsible for this blunder would face consequences. They would be forbidden from consuming the base's provisions for 3 days. The guilty subordinates, especially Zheng Weimin, bowed their heads in shame, as though they truly recognized their mistakes. To penalize a few days' worth of rations for the loss of lives was hardly a fitting punishment. Even a dog would not believe such leniency. Moreover, food was available for purchase within the professional hall, albeit at a higher price, making the punishment seem rather ineffective. This arrangement essentially conveyed to everyone that Lin Yuan was the one pulling the strings, and disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Although everyone internally criticized the situation, no one dared to voice their dissent. Those who had risen to the rank of minor leaders were not fools. They could discern the prevailing circumstances within the base of another, in the face of overwhelming power. No one dared to speak out. Observing the silence in the room, Lin Yuan seized the moment to declare that the Z City base meeting had come to a close. Tomorrow, we will visit the bases with our group. Upon hearing the announcement of the meeting's conclusion, those who had been seated sprang into action, darting away like arrows released from a bow. Lin Yuan stood upon the stage, quietly watching as they dispersed. It was only after their departure that Elder Zhang approached, a look of confusion on his face as he questioned Lin Yuan. My lord, why did you send Zheng Weimin to capture a few leaders? Won't such actions stir up trouble? After today's threats, even those wishing to pledge allegiance might harbor resentment towards us. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, replying, what I desire is their resistance. Otherwise, how can we take action? Look at how these leaders operate. He handed Elder Zhang a recording stone. Elder Zhang extended his hand to receive it, watching the contents unfold within. The recording stone contained evidence Lin Yuan had gathered long ago, showcasing ordinary people suffering at the hands of other bases. Scenes of S. Although Zhang Laoyazai was unaware of why Lin Yuan placed such trust in Zheng Weimin, the former leader, to hold this position, he recognized that it was not his concern. In the face of Lin Yuan's directive, Zhang Laoyazai understood that mere obedience sufficed. The correctness of the command was irrelevant to him. The reason for Zhang Laoyazai's longevity was precisely his disregard for matters that did not pertain to him. Were it not for the gifts that Zheng Weimin had bestowed upon him, offering benefits he could not refuse, he would not have even mentioned Zheng Weimin's name today. Lin Yuan stood in place, watching Zhang Laoyazai depart. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally regained his senses and let out a soft sigh. Are there still trustworthy individuals left in this world? The moment Zhang Laoyazai spoke, Lin Yuan discerned that he had accepted a bribe, yet he felt compelled to acquiesce. To maintain an organization, it is essential to distinguish between reward and punishment. Zheng Weimin had made significant contributions. If he were not rewarded, how could those beneath him be motivated to strive for success? Even in peaceful times, workers receive wages, and securing a major project entails profit-sharing in a time fraught with uncertainty. Repeatedly achieving merit without promotion is tantamount to courting disaster. In ancient times, such officials would have been swiftly dispatched by a commoner's blade in the street. To neglect merit is to disregard the very foundation of success. Such occurrences would not transpire under Lin Yuan's leadership, for his own prowess rendered him unafraid of rebellion from his subordinates. Even if they united against him, he could quell them with ease. But could he truly do that? If he exterminated all dissenters, whom would he lead? While brute force is a direct means of resolving issues, not all problems can be thoroughly addressed through violence. Some challenges may yield better solutions when approached from a different perspective. Reframing suppression as tempering and elevation as reward sounds far more palatable. Furthermore, Had it not been for Zheng Weiman's unique status, Lin Yuan would not have specifically targeted him for suppression. However, the current circumstances had shifted. Zheng Weiman's former allies had long since perished in the zombie outbreak, and establishing a new regime within an existing power structure was nearly impossible. If Zheng Weiman possessed such capability, seizing everything under Lin Yuan's nose, then Lin Yuan need not concern himself with leadership. Since Zheng Weiman so ardently desired advancement, let him progress. Once integrated into the organization, he would become a part of it, reaping the benefits it provided. How many could remain untainted? The original Zheng Weiman might have, but under the influence of Lin Yuan's abilities, he was no longer the man he once was. The current Zheng Weiman was solely focused on power and profit, consumed by the notion of progress. The heart of the former Weiman had long since perished. Chapter 64. Song Gongming and Chen Haoyu upon returning to the base. The leaders had no time to rest and convened their closest confidants to discuss strategies. ATZ City's First People's Hospital, thousands had gathered. These individuals, once considered elite before the apocalypse, shared a surprisingly uniform purpose: to seek healing and relief from ailments. Among these elites, no one would yield to another, and decisions were made through democratic deliberation, ensuring that every matter was brought forth for discussion. While this approach maximized the protection of individual interests, it was not without its drawbacks. True democracy necessitates full participation, yet not everyone possesses the qualifications to engage. The concerns of laboring farmers differ fundamentally from those of elite financiers. The divide between the proletariat and bourgeoisie is irreconcilable. In some respects, democracy can signify bloat and ineptitude. Fortunately, such matters bore no relevance to this base. Excluding the academic institution, this hospital served as the largest stronghold. Those who survived here were far from inept. Thus, when the nominal leader of the hospital base returned, various factions, each harboring ulterior motives, dispatched representatives to glean information. To these inquisitive souls, Song Gongming had but one message. Tomorrow, the government would come to pay a visit. And whether in conflict or submission, a clear stance must be established. Having acquired the desired information, these individuals departed swiftly, relaying messages to their respective faction leaders. Observing their exit, Song Gongming felt no surprise. He had been elected by the masses and wielded no real power, merely able to gather these individuals in name. Typically, they would scarcely acknowledge him. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. The last remnants of guilt within Song Gongming dissipated. If the base did not welcome him, he would seek refuge elsewhere. In the affluent district of Haiding, a group of corpulent tycoons deliberated their futures. Unlike some at the hospital, these wealthy individuals resided in sparsely populated high-end villas, shielded by bodyguards and largely oblivious to the impending danger posed by the undead. Hence, their sense of crisis was muted. They still believed they lived in peacetime, with food supplies in their villas sufficient for another 10 days or so with careful rationing. Whenever they ventured outside, they dispatched bodyguards, unwilling to risk their pampered lives. Even in negotiations with other bases, it was the bodyguards who attended, leaving the tycoons blissfully unaware of the capabilities needed for direct confrontation with the zombies. At that moment, having dismissed their aides, they began to strategize how to approach the new government's integration. Surely, tomorrow's government will seek our involvement to revitalize the stagnant economy. We must not concede too easily. Proclaimed a corpulent middle-aged man with a general's belly. Mr. Wang is correct. Z-City cannot thrive without us. Without our support, the economy shall falter, chimed in Mr. Wu, whose economic standing was the weakest among them. Heavily reliant on Mr. Wang's ventures. Eager to curry favor, he sought to gain additional benefits by echoing Mr. Wang's sentiments. Smiles spread among the group, each believing themselves indispensable. Their arrogance led them to scheme about how to maximize their gains from the new government. Oblivious to the shifting tides of time, these fortunate few, who had risen with the changing era, would ultimately find themselves cast aside by the very waves that once buoyed them. However, the base's endurance was not attributed to these complacent fat cats. The true power had already amassed control over all the bodyguards. Outside the villa, listening to their discussions, Chen Haoyu was not surprised. These gluttonous fools were precisely as he had anticipated, living in a world of delusion, entirely unaware that the world had undergone a profound transformation. Their once prized assets had become worthless relics. Yet, this was part of Chen Haoyu's meticulous design. The information they received had been carefully curated by him. Crafting a perfect illusion in the eyes of these wealthy gluttons, The zombies were akin to a viral outbreak, with the government valiantly fighting back. This was one reason they still believed in their own relevance. Another reason was their refusal to accept reality. They could not bear the thought that the businesses they had toiled for their entire lives could vanish in an instant. Thus, Chun Haoyu found his opportunity. Otherwise, even if he spun tales of truth, these cunning old swine would never easily trust mere bodyguards. In contrast to the delusion of the wealthy, the youthful Chun Haoyu, barely 20, was brimming with ambition. He had received information far earlier than these tycoons. When he first became a professional, the base's security personnel had already become his subordinates. The process of subjugating the bodyguards was both simple and brutal. Chen Haoyu dispatched them one by one with his fists, and none could withstand his might. Of course, mere brute strength was insufficient. He also shared with them the secret to becoming stronger, through a combination of benevolence and intimidation. These bodyguards were no fools. They could discern between those who merely spun grandiose tales and someone who could genuinely empower them. Naturally, they chose Chun Haoyu. However, the bodyguards nurtured by the wealthy were not without loyalty. Some loyalists, sensing the shifting dynamics, sought to alert their employers. Yet, this devoted bodyguard was captured before he could act. His closest friend had betrayed him, and even in the moment of his capture, he could scarcely believe that his dearest companion would turn against him. It was only when his friend personally sent him on his way that he began to question the reasons behind the betrayal. The truth was simple. When he prepared to inform the tycoons, it signified a fracture in the relationship between the wealthy and the bodyguards. Even in the apocalypse, these bodyguards were reluctant to eliminate their former benefactors. After all, the tycoons had once shown them kindness. Chen Haoyu recognized this dynamic, which is why he refrained from dealing with these ineffectual individuals. After all, they only consumed resources and posed no immediate threat. A small expenditure of food could maintain peace within the base. A trade Chen Haoyu deemed worthwhile. Meanwhile, the informant bodyguard failed to grasp the situation. Although his intentions were noble, his actions risked the very lives of those he sought to protect. Chapter 65. The Black Rose. This informant, hailing from the ranks of bodyguards, had never considered the dire consequences should their actions be discovered. The wealthy, already in a precarious position relative to the bodyguards, relied solely on past favors and empty promises to maintain their influence over them. Moreover, the emergence of professionals has profoundly awakened bodyguards to the reality that the world has irrevocably changed. Though reluctant to admit it, their hearts have undergone a transformation. It seems they can thrive without heeding the commands of these individuals, perhaps even prospering more than before. Should the fragile veneer of peace between the two parties be shattered, it is certain that the affluent would meet their demise. Furthermore, these bodyguards, having tasted blood, would become increasingly uncontrollable, a scenario that Chen Haoyu is loath to witness. Not only does he dread this outcome, but he also senses that the wealthy share his apprehensions. He cannot fathom how a cadre of business elites, having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for a lifetime, could remain oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding their villa for nearly 10 days. To say nothing of the bodyguards' shifting demeanor. Since their ascension to professionalism, despite Chun Haoyu's repeated admonitions, the disparity in their newfound power has emboldened them, leading to a palpable lack of deference towards their former employers. If he can perceive this change, how could the affluent not? Thus, they too have acknowledged the shift while maintaining the facade of harmony. Consequently, the informant must be silenced. Even in the event of a successful betrayal, they would meet an untimely end, vanishing without a trace at the hands of their employer. This moment, as Chun Haoyu addresses the bodyguards, he remains indifferent to the fate of this individual. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, death has become an ordinary occurrence. After all, in both apocalyptic and pre-apocalyptic times, it is hardly a cause for alarm. Even if faced with the same circumstances again, he would act in kind. Daily, lives are extinguished, the virtuous remain unscathed, the wicked persist, and only the foolish meet their demise. And this informant is undoubtedly one of the fools. Through Chun Haoyu's relentless persuasion, these bodyguards have resolved to surrender to Lin Yuan. Observing these valiant men, Chun Haoyu feels a swell of satisfaction. They constitute the backbone of his new base. Each has undergone rigorous training, capable of subduing multiple foes even unarmed, and their prowess has only intensified since their transformation into professionals. Were it not for his prior advantage in strength, he might struggle to command them. However, the stronger his subordinates, the more he stands to gain within the new base. Chun Haoyu attends the leaders' conference personally, well aware of matters that surpass the understanding of his compatriots, in his rough estimation. He finds an abundance of individuals whose strength eclipses his own. Yet, rather than fear, his initial response is exhilaration. He has felt the gradual stagnation of his physical enhancement, and the sudden emergence of so many formidable figures in one locale signifies the existence of methods for strengthening oneself. This is precisely what Chen Haoyu desires. At this moment, the fervor for advancement ignites within him. The Black Rose Stronghold, a coalition entirely composed of women, though numbering merely a dozen, stands as the mightiest faction thus far. A cadre of women striving to establish themselves in this dog-eat-dog world must endure unspeakable trials, and this group is no exception. Their survival hinges on sheer ruthlessness. Offend them even slightly, and the entire team will mobilize for retribution, which is indiscriminately severe, leaving no man in the base unscathed. Women, regarded merely as objects, are typically spared. This is the decree of their leader, Black Rose. Vengeance is mandatory. Most individuals prefer to steer clear of these relentless warriors. Maintaining a respectful distance, such a fiercely protective band naturally attracts those eager to join, yet they only accept women, each of whom must have slain 100 zombies. Despite the daunting requirements, many women aspire to join, only to be deterred by these terrifying conditions. They come seeking protection, not to engage in a deadly struggle with men. Why would they battle zombies when the men offer them safety? Is it not more appealing to sleep soundly in a secure environment? With such stringent criteria, few express a desire to join this assembly of women. Consequently, the ranks of the Black Rose remain stable at around 20 members, in stark contrast to the previously fragmented power dynamics of other bases. The Black Rose operates almost entirely at the behest of its leader. Once Black Rose speaks, there is no dissent among her followers. The use of almost arises not from a lack of authority, but rather from her occasional deference to her comrades' opinions. While she may not heed their suggestions, at the very least, she shows them respect, does she not? Her teammates do not take offense. Instead, they find it entirely natural. In a world defined by inequality, is it not a grand joke to seek equality? In a realm governed by the survival of the fittest, is it not entirely reasonable for the strong to wield authority? Moreover, every member of the Black Rose squad has been rescued from the clutches of men by Black Rose herself, viewing her as their savior. She has pulled them from the depths of despair and restored their humanity, leading them to revere her as a deity. How could they possibly oppose her will? Yet, when faced with critical decisions, Black Rose believes in consulting her team. Regarding the plan proposed by Lin Yuan, she finds it quite beneficial. This city has languished in chaos for far too long and must return to a semblance of order. Lin Yuan, ambitious as he is, possesses the requisite capabilities. Under his leadership, it is conceivable that normalcy could be restored. Although he commands a mere few hundred followers at present, his aspirations to unify all of Z City pique her curiosity. She has resolved to lend him her support. Any among her ranks unwilling to follow him may depart now. Black Rose will not impede their choice. Her intentions are clear. She aims to ally with Lin Yuan to unify Z City, and none among her team voices dissent. Though Black Rose is not eloquent, she has never concealed her thoughts or her past. On the second day of the apocalypse, she was defiled by several men. Yet instead of succumbing to despair, she seized a fruit knife and exacted her vengeance while they slumbered. Dispatching them all to vent her fury, she severed their progenitive organs and fed them to the dogs she had slain. As for the dogs, they were the very ones she had dispatched in her rage. While taking the lives of these beasts, she inadvertently sustained a facial scar. Unperturbed, she carved a rose pattern into her cheek with a small knife. The scar, darkened by time, led her to adopt the moniker of Black Rose. From that moment on, the fragile woman vanished, replaced by a callous and ruthless Black Rose. Chapter 66. Irrelevant responses. Black Rose has never shied away from recounting her past. For her education has instilled in her the understanding that she bears no guilt. Rather, it is those base creatures who are to blame. Consequently, every woman who becomes part of Black Rose's faction is aware of this history. Yet, these roses harbor no disdain for their leader, for they have endured similar tribulations. In the face of the sudden apocalypse, women in vulnerable positions often suffer inhumane abuses, reduced to mere instruments for the desires of brutish men. A creature devoid of power will invariably vent its frustrations and fears upon those weaker than itself, It is not only Black Rose who detests such injustices. Every member of the Black Rose squad shares her revulsion. During their time, they have rescued numerous women, yet few are willing to fight alongside them. Thus, they grasp Black Rose's intentions more acutely. In a world shrouded in darkness, many women find themselves without recourse, subjected to relentless bullying. Yet, should Z City be unified, might these women experience a brighter existence? With this in mind, the members of Black Rose exchanged glances, conveying their resolution. They pledged their allegiance to their leader, vowing to carve a path for women and foster an era of peace and prosperity. The melodious voices of 26 women resonated in Black Rose's ears, each tone distinct yet harmonizing perfectly in this moment. Their synchronized response was the most uplifting sound she had heard since the onset of the apocalypse, stirring something deep within the once unyielding heart of Black Rose. Before these 26 companions, she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. With sisters like you, I am truly fortunate. I thank you all likewise, echoed the voices of the 26, as they too bowed in respect to Black Rose. In addition to these three dominant bases, there exist numerous others, at least dozens, each with complexities that Lin Yuan hardly regards. Bases lacking even the status of a secondary establishment are deemed unworthy of his consideration. After a single night, Lin Yuan personally led a team, accompanied by Zheng Weimin, to the First People's Hospital of Z City. Meanwhile, the elderly Zhang, dispatched to clear various smaller bases, was deemed the most suitable for such a task due to his spatial abilities, allowing him to transport these individuals back to their base. With sufficient strength and experience, he could easily assert dominance over these arrogant warriors. Ordinarily, Zheng Weimin would have been assigned this duty, but after Zhang had pointed out his shortcomings regarding Zhang, the latter found himself summoned before Lin Yuan. This was a subtle reprimand for Zhang, a reminder not to overreach, lest he face dire consequences. On another note, this maneuver also signals Lin Yuan's esteem for Zheng Weimin. The area of City Z is inherently modest, and with all members of the group possessing the physical capabilities of secondary profession practitioners, what would ordinarily be a 2-hour journey was effortlessly reduced to a mere 20 minutes, even with their leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Song Gongming had already arrived at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. The enhanced physicality of practitioners naturally extends to their eyesight, allowing them to spot Song Gongming's beaming smile from a considerable distance. Upon noticing Lin Yuan, Song Gongming began waving in greeting from afar. For practitioners, traversing a few hundred meters is but a fleeting moment. Before long, Lin Yuan and his companions stood before them, in light of their arrival. Song Gongming was the first to extend an invitation. Esteemed guests, having traveled from afar and endured much, why not accompany me into our base to rest for a spell? We can enjoy a few cups of tea to quench your thirst. And should you feel peckish, we have provisions aplenty. Although your numbers are considerable, our base possesses the resources to cater to your needs. His words were meticulously crafted, granting Lin Yuan the courtesy to gracefully decline. In doing so, he subtly underscored the reality of their abundant resources, indicating their strength and the importance of avoiding an escalation of tensions. Logically, Song Gongming's words offered Lin Yuan a choice, and he ought to grant him the courtesy of a response, whether to retreat or remain, thereby allowing the matter to dissipate. However, Song Gongming overlooked a fundamental issue: strength. The premise of such dialogue relies on a relative parity in power, which would allow for an equitable exchange of courtesies. Yet, the disparity in strength between Lin Yuan and Song Gongming was glaringly evident. The several hundred secondary practitioners behind Lin Yuan were his unwavering support. Absolute strength rendered the need for pleasantries moot. As a seasoned politician, Lin Yuan was all too familiar with the simplistic rhetoric employed by Song Gongming. Nevertheless, he had little interest in engaging in such trivialities and cut straight to the chase. What have you decided regarding the matter we discussed? Will you submit after being forcibly subdued, or will you surrender outright? Hearing Lin Yuan's blunt inquiry, Song Gongming, though forewarned, felt a twinge of discomfort upon its delivery. However, recalling the resolution made in yesterday's Democratic Assembly, refusal to surrender, a tactful rejection, maintaining independence, unafraid of conflict, and prepared to resist if necessary, he understood the lofty ideals held little practical value. In simpler terms, it boiled down to, if surrender could be avoided, it was preferable not to capitulate. As long as the situation did not devolve into outright humiliation, they should strive to avoid confrontation. Thus, He concealed his vexation and forced a semblance of a smile. What words are these, Leader Lin? Surely, the fatigue of last night's deliberations and the early rise today has taken its toll on me. I must apologize. Let us all enter the base and rest. We are a hospital, and while we may lack many things, we have an abundance of shelter. However, the hundreds behind Lin Yuan showed no inclination to move. Song Gongming, wearing a perpetual smile, found this response intolerable and barked angrily. Truly, you are ungrateful. Do you believe yourselves to be emperors, barking orders as you please? Before Song Gongming could finish his tirade, Zhang Weimin, standing behind Lin Yuan, struck him squarely in the abdomen, interrupting his speech. Zhang Weimin's action was clearly sanctioned by Lin Yuan, for Song Gongming's incessant prattling had grown wearisome. Asking him a question only to receive a convoluted response had revealed their dismissive attitude. Sometimes, evading the question is an answer in itself. Chapter 67. Song Gongming's tactics. Feeling the intense pain, Song Gongming, in his capacity as leader, issued a final command: fight to the death. Though this leader wielded no real power, to be so humiliated before his subordinates was unconscionable. How could they maintain their dignity in the outside world? Thus, despite Song Gongming falling, countless others rose to confront the unwelcome intruders. Even amidst their differing factions, they united against a common enemy. Yet, their movements appeared farcical to Lin Yuan and his entourage. Lin Yuan hardly needed to intervene. Zhang Weimin had already led his men into battle. Zhang Weimin's ambition was evident. Although the base was populated by thousands and practitioners numbered over 1,000, the stark disparity in strength rendered their numbers irrelevant. Even with several times the personnel, they barely lasted a few minutes against Lin Yuan's elite team. Seasoned by 2 previous waves of corpses in a mere 10 minutes, all who dared to resist were swiftly subdued, leaving only a few ordinary individuals cowering in fear. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this outcome. If these divisive and confrontational individuals could overpower his well-trained subordinates, he would not need to unify City Z. He could simply return to farming. Observing the captured practitioners, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had anticipated some turbulence, yet it seemed there was not a single capable fighter within the base. He ordered a bucket of cold water to be poured over Song Gongming's face, providing him an unsolicited, refreshing bath. Awakening to the chill, Song Gongming emerged from his stupor. Upon seeing him conscious, the affable Lin Yuan approached and gently inquired, "Will you surrender or choose to die together?" Awoken by the cold water, Song Gongming surveyed the bound individuals around him, his demeanor transformed. Gone was the arrogance he had previously displayed. "I yield. I shall surrender. Why must we not speak amicably? Had you done so earlier, we could have avoided this messy confrontation," Lin Yuan replied with a hint of disdain. "So, may I remove the blade from your throat?" Song Gongming asked, trembling. "Oh, how did that blade come to be at your throat? Does it have an affinity for you?" Lin Yuan feigned ignorance before finally sheathing the weapon. Though Song Gongming recognized Lin Yuan's deliberate provocation, he was acutely aware that even the mightiest would have to concede to Lin Yuan's authority today. His unabashed subservience filled those in the base with discomfort. Even as they received assistance, they could not help but scorn him, as if such disdain would somehow alter their status as captives. As Song Gongming hurried to bid Lin Yuan farewell, he noticed the muttered curses directed at him by his own people, yet he chose to ignore them. Only after Lin Yuan's departure did he turn back. Delivering a vicious kick to each of the offenders, he bore in mind each insult, meting out a kick for every slight. Despite being bound, the captives could do little but endure the punishment. Suffering the consequences of their own words, some contemplated escaping, but the ropes seemed to possess an unusual quality, thwarting their attempts as the insults mounted. Even Song Gongming, despite his stamina, found himself growing weary, and he paused momentarily. Although his physical actions slowed, his verbal assaults continued unabated, berating the useless wretches before him. "What are you worth? Engaging in infighting and division is one thing, but to elevate me as leader to balance the factions is another. Yet today, you rush headlong into battle, only to be utterly routed, and you dare to blame me for your disgrace? Have you no sense? I am a base leader, not some charlatan to be trifled with. Were it not for your inability to best a mere handful of individuals, I would not have to plead for mercy. Are your ears so deaf that you cannot hear? He intends to slay you all. And here I am, humbling myself to plead for your lives, while you dare to insult me. Do you believe I lack the resolve to retaliate against your treachery?" Hearing Song Gongming's tirade, most lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, a few obstinate souls remained defiant, unwilling to yield, insisting on voicing their discontent to assert their righteousness. "Let them kill us all. A true man fears not death. We would rather perish at their hands than grovel before our enemies like fools." "Very well," Song Gongming replied, realizing that his previous words had fallen on deaf ears. Infuriated, he erupted into laughter, no longer wishing to engage in futile arguments with these simpletons. If they could not appreciate the value of life, they were unworthy of it. With a swift motion, Song Gongming severed the heads of the most vocal dissenters. Their heads rolled to the ground. Their expressions remained defiant. Yet, it mattered little. They could take their grievances to the afterlife. For Song Gongming had no time to entertain them. Following decapitation, the internal pressure of the body shifted, causing blood to spurt forth like a fountain, splattering the bound individuals nearby with crimson. These captives trembled in fright, unable to fathom that the usually affable Song Gongming had executed several men right before their eyes. A few were even drenched in the sanguine spray, their aversion to filth challenged by the grim reality of their predicament. However, when Song Gongming's gaze swept over them, they masked their discomfort. The severity of his actions momentarily subdued their concerns about cleanliness. After all, in the face of death, such trivialities were insignificant. Observing the quaking masses before him, Song Gongming appeared almost deranged. "Since you do not wish to value your own lives, the lives I have saved shall henceforth belong to me. From this moment on, your fates are intertwined with mine. I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices, as it would impede my position at the new base. Therefore, I urge you all to keep your opinions to yourselves. Should you desire to relinquish your lives, you are free to do so at any time. I have now been appointed as an officer at the new base. Thus I hold authority over you. It would be wise for you to remain peaceful this evening. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to make a portion of you disappear. After all, I doubt the new leader knows all of you, and a few missing faces will likely go unnoticed." Faced with the deranged Song Gongming, the crowd dared not utter a word, nodding in agreement like garlic being pounded. Chapter 68 Unexpected Surrender. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and his group, en route to the affluent district base, appeared remarkably relaxed. The feebleness of the hospital base had alleviated their previously heavy hearts, and the tension that once permeated their ranks had dissipated. Indeed, these professionals, having endured 2 waves of zombies, were deeply fearful of death, apprehensive that they might be the next to perish. After all, within a mere 2 to 3 days, they had witnessed the demise of tens of thousands, leaving only a few hundred of them, who could remain unscathed by such terror. It was only when they engaged with others from different bases that they realized how much they had transformed after surviving 2 zombie onslaughts. As they relaxed, Zhang Weimin found himself pondering a question he was eager to pose to Lin Yuan, yet hesitated several times due to the disparity in their ranks. After much deliberation, his curiosity got the better of him, and he approached Lin Yuan to inquire, "Leader Lin, why do I find Song Gongming rather peculiar?" Lin Yuan, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Oh, do elaborate on what seems strange to you." Zhang Weimin struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally settling on a vague description. "It feels as though he is somewhat disjointed." Lin Yuan chuckled heartily, pleased by Zhang Weimin's perceptiveness. "You have keenly noticed this, from being subtly treacherous to displaying sheer cowardice. It is as if he embodies 2 distinct personas." Zhang Weimin, upon hearing this, readily agreed, affirming Lin Yuan's observation. Lin Yuan, eschewing any air of mystery, directly revealed the underlying cause. "Indeed, this is because you are unaware of the transaction between him and me." "What transaction?" Zhang Weimin pressed eagerly. He had surmised long before yesterday's meeting that I intended to unify Z City. Thus, prior to the meeting, Song Gongming approached me to inquire what position he might attain by bringing his base to submit. Lin Yuan replied calmly, and then, Zhang Weimin, intrigued by this development, urged him to continue. Naturally, I could not provide him with an answer too readily. After all, he is a stranger, and understanding him would take time. Hence, I promised him a position as captain under your command, ranking just below a select few. This, of course, was conditional. I perceived him as a malleable talent and assigned him the task of inciting animosity between his base and ours. I expected him to question my motives, yet he unexpectedly responded, I understand. You are concerned about too many individuals wanting a share of the spoils. I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Lin Yuan continued, you witnessed the subsequent events unfold, and there is no need for me to reiterate them. Having received his answer, Zhang Weimin fell into contemplation, as if he were on the verge of an epiphany. Yet simultaneously grasping nothing at all, Lin Yuan, having clarified Zhang Weimin's doubts, showed no inclination to elaborate further. Their conversation concluded as they arrived at the affluent district, the entrance of the luxurious community. Compared to the hospital base's rudimentary welcoming ceremony, the affluent individuals orchestrated a grand reception. A crimson carpet adorned the pathway, flanked by bodyguards clad in black, standing like towering ancient trees, exuding their pre-apocalyptic professionalism. Observing this spectacle, Lin Yuan could only utter 4 words, ostentatious yet hollow. Before Lin Yuan could formulate further opinions, a flurry of rotund figures rushed forward, crying for help. Even Lin Yuan, typically unflappable, felt a twinge of fear upon being charged by several unidentified spherical objects, instinctively sidestepping to evade their meaty collision. Once he had evaded the onslaught, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to scrutinize these peculiar entities. To his astonishment, even with a prepared mind, the sight of these individuals was jarring, as their corpulence defied his imagination. What piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity further was their desperate cries for help. Before he could inquire, a group of executives, led by Wang Zong, began recounting their plight. Lord Lin, our subordinates have betrayed us and seek to eliminate us. You must provide justice for us. Another chimed in, yes, expel these traitors at once and safeguard our safety. Initially intrigued, Lin Yuan gradually grew impatient with their lamentations. Are you saying your personnel have all been usurped by others? The wealthy individuals nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan, incredulous at their affirmative responses, retorted, you think yourself worthy to negotiate with me when you possess nothing? From where does your confidence stem? Upon hearing this, the once chattering affluent fell silent, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Some, realizing their impending doom, collapsed in despair. Lin Yuan, recognizing their uselessness, promptly cast them aside. At that moment, the true orchestrator, Chen Haoyu, appeared before Lin Yuan, hands crossed in front of him as he bowed. On behalf of my brothers, I, Chen Haoyu, am willing to join Lord Lin's ranks and serve with utmost loyalty. Gazing at the surrendering Chen Haoyu, Lin Yuan forced a smile and offered words of reassurance. Meanwhile, the professionals behind him remained oblivious to the unsettling turn of events, instead relaxing and daydreaming about the future. This is far too easy. We need not lift a finger to unify all of Z City. Surely, the eradication of zombies is just around the corner. Seated in the opulent chair designated for the affluent, Lin Yuan found himself lost in thought. Chen Haoyu's arrival had disrupted all his plans. He had anticipated a formidable adversary, yet here was an individual who recognized the tides of change and surrendered without resistance. However, this posed a dilemma. There were now too many individuals vying for a share of the spoils, and the cake was simply insufficient. How could he reconcile this? This was a significant departure from Lin Yuan's original strategy, which had relied upon casualties from both the hospital and affluent bases to create openings for the surrendering individuals. Instead, they had all recognized the disparity in power and opted to capitulate. Faced with their overt surrender, it would be unreasonable to outright reject them. After all, what logic exists in refusing the surrender of those who wish to submit? Why were these affluent individuals so inept? The thought of their incompetence ignited Lin Yuan's ire. However, he felt assured they would no longer cross his path. During discussions with Chen Haoyu regarding the terms of surrender, Lin Yuan had insisted that these ineffectual beings be disposed of. Initially, Chen Haoyu had hesitated to comply, but when Lin Yuan threatened to revoke his own privileges, he swiftly acquiesced. Chapter 69 The Black Rose delivered to my door. Watching Chen Haoyu discreetly execute these affluent individuals, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he stored away the recording stone. He earnestly patted Chen Haoyu's shoulder, saying, "Little you, from this moment forth, we are family." Without paying heed to Chen Haoyu's fluctuating demeanor, he departed with his entourage, entirely unconcerned with the darkness lurking in his gaze. Perhaps he was aware, but deemed it unnecessary to acknowledge. The Black Rose's base was elusive, shifting its location daily, due to the time required to locate them. They were placed last on the agenda. Just as Lin Yuan inquired about the whereabouts of the Black Rose, Zhang Weimin stammered, unable to articulate a response. It turned out that his scouts had failed to locate the group. Just as Lin Yuan was about to reprimand Zhang Weimin for his incompetence, he received a message from Li Xing, halting his impending tirade. Lin Yuan, a group of women claiming to be the Black Rose has arrived at the base seeking you. If you have no pressing matters, please return. I do not wish to babysit for you. Upon hearing Li Xing's message, Lin Yuan's ire began to subside, and he ordered everyone to return home. Homeward bound? For the Black Rose has come knocking. Zhang Weimin and the others had anticipated a scolding, yet unexpectedly evaded punishment. Though they breathed a sigh of relief, their faces betrayed not a hint of joy. It was evident to all that Lin Yuan was in a foul mood, and they wished to avoid incurring his wrath. Even if his ire resulted in nothing more than a beating, it was a discomfort they preferred to sidestep. Lin Yuan's mood was indeed bleak. From the moment he received the message, he understood that the Black Rose's arrival likely signified a desire to surrender. This presented a conundrum for him regarding how to accommodate these newcomers, as the population at the base had already exceeded his expectations. Unlike the previous two bases, which had consisted of families, the current assembly of practitioners and ordinary individuals numbered around 20 to 30,000, an unwieldy figure compounded by intricate interpersonal dynamics that left Lin Yuan uncertain about how to manage. Although these individuals were primarily ordinary folk, if they could be integrated into his domain, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. In such a case, Li Xing would pose little threat. Fortunately, the Black Rose comprised only a few dozen members, none of whom were ordinary, thus not adding substantial burdens to his responsibilities. Lin Yuan could only comfort himself in this manner, striving to persuade himself to be resolute. Yet, even this was insufficient to prevent a drastic change in his expression, causing him to momentarily neglect his usual demeanor. What truly unsettled Lin Yuan was the transmission of sound from Li Xing. Despite the considerable distance between them, Li Xing was able to precisely convey his voice to Lin Yuan's ear. It made Lin Yuan ponder the extent of Li Xing's abilities. He was engulfed in endless contemplation. If Li Xing could send a message to him from afar, would he next be able to summon lightning to strike him down simply out of disdain? Lin Yuan had never placed his trust in human nature, not because he deemed it unworthy of trust, but rather because it was ever-changing. As he journeyed back to the base, Lin Yuan continuously examined himself for any markers that Li Xing might have implanted. Sure enough, as he neared the base, after a tedious inspection, he finally discovered a minuscule azure-blue marker, which flickered intermittently with electric sparks, seemingly following a peculiar rhythm. The marker was perilously situated within his hair. Amplifying Lin Yuan's sense of unease in that moment, he resolved to eliminate Li Xing. To affirm his determination, he crushed the azure-blue lightning marker in his hand. Meanwhile, at home tending to his child, Li Xing inexplicably sneezed, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He was almost superhuman. Could his constitution truly be susceptible to sneezing? Li Xing was at a loss, especially in the presence of a group of women outside, unsure of how to interact with them. He had never been adept at communication, particularly with women. Even Zhou Zhou, who was typically endearing, appeared somewhat intimidated by them. Imagine a group of women clad in black, silently standing before you. Their eyes, though calm, radiated an aura of coldness that kept others at bay, hinting at their tumultuous pasts and perhaps stained hands. It was evident that they were not the easiest to engage with. It was not that Li Xing was unwilling to converse with such individuals. Should he wish to, they would likely be more than willing to join him in venting frustrations about the men of the world. Having experienced various adversities, Li Xing could empathize with their plight. However, having encountered similar situations himself, he understood that such sympathy could be a form of harm. Sympathy often carries a condescending undertone, akin to charity for those with self-respect. Since they had carved their own paths, why should he unearth the scars they preferred to keep hidden? Besides, he had no personal connection with these women, and it was improbable that they would intersect in the future. What right did he have to counsel them? Furthermore, many things do not necessitate forgiveness. Wrongs must bear consequences. If apologies were effective, would that not imply that one could simply err and apologize to absolve themselves? Upon seeing Zhou Zhou, the Black Roses visibly softened, with some even yearning to embrace the adorable little girl. However, when they observed Zhou Zhou retreating, these decisive women appeared flustered and somewhat fearful. In that moment, they realized they were no longer the genteel ladies they once were, but rather ruthless executioners. Witnessing their disorientation, Li Xing exchanged a few words with Zhou Zhou, prompting her to approach them. "Auntie, hug." This sudden request sent the women into a frenzy of joy. They scooped up the little girl, showering her with affection. Despite their poised demeanor, the black roses refrained from touching her, instead approaching Li Xing to express their gratitude. "Thank you, young man. My sisters haven't been this happy in quite some time." "No need for thanks. Zhou Zhou enjoys playing with others. Had it not been for the traumatic events from the recent zombie invasion, she would have likely approached you all much earlier," Li Xing replied calmly. "Your sister is indeed a delightful child," remarked the Black Rose. "Indeed, she can be quite the handful, and I appreciate your care for her," Li Xing acknowledged. After concluding the topic of Zhou Zhou, they found themselves at a loss for further conversation. The stillness in the air rendering the atmosphere quite awkward, as if a raven had flown overhead. Li Xing could not help but lament Lin Yuan's tardiness. He was clearly ill-suited to interacting with women. Chapter 70. The Leader's Quirks. After much anticipation, Lin Yuan finally arrived approximately 10 minutes later. His rapid return was not without consequence, as he had left others behind, returning alone. Upon his arrival, Li Xing noticed that some of his belongings had been tampered with. However, he dismissed it as inconsequential, considering them merely trivial items meant for receiving sound transmissions. With a swift motion, Li Xing crafted a new, more discreet marker. Since the last incident, he had realized that in this world devoid of electronic signals, communication posed the greatest challenge. Although he had previously developed a technique for sound transmission, the general populace was too dim-witted to grasp it. Only Zheng Weimin, with his unique abilities, could communicate with him. This was not what Li Xing desired. He envisioned a world where everyone could engage in real-time conversations, regardless of their location. With this ambition in mind, he set out to develop this monumental project. However, as he began, Li Xing quickly recognized the simplicity of his initial thoughts. Realizing this ambition was nearly impossible. Just constructing a communication framework for a base overwhelmed him. Undeterred, Li Xing pressed on, attempting numerous experiments, most of which failed, save for one that lasted a mere 2 seconds. After countless failures, that fleeting success filled him with elation. For a brief moment, he believed he had triumphed. Yet reality reminded him of the adage that failure begets success. The flickering communication channel dissipated, clearly overwhelmed by the elemental forces at play. After being chastised by failure so many times, Li Xing reluctantly admitted that he had erred in his approach. To connect each node in real time was akin to constructing a new internet. He was attempting to transform the receiving end, the computer, into the server, the mainframe, creating a communication conduit, the cables. In essence, he sought to single-handedly replace centuries of advancement since the invention of computers and establish a new communication network. This was nothing short of a challenge to the world. No, he was attempting to supplant the world. It took humanity centuries to blanket the globe with signal bases, achieving global communication. Realizing the absurdity of his endeavor, Li Xing felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. However, this epiphany sparked a new idea. He need not replace the existing communication networks but could instead utilize them. His task would simply involve deciphering information between the receiving and transmitting ends. This realization significantly reduced his workload. With this newfound clarity, Li Xing swiftly crafted a rudimentary mobile phone, albeit constrained by limited materials, resulting in a device imbued with lightning attributes. He could have fashioned it differently. But after witnessing Zhou Zhou's enchanting display, he seemed to have awoken to a peculiar obsession. Everything he created had to possess an aesthetic appeal. After all, as the saying goes, strength may be temporary, but style is everlasting. Li Xing wholeheartedly embraced this notion. Now that he had attained considerable strength, why not strive for a touch of flair? Was it not striking to wield a phone that crackled with electric energy? Regardless of others' opinions, Li Xing felt it was undeniably impressive. Unfortunately, due to technical limitations, this dazzling phone could only be used by him, but that mattered little, as he never intended for others to use it. His convenience was sufficient. Upon completing the phone, Li Xing's other receiving devices were crafted with less care, simply simplified into symbolic markers, making it easier for him to send messages to others without the fear of unanswered calls leading to dire consequences. For the sake of convenience, he affixed markers on everyone, ensuring he could reach out to them at any time. However, as these markers saw little use, Li Xing soon forgot about them, until the black roses sought him out, triggering his memory. Though generally unutilized, they proved somewhat beneficial in critical moments, which explained why he hastily replaced the shattered marker on Lin Yuan. Unbeknownst to Li Xing, his enthusiasm for his invention had utterly infuriated Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan hurriedly returned, feeling awkward, Li Xing discreetly exited, leaving space for Lin Yuan and the black roses, all while remembering to take Zhou Zhou with him. Upon their encounter, Lin Yuan greeted him with an enthusiastic handshake, executing the formalities flawlessly. Even in the face of over 20 cold expressions, his smile remained radiant. The direct and forthright black rose found Lin Yuan's politeness somewhat disconcerting and bluntly stated, "You must have already guessed our intentions. Thus, I shall dispense with pleasantries. I am willing to join you and your 26 sisters to unify the entirety of Z City and restore peace to the world." "Very well," Lin Yuan responded with a beaming smile, recognizing precisely what she intended to convey. As a skilled politician, delivering what others wish to hear was a fundamental skill. Our base is established to create a new order, to cleanse the entirety of Z City of its zombies, and to allow the citizens to once again live beneath the azure sky and white clouds. Upon hearing this, the expression on the face of the Na'vi young woman known as Black Rose was utterly unmasked, as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. Although Black Rose felt elated to meet someone of like mind, the thought of her sisters who fought alongside her compelled her to suppress her excitement and present her conditions to Lin Yuan. "The Black Rose squad cannot be disbanded. We must maintain our original structure, and the 27 of us must remain together." Lin Yuan understood that this was not a significant issue. He could easily acquiesce. However, he feigned a sense of dilemma, lost in contemplation. After a moment, his countenance settled, as if he had made a firm resolution. "Very well, I can comply with your request." The conflicted expression on Lin Yuan's face did not escape Black Rose's notice, indicating to her that this matter weighed heavily on him. "Although I recognize this may be somewhat presumptuous, it is my personal request. I wish to know the name of that individual I encountered earlier." Expecting her request to be deemed excessive, Lin Yuan was taken aback by the strangeness of it. It was not only Lin Yuan who found it peculiar. The 26 sisters behind her shared the same sentiment. It was truly rare. The leader had never inquired about a man's name before. Could it be that the leader truly harbored feelings for such a person? Chapter 71. In this world, heroes are countless confronted by her sisters and Lin Yuan. Black Rose felt no trace of embarrassment, for she did not harbor any affection for this man. Black Rose had never believed in relying on a man for a lifetime, and one could depend on another. Reliance must come solely from oneself. The opinions of others were of no consequence to her. From the moment she took up her blade, she understood that only a knife could silence the base tongues of others. Lin Yuan, too, could not believe that a woman of her fierce reputation would fall for a man at first sight. Thus, he was unafraid of any sparks between them. "His name is Li Xing, the strongest among our base. If you are considering him, you must tread carefully." A rare smile graced Black Rose's lips. "Rest assured, Lin, I merely wish to engage with a formidable opponent for a friendly spar." With that, Black Rose swiftly pursued the direction in which Li Xing had departed, seemingly oblivious to her own squad. Lin Yuan, left behind, did not intervene. He merely smiled awkwardly and instructed others to arrange accommodations for the Black Rose squad. After all, they had just arrived, and their housing was yet to be constructed. However, with the presence of extraordinary powers, creating temporary dwellings was not a daunting task. While such matters could easily be resolved by those under Lin Yuan's command, he personally oversaw the arrangements, striving to embellish the rooms to perfection. During construction, he took into account that they were women, intentionally incorporating warm colors into the design. The group of roses gazed at the newly erected house, their excitement palpable. As soon as the house was completed, they eagerly rushed inside, their enthusiasm evident. Observing their jubilance, Lin Yuan knew his efforts had not been in vain. At the very least, these individuals would not dismiss his commands lightly. As for whether he could supplant Black Rose's position, Lin Yuan understood that this was unlikely, as it did not solely rest upon him but rather depended on whether Black Rose would act foolishly. Nevertheless, from what Lin Yuan had gathered about Black Rose, she was not a woman of incompetence. Her boldness and decisiveness, qualities typically attributed to men, were embodied in Black Rose. Yet, in such a tumultuous world, only a woman of her caliber could command an all-female squad. Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming admiration for her. He could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this world is filled with countless heroes." The reason Lin Yuan regarded her with such significance extended beyond this alone. From the moment he encountered Black Rose, he sensed something was amiss. The notorious Black Rose was said to kill indiscriminately and had a penchant for consuming children raw. While such rumors may have been exaggerated, they were not entirely baseless. However, the Black Rose before him exhibited no trace of viciousness, which was entirely contrary to expectation. This suggested that Black Rose was concealing her true nature, and her request heightened Lin Yuan's wariness. Although she claimed to act in the interest of her sisters, a small faction within her team ultimately posed a potential threat. One Li Xing was sufficient for the base. There was no need for an additional Black Rose. Faced with the threat to his life from Li Xing, Lin Yuan found it necessary to assume the worst of people's intentions. Little did he know that Black Rose's objective was merely to ensure the safety of her sisters from harm. She feigned innocence to prevent Lin Yuan from suspecting that she might create a faction that could jeopardize her sisters, inadvertently leading him to be even more cautious of her. Lin Yuan's thoughts remained concealed from others. He warmly engaged with Black Rose's sisters, reassuring them that they could approach him with any difficulties. Anything within his power would surely be resolved. It was only when Elder Zhang returned with various individuals from the smaller bases awaiting Lin Yuan's arrangements that he reluctantly departed from their company. 3 days swiftly passed. Centered around the original school, a towering 10-meter wall was erected within a radius of several dozen miles. From within the wall, orderly houses could be seen, and the streets bustled with activity. With roadside stalls dotting the landscape, one could discern that just days prior, this area had been a desolate wasteland. It was evident that the extraordinary had transformed their lives. The very heart of the city, stood Lin Yuan's office. As the base expanded into a city, Lin Yuan transitioned from leader to mayor. This moment, he found himself alone in his mayoral office, quietly refining the boundaries of his territory. With the relocation of the city's population complete, most matters had fallen into a routine where Lin Yuan no longer needed to oversee everything personally. Even some trivial tasks were handled by his secretary's office, allowing Lin Yuan time to enhance his own strength. During this period, although the population grew rapidly, the lack of familiarity with Lin Yuan among the newcomers resulted in minimal augmentation of his power. Fortunately, with quantity compensating for quality, even a slight enhancement from tens of thousands of individuals accumulated to a significant increase. With their support, Lin Yuan's strength effortlessly doubled, reaching a formidable intensity of over 100 points. This was not even accounting for Lin Yuan's continuous refinement of his territory. Upon reaching level 3, he awakened a new skill, Territorial Empowerment, SS rank, which granted him a 50% boost within his domain. Of course, the effects of territorial empowerment extended beyond himself, providing a 10% boost to others within the base. One should not underestimate this 10%. In battle, even a fraction of a percent could determine life or death. Summing it all up, as Lin Yuan felt the surge of his power, he even believed he could contend with Li Xing within the base. This offered Lin Yuan a modicum of security, freeing him from the fear of being easily eliminated by Li Xing should the latter take a disliking to him. When the role of Fortress Lord truly manifested its power, it rapidly enhanced Lin Yuan's physique within a short span, and the SSS rank profession truly lived up to its designation. This was not the apex of the profession, but merely the beginning. As the public's recognition of Lin Yuan grew, so too would his strength, transcending simple multipliers. Just as Lin Yuan continued to refine his territory, Secretary Han rushed into his office in a fluster, accompanied by the sound of collapsing structures. Upon hearing this noise, he immediately surmised the situation. Remaining seated with his eyes shut, he calmly replied, "Han, how many times must I remind you? In the face of adversity, one must remain composed to devise a strategy. Is it not simply Black Rose provoking Li Xing and getting beaten again? Have you not grown accustomed to such occurrences in recent days? Just contact the construction department to repair the damages. There is no need to report to me." Chapter 72. Dismembered by 5 horses. It turned out that Black Rose, having learned Li Xing's name from Lin Yuan, had been seeking him out for sparring sessions over the past few days. However, given that Li Xing was currently the most powerful practitioner within the base, if Black Rose could resolve him single-handedly, Lin Yuan would not need to consolidate the entire power of Z City. What was termed as sparring was, in reality, Black Rose repeatedly enduring defeat. Each time she approached Li Xing, he would throw her out mercilessly. Yet, Black Rose remained undeterred, visiting him daily. Such clashes, especially between two of the strongest individuals within the base, inevitably inflicted considerable damage. Frequently, rooms were destroyed, and people were injured. However, after several days, Lin Yuan grew weary of cleaning up their mess and instructed his subordinates to repair the damaged quarters. After all, they fought with restraint and would not cause excessive destruction. As Secretary Han hurriedly entered the office, Lin Yuan could only surmise that this concern was related to the aforementioned matter. Could it be that trouble had arisen with the free citizens outside the city? As the mayor, Lin Yuan's deductions proved remarkably accurate. The next moment, Secretary Han's words confirmed his suspicions. Overnight, a small base outside the city had vanished. With all its inhabitants disappearing without a trace, a rough estimate indicated that over 10,000 corpses were unaccounted for, with the possibility of even more losses. Upon hearing this chilling statistic, Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, and he urgently inquired about the specifics. What exactly has transpired? It is understandable that Lin Yuan is anxious. After all, the loss of tens of thousands of lives in the post-apocalyptic world is an extraordinarily significant number. Even during two waves of the undead, the casualties amounted to merely 1 or 2,000. Now, merely the reported figures indicate a loss of around 10 to 20,000, and the actual death toll remains unknown. It is crucial to note that the entire population of City Z hovers around 200,000. Secretary Han did not dare to delay and promptly reported the detailed situation. The first to discover the issue was Team 45, which we dispatched to eliminate the zombies. They passed by a nearby base intending to take a temporary rest and seek shelter. Initially, this was not a matter of great concern. The small base had a sparse population, and relocating was not an uncommon occurrence. They did not think much of it, considering the numerous small bases available for relocation. However, upon arriving at the nearest base, they found that its inhabitants had vanished. They merely lamented their bad luck, but as 5 or 6 bases subsequently disappeared, even the most careless among them recognized the anomaly. Consequently, disregarding their fatigue, they returned directly to our Dawn City. Simultaneously, 5 other teams also reported unusual circumstances. And after compiling the feedback, it became evident that the area north of City Z had nearly transformed into a no-man's land. I realized the gravity of the situation, which is why I did not intrude upon your office. I am prepared to face any punishment or reprimand you deem necessary. However, what course of action should we take in response to this matter? After listening to the detailed account, Lin Yuan rarely frowned. The disappearance of tens of thousands overnight, with no news whatsoever, would be an insurmountable challenge even if the entire Dawn City were to mobilize. Lin Yuan yearned for answers, yet in the absence of any clues, he was unable to provide any. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "This is not your fault. Given the urgency of the situation, your reaction is entirely justifiable. Proceed to the Black Rose's headquarters and instruct the Black Rose team to set aside their current tasks and investigate the matter. It is imperative that we obtain a comprehensive report." Upon hearing Lin Chengzhu's words, Secretary Han naturally complied. Arriving at the Black Rose's headquarters, Secretary Han felt a sense of trepidation. This was his first visit. Since that incident, the notorious reputation of the Black Rose team had spread throughout Dawn City, and no one was unaware of their ferocity. Secretary Han maintained a respectful distance from this team, which was under Lin Yuan's direct command. The situation began quite innocently. On the very first day of Dawn City's establishment, dissatisfaction arose due to housing issues. There was considerable discontent regarding the 20 or so members of the Black Rose team having a room to themselves, especially upon realizing they were all women, which escalated the grievances to a peak. Standing at the entrance of their headquarters, crude insults erupted, accusing these women of leveraging their bodies for preferential treatment, declaring that such lowly individuals did not deserve their own quarters. Only a handful of novice professionals uttered such reckless words, emboldened by the flattery of others. These fools were completely unaware that they were confronting the infamous Black Rose. Otherwise, they would have been too frightened to speak. The Black Rose team, however, did not retaliate, quietly enduring the slander. Observing the women's apparent weakness only emboldened the men further, and their insults grew increasingly brazen. Meanwhile, those nearby had already distanced themselves the moment the men began speaking. After all, they were not foolish enough to provoke such individuals. Even if they were unaware, one need only think logically to understand that those capable of occupying an entire building were not to be trifled with. As for the notion of the women selling their bodies, it was utterly ludicrous. Who would believe that those capable of unifying an entire city in a single day could be so easily seduced? Even if, hypothetically, these women had indeed obtained their housing through such means, the men behind them were not individuals they could afford to provoke. Thus, as these dim-witted individuals continued to speak, they quickly realized that their erstwhile friends were now looking at them with pity. At that moment, they exchanged glances, and even the dullest among them recognized that they had indeed struck a hard wall. They had initially believed that their numerical advantage would garner public support, allowing them to profit through public opinion. They thought that even if trouble arose, they could share the burden, for the law does not punish the many. They did not believe Lin Yuan would dare to eliminate them all. Yet, they were unprepared for the fierce wrath of these women, whose methods were ruthlessly effective, regardless of whom they faced. These foolish men remained oblivious to this reality, and before they could comprehend, they scattered in a desperate attempt to escape their fate. Unfortunately for them, the Black Rose had long been prepared. Despite the fools being mere novice professionals, the fully assembled Black Rose team of seasoned second-tier members swiftly descended upon them, providing a free demonstration of their I am uncertain when the notion first emerged that zombies could harbor energy crystals within their brains. Had that individual possessed even a modicum of biological knowledge, they would not have conflated energy-consuming organs with those designated for energy storage. Can the brain truly serve as a reservoir for energy? Might one not as well claim that the mind is capable of storing water? The scene shifts to a familiar figure, albeit one disguised as a human, resting in a small base housing merely a few hundred souls. At this moment, she wears a sinister smile, concealing her ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, a man approaches her, playfully slapping her alluring posterior, the gentle touch evoking a sense of lingering desire within him. He muses to himself that she is indeed a captivating beauty, and he intends to savor her later. Song-yu, what are you pondering? Are you contemplating how to repay your dear brother? Faced with the man's unwelcome advances, Song-yu forces a smile and gently pushes his hand away. Let us not be hasty. With so many people in the base, it would be inappropriate for us to engage in such activities here. Would we not disturb others' rest? The man chuckles lewdly, his mind overtaken by base desires. My dear, you worry too much. Everyone in the base is fast asleep. Even those who are awake would not dare interrupt my enjoyment. I am the undisputed master here, and as long as you serve me well, I promise you will want for nothing. Rel, evidently, this strike was her forte, having previously vanquished numerous arrogant adversaries. However, the Black Rose furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of caution. Just as the explosive flames seemed poised to obliterate Song-yu entirely, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From the very center of that violent explosion, a figure emerged slowly. Though her garments were tattered, her skin bore no marks of injury. The appearance of Song-yu transformed the earlier smugness of Rose 13 into a semblance of folly, causing a flicker of discomfort on her face. She bent her arm and drew back her bow, unleashing 9 arrows in rapid succession. With each fluid motion of her arm, the 9 projectiles, as if guided by an invisible hand, sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at Song-yu. The arrows were dubbed 9 stars in conjunction. This time, it was not merely a skill of Rose 13, but rather her intrinsic archery prowess. In the post-apocalyptic world, her bow and arrows were not mere decorations. Meanwhile, the other members of the Rose team were not idle, eagerly activating their skills to create opportunities for Rose 13. Go. With this command, the members of the Black Rose team launched their assaults in unison. Various weapons and skills rained down upon Song-yu like a tempest, each strike imbued with formidable power. Faced with the onslaught, a slight smile adorned Song-yu's stiff face, tinged with 3 parts mockery, 3 parts nonchalance, and a concealed 10 parts anxiety. Do they truly believe such feeble attempts can thwart me? Song-yu's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, seemingly unfazed by the barrage. With a sudden sweep of her hand, an overwhelming surge of energy materialized, sweeping away the lingering flames and smoke, revealing her resolute figure. Her eyes blazed like burning embers, fixating on each member of the Black Rose team as if seeking to incinerate their very souls. A potent, dark force enveloped her, suggesting an unwavering resolve to withstand the impending damage. Come forth, let me test your skills. Song-yu's voice thundered, echoing through the heavens. The sheer intensity compelled the members of the Rose team to intensify their attacks, fearful of being vanquished by the adversary before them. Yet, in the next instant, Song Yu disregarded the tumultuous energy surrounding her and turned to flee. Absurdity. She was here to gather energy, not to engage in combat. These women appeared formidable. Why risk a life or death struggle against them? This scene caused the members of the Black Rose team to change their expressions dramatically. No one had anticipated that the once dominant Song Yu would retreat in such a manner. In that moment, they recognized that their opponent was far more cunning and troublesome than they had initially perceived. Thus, this fierce battle, yet to commence, veered towards an unpredictable outcome. Observing the situation, the Black Rose furrowed her brow. A wave of concern washing over her. She understood that the foe before them was not easily subdued, and the journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. However, allowing such a danger to escape was not in her nature. She was acutely aware that should such a figure be allowed to roam unchecked, ordinary practitioners would have no chance of survival. The Black Rose's gaze settled upon the youngest sister in the squad. Rose 26. Members of the Rose team bore no previous names, nor did they distinguish by age. They were addressed solely by the title Rose followed by a number, arranged in order of arrival. Coincidentally, Rose 26 was the last to join and the youngest, merely 16 years of age. When the Black Rose rescued her from the clutches of a man, she was unaware of her age. Upon discovering it later, she regretted not exacting a more severe punishment upon those brutes. Little 26, return and inform Lord Lin to dispatch reinforcements, relocating all individuals from the northern district, if circumstances allow. It would be best to summon Thor as well. I have an unsettling feeling about this matter. Although Rose 26 sensed that her leader sought to protect her from the battlefield, she understood the gravity of the situation. Despite her youth, she recognized that this was not a time to seek trouble and promptly accepted her command. As Rose 26 departed, the Black Rose swiftly exchanged glances with her fellow team members, and they comprehended her intent. Under the leadership of the Black Rose, they set forth in pursuit of the fleeing Song Yu. Soon, through their relentless chase, the Black Rose and her team caught up with the fleeing Song Yu. Yet, upon confronting her, they felt no joy. The scene before them, littered with corpses, ignited their fury, and each member of the Rose team clenched their fists. Without a moment's hesitation, the Black Rose surged forward, akin to a leopard pouncing. Her short blades transforming into two silver streaks of lightning aimed directly at Song Yu's vital points. Simultaneously, the other members of the squad reacted swiftly, each unleashing their unique skills to launch a coordinated assault from various angles. A female warrior wielded a massive battle axe, accompanied by a howling wind, attempting to cleave Song Yu in two. Another mage intoned an incantation, causing the air to shimmer with ethereal light, conjuring a brilliant sphere that hurtled towards Song Yu. However, Song Yu had anticipated TH with a dull thud. The Black Rose was forcefully pushed back several steps, stumbling and falling to the ground, her twin daggers clattering beside her, as she beheld the dark creature emerging from the rift in space. Song Yu's laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield, brimming with the joy of having survived a calamity. Unbeknownst to her, the black stone tablet had already become infused with energy long before the Black Rose caught up with them. Initially, she had thought that this energy-laden tablet would aid her in returning to level 3, but she was unaware that it required time to activate and, during this period, could not be moved. Although Song Yu sensed something was amiss, after all, her previous evolution had not been such a cumbersome affair. The substantial sunk cost compelled her to buy time for the tablet's activation. This was also why she ceased her flight. Otherwise, her timid nature would have had her vanish without a trace. It could be said that this predicament was of her own making. When she was still the zombie leader, she had swiftly transformed the zombies into a new race of humans using the Black Stone Tablet. However, to ensure her absolute dominion over this new race, she had imposed restrictions preventing their advancement to level 3. There were numerous such restrictions, including the necessity to obey the leader's commands. When she was the leader, these limitations served her well, but now that she had become Song Yu, they had transformed into her greatest hindrance. She had assumed that removing these restrictions would be a trivial matter for the Black Stone Tablet, only to discover that while the transformation was indeed simple, the already formed life forms required a substantial amount of human energy. Thus, Song Yu was left with no choice but to sacrifice numerous humans to meet the demands of the Black Stone Tablet. Now that the Black Stone Tablet was fully activated and had come to her rescue, how could she possibly be displeased? At that moment, she was still lost in a dream of being the tablet's master. Believing that this dark creature was a helper summoned by the tablet, Kill them all, and then help me return to level 3. The dark creature, upon seeing the filthy beings before it, covered in blood, was filled with disdain, but then its eyes suddenly lit up as if it had spotted a rare species. Oh, could this be a life form that failed to evolve as described in textbooks? It was said to have existed between the first and third years of profession, but has long been extinct. I had only seen pictures in textbooks, and now I see one in the flesh. Songyu, unable to comprehend the creature's language, assumed it had not heard her, so she repeated her instructions several times, urging it to act swiftly. Although she could not understand the dark creature's speech, the black-scaled being could fully comprehend her due to the vast linguistic data collected by the black stone tablet. Initially intrigued, the creature soon found Songyu's voice to be merely a nuisance. With a casual wave, the dark power surged forth, crashing like a tide, silently enveloping Songyu and extinguishing her life. Chapter 77. Behind 1, 2, 3 as the dark creature unleashed its dark power to eliminate Songyu. The Black Rose and her companions had already made their hasty escape. Although the dark creature noticed their furtive movements, it did not make any attempt to stop them, allowing their departure. During their confrontation, the black-scaled being had quietly marked their leader with a tracking spell, rendering their movements transparent to its gaze. If they did not let them go, how could they discover the gathering place of life in this world? Moreover, there were more pressing matters at hand. Observing the slowly opening space-time portal behind him, the black-scaled being felt a mix of excitement and relief, but above all, a heavy sense of responsibility in the final 300 years before their world would vanish. The long-launched Netherstone tablet had actually sent back information. The message contained only a few words: new time-space, just entering a disaster period. This brief message ignited immense excitement among the black-scaled clan. 500 years ago, their world had already begun its descent into ruin, and despite their 200 years of efforts, they had yet to discover a new world. Now, this new world appeared before them like a glimmer of hope. Faced with the question of survival, the black-scaled clan swiftly selected suitable candidates to invade this new realm. The black-scaled being had not always been known as such. He was once merely a slave in the gladiatorial arena, a being unworthy of a name. However, during this nationwide selection, he had excelled and was granted the name Black-Scale 3. Unlike the Black Rose's team, the designation within the Black-Scaled clan represented strength, with the number 3 indicating the third rank in power. Black-Scale 3 was merely the vanguard of the Black-Scaled clan. The main forces would require more time to prepare, and he could not afford to be negligent at such a critical juncture. The Black Stone Tablet in Songyu's possession was their clan's sacred artifact, the Netherstone Tablet. Although the Netherstone Tablet was a divine instrument of their clan, traversing chaos to open a portal and transmit life required vast amounts of energy, rendering the tablet exceedingly fragile. Should it come under attack, not only would the portal vanish, but the Netherstone Tablet itself would also suffer severe damage. He understood well that this was not only the hope of their clan, but also a matter of his own survival. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. To safeguard this precious portal, the higher-ups of the Black-Scaled clan had endowed Black-Scale 3 with numerous artifacts. He meticulously set up layers of concealed defensive arrays around him, ensuring the stable operation of the space-time portal. Beneath the dim sky, the faint blue light emanating from the portal became the most striking sight amidst the barren land. Black-Scale 3 vigilantly monitored everything around him, relieved to find only mindless zombies wandering aimlessly until the arrival of Black-Scale 1 and 2. When nothing else occurred, the imposing figures of the two distinguished leaders came into view. Black-Scale 3's anxious heart finally found solace. They were the elite of the Black-Scaled clan, Black-Scale 1 and Black-Scale 2. When they emerged from the other end of the space-time portal, they were greeted by a world that was entirely different. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sunlight radiant, starkly contrasting the desolate land they had previously inhabited. Leading the charge was Black-Scale 1. A military veteran and the strongest among them, with a robust physique and scales as hard as iron, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. His stern visage bore a long scar across his forehead, adding to his rugged demeanor. Following closely was Black-Scale 2, hailing from the technology department, clad in specially crafted black armor that shimmered with a chilling gleam, each piece evidently forged with precision, adorned with various magical artifacts and scrolls at his waist. Upon seeing Black-Scale 2, Black-Scale 3's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain. Though he concealed it well as they arrived, Black Scale 3 stepped forward, respectfully reporting the current situation to his two seniors, including the stability of the space-time portal, the layout of the defensive arrays, and the results of the environmental surveillance. Excellent work, 3. You have performed exceptionally well. Black Scale 1 affirmed in his steady voice. We have entered a new world, where death could lurk at any moment. Yet I hope you will contribute your utmost efforts toward the revival of our clan. I am aware of the issues between you, but now we must present a united front. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to end your lives prematurely, trust me. I possess the strength to follow through on my words. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, as Black Scale 1's words pierced through the doubts in the hearts of Black Scale 2 and 3 like a blade of ice. Neither of them questioned the authenticity of his statement. We understand, they replied in unison. Though aware that their conflict was irreconcilable, it was imperative to maintain the appearance of unity. Very well, Black Scale 1 nodded slightly, a trace of subtle satisfaction evident in his tone. Next, we require detailed intelligence, and this task will be entrusted to both of you. Point 3. Did you not mark the humans of this world? I hope you can bring me some useful information. Point 2. I recall that intelligence gathering is your forte. Now is your time to shine. Black Scale 1's words ignited a sense of rivalry between the two, prompting them to spring into action. Both had notoriously fiery tempers. One, a former slave renowned for his volatile nature, and the other, a privileged scion who looked down upon slaves, believing that once a person was born a slave, they would remain one for eternity, unworthy of becoming a soldier alongside him. Naturally, their interactions were fraught with tension, each viewing the other with contempt. However, this was precisely the outcome Black Scale 1 desired. Placing the two together was no coincidence. The factions behind them were formidable powers, and it was hardly a coincidence that they encountered one another under his command. This was, of course, a maneuver orchestrated by Black Scale 1's faction. Although the expansion into a different world was purportedly a fair and transparent selection process, some individuals were born into positions that others could never hope to attain. For instance, Black Scale 1 was the 352nd descendant of the Black-Scaled ancestors. This world-saving initiative was specifically designed for him to hone his skills. Although it appeared that the world required salvation, it hardly warranted the intervention of the true rulers. As for the plight of the impoverished, that was a concern for the lower classes. What business was it of the rulers? Their gains were all legitimate and above board. Why should they be dissatisfied? Some individuals ought not to set their sights too high. If others could survive, why could they not? Had they not made efforts over the years? Had they not strived to grow stronger? Chapter 78. Scheming number 1 was born into privilege, effortlessly reaping the benefits of his royal lineage. Yet he was not without rivals. There were dozens who shared his elevated status. Naturally, he harbored ambitions. But ascending the ranks required merit, and merit, in turn, demanded sacrifice. What greater accolades could one achieve than to carve out a new world? However, the new world's consciousness rejected higher-level beings, allowing only those of the third tier to thrive. Thus, he resolutely decided to become the vanguard of this endeavor, even if it meant descending from level 7 to level 3. His desire for advancement was insatiable. What fault lay in his resolve? How could one ascertain their potential without taking risks? Of course, venturing into uncharted realms was fraught with peril, and the absence of competitors among the many candidates attested to the dangers involved. Yet, he would not undertake a venture without assurance. His confidence stemmed from a strategy to mitigate risks to their lowest possible threshold. At this juncture, the significance of number 3 came to light, an impeccable test subject. After all, a mere slave, regardless of their talents, would never be afforded such an opportunity. Nobles feared death due to their boundless riches, yet there were always those who had nothing to lose, unafraid of demise. In a society where class divisions were entrenched, the desire for progress was far from rare. He had expended considerable effort and promised countless rewards to secure number 3's position. Recruiting assassins was not so complicated. Yet number 3 was more than a mere tool. The faction he represented was precisely what number 1 sought. Reclaiming his thoughts, number 1 inhaled the fresh air, gazing at the ever-expanding space-time portal. Igniting an ardent ambition within his eyes, he understood that this place would mark both an end and a new beginning in his quest for greater achievements. Here, he would commence the narration of his own legend. Meanwhile, Black Scale number 3 donned his battle armor and moved directly towards the target, unconcerned by the shadows trailing him. In fact, he intentionally slowed his pace. The battle armor, naturally, was provided by the powers backing him. A slave could hardly afford the latest model, yet often, once one reached a certain height, the corresponding resources would be readily available. Black Scale Number 3 was acutely aware that this was an attempt to win him over, with the expectation that he would repay these favors in due time. However, he had no choice but to accept their goodwill. Though it might cost him dearly later, refusing such kindness could jeopardize his future. In this new world, who could predict the dangers that lay ahead? Having a suit of armor was undoubtedly beneficial. As for the costs, he would deal with them upon his return, as he sensed the proximity to the target. Black Scale Number 3 halted and deployed the reconnaissance system embedded within his armor. With a mechanical whir, several diminutive unmanned drones emerged, swiftly entering stealth mode as they silently flew towards the objective. The entire process of the reconnaissance drones appearing and vanishing transpired in mere seconds, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. Before him, a screen materialized in his helmet, displaying the images captured by the drones in their entirety. This was Black Scale Number 3's first experience with the battle armor, and also his inaugural use of such a stealthy reconnaissance device, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, he found it remarkably intuitive. This was undoubtedly the result of the armor designer's expertise, as the aim of the battle armor was to facilitate adaptation to diverse environments. If it were cumbersome to use, it would contradict the very principles of its design. Just as Black Scale Number 3 commenced his reconnaissance, Number 2, equipped with his custom-made armor, obtained information about Number 3. Analyzing the data, Number 2 swiftly darted towards the target location, eager to claim credit before Number 3 and to gather the essence of the world first. Collecting the essence of the world was deceptively simple. It merely required the continuous slaughter of the native beings. Naturally, Black Scale Number 2 was well versed in the theoretical knowledge. Confronted with these foreign creatures, he exhibited no hesitation. In his eyes, the entire human populace of the alternate realm were nothing more than base, enslaved lives. What harm was there in slaying a few? The lives of slaves were still lives. Yet to be slain by him was a privilege for them. While Black Scale Number 3 remained stationary, leisurely conducting his reconnaissance, Black Scale Number 2 had already surpassed him, sensing the absence of a pursuer. Black Scale Number 3 acknowledged his objective had been achieved. A cold smirk crept across his face. Did they truly believe this credit was so easily obtained? The privileged elite had long distanced themselves from the lower classes, forgetting that strength was the ultimate measure of fairness in the original world. Even before he became the vanguard of the New World's invasion, Black Scale Number 3 had comprehensively understood the perils it entailed. Among the most formidable threats were the children of the world. During times of calamity, prodigious individuals often emerged, recognized and favored by the world's consciousness, exhibiting extraordinary powers and the ability to combat foes of higher tiers. He had no desire to confront such adversaries. His life was far too precious. The lofty ideals of fighting for the world were cherished by the civilized elite, yet he was merely a nameless slave seeking to survive. Let the nobles bask in glory. His only aim was to live. Despite his disdain for Number 2's recklessness, Black Scale Number 3 did not cease his actions, continuing to operate the reconnaissance drones to mislead Number 2. He intended to maintain the ruse until the very end. Number 2 was not entirely ignorant of the data available, yet he remained convinced that a world limited to the third tier could hardly pose a significant challenge, even if he encountered the so-called children of the world. Was he not a genius in his own right? Moreover, he possessed several precious artifacts. Even a prodigy could be worn down by his arsenal. Genius, after all, was a fleeting fortune. How much could one endure against his multitude of devices? It was this confidence that emboldened Black Scale Number 2 to brazenly usurp Black Scale Number 3's credit, disregarding even the reconnaissance machines to embark on a solo adventure. The position where Black Scale Number 3 halted was not far from the base, and Number 2 unabashedly propelled his armor to full speed, soon catching sight of the majestic Dawn City. As the iconic grand silhouette of Dawn City came into clearer view, the roar of Number 2's armor engine surged with fervor. At this moment, Dawn City had long entered a state of vigilance. The battle squad led by Zheng Weimin stood poised upon the city walls, ready for action. Compared to their previous impotence against the undead, Zheng Weimin and his subordinates were now fully armed, a transformation indeed. Chapter 79. Battle on the city walls. Upon witnessing Black Scale Number 2 soaring through the skies, Zheng Weimin promptly issued commands. The professionals displayed their formidable prowess, unleashing a torrent of ranged skills. Fiery projectiles cleaved through the air, sharp ice shards descended like fallen stars, invisible wind blades tore through the atmosphere, and a deluge of arrows wove a curtain of death across the heavens, obscuring the sky with this overwhelming force. However, Black Scale Number 2, piloting his armor amidst the aerial onslaught, relied on the highly intelligent AI system within to calculate evasive trajectories with pinpoint accuracy as the skills surged towards him. He maneuvered his armor with agile finesse, each turn and leap perfectly evading the lethal strikes. Of course, it was impossible to evade every attack with such density. That would be unrealistic. For those skills he could not completely evade. He preemptively activated the dark energy embedded within his armor, forming an indomitable shield to deflect all threats. After a wave of attacks, only faint traces from minor fireballs marred the surface of his armor, leaving Black Scale Number 2 unscathed. Yet, he was not one to suffer in silence. Having received such a grand gift, he naturally sought to retaliate. In the next moment, the weapon systems of his armor extended, targeting the leading Zheng Weimin with two booming projectiles. These were no ordinary explosives. They were special warheads infused with dark energy, carving ominous paths through the air, racing towards Zheng Weimin's position at astonishing speed. However, Zheng Weimin, as the commander of the city wall's defenses, possessed both rapid reflexes and invaluable combat experience. Faced with this sudden onslaught, he exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, his eyes sharpened as he swiftly devised a countermeasure. With a single word, he commanded, and the two projectiles halted mid-air. Following that, he uttered another command, and the suspended warheads detonated in the air. The remarkable ability to command such phenomena stemmed from Zheng Weimin's signature skill, Faith Manifestation. Faith Manifestation, SS grade. This skill comprises two components, faith and manifestation. Faith. When the belief of the skill's wielder receives recognition from others, they will gain a temporary boost to their base attributes, with the maximum enhancement contingent upon the foundational attributes. This enhancement dissipates when divergences in belief occur. Manifestation. When the enhancement of faith reaches its peak, it activates the manifestation ability, allowing one's words and actions to influence the reality around them. It is important to note that this skill requires substantial energy, necessitating cautious usage. At a glance, the skill appeared extraordinarily potent, capable of altering reality itself. However, even in the face of apocalypse, the law of conservation of energy remained in effect. Despite the seeming omnipotence of Zheng Weimin's faith and the ease with which it garnered recognition, he could not fully unleash the skill's true potential with his second-tier attributes. Nevertheless, the path to mastery is forged through experience. There are no useless skills, only practitioners who lack adaptability. Zheng Weimin took an unconventional approach, harboring no desire to revert the world to its former state through this ability, but instead opting to directly emulate the skills of others. Consequently, whether it was the ferocity of a warrior or the magic of a mage, as long as Zheng Weimin wished, he could wield them at will. It was precisely through this capability that Zheng Weimin managed to launch a projectile that arced gracefully through the air, ultimately landing beyond the city walls and triggering a tremendous explosion, with debris and smoke billowing forth, obscuring the sky. Nevertheless, the Black Scale Number 2 was no fool. He would not pin all his hopes on a mere conventional artillery strike, for reality was not a turn-based game that would patiently await the resolution of the previous assault before proceeding to the next move. The pinnacle of the Tier 3 battle armor in the Black Scale world. The weaponry it carried was far from limited. Following the cannon fire, the micromissile launchers on the armor's shoulders quietly unlocked, unleashing dozens of missiles that soared into the sky, their fiery trails tracing brilliant arcs, heralding the arrival of death and devastation. Simultaneously, lasers and electric arcs followed suit, contributing to an overwhelming display of firepower that, for a moment, rivaled that of all the professionals stationed atop the city walls. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Black Scale Number 2 had ulterior motives, for he understood that the firepower of the armor was finite. Given the armor's size, the ammunition it could store was inherently limited, and such a relentless barrage could not be sustained for long. Once the ammunition was expended, he would inevitably find himself in a passive position, subjected to relentless attacks. Thus, Black Scale Number 2 removed his armor, allowing it to operate independently. He had already discerned that the physical prowess of these individuals was generally lacking, hovering around levels 1 or 2, with the leader standing at merely the pinnacle of level 2. Armed with his own level 3 strength, he could easily capture the leader first and disrupt their organizational coordination. Although Black Scale Number 2 had previously been oblivious to the struggles of the common folk, he was nonetheless a meticulously cultivated noble, possessing a fundamental understanding of military discipline and the significance of organization and morale. It must be said that his strategy was indeed sound. The individuals on the city wall were wholly captivated by the fierce firepower of the armor. Compelled to unleash their skills in defense against the onslaught, completely oblivious to the approaching Black Scale Number 2, the leader, Zheng Weimin, was hardly more formidable than the pinnacle of level 2, rendering him powerless to retaliate against the level 3 Black Scale No. 2. He had anticipated. From his vantage point in the sky, Black Scale Number 2 could clearly observe the look of panic that appeared on Zheng Weimin's face, while the professionals beside him were thrown into disarray. All that remained was for him to descend like a deity and achieve unparalleled glory. With this thought in mind, Black Scale Number 2 urged his flying apparatus to its utmost limits, increasing his speed further. Alas, what should have been a straightforward endeavor was about to take an unexpected turn. This base was not solely occupied by Zheng Weimin. Just as he approached within 100 meters of the city wall, a bolt of lightning materialized without warning, striking Black Scale Number 2 directly. This bolt, imbued with immense power, instilled a sense of mortal peril within him. However, the timing of its arrival was so fortuitous that Black Scale No. 2 had no time to react as anticipated. The carefully prepared lightning strike by Li Xing struck true, a blow that no one could withstand, not even Li Xing himself. Yet, against all odds, Black Scale No. 2 survived. Not because he absorbed the impact, but rather due to the life-saving device he possessed, which absorbed the fatal blow. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Black Scale Number 2 glanced skyward, and without hesitation, he produced a teleportation device. Preparing to flee, for just moments prior, 3 of his life-saving devices had shattered under that singular strike. Chapter 80. Escape. Seeing that Black Scale Number 2 had not been struck down by the lightning, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Xing's eyes. However, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a series of successive lightning bolts, offering Black Scale Number 2 no opportunity for retaliation. Though he could not fathom why his adversary had survived, he reasoned that if one bolt failed to kill, then 2 would suffice. If 2 were inadequate, then 10, 100, or 1,000 would surely do the trick. Such attacks posed no challenge for Li Xing at this moment. Since reaching level 3 and acquiring new skills, energy had ceased to be a constraint on his performance. Currently, Li Xing's capabilities were formidable beyond measure. Name: Li Xing Race. Blue Star. Human Occupation: Thunder Sovereign. SS Rank. Level 2. Skill 1. Thunderstorm Domain. SS Rank. Description omitted. Skill 2. Thunder Judgment. SS Rank. Description omitted. Skill 3. Heart of Thunder. SSS Rank. As a master of the natural power of lightning. Wielding it was an innate talent. Each time he employed lightning elements, he would receive a proportional boost in attack power, and his consumption of lightning elements would permanently decrease by 50%. When the Heart of Thunder pulsated, it absorbed stray electrical energy from the surrounding environment, providing him with a continuous source of power, with combat conditions affecting the efficiency of energy absorption. Physical condition: 87, Tier 3 ranges from 50 to 200. It was precisely because of the unique effect of the Heart of Thunder that Li Xing could unleash such a large-scale lightning barrage without fear of excessive depletion. He reveled in the exhilaration of unrestrained power, a stark contrast to his cautious sparring sessions with Black Rose, where he had to temper his strength for fear of incapacitating her with a single blow. While Li Xing basked in this newfound freedom, Black Scale Number 2 was on the verge of despair. Faced with a veritable web of electricity, he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Although he possessed over 100 life-saving devices, their numbers dwindled rapidly under such relentless firepower. With the mindset of a scion of wealth, Black Scale Number 2 gritted his teeth and produced a yellow talisman. Without hesitation, he tore apart this precious item. The Space Teleportation Talisman, SS. Space Teleportation Talisman, SS rank: a power that tears through space, transporting the bearer to a location outside of a spatial unit. A spatial unit is approximately a distance of several kilometers. As he infused his energy into the talisman, it emitted a faint blue glow, and the surrounding scenery seemed to ripple as if affected by his power, creating an illusion of distorted space from a distance. Observing the talisman's effects, Black Scale number 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Although the talisman required 3 seconds to activate, his life-saving devices could endure the onslaught of lightning until the talisman's effect took hold. Temporarily safe, Black Scale number 2 felt a pang of regret. He possessed only 2 such precious space items, one of which had been damaged during a previous transit through a temporal rift. For someone of his stature, such low-tier items should have been abundant, yet having only 2 underscored their rarity. The primary reason for this scarcity lay in the overwhelming power of space. Few could withstand its forces within Tier 3. The fact that he had these 2 was due to the painstaking efforts of his predecessors in crafting them. As he pondered this, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. It was all the fault of this inexplicable lightning that had caused him such grievous losses. Once his kin arrived, he vowed to make the wielder of this skill a lowly slave, toiling until exhausted, forced to labor 8 hours a day. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the 3 seconds slipped by unnoticed. Even as the talisman turned to ash in his hand, he remained motionless. Despite his unwillingness to confront the reality of his failure, the ferocious lightning continued to ravage him, as if mocking, "Prepare for death." From the failure of the talisman, Black Scale number 2 realized that a space ability user was blocking the area around him. At that moment, he finally comprehended how these lightning strikes had appeared without warning. Under such circumstances, the ability to deploy a space user and a lightning user for precise strikes indicated that they had been well prepared. Yet it was too late, even if he recognized the situation. What could he do? The lightning attacks had already formed a tenuous blockade, with each flicker whispering of death, each strike methodically claiming one of his life-saving devices. Those items that usually ensured his survival were now as fragile as torn paper, easily obliterated. The rapidly diminishing numbers rendered Black Scale number 2's strategy of enduring the onslaught with his life-saving devices futile. Despite their abundance, they could not withstand such relentless bombardment, though despair and resentment surged within him. He understood clearly that he was facing his demise. He realized that attempting to escape this seemingly insurmountable predicament single-handedly was nearly an impossible task. The adage of prideful soldiers meeting their end was vividly illustrated in the current plight of Black Scale No. 2. According to military operational guidelines, reconnaissance should involve no fewer than 2 individuals for mutual support. Such notions he had previously dismissed with scorn, viewing others as burdens. Throughout his life, he had never required assistance. Yet now, he was left with nothing but boundless regret. Even had he remained within his armor, its strength could have facilitated an escape, but reality allowed no room for what-ifs, just as Black Scale No. 2 was consumed by despair and prepared to embrace death. An unexpected turn of events occurred. A fierce barrage of artillery fire erupted beyond his line of sight, creating a breach in the dense network of electricity. Seizing this opportunity, a surge of unprecedented survival instinct ignited within Black Scale No. 2. To hell with death. He refused to perish. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, Blood Boiling. Blood Boiling, SS rank upon activation. This skill ignites the blood within the host, providing a substantial influx of energy that enhances the host's physical condition. The quantity and quality of the burning blood determine the effectiveness of the enhancement. It sounds immensely powerful, yet the cost is equally monumental. The blood expended with each use is irretrievable. In the absence of allies, he dares not wield such power recklessly. However, with survival within reach, he casts aside any concerns regarding the cost of his abilities and fervently activates the skill. As the skill ignites, his blood appears to be engulfed in flames, evaporating in an instant, and an unprecedented surge of power erupts from within him. In that moment, the speed of Black Scale No. 2 multiplies 2 or 3-fold, akin to a tempest racing towards the rift. Accompanied by the rush of wind, the thunderous roar of lightning gradually diminishes, signifying his escape from peril. Yet before he can revel in his fortune, the boiling price of his blood causes darkness to envelop him. Chapter 81. Friendship and Interests. When Black Scale number 2 slowly opens his eyes once more, he is astonished to find himself securely sprawled across someone's back. The scenery around him retreating at a dizzying pace. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that the figure carrying him forward is none other than Black Scale number 3, whom he typically regards with disdain. The slave he has always looked down upon has indeed saved his life. Gazing at the slave before him, a tumult of emotions swells within Black Scale number 2, a blend of gratitude and a tinge of embarrassment. It seems his movements have drawn the attention of Black Scale number 3, who has been steadfastly carrying him to safety. "Oh, you're awake. You look quite injured. It's best you remain compliant, should anything go awry. My pitiful life cannot afford to compensate for your precious existence," Black Scale number 3 quips. Each word strikes Black Scale number 2 like a resounding slap, echoing the very taunts he often directed at No. 3. This causes his dark visage to flush, not with shyness, but with profound humiliation. Nevertheless, Black Scale number 2 refuses to relinquish his pride and persists in asserting his stance, awkwardly posing a perhaps rather inappropriate question. "Why didn't you use your battle armor to carry me? Wouldn't that be swifter? Such a delicate young master enjoys giving orders, doesn't he? Perhaps you should dismount and walk yourself. This is a matter of survival, after all. There's no room for niceties. And as for why I didn't use my armor, are you truly unaware? Had it not been for the need to rescue you, I would never have sacrificed my own armor." With this reminder from Black Scale number 3, number 2 finally recollects the events leading up to his fainting spell, recalling a shadow that had surged towards him with astonishing speed. Thus, that sudden projectile must indeed have originated from his armor. The words "thank you" escape his lips in a barely audible whisper. Upon hearing this gratitude from Black Scale number 2, Black Scale number 3's pace falters slightly, as if he cannot believe his ears. "What was that? I didn't catch it," number 3 asks, raising his voice. Yet number 2 buries his head in the sand like an ostrich, remaining utterly silent despite number 3's persistent inquiries, as if he were a lifeless stone rather than a living being. "There's no need for thanks. I sacrificed my armor to save you. That was my livelihood. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then procure me the latest battle armor," number 3 replies with a grin. Suddenly, the previously mute Black Scale number 2 seems to regain his lost spirit, exclaiming, "It's a deal. I may not have much to offer, but when it comes to battle armor, we have it in abundance. This is produced by my family. Rest assured, not only can I provide you with the latest model, but I can even have a custom set tailored just for you. Once this mission concludes, seek me out, and I guarantee to craft the most formidable armor for you. As a genius battle armor designer, I assure you that the armor I create will render you unmatched within your tier." Listening to Black Scale number 2's incessant chatter, number 3 grows weary, suddenly wishing for the previous silence of No. 2. "Then why haven't you defeated number 1? Caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry, number 2 finds himself at a loss for words. The truth remains that he was indeed defeated by number 1, clad in armor of his own design. Utterly vanquished. This is an undeniable fact, and no amount of boasting can obscure the reality he must accept. Yet this does not deter number 2's incessant prattle. After a brief pause, he shifts to another topic. "Why did you save me? I have treated you so poorly, often deeming you a slave destined to perish in menial labor. Am I truly worthy of your rescue?" Number 3 clearly wishes to dismiss this line of questioning, yet cannot suppress the incessant inquiries. Military Regulation, Article 283. No person shall stand idly by and allow another to perish. Violators shall face immediate execution. Is it really that simple? Black Scale number 2 questions incredulously. Quite simple indeed. That regulation is but a scrap of paper. Who would heed it? I refuse to believe it. You may choose to believe or not. For you, it may be mere paper, but for me, it is a binding decree. Regardless of Black Scale number 2's belief, number 3's intentions are decidedly more complex. The military regulation serves merely as a pretext, a ruse to deceive the naive. Black Scale number 3's altruistic act of saving No. 2 is undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Unlike number 2, who hails from an aristocratic lineage, number 3 has known solitude since childhood. Had he not relied on his ruthlessness to carve out a place for himself in the arena, he might have met an untimely demise. Thus, he weighs the benefits and drawbacks of every action, only pursuing endeavors that promise gain. What number 2 possesses that piques number 3's interest is his innocence, not romantic love, but rather the purity of number 2's character. Having struggled at the bottom of society, number 3 never anticipated encountering someone so untainted, whose emotions and expressions are laid bare. When number 2 finds himself in peril, number 3 could easily have abandoned him. After all, it was number 2's recklessness that led to their predicament. Yet, considering number 2's innocence and the power behind him, number 3 resolves to take the gamble. The potential rewards of such a venture are alluring. Should he succeed, he would earn the gratitude of a noble, while failure would only cost him his life. In matters where risk aligns proportionately with reward, there exists no justification for inaction. Betting one's life has become second nature to him. To survive, one must wager their very existence. Fortunately, he has consistently emerged victorious. However, this time bears a difference. Though number 3 uses his armor to draw fire, risking his life to rescue number 2, and successfully gains his friendship, an unshakable sense of danger lingers in his mind. He cannot shake the feeling of being pursued, and despite altering their course multiple times and employing tactics to conceal their trail, he cannot elude their relentless follower. A seasoned veteran, Black Scale number 3 quickly deduces that their pursuer possesses spatial abilities. Such powers render it trivial for the pursuer to tail them. Their intent, evidently, is not to capture them, but rather to locate their concealed refuge. Understanding this intent, number 3 resolves against returning to the location of the temporal passage. A spatial ability user could easily obliterate the still-forming rift. Despite the immense energy expended and the utilization of their clan's sacred artifact in creating the temporal passage, its destruction is far simpler than its creation. A mere strike could render their hard work futile. Thus, number 3 must circle endlessly to buy time. Chapter 82. Discussed in this perilous scenario, Black Scale No. 3 demonstrates remarkable composure and decisiveness, opting for the most straightforward and effective strategy, circling to buy time. Though Black Scale number 2's head spins from the cost of his skills, he cannot overlook the obvious circling. Incessantly, he queries the reason behind this maneuver. While Black Scale number 3 does not conceal the truth from number 2, the incessant nagging begins to grate on his nerves, exacerbating his aversion to foolishness. He understands that every second counts in such a crisis. Even the slightest mistake or distraction could yield irreparable consequences. Thus, he resolves to take matters into his own hands. A swift, powerful strike renders number 2 unconscious, momentarily silencing the world around them. This action appears to be an act of retribution. Yet it is merely a strategic move by number 3. With the bothersome number 2 incapacitated, he continues to carry him in another direction, relying on his instincts honed through years of survival, convinced that this route offers a glimmer of hope. As for the fate of number 1, it no longer factors into number 3's considerations. Meanwhile, trailing behind them, Li Xing and the others notice the sudden change in direction and prepare to pursue. However, Li Xing calmly interjects. "Do not follow, they are not our targets. We must head directly to the location where Black Rose was injured." Though the group is puzzled, they ultimately heed Li Xing's words, obediently advancing towards the designated site. Soon, they arrive at the location where Black Rose was hurt, only to be met with a scene of devastation, strewn with debris. A few zombies, lured by the scent of human flesh, gnaw at the corpses nearby. Yet there are no signs of the spatial passage Black Rose had mentioned. Faced with this eerie silence, unease begins to creep into the minds of the group. Could we have come to the wrong place? Certainly, although doubts lingered in their hearts, not a single individual dared to speak out against Li Xing. The expressions of those present were all too clear to Li Xing, who was acutely aware of their thoughts. However, their opinions held little significance. They were merely a collection of inept individuals. Li Xing turned his gaze toward Old Master Zhang, who, despite being the overall commander of this operation, possessed a keen self-awareness. He understood the principle that expertise lies in specialization, and thus, he knew to rely on the insights of those skilled in spatial matters. Given the gravity of the situation, Old Master Zhang did not dare to delay even for a moment. Upon sensing Li Xing's gaze and carefully detecting the spatial fluctuations, he immediately provided an answer. Indeed, there were violent spatial disturbances present, but curiously, based on such fluctuations, the resulting rift should have been substantial, at least 4 meters by 4 meters in size. Yet, the area remained tranquil, suggesting that it was likely obscured by some peculiar force. Stroking his beard, Old Master Zhang spoke at a measured pace. Upon hearing his conclusion, the crowd lauded Li Xing's sagacity. Li Xing, however, remained indifferent. Energy surged within him as he activated his skills and unleashed a strike upon the seemingly serene landscape before him. With a thunderous boom that echoed across the sky, it felt as though even the air trembled. Lightning, infused with the essence of thunder, shot forth from Li Xing's hand, instantaneously enveloping the fragile remnants of the ruins ahead. The sheer force of energy stirred clouds of dust. Yet, as the deafening roar gradually subsided and the swirling dust began to dissipate, The scene that unfolded before everyone was nothing short of astounding. The ruins, which had endured a full-force strike from a Tier 3 practitioner, stood utterly intact, devoid of even the slightest crack or scorch mark, as if the tempest of thunder and lightning had never occurred. How is this possible? Someone muttered, their voice laced with confusion. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched in their eyes. Not to mention Tier 3 practitioners, even they, as Tier 2 practitioners, could effortlessly clear away the steel and concrete of the pre-apocalyptic world. What's more, how could someone of Li Xing's unique Tier 3 profession fail? Yet, reality insisted that the ruins before them were not what they seemed. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the thunderous roar erupted once more as Li Xing's thunderous net descended again, shrouding the ruins anew. Accompanying this was Li Xing's furious voice. Are you all just going to stand there in a daze? Hurry up and lend a hand. Are you just going to stand there idly? Upon hearing Li Xing's rebuke, over a dozen individuals, led by Zheng Weimin, seemed to awaken from a dream and hastily activated their skills to attack. In an instant, the air was saturated with a kaleidoscope of energy fluctuations. These energies intertwined with the crackling thunder, cascading toward the ruins. Under the relentless bombardment from Li Xing and the others, the scene of the ruins began to tremble, gradually becoming transparent, revealing the form of the spatial passageway. At the first sight of the spatial passageway, an unprecedented aversion surged in everyone's minds, as if someone had informed them that this was the embodiment of their adversary, urging them to obliterate it at any cost. This inexplicable sensation irked Li Xing, yet he harbored no illusions about the ominous aura emanating from the spatial passageway. Upon seeing it, he felt an instinctual danger. He sensed he could perish within its confines. Though Li Xing did not believe a mere spatial passage could be his demise, he resolved to eliminate the threat in the next moment. Energy surged within him as he activated all three of his skills, unhesitatingly calling forth the lightning into his body, pushing his physical prowess to its zenith, 200 points of raw strength, before unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the floating spatial passageway. 1 punch. 2 punches, 3 punches. In the span of 3 seconds, Li Xing transformed into an indefatigable war god, his fists flying like a tempest, so swift that only a blur could be perceived. Even he himself lost count of his strikes. Even as his hands bore the marks of excessive exertion, revealing faint outlines of bone, the mind of a third-tier professional has long been reinforced. These convoluted thoughts merely flicker through the mind of the first-tier individual, leading him to swiftly comprehend his course of action. Drawing forth his dagger, he augments it with enhancement items, activates his skills, and melds into the shadows, executing the entire sequence of actions seamlessly. Shadow Stealth, grade born of darkness. Immersed in darkness, it is an instinctive ability. Upon entering the shadowy realm, his movement speed is significantly heightened, during which he cannot employ other skills, and his next attack is bolstered by 50% in power. In the next instant, he appears directly before the spatial ability user, his blade slicing across the user's neck, the well-maintained weapon encountering no resistance in the hands of the first tier. Having successfully struck, Black Scale number 1 activates his skill once more, vanishing from sight. The elderly Zhang, a spatial practitioner, remains utterly unresponsive until his life-saving item, the substitute doll, disappears, at which point he realizes he has danced perilously close to the gates of death. Substitute doll, grade when faced with a lethal attack, it diverts the fatal blow to the doll, granting immunity to 1 fatal attack. Regaining his wits, Zhang has no time to ponder what has cost him his life. He abandons the charged spatial wave in his hands and instantly vanishes, retreating into the interstitial layers of space. Although Zhang is advanced in years, it does not imply he has grown weary of life. Rather, he values his existence greatly. Otherwise, he would not have expended considerable resources to acquire a life-preserving artifact. Zhang is merely an ordinary survivor in a post-apocalyptic world, unlike Black Scale number 2, who hails from nobility and casually carries an abundance of life-saving items. Possessing 1 life-saving artifact places him above 99% of humanity, leaving no room for a second. The events transpiring with Zhang have not gone unnoticed by Zheng Weimin and the others, inciting a wave of panic and a sense of shared despair. These individuals are far from foolish. They understand the implications of the swift demise of Zhang. It signifies that, apart from Li Xing, None can contend with this adversary. Chapter 84. Speculation. If Zheng Weimin can deduce this, it is only natural that Li Xing can as well. Ultimately, they share a roof. One cannot simply stand by in the face of danger. To honor Lin Yuan, and given that he cannot affect the spatial portal, it would be wise to assist these ineffectual individuals. Li Xing's method of aid is both straightforward and forceful. He constructs a cage of lightning for each of them. However, these cages are not merely supported by a few pillars of electricity, but are woven from countless fine strands of lightning, dancing and shimmering with a bluish-purple glow, forming an indomitable barrier while resembling nature's most exquisite artwork. This ensures that none within the cages can be harmed by others, as for the risk of accidental contact leading to electrocution. That is of no concern to Li Xing, although he has not contemplated this issue. One should not be foolish enough to place their hands on electricity, should they? Fortunately, Zheng Weimin, Chen Haoyu, Song Gongming, and the others are not imbeciles. Upon receiving protection, they promptly collapse to the ground in relief. Whether it is fear that has rendered them so is of no consequence to Li Xing. After addressing their safety concerns, Li Xing begins to devise a plan to deal with the hidden assassin. While these individuals are under his protection, it does not resolve the root of the problem. As long as the assassin remains inactive, he must continue to shield them, and maintaining these lightning cages is a considerable drain on Li Xing's stamina. It is illogical to allow the thief to act unimpeded, necessitating a strategy to draw him out. This may seem simple, yet executing it proves exceedingly arduous. The adversary is not a fool. This is a battleground of life and death, not a venue for martial contests. Who would be foolish enough to squander their advantages in favor of a one-on-one duel? An assassin poses the greatest threat in the shadows. Engaging directly means facing the combined assaults of himself and Zheng Weimin. Conversely, if he remains concealed, even Li Xing must be wary of the assassin's presence. Time ticks away, and as Li Xing maintains the lightning cages, his stamina dwindles rapidly. Even as the ominous spatial portal before him begins to open, he cannot convey to the elderly Zhang to dispatch these burdensome individuals. Zhang, hiding who knows where, remains perplexed as to how Li Xing has located him, yet upon receiving the communication, he dutifully adheres to Li Xing's command. His face adorned with a smile. Since Li Xing can transmit his voice to Zhang's ear, he can certainly direct the lightning to him. Although Zhang's instincts tell him that Li Xing cannot find him in his current state, years of ingrained caution prevent him from risking his frail body against the onslaught of electricity. In matters of safety, Zhang's mindset aligns remarkably with Lin Yuan's. Just as Zhang prepares to construct a spatial portal to facilitate the departure of these individuals, Black Scale Number 1 strikes once more. This time, Zhang is well prepared, swiftly cloaking himself in a layer of spatial energy. A remarkable scene unfolds. To the eyes of others, the dagger appears to be less than 10 centimeters from Zhang's neck. Yet to Black Scale Number 1, it seems as distant as the mountains. Meanwhile, Li Xing, having patiently awaited the moment, unhesitatingly gathers the lightning in his arm and delivers a powerful blow to the assassin. Black Scale Number 1 furrows his brow, realizing he cannot eliminate this spatial practitioner, but his objective of safeguarding the spatial portal has been achieved. Thus, he does not linger, activating his defensive skill to absorb Li Xing's ambush before vanishing into the shadows. The speed at which he melds into the darkness leaves Li Xing no time to strike a second blow. Black Scale Number 1's figure disappears from view once more, and Li Xing's failure is evident to Zheng Weimin and the others. Their trepidation palpable. Under immense pressure, some even begin to voice their grievances, blaming Li Xing for his ineptitude. Among them is Zhang Wei, a trusted confidant of Song Gongming. His closeness to Song Gongming is not solely due to his sister's connection to him. He possesses a fundamental ability to discern situations. However, when faced with the specter of death, even the calmest minds can falter. The reality is that death itself is not frightening. What terrifies is the anticipation of it. Such immense pressure can understandably drive a person to the brink of despair. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Upon hearing these words, the previously composed Song Gongming loses his composure. Swiftly approaching Zhang Wei, with a series of resounding slaps, he interrupts Zhang Wei's complaints. The chastised Zhang Wei realizes his error and, covering his face, gazes at his brother-in-law with gratitude. What a world it is, where one is struck yet feels thankful. Li Xing is well aware of these dynamics, yet remains indifferent. They are trivial comments, mere passing winds. The pressing concern lies with this elusive enemy. This encounter leaves Li Xing perplexed. Why does this adversary avoid targeting him? Despite their brief engagement, Li Xing senses that their physical capabilities are comparable. Had the assassin launched an unforeseen attack during their first encounter, he would have no confidence in his survival. Even if Li Xing managed to narrowly evade the strike, he likely would have been grievously wounded. In such a scenario, their side would be at a disadvantage. As for these lesser individuals, it is no exaggeration to say that without Li Xing, none among them could endure against this assassin. Following such a course, all would inevitably perish at his hands. Yet, this assassin refrains from such actions and instead targets a frail, elderly man, a choice that defies logic. Unless his initial intent was never to eliminate everyone but rather to specifically target Zhang. What is so special about Zhang? Is he not merely a spatial practitioner? As Li Xing gazes at the expansive spatial portal before him, a hypothesis begins to form. This assassin may be wary of Zhang potentially damaging the portal, which explains his relentless focus on the elderly man. Having discerned Black Scale No. 1's vulnerability, Li Xing devises a new plan, once more urging Zhang to employ his spatial abilities to lure the assassin into the open. Sure enough, the significant spatial disturbance prompts Black Scale No. 1 to act again. Elation fills Li Xing as he channels the power of lightning within him. Brilliant arcs of lightning coalesce at his fingertips, like a serpent emerging from its lair, swiftly and precisely sealing every inch of space surrounding Black Scale No. 1, leaving him no avenue of escape. Chapter 85. Countdown to Life. You are undoubtedly a formidable force. Why then do you persist in ambushing an elderly man? Instead of lurking in the shadows, why not face me openly? With the assassin ensnared, Li Xing seizes the opportunity to engage in verbal sparring, attempting to lower the adversary's defenses. Black Scale No. 1, however, ignores Li Xing, recognizing the futility of escape, and activates his skill, Black Scale Protection. Black Scale Protection, SS grade, summons the latent power from his ancestral bloodline. The black scales that shield every descendant, bestowing formidable defensive capabilities that reduce physical and magical damage by 50%. The Black Scale No. 1 initiated the Black Scale Protection, dark scales sprouted across his body, bestowing formidable defensive capabilities. Clad in this armor of black scales, No. 1 effortlessly traversed Li Xing's electric barrier, emerging virtually unscathed. Of course, this was swiftly followed by Li Xing's righteous iron fist, which landed squarely on the face of Black Scale No. 1 without delay. Just having evaded the electric net, Black Scale No. 1 was met with a punch that struck him squarely on the forehead, propelling him several meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. Thanks to the Black Scale Protection, No. 1 merely felt a slight daze and a buzzing in his head. However, Li Xing was never one to adhere to notions of chivalry. He had learned early on that when one is down, one must strike hard. Seizing the opportunity while Black Scale No. 1 was still disoriented, he unleashed a barrage of electrified punches upon every part of No. 1's body. In a defensive posture, Black Scale No. 1 could only guard his head with his arms to mitigate the onslaught of blows. Each punch landed with precision on his face, yet Li Xing remained unfazed, his eyes betraying not a hint of hesitation or compassion. As time passed, the black scales began to warp. Despite the formidable protection offered by the black scale, under the relentless assault of Li Xing's seemingly tear-inducing electric fists, even the seemingly indestructible scales began to show fine cracks. No. 1 was acutely aware of the wounds festering on his body, yet he found himself powerless, as the frenzied Li Xing granted him no respite. All of No. 1's abilities were thoroughly suppressed, leaving him with no room to maneuver. In such dire circumstances, escape was unattainable solely through his efforts, but he possessed a life-saving artifact. Thus, he decided to abandon his resistance, canceling the Black Scale Protection skill and ceasing to withstand Li Xing's offensive. Though Li Xing was unaware of the reason behind this sudden change, it did not deter him from delivering lethal strikes. Regardless of any schemes or ploys, death would render all moot. Given the disparity in physique between Li Xing and Black Scale No. 1, the latter stood no chance of survival without defense. One punch from Li Xing was sufficient to obliterate No. 1's skull. Indeed, this proved to be the case, as No. 1's head was crushed beyond recognition, lifeless and devoid of any semblance of vitality. Just as Li Xing believed the ordeal had concluded, Black Scale No. 1's body was enveloped by a mysterious force, restoring his once shattered form. Observing this phenomenon, Li Xing did not linger idly by. Instead, he seized the opportunity to unleash several bolts of lightning upon the mysterious energy. Although he understood that such life-saving artifacts typically possessed the capability to resurrect, existing under an impenetrable shield during this process, he firmly believed in the law of conservation of energy. The energy used for protection and that for healing must be fixed. Thus, if the protective energy were to be expended excessively, the healing energy would diminish correspondingly, and Li Xing would never pass up an opportunity to inflict harm upon his adversaries. Yet, his skills bore no fruit. Black Scale No. 1's body re-emerged in its original form. This was not due to any flaw in Li Xing's reasoning, but rather his inadequacy. The disruption he caused to the life-saving artifact was negligible. Unbeknownst to him, he attributed the failure to a miscalculation. But he dismissed it from his mind. After all, it was merely a side endeavor. Should success arise, it would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. When Black Scale No. 1 opened his eyes once more, he had returned to his optimal state. Gazing upon the revitalized figure of Black Scale No. 1, Li Xing recognized that he now faced a formidable opponent, and a fierce battle was inevitable. However, Li Xing had never intended to engage Black Scale No. 1 in a one-on-one confrontation. He was well aware of No. 1's vulnerabilities, and he had no intention of overlooking them. "Old Zhang, are you ready?" Li Xing called out loudly, deliberately ensuring that Black Scale No. 1 heard him clearly. "I've been prepared for quite some time." Old Zhang replied with equal fervor, then unhesitatingly summoned spatial power to assault the spatial gate. Upon witnessing this, Black Scale No. 1 was genuinely enraged. He lunged forward in a shadowy stealth maneuver, aiming a strike at Old Zhang. Yet, Old Zhang, left with no choice, evaded the attack, interrupting his assault on the spatial gate. Simultaneously, Li Xing's iron fist struck once more against Black Scale No. 1's face, regaining the upper hand in the fray. Before Black Scale No. 1 could regain his composure, Old Zhang, now safely distanced, activated his spatial skill again. In response, Black Scale No. 1 was compelled to counter Li Xing's iron fist once more. Utilizing shadow stealth to disrupt Old Zhang's skill yet again, at the cost of losing another life-saving talisman. This cyclical exchange continued, and Black Scale No. 1 realized that if things persisted in this manner, his demise was inevitable. Very well, splendid indeed. Such actions truly open my eyes. Dare you reveal your name? Black Scale No. 1 spoke through clenched teeth, feeling the weight of frustration. He had never fought such a constrained battle throughout his life. "I am Li Xing, and I have not changed my name," Li Xing replied calmly. "You, such as yourself, deserve to know my name. I am Zhao Yang of the royal family of the Black Scale clan." Zhao Yang's tone began to shift to one of calm acceptance, as if he had reconciled with his impending fate. Yet, this only heightened Li Xing's sense of danger. An adversary engaged in a life-and-death struggle would hardly take the time for such formalities. Did he think this was merely child's play? Nevertheless, Zhao Yang continued, "I never anticipated that one day I would meet my end at the hands of someone like you." Life Countdown. Life Countdown, SSS grade upon activation. This skill absorbs the host's entire energy, including soul, lifespan, and flesh, converting all lifespan into a permanently enhanced physique at a ratio of 1 year per point. Once activated, this skill cannot be interrupted until the end of life. As this irresistible force was fully unleashed, Li Xing felt as if his body was being severed by invisible blades, each flicker of light accompanied by the draining of his life force. Life-saving artifacts, which had once rescued him from peril countless times, now seemed feeble against this power, crumbling like paper into nothingness. Despair and resentment filled Li Xing's heart. He attempted to struggle, but his body felt bound by intangible chains, rendering him immobile. His vision began to blur, and the ticking sound of his life countdown echoed in his ears, each second stretching into eternity. The life countdown was not solely a countdown for Black Scale No. 1, but equally for the life of his adversary. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield's dynamics shifted drastically. With the activation of Black Scale No. 1's life countdown skill, the disparity in their physical prowess rendered Li Xing utterly defenseless. The specific length of Black Scale No. 1's lifespan became inconsequential. What mattered was the immense power concentrated in that final moment, an intensity Li Xing could not contend with. At this juncture, Li Xing no longer hoped to slay Black Scale No. 1. Instead, he prayed to endure just a few more seconds at his hands. Although he was unaware of the precise effects of Black Scale No. 1 skills, he recognized that such a potent enhancement must have come at a monumental cost. And such a skill could not be sustained for long. His objective was to outlast his opponent. It was evident that perhaps provoked by Li Xing's previous underhanded tactics, Black Scale No. 1 was determined to ensure Li Xing did not survive. With his fists imbued with gambling with one's life was nothing new to him. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, this time fortune favored Li Xing, as he concentrated his will. The power within him resonated with the thunder, surging forth like a tempest, as if countless thunder dragons were writhing within his veins. A resounding roar echoed across the heavens, and his skin began to shimmer with a faint blue glow, ultimately transforming into a blinding radiance, fully merging with the essence of lightning. He had attained elementalization. In this elemental state, Li Xing clenched his fists and felt an unprecedented sense of freedom and strength. He believed he could obliterate a kindergarten with a single punch, and frankly, an old folks' home would be a mere afterthought. Yet, this inflated sense of power was short-lived, not due to his composure in the face of such sudden strength, but because Black Scale No. 1's iron fist yanked him back to harsh reality. How could he still strike me when I have achieved elementalization? Li Xing was incredulous, yet the tangible sensation compelled him to accept the truth of his predicament. This defied the laws of science. In response to Li Xing's bewilderment, Black Scale No. 1, though aware of his confusion, merely chuckled coldly, increasing the pressure of his grip. He was no fool to enlighten his enemies on the battlefield. Against the current foe, Wu Qihai, Black Scale No. 1 was consumed by an insatiable bloodlust. He understood well what elementalization entailed and recognized the genius of Li Xing, who grasped such capabilities at the third level. In the Black Scale world, even a slave of such talent would be nurtured to their fullest potential, for each one was a seed of greatness, a foundation for their race. But this was not his world. Li Xing must perish. The hero of one was the enemy of another. While the Black Scale world lacked a direct equivalent, it harbored a similar adage. Such truths hold universally. However, Black Scale No. 1 realized that he would have no opportunity to eliminate Li Xing. The enhancements from the countdown to his demise were about to fade. As one who had comprehended elementalization, he was acutely aware of its potency, which granted an 80 damage reduction against non-elemental beings. As Li Xing completed his transformation, Black Scale No. 1, who was only capable of utilizing elementalization at the 5th level, knew he was doomed. Yet, he did not surrender entirely. He deftly marked Li Xing with the unique tracking insignia from the Black Scale world, a mark embedded within the soul that would not be erased unless the marked individual was utterly destroyed. The marked would face relentless pursuit from the Black Scale clan, unyielding until their lineage met its end. Yet, he had more pressing matters at hand. In his final moments, Black Scale No. 1 grew increasingly reckless, employing various spells at the cost of his life, his countdown having elevated his physical prowess to over the 4th level, allowing him to cast many spells without concern. Of course, these spells were not aimed at Li Xing but rather at the spatial practitioners, for Black Scale No. 1 had long known they were the greatest hindrance to his clan. I have found you. Under yet another reckless sensing spell, a brief spatial disturbance caught Black Scale No. 1's attention. Upon confirming the location of the spatial practitioner, the rest was simple, as Li Xing perceived. Black Scale No. 1 had never believed that killing a second-level practitioner would pose any difficulty. Chapter 87. You are indeed easy to find. Upon determining the whereabouts of Old Master Zhang, Black Scale No. 1 wasted no time in hurling Li Xing away, then swiftly seizing Old Master Zhang, who was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Without his life-preserving artifacts, Old Master Zhang was merely an ordinary spatial practitioner. His sole spatial ability rendered ineffective under Black Scale No. 1's secret techniques, and facing a substantial disparity in physical prowess, he perished without pain. Although Li Xing guessed Black Scale No. 1's intentions, he could do nothing to intervene and could only watch helplessly as Old Master Zhang was crushed into blood mist. Yet, Li Xing felt neither the anger he had anticipated nor the urge to pursue Black Scale No. 1 in revenge. Seizing the fleeting moment, he silently turned away, harboring no thoughts of avenging Old Master Zhang. His initial engagement with Black Scale No. 1 had been due to his advantageous position, but as Black Scale No. 1 unleashed his full potential, Li Xing found himself on the receiving end of punishment. Unable to devise an escape, Although elementalization allowed him to survive in Black Scale Number One's grasp, it did not grant him the ability to retaliate. He had merely transformed from a mere punching bag into a more resilient one. Was enduring such a beating truly enjoyable? Moreover, Old Master Zhang's own decision to remain hidden within the spatial layers had ultimately led to his demise at the hands of Zhao Yang. Li Xing believed this had nothing to do with him. It was purely a case of Old Master Zhang's own folly. Long before Li Xing had trapped Zhao Yang, he had withdrawn the protective barrier around them, allowing Jing Weimin and the others to realize their inability to assist and slip away. Furthermore, given Black Scale Number One's current state, it was only a matter of time before Zhao Yang fell into weakness. Why should he risk his life when a straightforward victory was attainable? A struggle must be justified. Why engage in endeavors devoid of certainty or benefits? Black Scale Number One, having slain the spatial practitioner, had utterly exhausted his final reserves of strength. Thus, while he sensed Li Xing's departure, he could only pretend not to notice. Li Xing's escape was swift, and in the blink of an eye, he had exited Black Scale No. One's range of perception. Soon, the land, ravaged by the battle between two near fourth-level practitioners, was left with only the barely surviving Zhao Yang. In these final moments, Zhao Yang glanced at the spatial portal behind him, a wistful expression crossing his face as he seemed to recall some joyful memory, then smiled brightly. Whether it was for his ideals or a longing for his homeland, it remained unclear. When Li Xing returned, he found Zhao Yang kneeling before the spatial door, a smile still gracing his features. Li Xing was unaware that this was a custom of the Black Scale world, where kneeling on one knee symbolized homage to one's homeland, as ancestors welcomed wayward travelers back home. Yet, this did not prevent Li Xing from expressing respect for this adversary of a foreign race. One who was willing to sacrifice their life for something beyond existence deserved admiration. However, respect aside, the necessary steps could not be overlooked. Drawing the standard long knife he had purchased from the Hall of Practitioners, he skillfully pierced Zhao Yang's chest, beginning to search for his corpse crystal. Speaking of weaponry, Li Xing was not particularly adept with arms. His skills did not align with weaponry. The sole reason he had acquired the standard long knife was for the convenience of dissecting corpses. The continually enhancing physical attributes of practitioners were not merely ornamental. Blades below the third level could not cut through a third-level corpse. The so-called corpse crystal was the core within the body, present upon the death of every life. However, this was not a game world where crystals would automatically drop upon death. One had to personally seek them out. Strangely, despite thoroughly searching Zhao Yang's chest, Li Xing found nothing. After rummaging through the body to the point of nearly reducing Zhao Yang to mincemeat, he resigned himself to misfortune. Nevertheless, unwilling to leave empty-handed, he removed the spatial ring from Zhao Yang's hand and pocketed it. The once bulky spatial ring conformed to the size of Li Xing's finger upon being placed on it, but when he probed its interior with his consciousness, a mysterious force repelled him. Clearly, this spatial ring was bound by a restriction. However, Li Xing chose not to discard it, but continued to wear it. He recalled that the Hall of Practitioners possessed items capable of unbinding spatial rings, albeit at a steep price. After accounting for his spoils, Li Xing realized he had incurred significant losses and needed to find a way to compensate. Having finished gathering his loot, Li Xing cast a glance at the massive spatial door before turning away without wasting time on the colossal structure. The evidence had already shown that he could not destroy the spatial door. Perhaps old Master Zhang could have, but he was dead, rendering any further discussions moot. Sensing the information from his lightning mark, Li Xing transformed into lightning and sped forth, targeting Black Scale Numbers 2 and 3. At that moment, Number 3 had also sensed the cessation of the immense battle fluctuations near the spatial door. An unease swelling within him, prompting a desire to relocate. However, while sipping a healing potion to alleviate his pain, Black Scale Number 2 impatiently remarked, "Do not be so dramatic, fret not, for I have set up alarms here. Should any enemies approach, they will undoubtedly alert us." Hearing Black Scale Number 2's words, Black Scale Number 3, who had been hesitating, immediately pulled Number 2 along to flee. There was no other reason. In battle, it was best to heed the words of the wealthy young master. Black Scale Number 2, being dragged away, expressed his dissatisfaction, complaining, "What is the meaning of this? I told you this place is perfectly safe. There is no need for such alarm," as Black Scale Number 3 hurriedly fled. He did not stop, and as Number 2 opened his mouth, he delivered a swift chop intended to knock him out. Unexpectedly, Black Scale number 2 sidestepped the attack, seizing Black Scale number 3's arm instead. Huh? You think you can trick me with the same old trick? Not a chance. I, Black Scale number 2, am no fool to stumble into the same trap twice. As he spoke, a triumphant grin curled at the corners of Black Scale number 2's mouth, clearly pleased with his maneuver. Yet, rather than offering the praise he desired, number 3 abruptly halted, and the surrounding air fell into an eerie silence, rendering number 2's voice jarringly out of place. This sudden stillness snapped number 2, who had been basking in self-satisfaction, into alertness. This moment, brimming with self-satisfaction, he discerned that something was amiss. Swiftly, he suppressed the triumphant expression on his face, vigilantly scanning his surroundings while activating all his senses in an attempt to catch even the faintest whiff of abnormality or sound. Yet he found nothing. Just as the second individual began to mutter to himself, convinced that the third was merely posturing, he was about to jest when the deep, resolute voice of the third echoed in his ear like thunder. He is coming. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, and before the second could react, a distant yet slightly mocking voice reverberated from all directions. You truly make it easy for me to find you. Chapter 88. The creation of machines. Under the watchful eyes of the black-scaled second and third individuals, Li Xing gradually materialized before them. Without any form of communication, the two exchanged a single glance. And then, in perfect synchrony, they launched an attack on Li Xing, who stood steadfastly in place. Li Xing appeared momentarily stunned, leisurely drawing forth the long knife he had used for dissection, a smile that could only be described as villainous spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, you had better hold out a bit longer. Otherwise, I shall be most displeased." Such arrogance stemmed from genuine prowess. In the face of their assault, Li Xing's long knife quivered, effortlessly disarming the weapon held by the third. Then he sidestepped to avoid the punch from the right and delivered a kick that sent the second flying. Li Xing's ability to perform these feats was not merely due to extensive combat experience, but rather his innate strength. He had never considered these two fleeing individuals to be anything less than formidable. Armed with a wealth of knowledge and medical authority, he entered the fray at his peak condition. Aside from the considerable energy depletion from the lightning coursing through him, his first skill had been active throughout, and with the acquisition of the Thunder Heart at level 3, the resource expenditure of his first skill was nearly negligible. Now, with Li Xing's mastery, he could utilize his first skill solely for the enhancement of his physique, devoid of any additional effects, and coupled with the damage increase from the Thunder Heart, his regular attacks could reach nearly 200 points. Meanwhile, the black-scaled second and third were merely at the nascent stage of level 3, and even with their physique-enhancing skills, they were still nearly half as powerful as Li Xing. Thus, through a simple exchange, the second and third quickly recognized the vast disparity between them. Without a word, the third activated his life-saving skill, Duel Arena. Duel Arena, SS rank, choose an enemy unit, disregarding physical disparities, and enter an unknown space to duel. If either party dies or the host voluntarily dissolves the battlefield, no one may enter or exit the unknown space, and units within the duel space will be suppressed, with the suppression effect determined by the disparity in physique, capable of reaching a maximum of 50%. However, the target chosen by the black-scaled third was not Li Xing, as one might expect, but rather the black-scaled second beside him, a sudden turn of events that caught Li Xing off guard. The skill was executed rapidly, and at that moment, Li Xing was unable to react in time. By the time he realized that the third's target was not him, it was too late to intervene. Yet Li Xing merely narrowed his eyes slightly, choosing not to retreat, but instead finding a shaded area nearby, patiently awaiting their emergence. The unknown skill and its novel application were unexpected to Li Xing. However, the fundamentals remained unchanged. He did not sense any spatial fluctuations, which indicated they had not departed but had instead entered a special locale via their skill. Such a skill would undoubtedly incur considerable energy expenditure. And Li Xing wondered how long a level 3 practitioner could sustain it. He knew only those who had entered the special space would be aware of its duration. Nonetheless, for the sake of their energy crystals, Li Xing was willing to wait patiently. The autumn heat persisted, and after a full half-hour, just as Li Xing's patience was waning, the space around him distorted, and the black-scaled second and third reappeared before him. The look of boredom etched on Li Xing's face transformed into one of keen interest upon their arrival. Indeed, you are not mistaken. There were 3 of them. Alongside the second and third was a robot standing approximately 2 meters tall. This was the new creation that the second and third had concocted in the duel arena. The entire robot had been constructed under the modifications of the black-scaled second, and such rapid development of a robot would not have been possible without the aid of skills. Mechanical modification, SS rank. This highly specialized ability allows the user to perform profound modifications and upgrades on machines, devices, and even biological entities, merging advanced technology with magical principles to create entirely new machinery. There is no limit to the modification. The skill ceiling is contingent upon the user's knowledge. This skill was the reason the black-scaled second triumphed over the third, as the latter was delayed by the former's contraptions during their contest, affording the second the opportunity to make his modifications, thus narrowly securing victory. Now, the towering 2-meter robot radiated a metallic sheen under the sunlight. The cold metallic texture imposed a slight pressure on Li Xing. Yet it was merely that pressure. If this is your ultimate trump card, then you might as well prepare your last words, Li Xing remarked coldly. In response, 2 disdainful snorts echoed back. Humph, let me show you just how formidable I am. It seemed that the presence of the robot bolstered the black-scaled second's confidence, and his tone hardened as he spoke. With his command, the robot instantly transformed into a giant over 10 meters tall. Its massive form casting a shadow that enveloped Li Xing. As the size increased, inexplicably, the giant's strength escalated from the initial stage of level 3 to the pinnacle of level 3. Often, size equates to strength, and in this moment, it manifested as reality. Faced with the colossal robot, Li Xing did not wish to directly confront its might. Instead, he sought to evade the giant's attacks by leveraging his speed advantage. However, to his surprise, the giant not only possessed immense strength but also exhibited considerable speed. The moment Li Xing attempted to dodge, the robot swiftly altered its trajectory, its attack hot on his heels. Thus, Li Xing had no choice but to begin evading. Being struck by the power of a pinnacle level 3 entity would undoubtedly inflict injury. Just when the black-scaled second believed his robot had gained the upper hand, the third stealthily pulled him away. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see I've gained the advantage? I will soon dispose of him, the second retorted impatiently. Do you truly believe you are in control? Look closely. While your creation is pursuing him, he bears no marks of injury, yet your robot is already riddled with wounds. If it were you in its place, such injuries would have surely been fatal. The black-scaled third admonished, his tone filled with concern. If we do not leave now, it may soon be too late. The third's words were heartfelt, and the situation on the battlefield indeed unfolded as he had predicted. Confronted with the urgency of reality, the black-scaled second ultimately set aside his stubbornness and pride, recognizing that preserving his life was paramount. Quickly, he set the robot to automatic defense and attack mode. And together with the third, they resolutely turned to flee the perilous zone. Meanwhile, Li Xing appeared to be preoccupied with other matters, seemingly oblivious to their retreat. However, fate seemed disinclined to allow them to escape so easily. Just a few steps into their flight, a deafening explosion erupted beneath their feet as they triggered a bomb laid by Li Xing, resulting in their immediate demise. Chapter 89. The spoils of battle. Long before the second and third had entered the space, Li Xing had been waiting, but he was not idle. The trap he had set to pass the time had indeed proven useful. Of course, as an elite in this world, he possessed a few life-saving devices. And even the impoverished third had a couple on him, let alone the exceedingly wealthy second. The life-saving tools on their persons automatically activated upon sensing a lethal attack, shielding them from harm. However, during this brief interlude, Li Xing seized the opportunity to conjure a lightning giant, fashioned to be roughly the same size as the now enlarged robot. The lightning giant skill had returned for a limited time. Compared to the previous iteration, this lightning giant was remarkably anthropomorphized, appearing almost lifelike. Inspired by the opposing robot, he had even incorporated some basic combat logic into its design. This was not to say that Li Xing had created an AI brain from thin air. Rather, he had merely added simple attack patterns, such as punching and kicking. In any case, the lightning giant possessed a tough exterior and was impervious to pain. Even if struck, it would not be a significant issue. However, executing even these basic attack maneuvers was an impossible feat for such a crude creation, leading to the giant's eyes appearing somewhat vacant and dull-witted. Thus, Li Xing needed to maintain a portion of his focus to control the giant's movements. Naturally, the black-scaled second and third were unaware of the intricacies involved. From their perspective, in merely a few seconds, a lightning giant had materialized, immediately engaging in combat with the 10-meter robot. What terrified them further was Li Xing's formidable comprehension abilities. This lightning giant was evidently a knockoff of the robot crafted by the second. The most outrageous aspect was that this counterfeit was overpowering the original. They could not help but lament what sort of devilish genius they had encountered. While they marveled internally, their feet did not slow in their desperate flight. The emergence of two giants was not merely for show, and they soon clashed violently. Neither giant was a living entity. Thus their combat was exceedingly brutal, relying solely on the most primal form of fighting, hand-to-hand combat. Each blow exchanged between them produced a thunderous cacophony. In terms of overall form, the Thunder Giant undoubtedly stands superior. The reason is quite simple. It is well known that metals conduct electricity. Although the robot has undergone skill modifications by number 2, rendering its metallic composition indistinguishable, as long as it remains a metal, every strike from the Thunder Giant equates to a full-body massage. Over time, this inevitably leads to a disadvantage. However, this has little to do with Li Xing, who is now focused solely on eliminating the two otherworldly creatures before him, whose origins remain a mystery. Faced with the terrifying presence of Li Xing, the two lack the courage to continue fighting and are only eager to escape. They have encountered geniuses before, having once been considered prodigies themselves. Yet they never anticipated that a child of fortune amidst the cataclysm could be so abnormally powerful. Who on earth can replicate another's skills directly, or even innovate new ones on the spot? This is true genius. What does that make us, mere refuse? It is worth noting that this is a profession under the supreme system, where even a simple skill embodies countless profound truths, let alone those rated at S level. This is more outrageous than a primary school student proving the Millennium Prize problems in mathematics without having completed their education. Although they understand that the so-called giant and the supreme skills are not really comparable, it is evident that the realms of the Supreme and Li Xing are not on the same level. Unbeknownst to them, as Li Xing pursues them, he is oblivious to their flattery. He perceives their stubbornness as they face imminent death, unwilling to aid his growth. All he desires is to progress. What fault lies within him? Why must they complicate matters and not meet their end with grace? Li let out a sigh, his impatience growing. Seizing the moment before number 3's life-saving artifact is activated, Li Xing unleashed another powerful bolt of lightning upon them. As the lightning struck, number 3 cried out in agony, and seeing another bolt approaching, he hastily activated his own life-saving device by striking his chest. Number 2, too, was reluctant to act this way. Having already shared half of his limited life-saving artifacts with number 3, he was left with a paltry 50, hardly enough to disdain anyone. Despite knowing the scarcity of these devices, who could blame him when Li Xing so brazenly disregards martial ethics? What harm was there in simply enduring a lightning strike? Why must he add spines to the mix? Does he not realize how painful that is? From childhood to adulthood, number 2 has led a sheltered life, incapable of withstanding such torment, and could only activate his life-saving artifact to mitigate the damage he incurred. Yet, Li Xing, ever the benevolent pursuer, had no intention of letting him go. After all, this fortunate individual possessed numerous life-saving artifacts, inciting further envy in the already impoverished Li Xing naturally, had number 2 not possessed such an abundance of life-saving devices. Li Xing would have hastened their demise, for who could resist the opportunity to grow stronger? The evolution of the zombies had already slowed significantly. Achieving level 2 was challenging enough, severely hindering Li Xing's progress. To become stronger, he needed to gradually accumulate low-level corpse crystals and exchange them for level 3 energy crystals at the profession hall. Now, with 2 gleaming level 3 energy crystals before him, how could Li Xing possibly let them slip away? In fact, there existed another method to acquire corpse crystals, but that approach contradicted Li Xing's values, so he steadfastly adhered to slaying zombies to grow stronger. With Li Xing's charitable assistance, the consumption of the two's life-saving devices accelerated rapidly. Soon, they found themselves able to rest without fear of further interruption, and as a gesture of gratitude, the Black Scale Clan generously rewarded Li Xing with 2 level 3 corpse crystals. Upon receiving the crystals, Li Xing quickly sought out the nearby profession hall to exchange them for absorbable energy crystals, which he then directly absorbed. Li Xing had never been one to hoard energy crystals. The rationale was simple: only absorbed energy crystals truly belong to you. if left unattended. Who knew when you might become someone else's energy crystal? After absorbing the energy crystals, Li Xing's physique reached a remarkable 100 points, placing him among the strongest individuals on Blue Starred. At that moment, however, a tremendous sound emanated from the direction of the spatial gate. After much turmoil, the time-space passage finally opened, signifying that the invasion of the black-scale world had entered a new phase. Chapter 90. World Invasion and Qin Su's situation within the Nameless Ruins base. As the gates of the time-space passage swung open, a grand, emotionless voice resonated throughout Z City. Ding, world intersection detected. The world battlefield has been initiated. Ding, due to your world's state of disaster protection being invaded, to ensure the operation of the World Covenant, the Supreme has restricted the invading world. This incursion is limited to entities of level 3 or lower. Ding, a significant disparity in strength has been detected. The battlefield mode has been altered to the World Offense and Defense mode. Ding, World Offense and Defense mode. Each side will select a specified number of individuals to defend and attack at designated locations. The first side to be entirely eliminated will face penalties, while the victors will receive rewards from both the World Consciousness and the Supreme. Ding, the battlefield for the Blue Star world has been confirmed. Awaiting confirmation from the opposing side. Ding, given that the consciousness of the Blue Star world has awakened, you have received a boost from the World Consciousness. Ding, Blue Star World Consciousness Boost. The consciousness of the Blue Star world grants your side's practitioners a combat power enhancement, during which defense, attack, and healing effects are all amplified. An incessant, bothersome sound reverberated through every living being in Z City, accompanied by an ominous black veil that enveloped the entire city. Strangely, despite the darkness, the sunlight continued to shine through unimpeded. Had it not been for the immense radiance emanating from the veil, the populace might not have even noticed the colossal dome appearing in the sky. People were struck speechless by the overwhelming information contained in the sudden announcement, their faces reflecting sheer bewilderment. Just as Li Xing finished absorbing the energy crystals, the voice halted his actions, prompting him to quietly contemplate the implications of the alert. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming as if he had found clarity in his thoughts. Unfortunately, Li Xing was never one to be regarded as a sage. He was merely a cautious individual seeking to survive. One could label him a despicable scoundrel, yet he wouldn't scheme behind your back. Instead, he would cheerfully applaud and openly send you on your way. Should you commend him for his brilliance, he would regard you with utmost caution, for he knew that fortunes do not fall from the sky, and the weasel visiting the hen is never well-intentioned, much like his long-lost comrade, Qin Su, who had suddenly reappeared after years of silence, harboring ulterior motives that forced Li Xing to take preemptive action. After a moment of silence, Li Xing strode towards the edges of the dark veil. As for Qin Su, far to the north in City S, he was enjoying a peaceful existence. When the portal to the other world opened, he was blissfully immersed in affection with his beloved goddess. Bai Jing had once been the beacon of hope for Qin Su during his darkest times, but tragically, she was ultimately forced to her demise by a powerful figure, her body desecrated. Upon learning of her death, Qin Su was consumed by sorrow, wishing he could die alongside her. However, thoughts of vengeance against her murderer ignited a fierce determination to live. He vowed to avenge Bai Jing. Yet tragically, he never succeeded in doing so before his own demise. This deep connection between them fueled Qin Su's desire to see Bai Jing once again after his rebirth as a special practitioner. The first person he longed to reunite with was, of course, his sworn brother. Li Xing. A sudden betrayal served as a wake-up call, tempering his arrogance and allowing him to transform entirely. This debt of gratitude could not go unacknowledged. Being grateful was fundamental to Qin Su's character. Coincidentally, Bai Jing also resided in the same city. During one of his missions to eliminate zombies, Qin Su encountered Bai Jing, a serendipitous reunion that left him overjoyed and utterly captivated. It might seem implausible, but perhaps it was the heavens' favor that allowed their paths to cross again. This time, he would never let her go. He promised never to allow her to suffer again. With a look of profound affection, Qin Su gazed into her deep, dark eyes, overflowing with unwavering love, evoking immense empathy in those who beheld them. Perhaps it was the remnants of their past relationship, or perhaps they were truly destined for one another. In the face of such heartfelt declarations, Bai Jing, vulnerable and seeking refuge, lowered her defenses and embraced Qin Su tightly. From there, the progression of their relationship became seamless, as if it were destined to flow naturally. Of course, reborn, Qin Su's heart was not solely occupied with romantic affection. He harbored ambitions for the vast expanse of blue star. Any man worth his salt knows that to the end, a man's thoughts are often consumed by the desire for unification. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, the dangers between cities were manifold, with various plants, animals, and insects evolving, particularly the countless insect species. While their physical evolution remained limited, their sheer numbers posed a grave threat in the face of such overwhelming numbers. Even practitioners could fall victim to carelessness. Thus, the dream of global unification, of standardizing language and culture, was nigh impossible. Nevertheless, conquering a mere city would be a trivial matter for a practitioner of SSS rank in combat. Within a mere 20 days since the onset of the apocalypse, only Qin Su's voice echoed through the streets of City S. Unlike Lin Yuan's rule, Qin Su single-handedly upheld the entire base. And with his formidable strength, everything appeared to be in meticulous order for a time. Just as the spatial passage was about to open, Qin Su and Bai Jing were engaged in their favorite activities. After a passionate encounter, Qin Su began to worry about Li Xing's safety. In01 understood Li Xing's situation better than Qin Su. After all, in their previous life, they were as close as brothers, sharing an unspoken bond. Naturally, he was aware of the catastrophe that struck City Z, as Li Xing had mentioned being the sole survivor of that calamity. Although Li Xing did not disclose the nature of the disaster, he was a kind-hearted individual in his previous life, certainly not one to stand idly by while others perished. The thought of annihilating the entire population of City Z before Li Xing's eyes was daunting, especially considering Li Xing's slightly diminished strength in this lifetime without his previous involvement. Nevertheless, he remained one of humanity's pillars. At this stage, the only force capable of driving Li Xing into wandering was none other than the greatest enemy of Blue Star, the alien races. Qin Su's thoughts surged within his mind, and he shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel those unrealistic worries. What was he thinking? Why was he so overly concerned? To worry that Li Xing, with his assistance, might fall victim to the aliens was absurd. The current Li Xing was undoubtedly stronger than ever. Li Xing could only perish at his hands. The enmity between them had to be resolved personally. Our story must ultimately reach a conclusion, Qin Su silently vowed, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. At that moment, Qin Su's aura could no longer be concealed. He had reached the pinnacle of level 3. Chapter 91. You wouldn't want your master's legacy to vanish, would you? Far to the south, City Z remained oblivious to the fact that its dear brother awaited silently, in Li Xing's perspective. Qin Su had long since perished at his hands. How could a dead man still concern himself with the living? At this moment, after a period of rapid travel, Li Xing arrived at the edge of the looming darkness. Facing the gossamer black veil, he raised his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning as a test. The lightning erupted from Li Xing's palm, striking the black curtain in an instant. Yet, as swift and potent as it was, the bolt met the curtain without inciting even the slightest ripple, vanishing like a drop of water merging into the ocean. After the strike, Li Xing squinted, his mind calculating. The strength of this black veil far exceeded his capabilities. It was likely as impenetrable as the solid spatial gate, beyond his capacity to destroy. Regrettably, his plans to escape City Z were thwarted. Surely no one believed that Li Xing intended to breach the black curtain, did they? Upon receiving the alert, Li Xing's first impulse was to flee. Faced with the bewildering world war and the so-called supreme beings and the consciousness of Blue Star, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He had no desire to become embroiled in a trivial world war. The dangers of a conflict between two realms far surpassed those of the previous 2 zombie outbreaks. It was not that Li Xing was cowardly. Rather, he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the world. As a modern individual, he was acutely aware of the military capabilities of major powers. Even if he were to be placed in a historical context, he would not dare to oppose an entire nation alone, fully cognizant of humanity's insignificance against the might of modern weaponry. With his constitution, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single missile strike. This was not to say that the occupational skill system was inferior to modern technology. It was merely that Li Xing had insufficient time to develop. Those familiar with gaming know that even the mightiest characters require time to grow. However, this did not imply that Li Xing was powerless against the threat of missiles. While he might not endure the damage from such weaponry, it did not mean he could not eliminate those who launched them. Weapons like missiles had only been invented by humanity a few hundred years ago. Surely the opposing world possessed similar armaments. If they could traverse realms to launch an assault, their power could not be underestimated. Even with the assistance of the so-called Supreme Beings and Blue Star's consciousness, Li Xing did not believe that he and Lin Yuan, both level 3 practitioners, could withstand a world war, even if it was merely a localized conflict. Thus, Li Xing concluded that the best course of action was to depart from City Z as soon as possible, for the system's alert did not state that leaving the city was prohibited. Holding on to this glimmer of hope, Li Xing attempted to breach the black veil. Yet, how could such an oversight be so conspicuous? At present, the indestructible black radiance had undoubtedly shattered Li Xing's illusions. How foolish of him to think that a specific alert was necessary. The moment the alert sounded, the black curtain enveloping the city had already sealed that loophole. Realizing this, Li Xing turned away, hastily making his way toward Dawn City. He now found himself with no retreat. If he wished to survive, he must stand alongside Lin Yuan and the others. War was never a solitary endeavor. Facing a well-organized enemy alone was a notion confined to tales of heroism. No one could survive amidst the tactics of mass engagement, even if Li Xing attributed his power solely to himself. How many foes could he truly vanquish? Thus, he needed allies to share the burden. After all, this war was not solely Li Xing's. It encompassed all the inhabitants of City Z. As Li Xing made his way back to Dawn City, the retreating Zheng Weimin and Song Gongming had already returned, informing Lin Yuan of everything that had transpired. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yuan was no longer preoccupied with refining the land. Hearing their accounts, combined with the alerts in his mind, he had come to understand what was at stake and what it signified: an invasion from another world. He immediately commanded everyone to gather in Dawn City. Knowing that if City Z were to become a battlefield, not a single person could perish. Each loss would diminish Blue Star's consciousness and its benefits. Although the crowd was puzzled by Lin Yuan's orders, they executed them with utmost seriousness, as he had firmly established his absolute authority within the base over the past few days. Under Lin Yuan's uncompromising orders, the execution power of the practitioners surged. Zheng Weimin, Song Gongming, Chen Haoyu, and Black Rose each led a team to consolidate humanity from 4 directions. Initially, some resisted their actions, but the practitioners of Dawn City wasted no time in eliminating anyone who dared to voice dissent. Before embarking, the 4 leaders had made it clear that unconventional means could be employed. The city lords sought results, not the methods used. Witnessing such brutality, no one dared to oppose. The crowd quickly transformed into obedient subjects. Herded into Dawn City, thanks to the practitioners' violent tactics, within half a day, the vast majority of City Z's population had converged within Dawn City. From the sky, a sea of heads could be seen crowding the city. Has the population data been compiled? How many are left in the city now? Lin Yuan inquired. Wiping away non-existent cold as though the memories of inheritance do not specify the precise cause of the otherworldly invasion, they clearly document that the world of the Egg Clan was ultimately annihilated by this incursion. These creatures, covered in scales as dark as the deepest ink of the night, exude a chilling luminescence. Their ferocity is matched only by their apparent lack of emotion, mercilessly slaughtering any life they encounter, seemingly intent on obliterating all existence. Such terrifying beings appear to be born for war. Their fearsome visage, coupled with a blatant disregard for life, instills a profound dread in Lin Yuan even as he absorbs the memories of his inheritance. Of course, there are many worlds experiencing otherworldly invasions. This time may not necessarily involve such a race. Yet, how vastly different could a cross-dimensional race possibly be? Reflecting on all he has fought for, a shadow of gloom envelopes Lin Yuan's heart. Truly, it is a case of success and failure being 2 sides of the same coin. Were it not for the constraints of his unique profession, with his level 3 abilities, he would have long since taken flight to far-off lands. For the world is vast and full of opportunities. Why remain tethered to this small patch of earth? However, such thoughts merely flitted through Lin Yuan's mind before vanishing without a trace. His ascent to the position of Lord of Dawn City has been arduous, and the role of a fortress lord is irreplaceable. Without it, he might have perished amidst the tide of zombies. The fortress lord is, after all, an S-level profession, while the so-called Thunder God is merely an S-level one. How could Lin Yuan bear to abandon his profession? Even if he were to consider switching, he would need to find another SSS-level profession. Having tasted the power of an SSS-level position, Lin Yuan is hardly impressed by those of lesser ranks. As he ponders how to confront this crisis, he becomes aware of Li Xing's presence several miles away from Dawn City, which brings him a sense of joy, prompting him to rise and welcome the visitor. Before long, a flash of lightning reveals Li Xing standing before Lin Yuan. In light of the crisis, Li Xing, usually so composed, speaks up without waiting for Lin Yuan to begin. You are aware of the situation. I have slain the 3 creatures from the other world, but alas, I could not prevent the opening of the portal. What countermeasures do you propose? None. Upon hearing this, Li Xing is struck with disbelief that the omnipotent Lin Yuan would utter such words. Is your backing powerless as well? Li Xing retorts. He is well aware of the mysterious forces supporting Lin Yuan, and may even suspect that Lin Yuan has acquired the inheritance of a powerful individual, along with access to a resource-rich secret realm. After all, Li Xing has attempted to enter the realm of stars, albeit unsuccessfully. The secret realm is Lin Yuan's secret. Normally, out of respect for their relationship, Li Xing would not expose it, but given the urgency of the situation, he feels compelled to disregard such considerations. Seeing Li Xing's boldness, Lin Yuan can only shake his head helplessly and reply, "A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. While I do possess a secret realm, the majority of its resources are high level and cannot be easily liquidated. It's not that you cannot provide for me. Is it? Don't think I'm unaware. If I'm not mistaken, your method of strengthening your special profession differs from ours," Li Xing states coldly. Lin Yuan does not refute this but silently nods in agreement. Since you lack a plan, distribute these resources among your subordinates. Currently, Zheng Weimin, Song Gongming, Chen Haoyu, and Hou Junjie are all stuck at the peak of level 2. If we can provide them with sufficient energy crystals, they will advance to level 3. The additional skill will significantly enhance their combat capabilities. I trust you understand, Li Xing advises. Rest assured, I had already given them the energy crystals before your return. They are now level 3 professionals. I have dispatched them on a mission, Lin Yuan replies confidently. Observing Lin Yuan's meticulous preparations, Li Xing realizes that Lin Yuan must have been planning all along and is merely feigning humility. Feeling somewhat outwitted, Li Xing does not harbor any displeasure. Instead, he feels reassured. Lin Yuan remains the crafty and shrewd individual he has always been, which is precisely what inspires confidence. After all, no one wishes for a teammate who is a liability. Lord Lin, you still have the presence of mind to jest? Don't you see the gravity of the situation? I was startled by your words. If you truly have no solutions, I may have to leave with my sister. Zhou. She is still young and cannot perish here. Very well, with you here, I feel reassured. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. It seems Lin Yuan's jest has lightened Li Xing's tone somewhat. This is precisely why Lin Yuan has resorted to such deception. Indeed, Lin Yuan's humble demeanor is a tactic to keep Li Xing by his side. From his inheritance, Lin Yuan has learned that the balance of power in the ongoing war will be maintained. For the sake of fairness, the supreme entity will balance the combat capabilities of both sides. Thus, Li Xing must remain to confront this war alongside him. If Li Xing were to flee, who would compensate for his corresponding strength, thereby exacerbating the imbalance? What would become of Lin Yuan's territory? He understands that the battlefield will only conclude when one side is utterly annihilated, yet Li Xing remains oblivious to this fact. If Li Xing were to realize this, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. Chapter 93. The plan. It is often said that your greatest adversary is one who knows you best. This adage endures for good reason. Lin Yuan's instincts prove correct. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xing has already attempted to escape, albeit unsuccessfully. Lin Yuan's expression grows grave as he fixes a penetrating gaze on Li Xing. His tone resolute and unyielding. Li Xing, we stand at a critical juncture. I will not mince words. I have a plan that requires a considerable amount of time to execute, during which someone must withstand the onslaught of the otherworldly creatures. I hereby entrust you with command over everyone at the base. Can you hold them off for a few hours? Li Xing furrows his brow at this request, not providing a direct answer but instead countering. Are you certain your plan is viable? Trust me, I can make it work. However, you must ensure Zheng Weimin's stamina. His skills are pivotal to my plan, Lin Yuan asserts, sensing the conviction in Lin Yuan's eyes. And drawing from his past experiences with him, Li Xing ultimately agrees. I can lead them, but I cannot guarantee how long we can hold out. that is acceptable. Do your best, we can only do so much. The rest is up to fate, Lin Yuan reassures him. At this moment, Zhang Weimin, who manages the combat teams, approaches Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan assigns him a special task, which has now been completed. Lord Lin, the population of City Z has been fully integrated, and all professionals have been organized into combat units. We now have over 40,000 individuals in the combat team, led by myself, Song Gongming, Chen Haoyu, and Ho Junjia. Please instruct us on the next steps, Zhang Weimin reports with a crisp salute, standing tall and composed, his voice clear and resonant. Lin Yuan nods slightly, his eyes glistening with approval and trust. He steps forward and pats Zhang Weimin on the shoulder, solemnly stating, "Well done. You have proven yourself to be my finest subordinate. Now, have Black Rose and the others remain to defend Dawn City, while the rest accompany Li Xing to the location of the spatial portal. There is a fierce battle yet to be fought there." Zhang Weimin harbors no doubts about Lin Yuan's orders. Everyone recognizes Li Xing's strength, and daily practice with Black Rose has provided them with ample awareness of his capabilities. In the military, strength is the ultimate currency. Only the mighty command authority. Therefore, the transfer of leadership to Li Xing does not incite discontent among the professionals. Rather, they feel a sense of relief, for having a strong leader increases their chances of survival. The presence of over 40,000 professionals is not a mere statistic. Thousands standing together create an overwhelming sea of humanity. Furthermore, as a newly restructured unit, many individuals do not even recognize those beside them. This undoubtedly complicates Li Xing's command. Directing such a large force is no simple feat, and ensuring compliance is already a formidable challenge. Let alone making tactical decisions on the battlefield. At times, Li Xing does not give direct commands but relays orders through Zhang Weimin and his trusted aides. Observing the slow pace of communication, Li Xing, though not well versed in military strategy, realizes that this is a poorly organized army. He harbors no illusions about this disarray. Ultimately, his goal is not to secure victory through this force, but rather to use them as a means to buy time. As Li Xing struggles to guide the unit towards the spatial portal, they are met with the long-anticipated assault from the black-scaled otherworldly troops. Before they can solidify their footing, they are met with a fierce barrage of attacks. The professionals respond decisively, and chaos ensues as the battlefield transforms into a gruesome melee, where every participant is both flesh and the grinder of flesh. After dispatching Li Xing to scout the enemy's situation and instructing him to delay for time, Lin Yuan commences his own actions. He channels his energy into himself, and in the next instant, he appears several kilometers south of Dawn City. This is not simply a display of spatial abilities, but rather a testament to the Fortress Lord's dominion over his territory. Within the confines of the Fortress Lord's domain, Lin Yuan wields unparalleled power. Teleporting to the edge of his territory is a mere trifle, as the sole known level professional to date. This power does not come easily. Now, with Lin Yuan advancing to level 3, he begins to unveil his true might. However, such abilities are confined solely to their territory. Once outside, Lin Yuan's strength diminishes significantly, possessing only the most rudimentary physique and a mere trio of basic skills. This limitation is precisely why Lin Yuan has remained in Dawn City for so long. Yet, given the gravity of the situation and the perilous nature of the task at hand, he cannot afford to risk the safety of his base. It may very well fall not to the hands of the enemy, but to the dangers inherent in this reckless plan. Lin Yuan harbors doubts about entrusting the execution of this mission to anyone else. He must take matters into his own hands. Though he has departed from the base, he is still a level 3 practitioner, endowed with a formidable physique of 200 points, surpassing even Li Xing in strength. Consequently, his speed of movement is remarkably swift. Before long, Lin Yuan arrives at the eastern region, teeming with zombies. He retrieves a vividly red item from his spatial ring, and the zombies, previously at rest, erupt into chaos. The milky whites of their eyes turn a fierce crimson, fixating intently on the bloody morsel in Lin Yuan's hand, as if it possesses an irresistible allure. The ensuing pandemonium among the zombies aligns perfectly with Lin Yuan's intentions. A result of the item he wields, blood and flesh bait. Blood and flesh bait, grade A item crafted from the blood and flesh of a certain creature. It emits a scent of blood and flesh within a 10-mile radius, exerting a lethal attraction on failed evolutionary beings, lasting until consumed. This item is part of the spoils Lin Yuan acquired from the secret realm, yet it is not a finished product but rather a formula. Although the purpose behind the development of such an item remains unknown, it does not deter Lin Yuan from meticulously crafting it based on the instructions as for the necessary raw materials. They are plentiful in the apocalypse, easily obtainable. Lin Yuan had initially created this item simply because it was an A-grade artifact, with the mindset that it posed no trouble to fabricate, and he had never utilized it until today. Observing the frenzied zombies before him, Lin Yuan smiles with satisfaction, for this is the exact outcome he desired. He continues to wave the bait in his hand, and the horde of zombies follows him like ravenous wild dogs. From the eastern sector of City Z to the northern region where Li Xing engages in battle with the alien race, Lin Yuan deliberately moves towards areas dense with zombies, seemingly concerned that his following horde might not be sufficiently large. Upon reaching the location where Li Xing is embroiled in combat, the number of zombies trailing Lin Yuan has become incalculable. Chapter 94. The Clash on the Battlefield near the Spatial Portal. Where the dimensional gate resides, rivers of blood flow as tens of thousands of individuals clash, indistinguishable between friend and foe. The sounds of battle and cries of anguish reverberate across the land. With lives extinguished every moment in this blood-soaked arena, each person struggles desperately for survival. Time has lost its significance here, as death supplants life, and all beings seek to endure. Beside the battlefield, Li Xing finds himself in a dire struggle. From the outset, he has been besieged by 10 formidable level 3 adversaries, their coordination impeccable, seemingly utilizing suppression skills that hinder Li Xing from fully realizing his potential. They harbor no intent to kill. Their sole purpose is to delay him. After fending off several attackers, Li Xing finally gains a fleeting moment to breathe. Damn it, how do they know my strength? Why do they come at me in a group? This perplexity lingers in his mind. This, of course, is the result of the secret technique left behind by Black Scale No. 1 before his demise, possessing no side effects and merely serving to mark and relay information. As soon as Li Xing comes into view of the other members of the Black Scale clan, the technique transmits information to those who see him. Therefore, upon his appearance, everyone recognizes him as a powerful foe. One who has slain No. 1, the prowess of No. 1, having carved a path through the Black Scale world, is well acknowledged. He firmly holds the title of the strongest among level 3s, relying solely on 2 skills. Complemented by a desperate combat skill that makes it inconceivable for anyone to best him at level 3, let alone to have killed No. 1. Due to their awareness of No. 1's might, none dare to underestimate an enemy capable of taking him down. They engage in a righteous mob assault. Facing this just retaliation, even a genius like Li Xing finds himself helpless. Although he is strong, ultimately he remains a novice level 3, while these opponents are seasoned veterans. Their combat skills ingrained within them, Li Xing has not faced such a situation before and, lacking experience, appears quite fatigued. Fortunately, the elemental ability he grasped earlier proves beneficial at this moment, consistently safeguarding him during critical junctures. However, a person's stamina is inherently limited. After yet another well-coordinated assault, Li Xing fails to evade and must endure the blows. Struck in the back, he feels a surge of blood rise within him, a trickle of crimson escaping from the corner of his mouth. Observing his injury, the 10 adversaries show no sign of concern, continuing their coordinated efforts without intent to finish him off. Damn, however. It is remarkable that these sharp blades managed to disrupt the front lines of the Black Scale tribe during their tactical breakout, and as they passed by, they accurately eliminated all nearby junior officers. The so-called junior officers are those who ultimately issue commands. Even the most accurate orders require execution by someone, and the final directives rest upon each individual. Yet, not everyone knows what they ought to do. Which is precisely when the role of junior officers becomes evident. They serve as the guiding force in execution. It can be said that these leading officers are the core nodes of the Legion's operations. And their roles on the battlefield are irreplaceable. By the time the commander realizes the situation, his subordinates are already in disarray, colliding with one another in their actions. The commander of the Black Scale tribe could never have anticipated that someone could precisely identify these nodes amidst the chaos of battle. Such unforeseen events caused the commander of the Black Scale tribe to completely lose control over his forces. This also provided an opportunity for humanity to escape encirclement, while the enemy was regrouping. The leaders had already led their comrades out of the Black Scale tribe's encirclement. Upon returning to the heart of the human camp, Secretary Han, who had played a pivotal role, was surrounded by the crowd and joyfully lifted up. As the atmosphere of happiness began to replace the earlier despair, it turned out that it was the somewhat naive Secretary Han who had led these individuals. Let us rewind to the moment when the battle had just commenced. Upon encountering the forces of the Black Scale tribe, the human side, faced with their synchronized tactics and astonishing average physique, was steadily retreating, on the brink of being utterly routed. 40,000 people, or 40,000 professionals. Surely even 40,000 pigs would not be defeated so swiftly. The reason for their successive defeats was evident. There was no one to command the troops. One must understand that humans are thinking beings. While they may perform well in one-on-one scenarios, once the number exceeds 3, myriad opinions arise, making mutual cooperation nearly impossible. 3 Individuals who do not understand coordination may not yield even a single useful participant on the battlefield. In common parlance, it is said that while 1 plus 1 should equal 2, effective cooperation might yield 3. However, without collaboration, it could be 1, or even 0 if, at that moment, a command were issued to instruct them on how to cooperate. It could achieve the effect of 1 plus 1 equating to 2, thereby unleashing their rightful combat potential. Naturally, it is the commander who issues such commands, enabling the collective strength to manifest its true effectiveness. In ancient times, such a position might have been held by a general or marshal. In contemporary terms, it corresponds to various commanders. However, due to various circumstances, the individual acting as commander on the battlefield was Secretary Han. Yet, Secretary Han was merely a recent university graduate. Although he had undergone various trials and had developed a certain degree of capability, commanding a battlefield was akin to a novice stepping onto a grand stage for the very first time. Yet, there was no choice. There was a shortage of personnel. Those capable of commanding had already departed, and he was thrust into this role under duress. Originally, Li Xing was the overall commander, but he had been surrounded by a dozen enemies and had no time to issue commands. Consequently, the crowd had no choice but to elevate Secretary Han, a trusted confidant of Lin Yuan, into this role. Reluctantly assuming this heavy burden, Secretary Han was not foolish. He was acutely aware of his inadequacies. Commanding an army of thousands was something he could scarcely fathom. Thus, he delegated the task of commanding the troops to Hou Junjie, who was, after all, a military professional with a certain understanding of the battlefield. Certainly more competent than a theoretical university student. Secretary Han's self-awareness yielded commendable results, although he found numerous errors and gaps in Hou Junjie's command, and at times, many opportunities were missed, leading to significant casualties. The overall situation for humanity remained stable under Hou Junjie's leadership, and Secretary Han chose not to voice any complaints. However, it was not long before the enemy's third-tier elites appeared, recklessly targeting the second-tier professionals, who were simply no match for them. Despite the seemingly small gap between the second and third tiers, this slight difference in physique equated to the totality of the preceding tier. Therefore, a newly minted third-tier professional possessed twice the physique of a peak second-tier professional, making the slaughter of second-tier individuals by their third-tier counterparts brutally evident in the absence of any corresponding countermeasures. As commander, Hou Junjie attempted to rally the second-tier professionals of humanity, hoping to leverage their numerical advantage to surround the enemy. However, the third-tier adversaries were not foolish. Upon seeing the humans converge, they retreated into the depths of the Black Scale army, refusing to engage. In just a few short minutes, the morale of humanity began to wane. After all, humans possess the ability to think. Witnessing the rapid demise of their comrades would naturally lead to a loss of fighting spirit, giving way to thoughts of fleeing. As the commander, Hou Junjie clearly recognized that someone needed to intercept these third-tier foes. Otherwise, the human front line would soon crumble. Zheng Weimin, Song Gongming, and Chun Haoyu, several third-tier individuals, had already joined the fray, yet they still lacked sufficient personnel. Reluctantly, Hou Junjie too had to enter the fray to hold back the enemies. Thus, command once again returned to Secretary Han, yet by this point, no one was inclined to follow orders. Most individuals had lost their will to fight and were eager to escape, rendering Secretary Han's already limited command abilities even more futile. Observing the crumbling situation, Secretary Han, despite his own desire to flee, was reminded by years of education that he ought to take action in such moments. But what could he possibly do? Reflecting on Hou Junjie's recent actions, Secretary Han felt that it did not seem overly difficult. It was merely a matter of eliminating the enemy's messenger, an endeavor requiring only hands. Embracing a mindset of desperation, Secretary Han made a decision that defied the instinct for self-preservation. To hell with fleeing. Today, I shall be a hero. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, summoning every ounce of strength. Before those around him could react, he drew his weapon and charged toward the Black Scale forces. After slaying one of their members, Secretary Han was astonished to find that a considerable number of individuals had gathered around him, drawn by his commanding shout. It turned out that a voice could convey strength. An unprecedented surge of passion and valor surged within Secretary Han. He took the front lines of the battlefield and effortlessly dispatched an enemy lieutenant. The surviving individuals instinctively followed in his wake. No longer did it matter that they did not know who Secretary Han was. What mattered was the hope of survival that he represented. As time passed, Secretary Han grew increasingly adept at rallying the scattered troops, and the number of regrouped soldiers swelled. The opposing commander was no fool either. He diligently sought to restore his lines and regain control. Yet, through Secretary Han's eyes, every flaw was glaringly evident, as if he could strike with his eyes closed, effortlessly penetrating the encroaching enemies. Thus, after leading a contingent through the battlefield, Secretary Han rescued numerous humans and disrupted the offensive of the Black Scale tribe. The morale of humanity soared, and all eyes were fervently fixed upon Secretary Han, who embodied their hope for survival. When Secretary Han issued his next command, not a single dissenting voice emerged. Only silent compliance followed. In this manner, with newfound enlightenment and an overflowing confidence, Secretary Han's commands became effortlessly effective. As if he were born for this role, for a significant period, humanity surprisingly gained the upper hand. However, after a prolonged stalemate, humanity eventually fell back into a disadvantaged position. After all, the forces of the Black Scale tribe were ultimately composed of trained professional soldiers, who, after a brief period of chaos, began to demonstrate their true capabilities. It was as if a new commander had taken the helm. In truth, this was indeed the case. The political system of the Black Scale world resembled that of ancient royal families, dominated by a singular clan. However, due to the emergence of evolutionary tiers, no single family could dominate entirely. Instead, power was negotiated among various factions, as those at the pinnacle of the world were not solely of royal lineage. The capabilities wielded by others were not to be underestimated. Yet, it was precisely because of the existence of evolutionary tiers that the class structure became even more rigid. Equality was naturally reserved for those of equivalent strength. Those without power or background could only experience the weight of royal authority. For instance, in this operation, the royal scion, Jia, served as the overall commander. He was the half-brother of the previous leader, and by age, Jia was indeed the younger sibling. However, unlike Zhao Yang, who had emerged from the depths of poverty, Jia truly epitomized the privileged elite, having received comprehensive training from a young age. One could describe him as a multifaceted warrior, whose illustrious military achievements had earned him the title of Jun. Jia was exceptionally cautious. Even with his third-tier strength, he had no desire to engage in life-and-death struggles. Instead, he had hidden himself deep within the army from the outset, delegating command to his trusted confidant. His rationale for this was clear. While he despised Zhao Yang's political views and background, he could not deny one truth. Zhao Yang's strength indeed surpassed his own at the same tier. If Jia had gained prominence due to his military merits, Zhao Yang had forged his path entirely through his own strength, a testament to his relentless honing and refinement. Such a person actually perished, prompting him to hide at the very first sight of Li Xing. Although Jia was arrogant, he never trifled with his own life. Even the one who had slain the first target dared not show himself when besieged by 10 men. He had witnessed the prowess of the first target. If 10 individuals could surround someone capable of killing the first, could they truly pose a threat? Thus, for the sake of his own survival, Jia resolved to become a turtle hiding in its shell. After all, aside from the leader, the others were mere weaklings. And even if he entrusted command to his loyal subordinates, the formidable strength of the Black Scale army would allow them to secure victory, with the only cost being the loss of a few personnel. Losing a handful of lives was hardly a grave matter. Sacrificing themselves for the Black Scale world was an honor for them. He initially believed that by restraining a few strong adversaries, the situation would become simpler. However, to his astonishment, a prodigious human leader emerged, leading a band of inept fighters who disrupted their offensive. This audacious act was undeniably a provocation, forcing Jia to step in and take command from his subordinates. It must be said that Jia, with his military background, possessed notable skill. Leveraging the formidable might and military acumen of the Black Scale faction, he successfully stabilized the situation and even gained a slight upper hand. The change in command indeed placed pressure on Secretary Han, but it was merely pressure. Once Secretary Han familiarized himself with the enemy's command style, the pressure shifted back to Jia Jun. It was time to apply greater intensity to their efforts. Otherwise, they might genuinely be mistaken for a soft target. Secretary Han sneered, fully aware of the contempt the enemy held for him. Once Jia Jun took command, he believed the enemy was not formidable, falling into the trap of underestimating them, presumably due to the incompetence of his own subordinates. Just as he was becoming complacent, an unexpected surge in intensity left him flustered, with a faltering front that made him sweat profusely, stripping away his arrogance and overconfidence. Although Jia Jun's command abilities paled in comparison to Secretary Han's, he managed to hold his ground against Han's group of unskilled fighters, thanks to the strength of the Black Scale faction. As time went on, however, a frown gradually creased Secretary Han's brow. As the overall commander, he understood better than anyone that after several hours of battle, the human side's casualties had exceeded half, if not for his relentless high-intensity rotations. The human fighters would have been oblivious to the mounting losses, and those present might have fled by now. Yet, the truth could not be concealed forever. The stark difference in hard power manifested as blatant casualties on the battlefield. No matter how hard Secretary Han tried, the gradually recovering fighters would inevitably become aware of their losses. Even the most talented leaders could only delay this realization for so long. At this moment, he found himself wishing fervently for Lin Yuan's swift arrival. As Lin Yuan's trusted confidant, his execution of plans was not lost on Secretary Han, though he remained unaware of the specifics of Lin Yuan's strategy. Perhaps Secretary Han's prayers were answered, for Lin Yuan's figure soon appeared before him. Chapter 97. The plan unfolds at the first sight of Lin Yuan. Secretary Han's eyes brimmed with tears, for he sensed that Lin Yuan's appearance signified the success of his plan. He knew that, as a unique class of fortress lord, Lin Yuan would never easily abandon his territory. Yet, until the moment came, who could guarantee that Lin Yuan would not flee? Fortunately, he ultimately arrived, leaving Secretary Han so agitated that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. His perseverance had borne fruit. Who could comprehend this? To entrust a recent university graduate with the command of thousands amid life and death struggles, without any practical experience, was nothing short of a hardship for him. While Secretary Han's facade remained calm, the internal pressure nearly overwhelmed him. However, one must not scrutinize certain matters too closely, such as Lin Yuan in this instance. Upon his second glance at Lin Yuan, Secretary Han felt a wave of dread wash over him. What was he seeing? What was he seeing? What was he seeing? 3 consecutive questions erupted within his mind, as reason urged him to dismiss the reality of what he beheld. It turned out that Lin Yuan had not come alone. He had brought with him an uncountable horde of zombies. Simply based on his rough assessment, the number of zombies surpassed several 100,000. Once Secretary Han processed this realization, he understood Lin Yuan's intentions and immediately began consolidating the front lines in preparation for a retreat. Within Z City, the most formidable force was neither the oppressive Dawn City nor the invincible Thunder Godly Shing, but rather the vast multitude of zombies. Although Z City was a small locale, its population was substantial, with approximately 3 million residents, over 200,000 of whom had transformed into zombies. Despite Dawn City's claims of restoring human order, it had only managed to eliminate around 400,000 to 500,000 zombies thus far, a mere fraction of the total. Typically, the zombies roamed about in scattered groups, seemingly inconsequential, but when they amassed, they became an insurmountable force. While Secretary Han was uncertain how Lin Yuan gathered such an overwhelming number of zombies, that detail was no longer pertinent. The pressing concern was how to extricate themselves. Although the zombies represented a formidable force, they were mindless creatures incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. Perhaps, relative to the Black Scale tribe, these humans were their preferred targets. As an astute strategist, Lin Yuan would not devise a plan devoid of foresight. His laborious effort to attract all the zombies to this location was not a venture into oblivion. He had surely made adequate preparations. As the horde of zombies continued to swell, Jia Jun, the commander of the Black Scale, soon noticed these uninvited guests. After a brief contemplation, he began to grasp the implications of the newcomer's actions. However, the sudden turn of events left him with no viable options. Over 1 million zombies posed an insurmountable challenge for them. Attempting to command a disorganized remnant of soldiers to confront 1 million zombies was utterly beyond his capabilities. In a realm where personal prowess reigned supreme, one might easily dispatch a few lowly ants with cultivated strength. Yet, he was no longer the seventh-tier individual he once was. Otherwise, these zombies would be insufficient to challenge him alone. Yet now, finding a way for 10,000 soldiers to combat 1 million zombies was an impossible task. Any strategy or scheme seemed utterly impotent in the face of absolute power. The sheer number of zombies symbolized that undeniable strength. Though most of these creatures were of the first tier, their overwhelming numbers rendered them capable of overwhelming even an elephant. Even if Jia Jun could not fathom how Lin Yuan's forces would address the unpredictable nature of the zombies' assault, he was certain that the opposing side must possess a plan, for he could not believe they would willingly march toward their own demise. Thus, Jia Jun swiftly made the most prudent decision: to consolidate the front lines and retreat while dispatching troops to cover their escape. Jia Jun's response was indeed correct, yet a sound decision does not always yield favorable results. Issuing commands required time. Although a force of 10,000 could relay orders within minutes, Lin Yuan had already executed his plan well in advance. As Jia Jun ordered a retreat, Lin Yuan was not idle. He threw several pre-prepared items into the air, blood and flesh bait meticulously crafted beforehand. Along the way, the zombies inadvertently aided Lin Yuan in sourcing numerous materials, allowing him to craft additional baits. Suddenly, bolts of lightning streaked through the air, shattering the items into fragments, leaving all present in stunned silence. Who possessed such valor among the ranks? Nearly 100,000 sentient beings gazed in astonishment as Li Xing, besieged by 10 third-tier foes, effortlessly shattered these crimson devices. In that moment, the sentiments among the humans oscillated between hope and despair. I am saved. No, I am doomed. Jia Jun was equally perplexed. These items were clearly part of the newcomer's strategy. He had initially intended to send someone to sabotage them, but never anticipated they would be destroyed by their own side, inadvertently aligning with his intentions. Was there a rift within the opposing ranks? Yet why did their strongest fighters still strive to buy time? Unless these items were meant to be shattered, a sense of danger loomed large. Jia Jun's suspicions were indeed correct. The devices needed to be shattered, and thoroughly so. The lightning that obliterated the blood and flesh bait was unleashed by Li Xing. Though encircled by 10 third-tier adversaries, he was not rendered incapable of action. In fact, he even lent Zhang Weimin a hand, dispatching one enemy and significantly alleviating his burden. These bolts of lightning had been meticulously prepared, specifically instructed by Lin Yuan. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival on the battlefield, he had informed Li Xing of the entire plan. Otherwise, Li Xing would not have acted thus. Despite their occasional discord, Li Xing would not jeopardize Lin Yuan's strategy in the face of external threats, particularly with his beloved sister, Zhou, on the battlefield. Even in a fit of madness, he would not resort to endangering her life. The pulverized blood and flesh bait, carried by a passing breeze, scattered evenly across every being on the battlefield. Of course, only the lives of the black-scale aliens were affected by the powder, while the humans remained shielded by a suddenly activated protective barrier, ensuring not a single individual was tainted by the remnants of the bait. The inexplicable wind that arrived was certainly no coincidence. It was undoubtedly a testament to Zhang Weimin's contributions. Were it not for Zhang Weimin's remarkable skills, how could these objects have so precisely transformed into powder, scattering over each individual? In Chapter 98, The Subtle Shift in Power, countless frenzied zombies lunged towards the black-scaled alien race, reeking of blood and flesh. To the dim-witted zombies, these aliens appeared as delectable skewers, tantalizingly seasoned. At this moment, the army was preoccupied with their retreat, and the strange wind coupled with the crimson powder made Zhao Yang acutely aware that this was the enemy's scheme. However, it was a futile realization. Faced with the grim reality, he could only make the painful decision to leave some of his men behind to buy time, seeking a chance to rid themselves of the dust. Otherwise, the kin he brought would meet their demise. Jia's army understood that those left behind would undoubtedly perish, yet he felt powerless. Failing to do so would result in the death of all. The principle of compassion and leadership was not lost on him. As Zhao Yang retreated, Secretary Han was also making his own withdrawal. Logically, this should have been the prime opportunity for an offensive. Yet Secretary Han was compelled to retreat. This decision was dictated by two factors. First, Despite the significant blow dealt to the aliens, the human side had long since reached their breaking point after hours of conflict. Relying solely on the last vestiges of strength brought by Secretary Han, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the aliens could lead to their complete annihilation. Second, though the professionals on the human side were not tainted by the fleshly Bates powder, their inherent allure to the zombies was not insignificant. The mindless zombies did not differentiate between human and alien. To them, there was no distinction. Remaining on the battlefield would be an unnecessary sacrifice. Retreat was their best course of action. In an instant, confronted with the overwhelming horde of zombies, both sides tacitly chose to withdraw, resulting in an eerie calm settling over the battlefield. However, due to Lin Yuan's meticulous planning, the zombies, benefiting from their status as professionals, departed within mere minutes. Secretary Han naturally led the surviving professionals back to Dawn City. Upon their return with 20,000 survivors, they were met with a grand welcome ceremony, with Lin Yuan himself emerging from the city to greet them. Ordinary citizens lined the roads, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, reverence, and gratitude, though a hint of reluctance was discernible upon closer inspection. Why would ordinary citizens come to welcome them? It was, of course, out of their own volition. Who could stand above them? Under Lin Yuan's rule, everything was exceedingly democratic. Yet, the professionals remained silent, seemingly still ensnared in the battlefield's brutality, entirely indifferent to the sentiments of the common folk. Lin Yuan, as the Lord of Dawn City, wore a warm smile that conveyed deep concern for the returning heroes and spoke first. Secretary Han, you have worked tirelessly. Dawn City takes pride in you, and all citizens will remember your bravery and sacrifice. His voice resonated through a special amplification system, eliciting waves of applause and cheers. As their leader, Secretary Han initiated the applause, which soon erupted into a deafening ovation from the professionals present. Although Lin Yuan's face bore no expression, his heart was seething with anger. A mere skirmish had altered their loyalties. This was a blow to Lin Yuan's dignity, yet he concealed his feelings, graciously inviting them into the city to celebrate these heroes. While Lin Yuan welcomed Secretary Han and the troops, he felt no rage as one might expect, for he had long anticipated that the moment the army surrendered, they would either face annihilation or fall under new command. He had surmised this, though he had not expected the new leader to be Secretary Han. Nevertheless, Secretary Han was preferable to Li Xing. Within the base, Lin Yuan could easily eliminate Secretary Han but could not bring himself to kill Li Xing. Should he threaten Zhou Zhou, there might have been a chance, but if Li Xing were to escape, it would result in an irreconcilable enmity. Such a risk-to-reward ratio was unfavorable, and without absolute certainty, Lin Yuan would not act recklessly. Furthermore, with formidable enemies at hand, the time for internal strife had not yet arrived. He still required Li Xing's service. While others celebrated, Lin Yuan summoned Black Rose, appointing her to lead the Black Rose team responsible for patrolling the city. Subsequently, he approached the great hero, Zhang Weimin. Zhang Weimin lay in the medical room, appearing unscathed yet remaining in a deep coma. The reason for his unconsciousness was evident. One could hardly assume that the skill of word of command could be employed without consequence. The wind may seem effortless, but striking each individual with precision demands considerable stamina. Moreover, the transformation into powder also required Zhang Weimin's exertion, and having battled 2 third-tier enemies for an extended period, his strength had long been depleted. Had it not been for the administration of a second-tier healing potion, he would likely be nothing more than a lifeless husk now. Recently promoted to 3rd tier, Zhang Weimin lacked the surplus energy crystals to procure a 3rd-tier healing potion. Thus he had to rely solely on a 2nd-tier one. Lin Yuan did not come merely for idle chatter. He retrieved a 3rd-tier healing potion and administered it to Zhang Weimin. The potion was effective even for peak 3rd-tier professionals, serving as a miraculous remedy for Zhang Weimin, who soon groggily awoke. The first figure he beheld was Lin Yuan, and he immediately comprehended that his recovery was solely due to Lin Yuan's efforts, expressing his gratitude with tears and snot. However, Lin Yuan was not there to engage in theatrics. After a heartfelt exchange, he revealed his true purpose. Weimin, you have worked hard. Without your contributions, my plans would not have unfolded so smoothly. You deserve a promotion. Thus, you shall henceforth oversee the management of all combat personnel. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weimin's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, his spirit instantly uplifted. Thank you, Lord Lin, he said, bowing in gratitude. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. although the timing may not be ideal. I must remind you to remain vigilant tonight. The aliens suffered a significant defeat and will surely retaliate. Rest well, for we will need you again tonight. Lin Yuan said kindly, I shall do my utmost to serve the Lord. Zheng Weimin replied, as Lin Yuan departed. Zheng Weimin ceased his pretense, his countenance revealing a face of indignation. Having endured so much, even a political novice like him understood the importance of not easily leading others. This promotion was merely a subtle demotion. Lin Yuan's flattering words about him becoming a commander beneath one man yet above 10,000 were all too transparent. Everyone knew that within the base, factions had formed around Song Gongming, Chen Haoyu, and Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was the nominal lord, Song Gongming and Chen Haoyu's followers had banded together upon their entry into Dawn City, creating natural interest groups. Thus, after aligning with Song Gongming and Chen Haoyu, they would naturally heed their commands. Zheng Weimin could only command those from his former school. In Chapter 99, The Calm Before the Storm and Preparation. Zheng Weimin faced a daunting reality. He had no capacity to contend with Secretary Han, who had solidified his position as commander during this battle. The military was not a realm governed by political niceties. One did not simply gain command by attaining a title, but rather through demonstrated capability. The army recognized only the strong as their leaders. Secretary Han had led them to victory against the aliens, and in their eyes, he alone was worthy of command. Now, Lin Yuan's promotion of Zheng Weimin was clearly an attempt to pit him against Secretary Han, an unreasonable demand. At this moment, Zheng Weimin felt as though all paths before him had been severed. Whether he struggled or not, there seemed to be no avenue for survival. Yet, there exists a way even in dire straits. As long as one seeks a path, Zheng Weimin was no longer the kind-hearted and upright individual he once was. Now, he sought to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. The position of commander was merely a necessary step towards his ultimate goal of becoming the Lord. Perhaps this contest for supremacy could also serve as an opportunity, a chance for him to ascend to the position of Lord. A shadow flickered across Zheng Weimin's face. He did not perceive these developments as betrayal. Everything he was doing was merely reclaiming what was rightfully his. His expression did not linger long before he turned and exited the empty medical room. Regardless, there were matters of greater importance than revenge swirling in his mind, such as gathering the wounded around him. After all, they were all brothers who had emerged from the battlefield, and as their older brother and leader, he should attend to them. If he were to compete for supremacy, he would need his own base of support. Of course, Zheng Weimin did not forget Lin Yuan's instructions. The black-scaled aliens had suffered significant losses and were bound to seek retribution. Sleep would elude him tonight. Back in the Lord's office, Lin Yuan had returned early to continue refining the land surrounding him. He had been observing the battle between Li Xing and the black-scaled aliens, grappling with the perplexing reality that a single individual could take on 10 foes. How could this be? Li Xing was an SS-level special professional. Why was he stronger than Lin Yuan, who was an SSS-level professional? This defied logic. Although he did not understand the reasons behind this disparity, the aftermath of their skirmishes clearly indicated to Lin Yuan that he was not yet strong enough. He needed to grow even more powerful. This urgency was the reason for his hasty return. Only by growing stronger could Lin Yuan find some semblance of confidence. While Lin Yuan was preoccupied with becoming stronger, Li Xing had already returned to his humble abode with Zhou Zhou, who had just come down from the battlefield. Naturally, Zhou Zhou, endowed with the skill of luck, had encountered no significant troubles. She emerged unscathed from a battleground where thousands had perished. After thoroughly inspecting Zhou Zhou from head to toe, Li Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was soon followed by a stern reprimand, chastising Zhou Zhou for venturing onto the battlefield without informing him. Nonetheless, Zhou Zhou displayed a remarkable way of coping, primarily characterized by her cheerful admission of guilt, unwavering in her resolve to repeat the act in the future. I understand now, dear brother. I shall never dare again, she said with a playful squint, exuding a clever and mischievous charm, yet her bright, determined eyes betrayed an unwavering conviction. Observing Zhou Zhou's defiant gaze, Li Xing realized that his words would have little impact. Eventually, fledgling birds must take flight, and a capable Zhou Zhou would not settle for mediocrity. Li Xing had long been aware that Zhou Zhou would inevitably face the perils of the world, for this was not an era of peace, but rather one plagued by countless zombies and incursions from other realms. Otherwise, he would not have tirelessly taught her various combat techniques, nor devoted resources to training her to level 2, under his meticulous guidance. Zhou Zhou had become a formidable force capable of standing alone, even in his absence, yet he still hoped that such a day would be delayed. After all, the harsh realities of this world ought not to burden a child of merely a few years. Leisurely moments often slipped away, and before one could notice, the last rays of the setting sun had vanished, making way for the moon, which now hung high in the sky. The entire city of Dawn had plunged into silence. Apart from the patrolling squads, only a handful of individuals remained awake. Even Li Xing had succumbed to slumber, cradling Zhou Zhou in his arms, for the events of the day had been numerous. The so-called Thunder God had faced multiple life-threatening situations, and although he had recuperated much of his strength through a brief rest, the psychological toll from the relentless battles could not be alleviated except through deep, restorative sleep. Yet, it was evident that some forces were intent on disrupting their rest. Just past midnight, hundreds of shadowy figures advanced stealthily beneath the walls of Dawn. These dark silhouettes appeared particularly sinister in the faint starlight, resembling phantoms gliding through the night, silently closing in on the city walls. The occasional night breeze seemed to carry an ominous chill, foreboding ill tidings. The black scales adorning their forms signified their identity, the Black Scale Clan. The clan was named for the unique ability each member awakened upon reaching level 1, Black Scale Protection. This was the very skill wielded by the clan's leader, said to have been inscribed into their bloodline by their ancient ancestors after reaching a certain level of evolution, thus enabling all descendants to utilize it. Of course, the level of Black Scale Protection varied, dependent on individual aptitude. The leader, Zhao Yang, possessed an SS-level skill, while most clan members could only awaken an A-level skill. One should not underestimate an A-level skill. Although S-level and above skills are powerful, they are exceedingly rare, with only a few hundred individuals in the entire city of Dawn possessing such abilities. The rest wielded B, C, or even D-level skills. If they were to attain an A-level skill, it would likely send them into fits of laughter. Conversely, the Black Scale Clan is almost guaranteed to have at least one A-level skill from birth. Highlighting the stark disparity between the two worlds, on the walls, Zhang Weimin, who had been waiting for a considerable time, sensed the enemy's approach and abruptly opened his eyes, rousing the guards beside him. Instantly, the guards sprang into alertness, their previously weary expressions sharpening with vigilance. Without waiting for Zhang Weimin's command, their extensive combat experience allowed them to exchange a single wary glance, prompting swift action. Some quietly tightened their bowstrings, arrows glinting coldly in the moonlight. Others gripped their firearms tightly, bracing for any potential surprise. Leading from behind the walls, Zhang Weimin quietly attuned himself to the enemy's movements. Though it was night, his Tier 3 physique rendered him impervious to the trivial darkness.